So let me bail you out. We'll go through a few of the players. We'll start with Yawar, and I want to bring up his brother as well, Samael. Many people obviously tune in; they're brand new to the international. Yawar is on Newbie, and Samael is on EG, and obviously they find themselves in different teams from the North American region. They go head to head with each other very infrequently. It has to be said. They have played each other in games, but never at TI, and that's what we're waiting for Hassan Bowl in the international, and it hasn't happened. Didn't happen last year. Could have happened in the upper bracket. Didn't. Newbie now need to win for that to happen and carry on. But what I wanted to bring up more about Yawar is that he's very much been in his brother's shadow for the last couple of years. I feel like in the group stages, he put down a marker. He said, no, I can play just as well. I can carry this team too.
Kind of becoming your own individual when you have a brother like Sumail for you all, I think is really difficult. And I think he's handled that whole dynamic of the way the community's like almost flamed him, saying you'll never be as good as your brother, these types of things. And he's just he's a quiet guy. He's kind of sat back and said, I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to get better. 3 years ago, kind of an iffy tier 2, tier 3 NA player. And now you're seeing him at TI 2 years in a row, putting up a solid performance. I think he looks way better this year than last year. And it just shows how much hard work goes into it. And I think playing together with similar teammates, discussing the game, has a lot to do with it, like his ability to progress as a competitive player, because a lot of it's the mindset, the strategy, the cohesiveness of a team aspect.
Yeah, I remember when we first started to see Yawar coming up in the pubs and everything, and we were all playing, we're all playing in the NA pubs, and people were very impressed with some of his farming patterns and stuff. So now that we're seeing him, like you said, develop on all that, he's really starting to find his best form. Right? He's I think he had average 460 last hits or something across games. Like that's insane. Yeah. That type of farm, like he's playing at absolute top form. And now you're looking at, damn, he's really bringing it to Sumail.
Yeah, highest average last hits during the group stage of any player, and highest average GPM as well, which is slightly blown out because of the out games and what have you. But but still, he's in the top 5 or top 10 for almost every stat you can dig out from the group stage on an individual player. So he's up there. He's doing it.
He really is. And you sort of looked at the day one, and this, I think, was the first LAN ever where you're watching Yawar with Newbie, Sumail with EG, and you're saying, well, this is the LAN, this is the time where Yawar, he is going to go further than his brother. Obviously, yesterday, then EG did beat Secret Tower. All right, okay. Sumail is kind of cranking it back up to 11. But for the most part, there's absolutely every reason to believe that Yawar could certainly make the run here with Newbie.
One of the other players that's often been criticised, Brian, CCNC. You've been given a lot of grief over the last few years about being a bit of a flamer and maybe hard to play with and maybe not as high skilled as he should be. I think he's had pretty much everything thrown at him. Another one answering the critics here because he's played fantastically well again in the group stage.
Absolutely, at the highest level, the players they talk about other players, and a lot of times you hear about CCNC. You heard about his inability to win the mid lane. Right. He was like a solid mid game player. He knew what to do. He played around the team, but he would almost always come out at some sort of disadvantage in the mid lane. And now I think that's been solved. I think he's come together as an early game skilled mid laner. He plays 1v1s all day. And that's the dedication. They know their mistakes, they recognize their shortcomings, and they just bring them all together.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much, guys. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to get into game number 1.
Versus Game 1.
Newbie versus Infamous. We're over here to start talking picks, bans, key players, teams. Joined by Blitz, Lacoste. Lacoste, what's your first impression here coming into Newbie versus Infamous?
Both of these teams performed way better than anyone expected, I guess. And Infamous looking really good. As Brian pointed out, 4 protect 1. This is not what we usually see, not in this meta, creating a lot of space. And Newbie will have to address this problem. They can't just play their own game. They will need to get the early towers and try to take some of these creep camps from Hector, because this guy is actually a beast when he gets the free farm.
Do you like the tools that Newbie have, Will, as far as matching up against Infamous?
I think so, because I feel like they should know each other pretty well. I'm sure they've scrimmed before this event. I think Newbie, well, it just looked really bad against OG, but they can push a pace if they need to, and I feel like that's what you need to do to be successful against Infamous. We saw those 2 games that they played against OG. I don't think that any team, even if you think you're better at it, don't play to their strengths. Infamous is a very good late game team. Chris Luck and Hector, they are so good at finding farm.
The only thing Infamous needs to do is not lose the laning stage so hard, because they can be ran over so easily. We've seen one of those games where they lost in 15 minutes.
And that's the crazy thing with Infamous is they've lost some of the biggest stomps of this tournament. You mentioned the 15-minute game. I think there's been several games in the group stage where people are like, oh yeah, you know, Infamous, that's the team from South America we expect to get dead last. Here they are though, playing for a slot in the top 8, and they've had some amazing games, particularly when they go late game.
Yeah, I don't even know if Newbie's the favorite here because Infamous, remember, this was the team that took first blood off of Vici. When Vici was looking unstoppable, Infamous absolutely smoked them.
Yeah, and something we've seen so far is every team that's dropped down to the lower bracket has actually lost, both Virtus Pro as well as TNC. So there is something to be said for the momentum coming off of a win in the best of ones. Do you feel like that is something that's going to come into play here?
It could. I mean, if you look at how badly Newbie got smoked by OG, like that was a bodying for the ages. You saw the OKGG. I feel like that can do some mental damage to you. Whereas Infamous, even though they did start in the lower bracket, they're on a roll right now.
Now, we've seen no GGs, we've seen some other stuff, some Instagrams at the end of the games when Navi played. But okay, GG, this is the first time that we saw that. And they open up with Mag. I see that a lot of the teams, as tournament progresses, they are shifting towards this big team fight optics, as always, pretty much. You have this Enigmas, Tide Hunters.
And this is one of those pace-setting heroes like we talked about. Newbie needs to be a little bit more aggressive. We have seen them win these ultra late game situations like the game against Alliance, but I think against Infamous, all the games that I've seen, you don't want to get into these 60-minute clown fest where Hector pops out with 6 items. The best thing to do, I think, is just run at them, and Leshrac is proving to be one of the best heroes at doing so.
Yeah, especially in this scenario where they already have someone who can empower Hector. You have this steroid for him, and I would not be surprised if they just pick Hectors here. Phantom Assassin still in the pool, one of the best combos you can get with the Mag. Oh, I mean, he also invented kind of the build on these strength heroes. I love the little thing when he buys Belt of Giant Strength extra, little top of it after he gets Hand of Midas.
I'd like to see Tiny RST picked up for Infamous. I feel like they play around these heroes very well. We saw Schofield Tiny just absolutely dominate in the group stage. But instead, they change things up a little bit, go for the Nyx.
That's a great pickup, actually, because since the Carapace, a lot of uncontrollable damage on side of Newbie. Great hero against Celeste. You are forcing him to get an early BKB, which he kind of does not like to go, because if the game drags, his BKB will be 5 seconds, and mana burn will be maxed out, so that's a lot of damage coming up from Nyx Assassin, and you can always stun this Elder Titan if he's trying to stun you with the Spirit.
And I think this is the second time I've seen Infamous take Nyx. The first time being in the group stage against EG, which I think they lost that game. It was the one where they had Huskar.
Okay. The one thing with Infamous, I do question it, like, these two heroes individually both sound great for them. Magnus, you got the Empower for your Hector heroes, Nyx Assassin as far as easy carapaces, but most likely a 3-4. And I feel like Nyx Magnus is not really a good dual lane. Like, those are not heroes you typically expect to see laning together or playing around each other.
Yeah, that is the one thing about Infamous that's a little bit odd. They don't seem to pick a 3-4 synergy often. Instead, what they seem to do is they heavily prioritize and try to gank mid and their safe lane. They're one of the teams that I feel like secures their safe lane the most for very obvious reasons. I mean, we've talked ad nauseum about how good Hector is. You know, put the game in the hands of your best player.
Yeah.
That is the best thing that you can do with these TIs.
Faceless Sweat is still in the pool. If Newbie wants to grab it, that's a lot of damage they can throw into the Chronosphere. Elder Titan also lash on top of it, and you have a good hero to play around the RP, because if you initiate first on Mag, he can't get in. Like, he can't counter your team with an RP, and you can get on top of RP as well when they group up with the Chronosphere.
And see, even that Isaiah Schofield, Nyx, his most played hero throughout TI9. Something that he's well known for. The Magnus as well, so there is some flexibility as far as which of these heroes who's played in the 3 or the 4 position role. As now the second stage of bans coming out. So Lifestealer banned out. At this point, Newbie, you got to know some kind of Empower carry is coming your way, and you want to just ban out some of the scarier looking ones. Lifestealer with the built-in Rage Magic immunity, very tough to play against for both Leshrac and ET.
Surprised that Eddie wasn't taken by either team.
That has been like one of the most contested 5s for sure.
Yeah, it's just so value. The Disrupt is, the Disruption I feel like is just straight up one of the best 5 position spells that you can get, because it doesn't just act as a save. You can use it offensively. It's so unique and versatile in that regard. Plus your Purge, the slow going through BKB makes you such a great anti-carry. I've seen so many situations where teams try to jump the 5-position SD, and he lives for way longer than he should. He gets his entire toolkit off. If he gets Soul Catcher off, that's one of the best burst spells in the game too. And I think there's even more value for the SD when you see Axe on the enemy
It
team.
just got banned before they picked
okay.
the Axe, so I think they're hearing you, Will. They're like, okay, we want this Axe here, and what are they going to pick? We get Axe. SD would hard counter Axe as far as being able to save, having a save against Axe, because this Axe gives you a way to kind of preemptively counter whatever Hector's playing. He's playing some heavy physical damage core that doesn't want to get blade mail called by an Axe, theoretically.
Yeah, I actually really like that.
Yeah, with Axe, you also have a BKB piercing ability, which is good at every stage of the game. And usually newbie saves this Axe for their last pick. And I guess they were afraid that it's not going to make it through the last banning stage. Yeah.
I'm sort of down to see Hector's hero right now, because I feel like you see your core matchup. You know that you're going to be against the Axe, but instead they take the Oracle, another type of save.
I don't think they're preparing for Wraith King, because there's not much synergy between Oracle and Wraith King, because he already has 2 lives, so I still think Phantom Assassin is a great pickup for them.
Even the Empower on the Wraith King is obviously fine. He get benefits from the Cleave, but he doesn't need the Cleave to farm. He's got the Skeleton, so he's not a hero that gets amplified by having Cleave the same way like a Phantom Assassin does.
Plus, you're going to get Radiance, so you already have a Flash Farm mechanic. You're going to go Midas Radiance oftentimes. I feel like it feels a little bit redundant.
Yeah. Any chance of just the classic Mag Jug as well?
The only thing is, I hate playing Jug against Axe. I feel like every phase of the game, it just hurts you. You're so easily killable. I don't know how good it feels like with Oracle as well. When you get low, you're naturally just going to pop your ult instead.
When you're playing any carry against the Axe, and if he's having a good early game, which means that he's going to get that good timing on a blade mail, it always feels bad.
Yeah. I like the idea of having a carry that can have kill threat on Axe, because you don't want to give Axe a free game in the laning stage. That to me is always where things will kind of spiral out of control, and the Jug at least brings that kill threat to the table.
And they take Shaman. They're continuing the trend of being very aggressive and running at the lanes. I feel like Infamous, what they really lack right now is wave clear or some way to push things out. They're going to go for the Wraith King anyways. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's because it's a Hector hero.
Yeah. It's not maybe about picking the best hero to fit in their draft and play with Magnus and the rest in the Oracle. It's just like, hey, this is Hector, this is Comfort Pick, this is his best hero he plays in Dota. Let's pick it.
I will say, I think even more so, they need wave clear. Like, when you have this kind of lineup, it's important that you have the ability to instantly push out lanes so that your Magnus doesn't feel super pressured. As a Mag, what you want to be able to do is just max out in power, but it does mean that you have very little team fight. Since you decided to go a 4-position Mag that gets 4 points in power, you have no levels of Shockwave, you have no ways to really kill around the map. You're going to highly just rely on your carry farming out the triangle, which means you need another hero to apply pressure around the map.
And if you compare the 2 lineups, Newbie's lineup can easily clear the creep waves, even the supports. Also, Shadow Shaman can be on the different side of the map using wards to put a pressure on the towers, just buy some time if early game doesn't go well for them.
I feel like Infamous actually needs like some sort of long-range poke. I'd even be okay with some sort of Ember or something like that, so that they can just like consistently hit back and forth, or Storm. Something along those lines where you don't have to hard commit. You can just sort of roll through the wave.
I mean, the Ember idea is also another hero that benefits from Empower too, so you kind of get, you know, 2 useful things out of it there.
Yeah, I'd like to see Ember or Storm personally.
And we do talk about them being 4 protect 1, so as much as, yeah, we want to empower the Wraith King, he's just going to be off by himself. He doesn't need the Empower to necessarily farm, so getting another hero for your mid lane that can farm with it isn't a bad idea.
I think what you need right now on the side of Infamous is a way to delay the game, in case your laning phase doesn't go ideally, and I don't think that Infamous's heroes so far are ideal for the early game. Whereas I feel like Newbie's early game and their laning is going to be very strong.
Because you wanted Newbie to play fast and try and run over Infamous, not let Hector farm. Do you think they've kind of drafted towards that strategy?
Yeah, definitely. They have 2 supports who can rotate easily, and if Axe gets his good timing on his items, they can easily snowball, even without seeing the last pick. But thinking about the last pick, it's a really good Slark game, because they don't have many counters for Slark at this point.
Have we seen much of UR playing Slark so far?
I've seen 2 games personally.
Okay. So something you can definitely play.
I mean, you can always fall back to Faceless Void, but there's a lot of save right now. There's a Wraith King with 2 lives.
Oh, ooh, that's a surprise.
Monkey picked into the Leshrac. You're a bit of a mid player yourself, Blitz. I mean, normally you think Monkey against melee heroes. What's the idea here, picking it into the Leshrac?
I think it's so you have a hero that doesn't get bursted and one that can make play, has play potential around the other 2 side lanes. I think it might be a little bit greedy. I almost felt like they wanted some sort of hero like Storm because it has good poke too. I guess Monkey can function in a similar fashion.
I think because Wraith King doesn't need the Empower in this game, they needed another melee core that benefits from the Empower.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see Newbie now. Last pick, they've got lots of reserve time to think about what their options might be. Almost certainly we'll see that CCNC mid Leshrac. These NA mids have been loving Leshrac this tournament, and they go for a Sven. Tried and tested. One of UR's classic heroes. Good Sven game?
Yeah, a lot of NA carries actually think that like Sven rips apart Wraith King. Although I've seen like twice now at this tournament it go the other way.
Depends how much kiting potential you have on actually both teams. How many saving abilities, how much support farms gonna get into that play, getting one of the 4 staff, maybe even a Glimmer Cape.
Yeah, it is Sven into 3 melee cores as well, so that's
Yes.
going to feel really good.
Yes, but Sven feels the best to play against when there are no saves on one team. Just because you want the ability, this hero is a burst physical damage hero. You want to be able to get in, kill somebody immediately, and then reset the fight so that it's 4-on-5 for your team.
Yeah, but the Oracle, there is a save.
Yes.
So maybe making life a bit more difficult. Okay, well, those are our 2 drafts here for game number 1. We're about to help ourselves into the draft in the game. Before we do so, we're going to hear some final thoughts on how these 2 teams match up from the Haas.
This matchup features 2 of the best, in fact, the 2 best farming players at TI. Yawar and K1 Hector, the only 2 players averaging over 23K net worth at the 35-minute mark. Infamous, their laning phase has been the most aggressive at the tournament. Schofield's 4.4 assists per game at 12 minutes, the highest in the tournament. Whispers 2.2 kills per game at 12 minutes, 3rd place behind Thompson and Sumail, and Chris Lux 87 CS at 12 minutes, number 1 just barely ahead of Sumail. To relieve the pressure, Newbie's counting on Elder Titan. He is 17-4 before the 35-minute mark, only 17-20 in games that go longer than that. And Snaking's axe is going to be key in this game, 7-1 over his last 8 games, 8.5 kills and 13.3 assists per game. An NA versus SA showdown with their TI9 lives on the line. Brought to you by an NA casting duo. Here are Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nahaz. NA casting duo indeed, but there's a lot of love in the world for South America. They've shown up big, and I think even the crowd is getting behind them a little bit.
Yeah, there are boys too, right? The
Yeah.
whole Americas, we stick together. We gotta fight against, you know, Europe and China, these big strong regions. So we stick together, right? We gotta hang out with our guys down there. So certainly a lot of respect, a lot of history with all of these players. We know them so well over the years from the region, and likewise the same thing goes back and forth between them.
Absolutely. Well, and already into this game as Newbie facing off against Team Infamous, I gotta say that it's been really a revelation, I think, for a lot of people out there. And the panel talked it to death. Hector having an amazing year. I think that Newbie has looked revitalized as well. Both of these teams, I think, are coming in as a surprise, you know, potentially top 8 win. I don't know many people would have had them in their picks for that high of a placement early on.
No, that certainly sounds pretty unlikely. Other than like the passionate fans,
Right,
of course, right? You know, you got yourself a little bit of like that TNC flavor when it comes to Infamous, where they just have like an entire region sort of on their back. Feels like they have to carry from there, but nice and fresh here, right in the mid lane. Chris Lock, he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, he's laying down those little sprays. You got to find ways to tilt your opponents, if at all possible.
Goes for a war check too, and oh my, what have I found here?
Yeah,
it would
he
appear
realizes.
there's an observer ward.
I'm not sure if they're going to quite realize where the placement is, but I think that they might have an inkling, yeah. And again, for anybody that's wondering, you can't get the extra vision. Chickens racing themselves back to the fountain. See who gets out on top. But Newbie going to pick up 2 of the bounty runes. Looks like Infamous also going to be able to pick up 2.
Yeah, so the reason he brings out the courier like that is so he can guarantee the instant change to the courier so he gets back as fast as possible for the body block here. And this chicken's putting in work.
Oh, yeah.
That is actually, the crowd are watching the same thing here. They are a little dismayed by the Ember here by Chris Luck. And CCNC, oh, the big block, but now it's under the tower.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for him. But yeah, Chris Luck, maybe a little bit of nerves on the big stage. Again, one of the earlier rounds for these teams. And obviously, the furthest that a South American team organization player is made in the international.
So the draft's moving along there, and I have to say, I was getting a little concerned for Infamous. I did like the last pick in the Monkey King. I felt like the Ember was maybe going to be the option there, but perhaps Chris Luck is feeling more comfortable. You can see he's spammed quite a bit of Monkey King in his pubs, and maybe just the matchup versus the Leshrac can have some issues for the Ember if things get out of hand. So they're going to rely on that instead. But it does a lot of the same stuff. It's got a very long initiation range for when you're playing from these 4 hero group ups to give all that space to Hector to farm. So Chris is going to be looking to abuse that in power and give all the space in the world for his carry.
Nicely done, man. He is just laughing. That's not even all chat. That's just to himself. He's enjoying the playing here on the big stage.
I wonder if his teammates have him muted.
Well, we do see down here bottom a tri-lane versus a dual lane coming from Newbie, trying to absorb that pressure that's being placed onto them, onto Snake King, and Snake King already in a little bit of trouble as the Impale is going to come out, looking to try and find the finish. Pieliedie seems to interrupt it. In fact, he turns on the Stinger, gets the refresh on the damage from his Spirit. It's almost enough to dodge through, trying to hide away in the trees. The Juke coming through another round. Stinger still in trouble, and looks like Pi, the great throw coming from Schofield. They draw first blood. Stinger still trying to run away, and is barely able to make the escape. Oh, Stinger, he did it.
Oh, it's a tip there from Whisper. He's like, I know you guys are still busy down there, so I'll handle the tip for you. Very well played. I mean, I appreciate what Pi did, right? Because he saw all those heroes, and he just says to himself, yo, I can get myself an easy kill. So much damage, but with the body blocks, with the juking the trees, those spells come back off cooldown. And big saves there from the tri-lane from Infamous.
Most definitely. So it is still always a little bit of a funky thing because it's not just, you know, what is going on in the tri-lane as far as kills, but it's also how much farm are you getting. And Wraith King already 9
mid lane
is full. Chase forward, regen rune available. Who's going to go for it? Dodges away from the stun, able to walk his way out, and now CCNC in a lot of trouble. Does get the salve off, needs one more touch. But even if he doesn't get the kill, that's CCNC out of lane for a while.
I feel like they're both losers in that one, though, right? Salve canceled, regen rune canceled. Just like, oh, I'm glad we can just both agree to stay where we are here.
True enough. But I did want to go back to what you were talking about there, the Ember as opposed to the Monkey King as a potential option. The thing that I do like about the Monkey King is that I feel like it has maybe a bit more burst potential. If you can get those Jingu stacks up and possibly, you know, throw out one of the Boundless Strikes as you are. It's just going to take a couple pot shots underneath the tower, courtesy of Whisper.
And the burst can be kind of nice in combination with the Nyx Assassin too, right? He might be able to just help scout out for the Monkey King, pops the Vendetta damage into the stun, into the Boundless Strike, and maybe a double tap from an Echo Saber or something after that from Chris Luck, and can burst a lot of heroes for that.
Well, meanwhile, Snake King gonna take another Impale to the face. A lot of damage coming through. But Pieliedie able to be the one up in everybody's face, keeping Infamous back, putting too much pressure onto the off lane.
Yeah, stealing some of these last hits here too. Schofield forced to carapace that punch.
That's a fancy set he's got there. And now, moving back, Stinger, seeing if he can get some more pressure on. It's not an easy kill on the Axe, but it looks like they're kind of going for it again. The Stomp is going to interrupt it, and if nothing else, they're making Snake King's life difficult.
Yeah, still doing fairly well though. 15 last hits, and we haven't even talked about that top lane, but it's just been this 2v1 the entire time for Newbie. And they get a little bit more harassed there on the Whisper. Gonna be tough to finish him unless, even with the Mango, it'll be close. MSS.
Getting up close and personal. Whisper there, you saw queued up the skewer, but canceled the animation afterwards, not wanting to go for it.
Snake King though.
Again, bottom. They're just bodying this guy, chasing him down. And Hector is taking a lot of damage from Pi, but no more mana, not another Spirit there for the Elder Titan, so he has to back out. And Hector's just going to solve up right in front of him.
Yeah, might have learned his lesson last time, right? Of getting too aggressive. Now for the bounty runs, though, they're already aggressive on the bottom. You got Whisper in position here as he picked up his bottle from the shop, and he wants that refill.
Oh, and you got to be careful walking over here. You might get cliffed. MSS going to play it safe, goes the other direction, and so far, so good for Infamous. What feels like are getting a nice little bit out of this laning stage, but need to be careful. Chris Luck in the mid, gonna take some of that Diabolic Edict, and CCNC thinking about diving for that.
Yeah, the waves there though, so very unlikely you're going to be able to find something. And CCNC also just a little concerned because the supports are missing. So he's just wondering, are they wrapping around me right now? What's going on? Pilot I gonna come try and scout that out, but he will be spotted by an observer ward. And so Infamous do have information as to who could be helping in that mid lane. Oh, and his ward just got spotted too.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Still the battle rages down bottom. But yeah, that ward will be scouted out by the one up on the high ground. And immediately Stinger walking over. Let's see if he gets that D ward. Yeah, and he's going to drop it down. So giving the damage over to Chris Luck, and CCNC looking to find a snipe, but not going to be able to get it there. As again, CCNC maybe in a little bit of trouble. The Battle Strike, the Purifying Flames gets the kill. Have they gone in a bit too deep, Newbie, as they rotate in Schofield? Chris Luck, a lot of damage at this point as they're going to go for the jump forward, find the Impale, get themselves another round of kills. Man, Infamous are just cooking.
Yeah, hands kill over. Yeah, he did take the first one with the level 2 Purifying Flames, because that's what Oracle players do. But he can easily hand off Highlight Die. Now Chris Luck even gets a regenerate, although he doesn't necessarily need it. Still very high in resources. He heads back to that mid lane. That did cause the rotation from MSS, who has to go and soak the mid lane before CCC can make the return there.
Well, and call me crazy, but I feel like it was Infamous that has tended to be very comfortable in the late game, and they're winning in the early game. I mean, obviously, this is a bit of a different situation. Newbie have a lot of heroes that are very effective at providing support in the late game, but already, Schofield moves in. Yeah, that's my Carapace steals some last hits.
That's one way to get back into this game, right? Like finding stacks, and you're down 4 kills, but you can find other ways of growing your economy via the last lane. As you can see, they are leading on the side of Newbie, or also through these stacks. But scouting and stabbing some of that XP can be very helpful for a Nyx assassin who wants all the XP he can get. And now Pilot Die. Well, I think you died here once before.
Uh-oh. Gotta be careful. So they jump forward again onto Pi. They have the Impale available, saving it as he's juking, but he's not going anywhere. They don't even need to throw the Impale.
No, I got the Orb of Venom. This guy just has a windlace, no boots. No real concern.
Man, this Monkey King has been a bit of a revelation so far.
All right, so what do you do when you're losing the kill battle like this? You just run.
Oh, gets it right on the edge. MSS also going to go down.
They are rotating to try and kill Whisper, though.
And finding the kill indeed. CCNC there to get it. Back and forth across the map. 6 kills for Infamous to the one of Newbie as they get on the board.
Yeah, good rotation. What will matter will be like the tower pressure too, though, but they're already rotating in the Nyx. He's at a resource on CCNC, so it's a kill, but it's not a big loss or anything there for Infamous, because when it comes to Hector, they of course want to sacrifice everything they can for all of these towers because of how efficiently he uses the jungle and how helpful it can be to have those towers to rotate if Newbie are indeed going to try and put pressure on this Wraith King.
Well, and that's one of the things that you really want to keep your eyes on is how quickly does that farm raise up for Mr. Hector, as he is going to be slept by Pilot Die. But no real chance for a kill. Instead, the kill is going towards the mid lane where they have found one. Monkey King very low and is going to go down. CCNC picking up that kill.
So that'll be some killing spree XP handed over as well there for the recovery of CCNC. Now ahead of the Monkey King in terms of experience, thanks to that.
It's a level 8 for him. And Hector, in the meantime, has just been living down here bottom, and he's thinking about chasing, snaking into the trees.
He's got this Observer Ward here, too, to help spot rotations in behind. And likewise, though, there are Observer Wards here from Newbie spotting out what Stinger's up to, so Snaking using these for optimal positioning underneath this tower to try and stay safe and try and absorb as many resources as he can. Up top, though, nice Hex. Should be an easy follow-up here for CCNC.
Yeah, it's all too easy. Farming while getting kills, that's what you want to see out of the mid player. CCNC wouldn't work.
Meanwhile, not again.
Oh God, Pi.
This is not for you, my friend. Get out of there.
And they do manage to get the Chingu stacks up while also getting the kill.
Do not enter. And no pies allowed.
They're just gonna rotate bottom now. Yeah, Snake King needs to get the hell out of dodge. Hector chasing in, see if he can find somebody, but nobody's home. And it's gonna be the trade-off of the tower, CCNC taking top, while simultaneously Infamous and K1 Hector pressuring at bottom tier 1.
Yeah, same thing with the Bandits, right? Just another trade-off because of the force positionings from the tower pushes. Now you got Whisper. He has the point here saved too, and now he has a bottled haste room. So potential for a nice kill with the early RP, something that can tend to be a little difficult
Oh, this looks like a nice little stack stolen away by Infamous. So clearing out the jungle and now going to jump on a Snake King who has been kind of closed down on this entire game. And another round of Impale. Schofield doing so much on this Nyx Assassin, and now he's also got level 6.
Yeah, I would say it's surprising he only has 2 deaths on the axe, considering the amount of pressure. He actually had a pretty good last hits there too, but still going to be a good target there. And needing a sleep from Pi. There's that haste.
Coming. He's coming for you, Pi. Just giving him the business all game long, and they have another round of Impales. Going to connect it, see if they can punch him down, skewer back underneath the cliff. And can they finish off this Elder Titan? Yes, indeed. Stinger's going to take that one.
Pilot is not exactly a stranger to this style of play. His name, of course, letting you know that for a fact. And he understands the mathematics, right? By far the lowest net worth in the team. He's half of that of the Oracle.
Ooh. This is kind of interesting here from Schofield. And could they make something happen?
Yeah,
they are
making
moving up.
Carapace play off this last creep, right?
See if he can find it. Carapace comes out. The Impale is going to connect, and the jump forward. Find the kill with the Primal String onto the Sven. Man, Infamous. They just know where Newbie's going to be. They're prepped.
Perfect. He's even keeping left a couple of the big creeps there for his Monkey King.
And the thing that the panel talked about was, this is the way Infamous play. 4v5, they're winning fights while Hector just keeps farming.
They are the vanguard. They play up ahead. They are across the river. And you go, where's Hector? And you just kind of draw a line between Newbie, and then where are the 4 players playing, and then extrapolate further. Oh, there's Hector. Far away from anyone messing with his patterns. Spamming the scallies, and oh, everything respawns. Here I go again.
He's back, another round of it. Gonna be about halfway to that Radiance now. At just 12 minutes with Empower. I mean, he was already
what Whisper's doing. He's just walking left and right in the mid lane, empowering Chris Luck on the right. Go farm some camps. I got some stacks over there for you. I'll have up some ancients, Chris Luck. Don't mind. Oh, where's my Wraith King? Then he walks over, gives Hector the Empower too. One job for Whisper, and if he can keep spamming with the mid lane at the same time, you've got 3 cores farming excellently for Infamous.
And how do Newbie deal with this at this point? Because it does feel like they're getting their jungle invaded and they haven't really been able to respond.
Well, that's a good play, right? They do take the mid tower. That's going to help close out some of these areas, give some opportunities for ganks from the side of Newbie. And they're still waiting for Yawar to really get somewhere. He's close to the Echo save, and he's going to be looking for a BKB after that. Their initiation will be reliant upon Snaking, who is not that close to the Blink Dagger, but he'll be working on it in that bottom lane.
If he can get into that item, obviously start to take some fights, and if you win those 45s, that's when things feel a lot better. But right now, CCNC, go for the walk around, gonna get caught out. The Edict is there, and I think Chris Luck realizes it's time to let my support die.
Yeah, no potential save there from Chris Luck. He lets him go. But that Monkey King right below Hector, also very close to Yawar though, in terms of the net worth. He is a scary guy if you want to start playing with Schofield. Schofield being spotted by that Observer in the top lane too though, so this is giving some freedom to Newbie right now, right? Where they can, you know, as a Nyx Assassin, you're trying to play off map. You don't want to be seen, you want to be giving this threat of the Vendetta, and every time he walks past this ward, it's just like one more camp for a Newbie hero.
And you can see that Nyx Assassin just maxing out the Spike Carapace, knowing his job in this game, as it does look like Infamous again going to play together, farm up camps. He's actually stacking right now Whisper, even the small camp, to get whatever extra farm he possibly can.
They're coming with a sentry. They know that Schofield's coming in here.
This would be a nice pickup for them. Looks like they're just a little bit too late. He was going for the courier snipe there.
Yeah, that Observer sentry combo that he's got as well, keeping him safe in that area. So now they've managed to get past the Nyx Assassin, but they run into the skeletons, and that's going to protect Hector.
Need to go for the smoke up play if you want to try and find that Wraith King. But not simple in the least bit.
Schofield waiting for his courier. He's going to run out of Vendetta soon. He still hasn't spotted anyone else here.
Oh, this would be really nice if you could get it. I mean, he's going to go right by the ward. I think this is going to be a courier kill.
Nah, he's not going to have damage. He lost it.
He lost the Vendetta. Okay. Yeah. Well, 40 seconds, and that will be the end of it. But back towards the jungle. Snake King gonna try and clear through these waves. And again, Newbie just kind of going AFK farming, but Infamous are farming faster.
I got the Yules here. Let's go for it.
Spike Carapace afterwards.
That was nice. Forcing the Carapace before the stomp.
Yeah, so now Hector showing up and realizes, okay, can't do this. Gotta back out. and give up the death of my Nyx assassin another round.
Now we get two heroes being surrounded here by sneaking MSS, but they're able to waltz their way on out of there, perhaps because Chris Luck's just a little bit terrifying right now.
You can see right now 61% into the favor of Infamous. Dota Plus feeling it, but the big thing to me is it just feels like Newbie haven't really made that many moves. If they do manage to take a fight, possibly you can make something happen, although Hector now has the Radiance.
Yeah, they've kind of gotten over that early hurdle that I was a bit concerned about for their lineup in terms of just like the wave clear being a little bit weak for Infamous. They've done a very good job of keeping the empower spread from Whisper, which is certainly helping, right? They're both farming up camps and trying to push out these lanes, but you've got a support duo that can't clear waves. You've got an offlaner in the Magnus that's a little bit vulnerable when he's going for that too. Especially with these longer initiation ranges of like the Axe, and then the Leshrac always going to have that Yule Scepter. Infamous playing extremely well so far. They only have a 1K lead right now, so it's nothing too serious. That should start to grow a little bit here with Hector. And now he's building into the Blade Mail by the looks of it, as well as finishing out his Magic Wand. So ready for combat soon.
Schofield's been playing this so well. Breaks the smoke onto Pile Die. They're going to be able to see that all the heroes up there. God, are they going to try to take this fight? They have a DD onto Chris Luck. This could be an opportunity for them. Thinking about going in with the Wukong's command onto absolutely everybody. A lot of damage out. Schofield able to walk away and snaking. Not so lucky. CCNC now out of mana and going to be out of life. It happened so quick.
Yeah, the double stack there too, right? They called and hexed the Oracle at the same time, so now you're essentially just missing out on one of your spells because of that. And you have to target on the Oracle because you go for someone else. Of course, the save's going to be there. But great follow-up there from Infamous. They got stuns, right?
Oh,
Wraith being stunned, Nick stunned, Boundless Strike from the Monkey King, as well as that RP and Skewer when you need it. So you no shortage of control elements here from Infamous, and they know when their timing is. They know how to play around this Radiance. It is their playstyle, as BSJ pointed out.
Now, one of the best answers for Leshrac in the game, just pick up a Blade Mail for the Wraith King, giving them so much fight potential. Snaking does have that blink. He's got the ability to jump in, and maybe gonna look for Chris Luck here. And no, Hector, he's in the middle of him, actually breaking the blink dagger. They will kill off Stinger, but now, how do you deal with this big bad Wraith King? He just turns to fight, gonna pop the blade mail as well. You are already in that God Strength. He's killing them all off. Still has the ultimate afterwards. Now Schofield in the Vendetta does have the break potential if he wants to go for it, but the Hex is already out, and now the stun coming from UR. But the RP, it comes as well. Where's the follow-up? Do they have enough damage? It looks like the answer might be maybe, possibly. CCNC super low, and Chris Luck able to live through it all.
And Whisper coming in with the big RP save for the boys. Chris Luck and Hector getting out. Could possibly hand over a couple tips. I'm just saying. The guy got you out of a complete pickle there in the mid lane, and it's going to help secure that mid tower with the skeletons.
And again, it's less mattering that, you know, you lost a couple of heroes, the Magnus, the Nyx. The big thing, you took down UR. Like, in that fight, so key.
And his Midas is, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I see Pimp, same brain. I knew where he was going with that one. That one always hurts.
Well, 4,000 gold lead now after that fight mid for Infamous. And you can see here in the replay.
A beautiful Hex there too from MSS. He caught the Nyx coming in invis, and that boom! Whisper says, not my carry. Get off, my guys. And turns a very dangerous situation into salvation for Infamous.
As we saw there, the Coin Blade from Snaking able to save a little bit, because it looked like if he didn't finish off that kill onto the Mag, they would have lost pretty much everything. But still, Newbie looking a little bit shook here 19 minutes into the game with Infamous. Pretty
they're getting back on the horse, though. They got a couple heroes up top here, right? You got Snaking and UR playing together. That 20-minute bounty room coming up soon. Perhaps a battle up here, and then you get this question of Hector in terms of his availability. Currently, his TP is ready. Will that be the case? It seems like he's like, you know what, guys? I am ready to fight. You can be graced with my presence. I won't TP from camp to camp. I can actually join you. Royalty, it comes down from the tower every once in a while.
Schofield down on the low grounds. Who does he spot? He can break blink daggers if he so desires, or here Infamous, they jump in. Able to find him. They saw him the whole time. Chris Luck pops the BKB, still sticking around. The Impale comes through onto two, and now the Wukong's command. They're all stuck in the trees. They get pulled back in by Whisper, even further inside. They do drop down the Serpent Wards, but is it going to be enough? Oh my God, that was a lot of damage. And now they call Chris Luck, but now Hector's here. Is he going to be able to make the play? They have the false promise to keep the Monkey King alive for the moment. Still taking a ton of damage, and Hector turning on his Snake King, trying to kill him off. They will be able to run him down one by one. Infamous do it.
I'll help my weak and puny allies, as those Wraith King players do.
And unreal that Monkey King was able to live. He came out on like 400, 500 HP.
Yeah, I thought he was gone for sure. The snakes just kept on pelting him the entire time during the false promise. But Hector just strolls his way from the mid lane with some swagger. Gets them another tier 1 now for Infamous. All the way up to a 7K lead at the moment, and we still have Roche to consider.
7,000 net worth lead right now for Infamous.
When he shows up so late to the fight like this and you're still losing, that's a very bad sign for Newbie. Good positioning there, of course, from the Oracle, right? He's not getting targeted early on this time. Chris Luck perfectly done with the Boundless Strike too. That bonus damage from Whisper.
I mean, we're talking about Hector making all these plays, but it's the rest of Infamous too that are making the saves. They're, you know, last second there, Stinger almost getting controlled before he was able to get that false promise out.
I mean, Hector's just walking in here when everything's on cooldown, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, this is what they do. They know how to play around.
Unreal. And you can see he's feeling pretty good about himself right now. It's tension in the booth right this moment for Newbie. Schofield, will he be able to get CC&C?
This is a very difficult game to try and turn. It's by no means over because they have all this wombo combo. They have the big plays coming in the late game. Of course, that's where Snake King tends to shine. Is making those decisions, getting those big pickoffs for his squad. But it's a sizable advantage at this point for Infamous. There's no doubt about that.
Definitely has that feeling right now. And like you said, Newbie, they've made a lot of comebacks in this tournament.
That's true.
You know, you think about the group stage, there were multiple Mega Creep comebacks for them, and we're not even close to that stage yet. This has got tier 2 towers up and online.
They have very good heroes for the pit, too, which tends to be what we start revolving our game around past the 20-minute mark, right? It's just like, is someone getting an edge? Are they going into Roche? As he takes a swat at a Monkey King who flies by. Almost got him. But you got the Elder Titan, you got the Leshrac with the AoE stun, you got the Axe, the Sven, everything for the Roche fight. But likewise, you can just count as many spells inside of Infamous that are very good there, too.
You can see here as well, the soldiers being left behind. Monkey King has picked up that Agnum Scepter after the BKB.
Yeah. So, wave clear is still a thing that was identified in the Infamous lineup as being a slight hope, right?
They're just going high ground.
Yeah, and that's what the question is going to be. Is if you can defend high ground right here from Newbie, you might get back into this game just by virtue of, like, okay, we pushed them off, and the other two lanes are pushing in our favor. They've dropped the snakes down bottom.
Dude, they didn't even take Rush. They're just going up here. They're like, screw it, guys. We're going and taking your buildings. Newbie, what's the response? They take a tier 1 tower, but it doesn't feel like they have an answer for this. Early pressure be damned.
Oh, you are. You can't TP either. Schofield's chasing them in the bottom lane. That's the issue.
And they are not going to be able to come back and deal with this, so the chase forward possibly for more. TP's coming in now. Infamous, you got to be careful. Can't step too far forward. Call while simultaneously hitting on the stomp. But the Blade Mail doing a lot of damage back on CC&C, almost taking him down. Chris Luck going to be healed back up by that ulti, and now turned on to MSS. They find themselves another. MSS goes down, and Infamous just gonna jaunt their way out of here.
They're gonna try and cut them off here. 2 TPs to the shrine.
But the Wukong's come in. Chris Luck pump faking it. CC&C, he gets the Yule Scepter lift up. They can't TP out now. They have to fight. Infamous, is this gonna work for them? They have Wukong's come in now. CC&C is dying. He's done. He does have buyback. Might need to use it because Yawar is dead too. He doesn't have buyback for a minute. Oh my god, the triple kill from Hector, and now Chris Luck looking for more. They're gonna force this buyback and feeling like it's their moment. They get the RP, they find the follow-up kill onto Snake King. If they can manage to get it, does he manage to get away? Still running, he does escape. Now the stomp coming in, Chris Luck found the strike, trying to live, and he does. Takes down Snake King, 88 seconds dead. And then now Infamous, they're pulling in with the rest of the heroes. They know he doesn't have buyback.
Man, Whisper, this guy. I mean, we talk about the Oracle being the same. I think it's Whisper this game. Always looking out for the big #1 and #2. He's a distant third. He's a third of the net worth of the Wraith King in this game. But he's doing everything he can to keep them up.
Whisper keeping the hopes of Infamous alive and well in this elimination match. The sole representative from Bolivia in this tournament.
Man, can you believe that this Hector guy's really good at Wraith King? I mean, I did not think they'd be playing Great King. I really didn't. I thought, like, once the first phase they didn't take it, I was like, okay, well, that seems like a pretty likely ban. You know, the guy seems all right, but I think they went for the know your enemy play, right?
Oh my
They
god.
went for this idea of, okay, we know how Hector plays. They're not idiots, right? They understand what the guy's trying to do. They didn't really pick any mana burn to maybe try and make that an issue pre-20 minutes if they got into a fight. And they just did knock it out of the lanes in a state where they could abuse the fact that they had the Shadow Shaman wards, they had the Edict. I think they were trying to go for this like early game push and take away a lot of that farm space from Hector. It didn't happen. And then you had Chris Luck empowered, he's farming camps. You had Hector empowered, he's doing the same thing. And Whisper's just shoving out the mid lane and farming there as much as he can with the shockwave. So Infamous, they just do it again.
Infamous showing up on the big stage. This team is no joke, ladies and gents. You got to plan for them, prepare for them, and even then, they might still beat you. Let's head on back to the panel, hear what they thought about that game number 1.
South America's finest have shown us a great form. If you were in any doubt whatsoever that they have what it takes to make the top 8, I think those doubts may have been expunged by now. Gents, that was an impressive performance and a kind of mentally breaking performance as well for Newbie. We didn't get a chance to talk about it before game, but you know, we wondered, didn't we? We talked about it in the green room. Could Newbie bounce back from that crushing defeat against OG, or could they put it out of their mind? That's a tough loss.
That's a real tough loss. I mean, that was pretty much what I saw, at least. 2 players from Infamous just dismantled all of Newbie, right? We saw Chris Luck and Schofield just running around the map and killing everyone, while Hector just does exactly what Brian was mentioning pretty much the entire time on the panel. TPing and farming as much as possible, and then they just took over the whole map. It was really painful to watch if you're a Newbie supporter.
Yeah, how did it bounce back after that?
I don't know if they do. I mean, the obvious answer is ban the Wraith King.
Right.
Yeah, he's getting this hero that we've seen in the group stage that he is remarkable on. As you said yourself, Samael, the top pros in the game are looking at Hector, obviously for reasons other than the hero, but a large part of it is the games that he's on Wraith King.
Right.
It's remarkable, and he's got to be one of the best Wraith Kings in the world right now.
What I love about Dota is we've seen other teams try Wraith King, and it doesn't feel like most of them have very much success. And I think Infamous, people are saying, have they proven themselves, you know, stop sleeping on them? I think if they got Wraith King every game, they could make like top 3 at TI. I'm not even kidding. They've taken games out of the best teams in the tournament. I think they are day and night difference with this hero, because it's not just Hector, right? I'm not saying Hector can only play Wraith King. The entire style of the team is based around the way that this carry hero plays. And I just want to give a brief shout out. I think Schofield might be the best Nyx player in the world. I think it's insane to watch him play Nyx. And nobody else makes it work, going off the point that every other team's picking Wraith King. Nobody's picking Nyx for a reason, and then somehow he just game changer with that hero.
Yeah. All right, well, we've still got plenty more to talk about here at the International, but things are just getting quite spicy here in the arena. Maybe not as spicy, though, as when Fogged and Owen got together to try some hot wings.
Keep them warm. Share body heat.
I don't know. I'm smelling something funky over here, and I'm a little worried.
Fuck, you're kind of sweating right now. I'm getting a little worried about you.
I'm anxious. I'm anxious for this one.
Owen, a lot of spice in Britain land?
No, as a Brit, I've had my fair share of good tikka masala down the chippy, and so I feel this is going to be pretty easy.
Okay, fantastic. It's an easy town, no big deal. Take a big bite. I want to see this whole thing go, boys. Here we go.
That was all right.
That's pretty good. I'm a mess right now, but...
No? Owen, I heard that you wanted to be a musician when you were growing up. In fact, I got a great picture here I'd like to share of you in the old times.
Wow, yeah, me and
practicing.
My dad's bass guitar there, yeah. I was the coolest kid in the school as well, because I saved up and I bought a keytar. So, I mean, you know what it is, right? There's this thing you're wearing around your neck. And honestly, I was irresistible, I'm sure.
I'm licking my fingers.
No, look at you. I told you guys, you're going to be fine.
I'm sweating my ass off already.
Fogged, I want to know about your childhood. When did you start getting into video games? And I especially want to know about Battle of Olympus, I believe it was called,
on
the NES.
What is that?
It was a game that was, okay, that one's building up a little bit, but it's just a sweat. It's a sweat. Okay. Battle of Olympus was a game on,
Well, you're suffering. What's wrong? These weren't even that hard.
I shouldn't have licked my fingers, I'll be a little honest right now.
What's up with you?
He did look like a badass. I licked I licked every single thing, but it's fine. Continue. You've handled it very well, but it's go time. Okay. This is the big boy. That one looks really red. All right. Oh yeah, it's unpleasant. Immediately.
Oh, that's nice. It's got like a
Oh no.
almost licoricey sort of aftertaste.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the sweat's gonna drip in my eye. I'll have some milk. It's okay, Paul. Get that milk, buddy.
That one has the most flavour. It's the nicest of them all so far.
What is happening right now? Guys, I got this little friendship bowl here. This is the Laney partner bowl. Owen?
Am I going in?
Seem to be fine. Hit it up.
What was the last thing? It's a bit hot. Oh, I just breathed on my hand and bounced it into my eye. What was the last thing? Oh no, my tears. They're hot as well. Ow! And it's going in my eye. What was the last thing I did that actually made you mad?
Me? No, what was the last thing Owen did that actually made you mad, Fogged? Yeah, he just feeds and goes... He goes multi-battle fury on Sven. That's pretty bad. That gets me kind of annoyed. I think when he kills Aegis, when we're losing games. Yeah.
Oh, I'll do that.
Yeah, that's probably a good one. I need to Okay, can we get some more, You should stop playing Invoker, because you're horrible at it. You don't know the spell combos.
I have a 27% win rate. Over about 50 games.
Still trying though, right? It's getting better.
I win the lane. I win the lane.
He walks into the lane, he doesn't even have the orbs on yet. He doesn't even invoke a spell. If you'd like to, put a little bit of extra on the top. Yeah, no. Just
I'll pass.
All right. I'm shaking.
Oh, that's a big box.
You've got the pain in you. Tell me.
Oh, shit.
Best game you ever casted together and worst game you ever casted together. Hit me. Oh, God, I can't even think of that. Oh, shit. It was DAC All-Star match, and I was absolutely abysmal. It was by far my worst cast. Best one?
Best game?
Seb.
I have a game for.
Yep.
TIA Grand Finals was obviously, for many reasons, a great one.
Let's tap it out.
Please do.
Let's do it, gentlemen. We did it.
That was a lot of
Minute that
fun.
milk. Woo, here we go.
I liked it.
And we'll see you next time for some more spicy wings.
Never again.
And spicy questions.
Never
see you
again.
next time. Thank you.
Someone's gonna take care of me.
Yeah. Come here, Jake. I'm gonna kill you.
Oh my goodness.
I got that actually. That actually didn't show the extent of my pain. I'll be totally honest with you.
Really?
I was literally like,
Aren't you supposed to be the more Latin of the two of you? I mean, this guy's, he's born in London. He's eating English food for crying out loud. He should be able to cope with that level of spice.
licking my fingers was the biggest mistake ever. Even though that second one you think it's not spicy, when you lick all the pure spice off,
nice.
You got to be careful. So I didn't wash
Big
my
mistake.
hands properly, and
Really?
I had some issues
You
later
had,
in the day.
you had a bit of blowback off the hand as well. At one point, burnt your eye.
Blowback off me everywhere. It got spicy. It got spicy that evening. Not in a good way. Not in a good way. No.
Has Shiva let you back into the room yet? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, okay, good stuff. Brian, do you want to do one of those?
As of now, I'll take a range check, but my favorite part of the whole thing was seeing Fogged in like physical agony, while also mental agony, describing the multi-battle furies and the invoker mids. Like the combination here is like this is agony in its purest form, and Dota players, we love it. We love to see that.
it makes it so hard for you to think.
Yeah.
The heat hits you and you're just like, oh, you have this, you're trying to say, but it won't come out. Your tongue's just like, it's just stuck. That type of heat, yeah, that was that was. Yeah, I'm embarrassed, but it's okay.
All right.
I survived.
Good. Are we able to bring in our draft panel momentarily? Just say hi very quickly. Gents, I see you over there. Look at that going. Are any of you doing this challenge?
No, I don't. I don't.
No,
I would
not
do
now.
it.
Not now.
I would do it.
Will could do it.
Would you do it? Would you do it with Cap?
I would do it. I think
Yeah?
that'd be fine.
I think Will would be fine.
Would
I agree.
Cap beat you? Would Cap go all the way and you not go all the way, or would you?
No, I think he actually handles Spice really well too.
Does
I think
he?
we'd both do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, we
All right,
could do it.
Gods.
I'm fine. I'm good with Spice.
You right with Spice?
I mean, I don't know about that. That's a whole.
I would not be able to reach 12,000, I don't think.
Your Spice MMR is not that high.
No, not at all.
There was something with like salt and pepper on it at lunch, and I was like, "This is spice." I'm like, "I'm pretty sure it's just salt and pepper. That's just seasoning."
All right, guys. We're going to head back to the next game very shortly. We should look forward to them as well. They're going to be out in just a minute or so. Lots to talk about for Newbie backstage, Brian, right now. What are they going through?
Just ban the Wraith King and make your game simple. Like, I'd come back in the OG series, they gave OG Wisp the first game. They're like, well, we thought we could deal with it, and crap, you know, we couldn't deal with it. Yeah. Let's, like, stop trying to impress ourselves or prove to whatever they're trying to prove.
I mean, go back to playing what they were doing in the group, right?
Yeah,
They played well.
Yeah, you just have to mentally drop that game and say, we're going to ban the Wraith King, and we're going to play normal Dota, and it has to be good enough. And if it's not, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it at this point.
I mean, do you think that mental part of the game now becomes a factor because of the the stomping they got from OG in those two games? You could kind of put that out of your mind in a way. Go, it's OG. They've been doing it to everyone. But now you've lost game one here as well. It's kind of like that's going to add fuel to that fire, isn't it?
I think so. And I think at the same time, Newbie would have come into this series not necessarily underestimating Infamous. As we saw, they did well in groups. They knew that it was going to be tough. I think there's veterans on the team. There's every reason to believe that Newbie can swing the series back round.
Teams coming back out into the arena for game number 2. Infamous from South America doing exceptionally well right now against all odds. They are one game ahead of their opponents. It's going to be tough for both teams as they enter those booths. When we get into that second game draft. Before we get there though, let's check in with Jason.
Snaking and MSS. Good to see you guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
I'm just going to start with this. Your manager, Jack, came in.
Yes.
And a lot of times this happens, and they say, hey, just, be nice to my guys.
Of course.
Jack came in and said, really go in on them.
What can I say? That's our manager.
And not the greatest.
Oh! What is Jack like as a manager?
He's a big goon, honestly. Normally, you expect a lot of professionalism for a manager, some sort of guidelines for your players, but he's actually just one of us. He's just a goon as a manager.
Yeah, he's one of the boys.
Yeah.
He's one of you guys. Yeah. It is interesting that you're now Newbie. So can you walk me through how that happened? Because you were with Forward Gaming, you qualified for TI, and then suddenly you found yourselves headed to TI without an umbrella organization behind you.
After Ford dropped us, a lot of organizations actually reached out to us, and it was just simply Newbie just was the most attractive.
A big part of it was Newbie is a Chinese-based organization, especially in Shanghai, and with TI being in Shanghai this year, it made the most sense that picking a Chinese organization as prestigious as Newbie was the right choice.
Yeah, we're also TI4 champions, though.
Apparently. Representing.
There's a roster of players who might disagree with you on that.
Of course.
Do you feel that sense of pressure to play for the organization that does have such deep roots here in China, since TI9 is in China?
Like, I don't feel much pressure, but I do feel like I actually played better since we got Newbie, so maybe the pressure make me play better, You never know.
Get under pressure. What can I say? I definitely have some home roots to China as well. I was born here. It's definitely kind of crazy that how I started as an American team this year, and then it somehow ended up back to my roots.
What do you both want to say about the roots of Dota 2 in China? It means a lot, I would imagine, to the fans and the players in this community to have it in their backyard for the first time ever.
I mean, I would say it's pretty well-deserved. They're definitely, one of the big reasons why Dota 2 is still, growing and popular.
I mean, the Chinese are huge Dota fans, and we're kind of, jumped on the Chinese boat, so we're gonna ride off maybe some of the fans' hype.
Yeah, I'm curious if you think that everybody who is filling the stadium is going to cheer for Newbie, given that it's a different squad?
I hope they do.
I mean, I hope they do.
Yeah.
Probably a lot will depend on the results, and if we do well at this stage, I'm sure the fans will cheer for us.
Last year at TI8, VGJ Storm, so you played there together. Snaky, you were with Team Dignitas at TI3, MSS with Mouse Sports at TI4. So what has changed the most for you, and how have you changed as a player?
It's hard to say. I think I just got better.
You would hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. No, like my first TI, like there was like a lot of nervousness and like pressure, I would guess. But once you start playing at TI, you kind of get used to it. And if you can keep calm when you're playing at TI, like you perform way better. So as long as your team has a good mood, it raises the performance a lot.
He's smiling just listening to you.
Yeah. I mean, it's just in TI3 when I played for Dignitas, that team was probably the most toxic team I've ever played on. So it kind of built off of Mojo. Like over the years, I kind of learned how to be able to talk with your teammates in a better tone, and all these things that are not skills you learn inside the game really per se, but they're really helpful.
And now here we are at TI9, and as you said, you hope you're better than you were in the first. But is there anything, let's just even talk about TI8. Anything stand out when you think back to that you think, okay, yeah, I'm not doing that again, or no, that definitely worked?
Come on, OG series?
No,
there were so many mistakes.
No. Oh no, there's a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
I actually don't know how we got top 8. I actually don't know how we got top 8.
Oh man.
Like there's so many mistakes. It's not even just us. It was like everybody at TI. There's so many mistakes that happen. So like as long as you're the team that's making the fewer mistakes,
right,
you're golden.
Well, it also sounds like if you have the ability as a team to regroup after those mistakes. What has worked for you?
You have to be able to learn how to move past your mistakes during the game, because if you dwell on these mistakes your teammates or yourself made during the game, it's not going to help you in the present and in the near future. And you just got to be able to reflect upon it afterwards.
What are you most looking forward to? What part of TI9?
I mean, hopefully we play in the grand finals. That would be pretty.
You might be hoisting this little. Well, it's not little. It's very heavy. I tried picking it up.
Is that actually heavy?
I guess we'll find out. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you both the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of work still to do for those two boys, and they are up against it as we head towards game number 2 between Newbie and Infamous. Draft just around the corner.
Newbie versus Infamous. Game 2.
Infamous have shocked the world with some of their results here at TI already, and they're looking to continue the surprises here, up 1-0 against Newbie.
Whew. I'm not even surprised anymore, to be honest, because they are playing so well. They might end up actually going to top 3 if they continue playing like this for sure. They need to address this problem called Hector rating. They need to ban it. I think they need to ban it up straight in the first phase.
They didn't.
I think
it's not happening.
You keep letting it through. Newbie should find out what every other team have found out so far. Keen learned it the hard way. EG learned it the hard way. And now it's Newbie's turn.
What did those teams learn? That you ban it, or?
Oh, no, you just keep letting it through and find out what Hector can do with it.
So you're learning through losing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Brian always says. Like, I'm either winning or I'm learning.
I'm not sure if Newbie is saving strats for TI10. If they are, you know, they might need a new coach.
I mean, it's time to get your best threat right now. Like, this is the time.
Yeah, I mean, this is elimination for Newbie. They drop down from the winner bracket and find themselves on the brink here, but it's not a first 2 ranking. I think that's something Infamous have at least been somewhat consistent about. They like to prioritize getting some of their 3-4 positions in the first picking stage, or at least picking up one of those flexible heroes like Kunkka that can play both mid as well as offlane.
Yeah, I really like the way that Infamous drafts because I feel like they're making it easy for their team to play around. They work around the core concept. They all play the same 3 or 4 heroes. They actually remind me of like OG of last year, where they simplify Dota for themselves. And that's such a scary thing when you have a lot of other teams that overthink, that try to purely outdraft, try to counterpick. You have this Infamous squad that's like, no, we're good. We're going to play what we want to play.
I love their confidence, the way they're walking on the stage. It feels like they don't care what happens. They don't care what you're going to pick. We're going to play our own game and we're going to win.
Yeah, they have cat ears on. Can we talk about that for a second? How do you guys feel if you walked on stage and your opposing teams come up with cat ears? Is that not intimidating?
It's like the reverse, you know, when Secret came in with sunglasses.
Yeah.
TI5, it's like that.
But it's actual confidence. Sunglasses, like, oh, you know, they're making up for something. But
at the same time, I don't think Newbie is out of it quite yet. I feel like this is still a very gifted squad. During the group stage, they were so good. They had the misfortune of running into that OG squad, where, you know, OG flipped a coin, and unfortunately, it landed in a rough position for them. But this is still a talented squad. This is where you need to dig deep, try to ignore the other games where you've been blown out.
Yep. All right, so with this Nyx Assassin pick, they were trying to bait the Newbie into picking Lesh once again. A lot of uncontrollable damage, Nyx Assassin, good for setting things up, especially with the X mark, even though Schofield played extremely well in game number 1, moving around the map. You don't expect Nyx Assassin to set up so many early kills, because it's hard. You're basically one stun, that's all you are.
Yeah, I am so surprised at how well their laning phase went. I looked at the heroes, I thought it would go okay, but the fact that they started like 4-0 to begin the game, that was kind of crazy for me.
what's the idea behind the Omni Knight pick? What do you guys feel? Is this just Newbie switching things up a bit?
I think it's really nice actually against like both the heroes that are picked up. When I have seen Omni in this tournament, he looks really strong. It's just hard to kill. He allows you to just like continue to run in. It's a sustain hero against a hero like Kunkka, where I feel like the Coco's Rum is so hard to deal with, but if you have a hero like Omni Knight, being able to GA reset a fight is so important.
One of the few classic offlane heroes who has GPM talent built in, so he's always going to get his items and he can reset the fight so easily. Every time I've seen Omni Knight, he looked extremely good and pretty hard to take down in a team fight.
Yeah. And I mean, in that scenario, if you're dragging out a fight against Kunkka, the run wears off, suddenly everyone's taking that extra damage and the fight looks a whole lot easier. We'll see what Infamous get now going to the next stage in response to Omni Knight. When we talk about Newbie, you know, stepping up in game 2, going for, you know, their best strats, their comfort picks, is there any individual player you feel like needs to, you know, put this team on their back or whatever, or at least, you know, really play better to stand out as far as Newbie is concerned?
Pilot I had 0-5-0 at one point. Usually he's the one who dies the most. Even though he is position 5, I think he needs to lower the deaths, especially early on, because he does not have boots early on, especially on the hero like an Elder Titan, which is crucial, so you want to set things up with the Spirit.
For me, it's King. You know, that's what all the North American Dota players call him. Not even the King, just, you know, King. He needs to step up because when they have been successful, it's been on his shoulders. If you recall during the NA quals, when he got that crucial solo kill that just sort of broke the spirits of VGJ Storm, when he catches Mu off one-on-one, like this guy throughout the year, I feel like has really elevated his performances. And remember how bad this squad looked before he rejoined? I feel like he is sort of the linchpin for their team. He might not be their best player, but I feel like he's their most important player.
Okay. Well, here's a look at some of those heroes he's played: Beastmaster and Axe. He's going to be on the Omni Knight this game. Not something he's played a whole lot of, but the 2 wins there, at least under Newbie's belt. And Infamous, again, going to go with the Oracle, that 5 position, giving them that save, giving them also a Dispel against Omni Knight, something you kind of have to be looking at whenever you're playing against Omni because of how powerful Guardian Angel is in team fights.
And Infamous is looking for these prolonged team fights with the boat, with the Oracle ulti. They can sustain so much, go back into a fight even after 25-30 seconds.
Where did this hero come from? Wind Ranger, that was like a moment of silence where... Are we seeing CCNC play this? Is there a chance of a support Wind Ranger?
Position 4 Wind Ranger is really viable because she scales with the items. The only thing you need to buy early on is kind of Javelin if you're having a good laning stream. It's the same principle as when you're playing Pango position 4. Once you get to that, you can easily transition into being the 4th core of a team.
I like it as a 4th position, you've got Omni as an offlane. He doesn't bring some of the conventional things out of the offlane. Normally you're looking at stuns, initiation, team fight. Omni has that team fight aspect of the, you know, the heals and the GA, but Wind Ranger brings something the Omni doesn't, which is that initiation, that lockdown of Shackle Shot to the table.
Right now, Newbie's lineup's really vulnerable to any elusive heroes because they don't have a guaranteed stun. Shackle Shot and Elder Titan Stomp is really hard to get off in a team fight. And the Brewmaster pickup, this is what I like, even though we've seen only a couple of Brew picks. It also brings a lot of team fight, and you have a hero who can control
this Omni Knight, and he is gonna bring Newbie's lineup together. Like, you want to have that Guardian Ager off in a fight, multiple heals and the second abilities, but with the Brewmaster, he's gonna be the one controlling that Omni.
Yeah. Plus, I think right now he can't really get bursted by any of these heroes.
Yeah, like that as well.
1+1 right now on any of Newbie's heroes. I don't think they can go two-man gank this Brew. I could very easily see him have a really nice laning phase. For Newbie, I'd like to see like another form of catch, whether it's kind of hard because I think with the Kunkka pick, what that was really trying to dissuade was actually the Ember Spirit. That was TNC's counter 2 to the Ember. I think the idea is they don't want CCNC to play a hero like that, which is difficult to catch out and it extends the game. So you first do this Kunkka and you have this Nyx in your back pocket too, that just gets rid of like a large amount of CCNC heroes. Because when I think of CCNC heroes, I think of like these in-damage dealing cores. So they do take the OD. You are picking it into the Nyx, which I think is a little bit annoying. It's very easy to set up stuns. So whenever he casts the Astral, you can wait around the area. You can always counter that. But it is a really nice lane matchup against the Kunkka, and it's a save against the X combo.
Yeah, often the case playing against Nyx is you rule out all of these intimates that you just don't want to be picking, or even some heroes like the Ember Spirit you mentioned, that those are the heroes that suit CCNC best. And I think you'd be saying, well, we're playing against Nyx, but we still just got to pick these heroes because that's what suits our style.
Yeah, it's actually really nice against all of Infamous's heroes. If you look at it, it's just kind of annoying to play against the Nyx. But everybody else, I think 3 out of 4 is good enough to pick up that hero.
It is extremely good against Oracle. If he pops the ulti on someone, you're gonna be just free intelligence for OD, and they have multiple layers of save right now in Newbie. You have this Omni Knight, you have Astral to rely on, so we're gonna see a lot of these prolonged team fights for sure.
Once again, Newbie will be saving their last pick for Yawar's hero, as we saw last game, but it's going to be Infamous with the final pick of the draft this time around. Infamous looking for that Hector hero. Wraith King not panned out, guys. Is it a Wraith King game? Is every game a Wraith King game when it comes to Infamous?
I sort of feel like it's a rough Wraith King game, but then you know, whatever, just like pick it up.
Yeah. OD has been one of the traditional hard counters.
I mean, they banned out anti-mage, so it could imply that they're going to go for Wraith King once again, even though it might be a bit harder in this game because of OD's mana steal.
You're against OD, Omni, plus Wind Ranger, like 3 heroes that he doesn't easily burst down. But, you know, Hector's just going to do Hector.
We'll find out that last ban and pick here from Newbie soon. Is there either team that you feel has drafted themselves in a more stable position that you feel more confident about so far?
I'd say Newbie's lineup is a bit harder to pull off because you need to land a Shackle Shot, you need to land this Elder Titan stun, and they go for Lifestealer. Right now they don't have any abilities that go through Rage TP out or just Rage in general.
I mean, this has just been a classic carry, one of the most played of this tournament as far as the carry role goes. Nothing totally new coming to the table with the Lifestealer, but it still feels like a very stable pick, and that seems to be, at least for the most part, what Newbie are doing in this series. They picked the Sven in game 1, now they're going for the Lifestealer.
I think that Newbie sort of lacks catch. I think that's part of the big problem with their lineup right now is the best thing that their team does is they just 5-man and run at you.
It could also be a good game for Phantom Lancer, but they go with Jug.
Jug, traditionally played a lot against the Lifestealer, having that Omni/physical damage, not something Lifestealer easily deals with some of the time. And Infamous, you liking their last pick, Will?
Yeah, I mean, they have no catch for it. Like, whenever he spins TP, what can you do about it?
I mean, same goes for Lifestealer, right?
Yes.
So both of these teams have a built-in free BKB on their carries, but I feel like Jug is going to bring more to the table, comes online a bit faster, can fight with the team. Also, you have even more sustain with the healing board.
Yeah. I mean, with Infamous doing so well, the South American team, there's a bit of a catchphrase that you've seen called around this team, Will. Would you like to give
All
it
together?
Yeah, let's do it.
3, 2, 1.
That is the Infamous war chant, and Infamous are going to be looking to take a 2-0 here. Newbie, you know, they're down 1 game. We're going to see if they can bounce back. Newbie, they have it in them. We saw it in the group stage. They were the one in the upper bracket here. Do you think these are the picks that are going to work from the cost?
Newbie tends to go for their 10th pick, a comfort pick. Usually it's for Yavar, of course, or CCNC on the mid lane, and I think the both drafts are kind of even.
Okay, well, you kind of agree it's going to come down to the play, the execution, more so than either team having a draft edge?
Oh, for sure. That's what it always comes down to. Like, you can always talk about things like outdrafts, but something I really liked what PPD said once on a panel was, it doesn't necessarily matter if you have the better draft. The better draft doesn't always win.
All right, well, we've got Casey on the stage with Newbie's coach. Let's hear from them.
All right, Aoi, I wanted to ask you about Wraith King. It was such a big choice for Infamous in the last game, but I noticed you didn't bother banning him. Do you think that the reason you lost had nothing to do with the draft first game? Is that why?
I mean, I don't think our draft was particularly, like, good. Like, it was fine, it was playable. We could have done better in draft, but I don't think draft is why we lost the game. After the game, we sort of just said, like, you know, we had a little bit of first game of the day jitters, and we just need to focus up and play our game, and we're going to be fine.
How do you feel about the way you drafted for this second game?
I think it felt good because we were pretty confident in some heroes. Like, they picked a Nyx Assassin to try to block this OD, but we're, like, confident, like, oh, we can play anyways, you know? And whenever your players are feeling really confident with heroes and matchups like that, I think you feel pretty good.
All right, thank you. We will see. Best of luck to you, Aoi. Thank you. Back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome again, and thank you, Casey, for that interview with Aoi. A lot of information gleaned from that one, but the other thing we gotta keep in mind is the crowd. There's a guy right over my shoulder there just screaming Hector over and over again. They're starting to feel it.
Yeah, he's screaming like Achilles, just over and over, calling him out there. He wants to see him perform. The game's already started, so get on in there, and nothing to worry, you didn't miss anything here. The draft, the second game. I'm looking towards MSS, I think, for this one. He's got to give us one of those crit-like performances that helped carry EG from the Wind Ranger. And, you are.
Oh.
Got 3 heroes on him here.
And does have a setup here if they want to use the Impale from Schofield. Thinking about it, chasing it out, tempting fate, goes for the spin. You need to rage at some point, or you're just going to give up your life. First blood, carry on carry, and Hector takes it.
Yeah, had the feast already skilled up there, so the tips come through, didn't have a play, and tried his little dance, but to no avail. Schofield not even wasting the mana on the guy, just his tip.
Well, that's certainly a way to start this one out for Infamous, and they also able to trade off bounty runes 2 apiece. We will have a short pause here, so we get ready to get back in. And
key oof, big oof, says Highlight Die. A couple big oofs with them so far on the main stage. Let me turn that one around here. Already ready to go. Okay.
I think that this is a team that's not going to be too hard hit by an early death there from UR. The only thing you need to be really worried about is if it happens again. And with a tri-lane on tri-lane, there's certainly that capability with UR still just level 1. We'll see if it ends up working out. But this also sets us up for an Omni Knight versus Brewmaster in the bottom lane.
I'm a bit of a snooze fest. I don't know how much we're going to be down here.
That's true.
You know, enjoy the view while it lasts, because likely just going to be quite a bit of farming. And Whisper, you know, looking to be rotating around relatively early this game.
We'll see what ends up happening with that one. But yeah, the ET always a force to be reckoned with in these tri-lane situations. Get a ton of damage, nice little chunk of armor, but does need to be careful. Now with Hector moving in, they have the spin available, but good shackle shot, gonna keep him alive for the moment. But Highlight Eye sticks around, ends up going down. They trade their life for the kill onto Hector.
Yeah, that's not first blood or anything either, so not gonna be worth it there for Infamous. And MSS, and you are basically just full mana and health right now after that.
Yeah, and they're actually going to switch things up now. So sending Hector down towards the bottom lane since you are TP'd up top to get back to lane more quickly.
He's still got it back by now, though. Like,
oh yeah,
life is good. The only person that won't be able to go will be Highlight Eye. But snaking, yeah, he's in a bit of a pickle just because the lane's going to be pushing far away from him here by the looks of it.
Yeah. Well, and I guess that kind of works. If you can't bring the ET into the lane, maybe that was the idea all along. As Schofield going to take some damage, a 2-person impale, but I do believe this is still going to be the next assassin falling.
Yeah, Highlight Eye with all that damage, looking to put someone on a Whisper there too. Already has the aura, ultimate punches, and now we're going to get a rotation here. Obviously no way for him to cancel that TP, so MSS and Schofield going to mirror each other down to that bottom lane. As Hector is pretty low here, has 2 points, or rather has the point in spin at level 2, as well as the crit, so no real concerns here. South does get canceled. Okay, MSS going to trade 90 mana for some regen there on the Hector.
And now, maybe going to trade his life away as Hector eats his way through the trees. Schofield there with the stun afterwards. He actually manages to hit onto both.
Yeah, he tried. He tried to get the tomato clap there for the kill.
Not quite in time, and Whisper in the meantime up top gets pummeled, but there is going to be a salve. He'll back up. The lane we haven't talked about all that much. CCNC kind of giving the business to Chris Luck here.
You gotta like the tips from Whisper. I mean, he took them all the way to the end there, right? For that drunken brawler in the south.
Yeah. And survivable.
Yeah, that mid lane is OD, right? He's in the mid lane. Life's good. Kunkka no longer having the annoying denies and the Tidebringer, so it's mostly just a harassing tactic, and OD always gonna have a good time in these melee matchups.
We'll see still if Chris Luck can get something out of it as UR continues to farm. Facing off against Whisper. A lot of damage out, but the drunken brawler hit.
Oh, yeah. All right. He played the numbers on that one.
I mean, that's a 50% dodge chance, so you take your bets.
Yeah, flip the coin. Yeah, the last 50% for Newbie didn't go so well with the OG coin flip. That means the next one, the gambler's fallacy, clearly it's going to be fun. So he gets himself the kill there.
This guy understands that.
Yeah, I think so. I go to casino all the time.
How do you do that now? Let's leave it at that. CCNC trade hits here. Chris Luck going to throw out the Torrent afterwards if he wants to. Schofield moving into position and actually going to make this rotation work out. The Impale comes through, and this is a huge kill if they can find it. CCNC in trouble, and Schofield takes him down.
Never can find anything with the stop there, so great rotation. Usually it's the OD that puts the fear in the enemy mid laner in terms of an easy rotation setup with the Astral, but Kunkka, of course, can do just that with the help of the X and the Torrent.
Particularly when the Astral's down. No way to try and outplay the Kunkka on the Torrent pullback. Hector going to get shackled, but not really any follow-up here in any fashion. Just trying to secure the bounty runes, or it looks like Infamous are going to be pressured back away from theirs. Unless Schofield can make some better play. We'll have to watch and wait. And still up top, you are getting the better end of the deal as Whisper's going to be forced back and actually gets the open wounds now.
I mean, clearly Whisper's having fun. I don't know about anyone else.
Now you get the bounty
This guy's tipping, getting bounties.
The chase down for the kill onto Schofield. Hector needing to back out here. And it will be a trade-off of 2 bounty runes apiece as Whisper was capable of picking up both.
I know China calls Lifestealer the dog, and Whisper, he's taking him for the walk. Just from one bounty to the next, he gets both. And you are now back to his tower. Finally get some last hits.
Schofield not able to connect quite there in time on the Impale for snaking. Yeah, very active early game. So far, 8 kills in just 5.5 minutes. As these tri-lanes often end up this way. And the movement was going over towards mid by the Wind Ranger. But not a great chance for a kill onto Chris Luck, who does have level 6 now.
Yeah, a little bit frightening there, but same thing from CCNC. He's taking that sand. He's nice and early, and we got the power shot. Oh, he's got Shackle off the catapult too early.
Misses the chance, misses the power shot, misses everything, and now the Torrent boat, they get the kill. The boat's coming afterwards. CCNC not going to get hit by it.
They tried to go for it without it, right? Because ideally, you'd like to save it for when he respawns. Maybe get a secondary attempt with the Sanities, but was forced to use it there. Not an ability we get to see too much in the early game, but it already does like 230 damage right there to the Kunkka, so it's a good reason to get in a game like this.
So 1,000 leads so far for Newbie, looking pretty solid in these opening minutes of this game number 2. Again, elimination match for them. Infamous looking to try and clear their way and continue on in this lower bracket.
Yeah, that 1K lead largely made up between the 1s and the 2s here. You got a 400 gap with the Lifestealer and the Jug, and then additionally about 600 or so between the OD and the Kunkka.
And as far as sort of team fight potential as the game goes later, oh, does he get it? All right, that guy plays Kunkka.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, he's got the gold, you know.
As far as teamfight potential going into the mid game, like, are we going to see Infamous try and get very active with the Bruce split and the Kunkka boat, or was it kind of just look like a farm fest again like last game?
I almost feel like it's like a counter initiation style where there's going to be this group up from Newbie pushing in, and they're going to be looking to respond to that. Like maybe like baiting into fights and then trying to turn it with the X, trying to turn it with a false promise, turn it with the Brewmaster. It's hard to play aggressive with these heroes unless it's like perfectly set up from the Nyx assassin.
Okay.
So a lot of it likely to come down towards vision that Paladin will be providing for his team, and he is on one of these non-GPM heroes, so the sentry count might be a little lower.
And trying to get a ward placed down, but Stinger already there up front and center, and now Chris Luck able to make the rotation over. They'll find the follow-up kill onto Pylai Die before he gets those wards down.
And top rune Arcane for Chris Luck, so those rotations possible for him if he'd like. And the courier is also bringing through his parts of the phase, not quite complete. Actually, that's not even his. It's gone all the way up to Whisper, who is also near to completing his phase boots here. Stinger's wrapped around behind Uwar, but no real offensive potential onto this lifestealer. And Uwar is sitting very comfortably at the top of the net worth this time in the early game, not so much like last time.
He's just kind of been beaten away at this Brewmaster over and over again, and in the meantime, Whisper needing to head on back a couple of times.
Here comes that Arcane room bottom.
Looking for it. Oh, it's going to connect. Nice combination out onto Snake King. Can they bring him down in time, though? Looking like the answer is yes. So they get one more punch from Chris Luck. Now looking for MSS, but not going to find it. Still, that rotation, so key.
He did get on under the tower.
Oh.
Yeah, so Hector really went for it there, but MSS shrugging it off easily.
Now Whisper getting chased down a little bit with CCNT nearby. They do have the primal split if they need to use it, but it doesn't look like they want to commit for that. Instead, just going to TP away with the Brewmaster as Newbie pick up the kill onto that Oracle. Oh, Hector, kind of in no man's land. Shackle not going to connect, and no level 6 yet for MSS. The power shot will be dodged away.
Yeah, he likes living on the edge there. That thing moves pretty fast. To go for the spin that late was quite scary. I'm pretty sure he was low enough to die.
This guy's crazy.
No concern. It's like, whatever. Have to go all the way home for the regen, though. So some space to Schofield, who, of course, has just been playing masterfully on the Nyx Assassins so far in this tournament. 1, 2, and 4 to start things off. 5 of the 6 kills. And get some easy XP heading in towards that 10-minute mark with the bounties, the tomes. Everything gets like leveled up a little bit across the map, right? Well, also some more gold for you are with that Midas.
Well, they do entirely abandon, it looks like, the other side of the lane as the Kunkka made the rotation top, scouted out by the ward that was just dewarded now by Stinger. Have an inkling that that's where they were at. And that does mean that Infamous likely looking to try and do the tower trade-off that we've seen so many times. Snake King just going to run down the Schofield Nyx Assassin, and should be a kill yet again. Snake King able to pick it up with the Purification.
Yeah, no real chance there unless he managed to get himself level 6, but not enough XP in the lane, so goes down, gonna get that trade. And I don't know if they might have thought he TP'd to the bottom lane too, right? Because of how short it was to go into his own jungle, so they might have been more feared of that rotation in the bottom lane anyway, but it'll just end up being MSS, and yeah, they say, yeah, I think we can move on here, guys.
High. It's hit there by the Tidebringer, but it doesn't look like they want to try and go for the kill. I mean, there still is this Nyx Assassin skulking around, as well as the Brew who's holding onto the tower, and Snake King moving in. They're going to try and maybe go for the deny. Snake King in some trouble. Impale can come out in a second here as they pop the primal split, and now going to find the finish onto the Omni Knight.
Nope. Not in time there. Gets a stun, but fine for a split if you can catch him out. He can't get a toss onto CCNC. But how close is Chris Luck? Oh, he's just far away. Maybe with the setup.
Moving in, MSS wanting to interrupt the Tidebringer can come out a second with the Torn already down. This OD in a lot of trouble, but a nice Shackle not looking like it's quite going to be enough. The Ghost Ship is going to land, almost find the kill, and Whisper comes in for the finish.
Just outside of the sleep. He's awake. He got up early. Gonna get in there for the clap. Fantastic game so far. Fantastic day so far for Whisper, really. I think truly standing out. I know how much we go on and on about Hector because he gets to be the star with a big net worth, but I mean, you can't ask for anything more out of Whisper. With game 1 and game 2, I don't think. Playing a hero that we, again, don't see all too much. And he's going to have a big role in this game when it comes to those dispels. You know, we're discussing during the draft, things like that Wind Run, you can get rid of using the Storm Panda, as well as the Guardian Angel, trying to provide an opportunity for Hector to get that damage out onto the enemy team.
Going to be so key, definitely. And already they're off to a really good start for it. Newbie still slight lead right now in terms of the net worth. But it does feel in these little engagements, it's kind of outplaying them a little bit. Particularly taking that last fight
You are going to be a little concerned about this OD, though, right? I mean, if you look at Jug, this guy's got 24 int right now, level 8. He got 26 int on the Brewmaster, so that ultimate is pretty scary stuff.
It was crazy, though. Like, you see right there, even Schofield just running up to CCNC, popping the Spike Carapace, making him think that he was going to try and initiate on him. Just doing whatever they can to try and get into the head of these players.
And he just has Brown Boots 4-step on the Nyx to try and stop these combos from happening.
Well, up in the top lane, it looks like there was a spin away. Need to be a little bit wary about CCNC moving over, but will not go in for the full jump. Stinger placing down a ward. And again, we're kind of back to even again as we wait for the next brew split to be back up.
We got some fighting builds coming out, though. No Radiances in this game. We got a couple of these Radiance heroes, right? We got the Lifestealer, we got the Kunkka who built it every once in a while. Sometimes even the Brewmaster, depending on how his game is going, but no. We are battling. We're going to have the Armlet Midas done here for UR momentarily. You've got a Manta in the eyes of Hector here, too. So both these teams prep to clash around that 15-minute bounty run time. Are we dropping the hammer, CCNC?
Oh.
No, good save there. Knew the Oracle was nearby with the Fate's Edict, so does not want to waste it.
Yeah, one of the cooler answers for the OD, obviously Sandy's Eclipse does give that big AoE ability, but if it's just dropped onto 1, you've got a nice save there with that Edict. Not to mention, of course, all the other save that Oracle brings to the table. And you look at the side of Newbie, and it's kind of different versions of save, really. Save coming from the offlaner and the Omni-Knight with the Heavenly Grace. Not quite the same level.
Same thing with the Stomp from High, too, right? Like, I feel like the team who initiates is almost at the disadvantage in this game.
Schofield gonna be under vision here as he does scout out the ancient stacks. The pings come, Snaking realizes that he's in the area. They know exactly where he's at as they drop down the Sentry Ward, gonna get the Astral. Should be able to get the Spike Carapace out of this one as they get the walk away, still living through it. Stomp's gonna connect there onto 1 4-step though, keeping the Oracle alive. And now the chase forward does not lend itself to any more kills. So Infamous again able to get out that many casualties.
I like how CZNC astrals him and just runs, right? He's like, I know what's coming after this. I'm going to get Carapace. I am going to be very far away from the situation.
It does mean that they don't manage to find another kill afterwards.
And that's going to be both bottom bounties for Newbie and CCNC TP top. So he's going to beat Hector there too. So they'll get themselves 3 easy bounty runs.
Well played. Now 3,000 gold lead after the fact.
And look at that totals there. 2850 on the bounties from Newbie and only 1,200 from Infamous. So creating quite a bit of that gap that you see in the net worth.
8-8, but it does feel like that doesn't necessarily resemble the score of where this game sits. Are you feeling like there's one team that's kind of more comfortable with the state of the game at this point? Well, that's what that thinks.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I don't think I'd lean that hard.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that Solar Crest on Snake King first. Then I'm all in.
I mean, it feels really good that he can just walk in and do this and not be that worried. And now Spike Carapace out, but they have the X already used.
He's pumping. He's thinking about the hammer
himself, but waited for that Astral to wear off, and then they're going to have the bolt land down on top of the CCNC afterwards. Whisper still trying to control several. A really good stomp, though. They're onto a couple of it. The Shackle manages to land, and that Nyx Assassin dropping very low, but the Spike Carapace afterwards keeps him alive. Stinger manages to find the Invis room, but still will be run down by UR as they do get the ultimate off. A 3-person torrent, but where's the damage? They don't have anything left in the tank right now from Infamous as Stinger manages to heal back up.
The short TV from Snake King, too.
And they're all away. The
level 1 DJ.
Want to take down Chris Lux. Stinger's still dodging it around. UR pops the rage to find the kill. But in the end, it's kind of just a weird little trade-off there.
If you take that much time and that ends up saving your Kunkka, you are completely fine with that, I am sure, as the Oracle player. And in that time period, I believe the net worth lead for Newbie actually dropped.
Yeah.
He had Whisper just rotate bomb for some farm. Hector was farming up there too after the Omni Slash, so.
Well, and the other big thing is Newbie kind of playing off of their ulti timings here, and GA on cooldown for another 2 minutes.
Still the Sandleys though. With the Veil, this guy,
it's terrifying.
They are lacking the save department there in terms of like that instant sort of save, right? Just because you do have the ET. I wouldn't mind MSS maybe getting a 4-staff too, because I think they could really use a 4-staff on the side of Newbie, but I know MSS wants to go into that damage.
Well, Schofield scouting out all of Newbie, the spin, and then the TP away from Hector is not not want to take part in this anymore.
Yeah, but him leaving just completely ditches Schofield. Like, there's no concern of, all right, well, if he TP'd out, they're probably not fighting us.
Yeah.
I think we can take our free pick off here. In the bottom, CCNC getting very aggressive onto Whisper.
Now, Stinger is nearby to keep him alive and does have TP away. The Astra already being used. Whisper's out of it. Giving his appreciation to the team.
Yeah, he's got to play a few more games, get the all chat lines. I'm sure if he had those, we'd never hear the end of them. And sneaky TP out there from Stinger, too, doesn't want to go down again.
So still sitting at about this 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead for Newbie, who I think have to be feeling a little bit better about this game, certainly than they did last one. As Pi is holding on to this haste rune nearby. Let's see if they want to make something happen with it. Meanwhile, up on the top lane, Hector with Maelstrom completed. They spot by snaking, the ward dropped, immediately taken away.
That always feels good.
Might have been 8-clicking for the other camp that just happened to get it.
Yeah, Hector doesn't have the TP quite at the moment, so had they gone in there, could have been a bit hazardous for him, but he now has the spin TP back up, so very unlikely they can take him down, which is just something we're just going to be seeing the entire game. Between the Lifestealer and the Juggernaut, it should give them pretty free reign to farm across the map here. Even when Hector's in such a dangerous looking spot, he has to essentially get shackled in order for the chainstun to occur. And even after shackle, what's the follow-up that he can't dodge, right? Like, if you go into a sleep, the second the sleep is broken, he's just going to spin TP. So you got to make sure you get all kinds of damage in that shackle.
True enough. Chris,
all right, MSS, you got to get these now.
I should. So this one's easy.
What if he torrents MSS, though?
He tries.
I appreciate the effort, but MSS gives him the kiss. See you later.
So things to keep our eyes on in this game. We've got the armlet already done on the Lifestealer with the Midas, but we talked about now going into the Radiance afterwards, giving him that late game scalability. On the other side, you've kind of got this Kunkka that's gone for a more mid-gamey oriented build with the Halberd early, obviously amazing against the OD.
Yeah.
Stinger is just going to get run down here, but it does sort of raise questions. The other ones we've seen have been the Radiance build that takes him to the later stages. Does look like Oro lives through that one, virtue of the False Promise. But you can see now that Infamous trying to gear up for that late game as they finish off the hand Midas for Whisper. And Highlight Die jumped on. Kale comes out. Shackle 1-2. Well played by the Wind Ranger. Can they find any more? They managed to get the Bruce Split off, though. Maybe a chance for a turn here for the fight, or maybe just a runaway. It looks like Infamous want to escape. They lift up the Omni Knight, keep him out of the engagement, and well, with that, Newbie realized we don't want to go without our Omni.
Really hard to like fully commit for kills right now from either lineup. And you can see that in the itemization of CCNC, who was thinking about that Scythe right after, so some good blink initiation there. But yeah, you were mentioning going back towards the Radiance here. They're probably feeling good about this game. It can often be difficult to read like exactly what position you're in relative to the enemy team, but considering the way that UR's been farming, I'm sure he feels like, yeah, I got a really good game here, guys. I can get up to that Radiance. I can really do a lot of damage in these team fights. And gonna try and maybe get over that hump of the BKB from Chris Sluck, because he's gonna be very scary when that comes out right on the Kunkka. He's gonna have a lot of opportunity to turn these team fights and turn the tide in their favor, trying to halberd CCNC as much as he can, and then just kind of waltzing on through there with the BKB, maybe trying to force a bad Sandleys or bad Shackles, etc.
Well, and oftentimes what goes hand in hand with that vision, or rather the lockdown, is also the vision to find that lockdown, and that feels like it's going to be so important, because obviously if you can get the Halberd off on CCNC before he gets his BKB off eventually, makes all the difference in the world. You just end up wasting your BKB.
Yeah, and they have two different tools on each team, right? We got the Spirit on the side of Newbie, and then you've got the Invis on the Nyx Assassin there to try and provide those moments, either for that Blink Scythe that comes out from CCNC, or the initial initiation out of Infamous.
And you know, a lot of people probably coming into this, they're looking at this matchup. Some might not have watched in a while, and they're thinking Newbie, China team, you know, and then obviously South America team against each other. But this is actually kind of an intra-regional matchup that we've got going here. And things get super weird when that happens, because these players, they play against each other all the time. And that's why you're seeing so much chat wheel spam. And you can see the
that's
very
actually
unique
his
face.
Standard playing style.
That's just
for
what
CCNC
does.
That's usually what he looks like. He tries to emulate, you know, that like screaming bubble from the Dota TV? That's basically CCNC all the time.
I love that. But yeah, this is often what happens in these matchups, is you kind of anticipate the movement because you play against these players so often in pub matches or what have you, and then things get funky. Hector gonna gonna run into CCNC now.
That's the Solar Crest though, because when you're playing as OD, the thing you always want is attack speed buffers, if you can, right?
Oh, the splitter, that was nice.
Yeah, so
Good
that makes it
attempt.
so he can't TP right there.
And we'll be able to still finish the TP out, but really heads up play from Hector not to just spin TP immediately.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, though, they did get another kill between UR and MSS. They catch that scouting Nyx assassin, so the damage build so far from MSS working out there with the Javelin to help secure that one for UR with his Radiance, and man, he's already on his way towards that AC too.
What a monster. He's getting up there.
Yeah, and Hector just can't get enough of those Javelins. He wants another one. I got a Mjolnir, pop another one in my inventory. I'm gonna go for that MKB.
Definitely.
Makes sense, right? Like, at first versus the Wind Ranger, it's like, it's just the support, but once the Radiance comes out, it's like, okay, I'm gonna get some good value out of this, plus it's a high damage item anyway.
We managed to find the X Torrent on the CCNC. The pullback comes that much quicker. But as the status is down from the Heavenly Grace, they're going to back out. Again, War takes down the tier 1 tower up in the top lane.
It's raid boss CCNC mode, right?
Pretty much.
He reveals his exact item plan, though. He buys the Mystic Staff and the Void Stone, so if they had any doubts if they want some Lincoln Spears or not, they know now.
Definitely.
But you pop the Solar Crest on him, put the Heavenly Grace on him, it's going to be very difficult to do very much to him at all.
Nice blink away from CCNC, anticipating.
They want to pick. They don't want to let Stinger just freely push his way through here.
He knew the spot.
Yeah.
Stinger.
Use of the Observer Ward there made that pretty free for him.
Like that. And the rotation coming from Schofield, but Newbie again going to back out. Make sure they don't get caught out of position. And just playing around that vision consistently well.
Schofield had the Force Staff if he really wanted it, but didn't see a good moment.
8-11. It's a 4,000 gold lead. Slow and steady rolls the tide. That's a Kunka line. Maybe it's something from Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't really know. But
thank you.
We're getting closer to those 25-minute bounty runes.
I always appreciate the Dota lore.
All right, can they find him here? MSS.
And that courier is flying for that site. And it's going to be ready for that 25-minute bounty rune fight. That courier's got to hurry, though. It's like that short film.
Oh, yeah.
So he's not going to be there quite in time. It doesn't look like there'll be a contest anyway.
Also doesn't have a rapier on it.
True.
It's a different thing. So yeah, they'll trade off 2 apiece, it looks like. Another round of it. Hector going to get the TP away. And this is really going to be a continual problem for both teams. Is how do you deal with this just spin TP away or rage TP away? It feels like it has to be that catch them out beforehand with the Hex that we now see.
Yeah, you see Hex and you're like, well, that doesn't go through BKB. But, of course, it gives you way more time. And that's an additional follow-up to the Shackle.
And the catch going to be there as Chris Luck is going to go down. The full team, the exception of Pylai Dai, who's maybe ready to throw his life away again in the mid lane.
He draws the line. He says, guys, you go. I'll head mid. Maybe we'll connect. Maybe we won't. I'll see what happens. Possibly I'll be directing from the grave, but maybe he prefers that, right?
That's a possibility.
Hey, he's only got 2 deaths this game. We gotta give it up to Pi, right? Not feeding nearly as much in the early games of the previous match. And as the curse comes out there, it looks like Snake King is close enough to dissuade Schofield from cursing my words.
It's a little bit scary here. Schofield, I mean, they're only 4 on 5 right now. They will get the Quelling Blade takedown of the Sentry Ward.
Yeah, but Pylai, he's going for it again.
He finishes it off there. Nicely done. Hector, in the meantime, pushing up top with a catapult wave. Already going to take down that
MSS, mid lane. Wants the Shackle.
Looking for it. Going to be able to get the Force Staff to keep him away. Yawar onto 1. They have the Primal Split afterwards if they need to use it.
CCNC is too far away for the follow-up. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Hector, he wants to abuse the spin TP. Oh, he doesn't have a TP. Well, that makes it difficult to abuse that.
Well, he's going to head back now and just run the other direction.
Yeah, so no free damage on that tier 3.
He does have the courier coming out afterwards, though. So
and look what his opponent, of course.
These things happen. They're the best of us.
Or the worst of us.
Well, yeah, that often for those people. But it's a full MKB done right now for the Juggernaut, who's managed to keep up with the farm of the other 2, CCNC and UR. And UR quietly having a very, very nice game here on this Lifestealer.
Very quietly. You know, just 7 kills. Just shows up and takes a few. And ults his way out of the fights, and now they have that bash too, right? We were talking about these answers that they needed for the spin TP.
And Chris Luck again caught. Do they have any save coming in from him? Looking for it. The disarm already there. And now he's used the Astral. Gonna potentially, no, the storm to turn it back around, but they able to get the wake up afterwards because of the Astral damage. Now Schofield looking for the follow-up, trying to get out snaking. You're going to be able to get the Omni Slash off, just blows up high. Not necessarily the greatest of targets, but maybe they can turn onto the rest of them. The Torrent lands onto CCNC right as he's coming out of it, trying to walk away. The turnaround there with the Ensign, and it's not going to be quite enough, though, as they find another hill. Disarm, runaway, but Whisper has him in his sight. Another round there of the Astral Imprisonment as they find themselves 3 dead from Infamous. But maybe they can find out CCNC. Not going to happen. They catch Whisper, and they kill him as well.
Very nicely played from Newbie there. A messy fight coming out there, and all kinds of lines being drawn from both teams. It looks like Stinger has something to say to the team after that one. Hanging stuff out here, drawing some lines, maybe not happy with the way that wraparound went for them.
No, definitely not. And now the Aegis gonna be into the hand of Newbies, who have taken a firm grip on this game.
That stomp though that you pointed out, absolutely massive to give that fight to them. And CCNC, he smells blood in the water. He says, anyone coming? Anyone want a sight? Come to Papa.
He's chasing. Torrent's still gonna land. But CCNC not stopped in the least bit. And again, that timing on the Astral coming back off cooldown for CCNC, which allowed him to hide away from the Omni Slash.
And now some scary moments here too, right? That blink shackle from MSS, the blink sight, a single step out of position here, and you're gonna lose a core hero here on Infamous. Buyback status for them, not too hot, very far away for the Juggernaut. And yeah, MSS, as you can see there, one camp stack, not his job this time, right? Oh, it's 2, 1, and 11, setting his fellow players up for success, and now they're gonna smoke up here with all this initiation on the side of Newbie.
Oh, they gotta be careful. They don't have Omni, they don't have Bruce Split, and Newbie have a whole lot of everything.
Radiant are standing up ahead of themselves. They're not exactly sure where they're moving.
Behind enemy lines, Stinger gonna be the one left to die. And now the rest of Infamous going to try and evacuate the area, as it looks like they will manage to escape.
Oh, well, oh man. Okay, he did spin. MSS is coming in there. I don't know if he'd off with a blink. MSS has the dust. Is he feeling it?
He could be. Oh god, Schofield. Oh god, no, the courier spotted him. Now they walk by the other way. He's just been dead and more off. Oh no, they catch out the Nyx Assassin, and Schofield looking like he might go down. Although Chris Luck may be here to save his buddy, or at least find the kill on Depai. Okay. So they get one in return, and as long as this Kunkka escapes, someone's, but no, they find the Jug up on the top side. The Banish comes out, but do they have anything for him afterwards? Oh, Hector.
He doesn't have TP though.
Saving it, saving the spin, just trying to run. Healing Ward already taken down, taking away that in as Snaking runs in. Whisper, they drop the ultimate right onto his face, and now Whisper needing to run away as well. He is caught and under control, even though the ulti's going. This man is going to likely go in the grave afterwards, as this duration not going to be enough. Their body blocking the Earth Panda. The next level play coming out, as Infamous will lose their off-laner to boot.
Tries to go for the big save play there, but CCNC catches them with the pickoff. All these item pickups from Newbie, exactly what they needed to try and shut down Hector and shut down this game plan from Infamous. Taking the early game, but then on top of that, squashing out this split push on the side, still holding that bottom tier 1 even.
And this is one of those moments too where there's so often, you know, great gameplay from Infamous, playing together, making the right moves, but it feels like in the last couple of minutes it's falling apart. Everybody's trying to move individually.
Felt like that foursome effort that they had, their little quartet did quite have. All right, well, there's a Lincoln's.
Not bad, but chase forward now as they will kill off the Nyx. Does have buyback, so they'll have the full roster in just about 10 seconds if they can hold out that long, which we'll see if Newbie want to go for another set of racks.
Yeah, not a lot of the game when you're down like 800 HP from UR. We'll see quite a bit of his survivability. Go back, take the shrine, heal up a little bit, and then perhaps consider heading back towards the mid lane.
Yes, 12,000 net worth lead. Now the Wind Ranger has the MKB.
That's a core.
MSS is a monster.
That is a ton of damage now. Solo kill potential.
You can see here the replay.
Just
Building up that int already.
Yeah, let's see, 41 minus 8. I'll take a few more here, and CCNC gets a calculator. Okay, he's got the mental math. He's not allowed a calculator in there, you see.
You can see they're not that worried about it. Well, maybe, okay, maybe they are. There's a moment where he smiled, realized he got caught out. But Infamous still holding on in this game number 2. Newbie, an elimination match for them. They have to win this one if they want to keep their hopes of moving on with International alive.
It's just about 40 seconds here left on the Aegis for Yawar, so don't want to do anything all too risky. You can see Infamous are pushing out some of these waves as well, scouting for Hector as they usually do. Schofield trying to keep an eye on who could be approaching from the rear. And a sentry placed down from Paladai. It will spot Schofield, the MSS not nearby. CCNC is, though.
Chasing, looking, Hex is out, and with that,
he's
going to be one dead. Schofield is going to fall. Stinger tries to run away, does have the TP out, but is it going to be broken in time? Can they get him? The Banish comes out at the last second, and this Oracle 2 will die. This Infamous continue to lose one by one.
Chris Luck is here near MSS and staking. All that, nope, not going to get it. Gets it on the creep right after, of course. And Observer having to work extra hard here because they're going on players all over the map.
Down comes out as well as they have the control. Chris Luck, he's got Coco's rum, but is it going to be enough? MSS just barreling into him over and over with the MKB procs, but Hector's shown up trying to keep his buddy alive. And with that, Newbie going to have to retreat afterwards, or just run forward a bit more, because why not? They got the chase down, Spin trying to run Hector.
Another
still under fire, the Torrent lands there on it too. And chase down more. Stomp, not quite going to connect there onto the Juggernaut. They don't land the Shackle, but Newbie, smelling blood,
yeah,
ready to go for it.
The Torrents have been on point from Chris Luck right here. The rum, no hangover from that. He is hitting them all. But does escape here, keeping their hopes of a high ground defense alive. I'm sure if one of those two go down, they're going to be knocking at the mid door there.
And again, thinking about those buybacks, you do have it on the Kunkka and the Brewmaster, as well as the Oracle for Radiant. But at this point in time, if Jug dies, it's feeling very hard to hold your base. It does feel like Infamous kind of have decent-ish high ground. Like the Kunkka always feels pretty nice with X plays and then being able to pull people back.
They have massively upgraded on the side of Newbie now, though. That courier that died, it has now returned with a Lincoln Spear. They've picked up a gem. They've got the AC done for Yawar as well. So Newbie, I mean, they can wait a minute and a half for potential Roche spawn. But I would be fine with them starting to move into Radiant territory and try to take a fight.
Yeah, making full use of that 13,000 net worth lead that Newbie have built up. As you can see, only 2,000 of that being the disparity between the bounty rooms. The rest of it mainly off of kills, better farming. And now the big old wraparound coming. Snake King and Yawar up front and center. And Schofield, again, trying to be that force in between them.
Yeah, they got a ward up on the high ground. It is pinged out there by our Kunkka, though.
Out of the heroes not in base right now for Infamous, Brewmaster just picks up his TP, didn't have it a second ago. And they can go for the defensive plays. Rage going to be able to dodge away from that Torrent. The pullback keeps the Kunkka alive. And Schofield now trying to play intercept. Throwing out the Cinder Brew. Chris Luck goes into Shackle though, onto 2, where they don't have the save right now. Split Earth coming through.
CCNC went bottom, trying to catch Hector, but didn't get it in time.
And now he spins TPs away. Infamous looking for Newbie. Not quite in a position to catch them yet. And Yawar turns off the Radiance so he won't get hit by the Spike Carapace. But Schofield still could try and freehand it Impale, but doesn't quite manage to get it. 13,000 network lead still going to be maintained by Newbie. And they're waiting for that next Roche, which is going to spawn in about 30 seconds. Relatively short timer.
Yeah, in favor of Newbie. Say there, I think, considering the state they're in, the items that they've garnered over Infamous. And very collected play here from Newbie. Not really dropping anyone alone. No one getting picked off. Paladai only 4 deaths this time, which I think was the same as the first 5 minutes in the previous match. Keeping things nice and tight. And as Aoi pointed out when he came out of the booth, just trying to play their own game, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in.
Oh my god, jumps forward, finds the Hex. Spike Carapace was out, but the Torrent lands afterwards. CCNC still thinking about chasing. Rooted, but immediately taken off. Heavenly Grace and Newbie as you said, very calm, very consistently reserved and not making an overextension.
Yeah, and snaking with the Aghanim on that Omni Knight, very helpful.
Hector goes for the TP away, and oh no, he didn't get it in time! Dead for 80 seconds! Oh, he moved off to the left before he spun TP'd.
Is that what it was?
It looks like it.
Yeah, I don't know if it was the TP or the spin. Either way, something went wrong, right?
With that, it is now a very easy Roshan for Newbie. No chance of a contention at all, and Juggernaut still 1,600 gold away from buyback.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Nope.
The possibility of marching in the mid lane is there. They have the ever-present Guardian Angel now that Whisper is going to have to be concerned about because that thing is global on snaking. He has very short cast range with the Heavenly Grace, so he's going to have to be up and in the front lines there. Doesn't have an Aether Lens or a Blink Dagger, but with a Pipe and a Solar Crest, I think he'll be fine.
Kunkka does have enough for the second Daedalus and then buyback, but with, or rather the second Daedalus, but no buyback at that point. So it seems like he's wanting to keep a hold of that gold just in case things get too testy.
MSS is looking for TP cancels, but he's going to force out Whisper's BKB. Oh, he did BKB!
And the Hex up top. Chris Luck, instant trouble. Sleep, chase away, BKB already out. They're fine for now, still running. There's the Torrent, catch up onto one. The rest of Newbie is not here. But they also have been able to control the brew as Whisper runs back home.
MSS just haunting, chasing him invis, cancel the TP as he obviously wasn't going to BKB. He had no idea he was there.
The Shackle lands. They do have the Primal Split afterwards if they want to use it. Whisper still trying to run and buy his team a little bit more time, but this Brewmaster is going to fall. Does have buyback.
Very nicely played there from MSS. Guarantees a simple fight inside the base. They didn't really gain too much more out of it. But easy stuff here so far for Newbie as Hector will return to the top lane, keep his push up where he died last time, and Newbie looking to finish this out with the Strangle.
Second, Rax going down, and Yuar can keep the pressure on, holding on to that Aegis, finishes off the Abyssal Blade. Not a lot of mana though, which is one problem.
That's what the Aegis is for.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So the buyback comes from Massive CCNC, going to be controlled. The Impale coming through on a 3, but there's no follow-up. Nothing else after the fact. They throw out the taunt, but the Rage is there, and the Sanity's Eclipse laid down from CCNC, killing off the Nyx Assassin. They buy back on him as well, so 2 buybacks so far. Hector's still controlled, but not too bad. Whisper going to get his ultimate off afterwards as CCNC gets healed back up again by that Omni Knight. MSS in the backlines, throwing out those shackle shots, the Omni Slash bouncing back and forward, but the cheese comes from CCNC. Another Torrent with the lifted void simultaneously. Yuar is dropping somewhat low, but they managed to find that shackle again. A second round, and Hector going to die. No buyback at all. Newbie have done it as GG is called.
Very clean team fight out of Newbie. Pretty much after the 20-minute mark. It felt like Infamous. You look at that crowd, they're not going to have a whole lot of blips in their favor, right? Those kills, it's a lot of red. It's all red. They painted the town there from Newbie. And answering back very loudly.
Yeah, most definitely. You can hear the crowd feeling it right now for them.
They want to see success from them, of course. I mean, they also cheered very loudly for Infamous, too. I will say, you know, who doesn't like I don't even want to call them an underdog, more like a just exciting team to watch. Maybe someone who you didn't expect to be this far in the tournament, but up against Newbie, certainly evenly matched here as we prove with a 1-1.
Absolutely. So interesting things to watch, and always one of the big questions that comes about. Game number 1 felt a little bit like a stomp. Game number 2 feeling like it's the stomp, but the other direction. That often sets us up for a very exciting game number 3. See if that's what happens as we head back to the panel, getting ready for that one. You can see right now as well that Hector and the rest of Infamous heading back to the locker room. They are going to be a little bit favored going into that third matchup as we get ready to go into that third game. You can see here a very full crowd, and we'll head back one more time.
All tied up at 1-1 then in our first series of the day. A reminder for you at home as well, this is a lower bracket match, so effectively we're down to a best of 1 to stay in the international. This is where it gets really sweaty. Sorry, I had to get one, you know,
it's okay,
spicy pun in there. So I'm glad you guys survived, by the way. That's a great result for Newbie, obviously, to get back into this game. Tough game, though. Wasn't straightforward. There was plenty to do.
Very comfortable draft, though. Like they said, Curtis, Aoi, when he comes out of the booth, even when they do the interview, they're like, we don't really care if you have your Nyx Assassin. We're still really comfortable with the OD. CCNC had a spectacular performance in this game, making moves all over the map. So they played to their strengths, and they played against, I guess in this one, a little bit of the weaknesses that Infamous did have.
Right. And also, Brian, back to where they were playing before. It seemed much more like the group stage version of Newbie.
Yeah, they felt comfortable, I think, with those last 2 picks because the first 4 heroes of Infamous offered virtually no burst. They had a lot of disable, but the fights were going to last a long time. And I think the last 2 picks by Newbie basically said, we're going to have OD that hits you a lot, punishes you if the fight goes on, and we have a lifesteal with Radiance. And that made it so that the Hector pick, I didn't think there was really anything in the game that made him the best late game carry out of everyone in the game. And that's Infamous's comfort zone. And I think Newbie did a really good job that game of leaving the Wraith King on the pool, but not really giving them that pick that they needed to secure the late game.
Okay, OD Pixel, just quick words on a comeback from Newbie.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, you cannot write these guys off from making these sort of comebacks. They've got a lot of veterans on the squads, and their group stage results, they were drawing across the board. You know, 1-1, 1-1, how to believe 5 draws at least in their group stage matchups. And the way that he came back into this, it was smart. You know, Aoi, he got his big brain plays up with the drafts. He said, we don't need to ban the Wraith King. We're just going to draft in a way that makes it impossible for them to play it. Forces out Hector to go on a Juggernaut, which is, it just always feels like this bit of a mech carry. It's like, well, there's nothing else better to do. Jug it's a safe pick. It's not going to have the same impact as a draft where Infamous is able to just slam out a Wraith King.
Yeah, definitely didn't have the same impact as we saw in game 1. We'll see how that pans out in game number 3. But first of all, you're probably wondering what this box is on the desk. Let's go over to Sir Action Slacks and Casey to find out exactly what's in the box.
What is in the box? Well, we'll tell you, Red Eye. We've been having some adventures in Shanghai, and we got to do something very fun.
Yeah, and by the way, nice 7 reference. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we decided that when we came here last month, we asked Steph to kind of show us around and perhaps take us to something that they love to do in their spare time. And
something artistic, right?
Yeah.
Something beautiful?
Yeah.
Something where we could really spread our wings.
All right, just toss to the piece.
All right, check it out.
So you hold this with your left hand, and then use your right hand thumb to dig, a hole.
Oh yes, on the palm.
然后这样子压。No. Use your thumb.
Oh, your thumb.
对。
Oh, I see. The thumb does a lot. I got it. Oh, it's like magic.
Are you helping? No cheating.
It's not cheating. This is a classroom.
No, it's a game. Everything is a game. And I must win.
So have you done this before?
No, never.
Isn't that clear?
You're very good. I'm very good. Yeah. Thank you, Casey.
What? I cannot live in this world.
你不要太小了，它也拉不了。Because that's too little, you can make it to a mug.
Look at this.
No.
Nope. Oh, this is relaxing. I feel in a Zen state.
I don't know where the front is.
You can decide.
I know that sounded stupid, but I mean, there's got to be a best side, right? This is all going according to plan. Yes, indeed.
Do we ever have a plan?
No.
Wow, finished.
It's very good. It's very cute. It's very nice. Perfect.
And now it's time to unbox our creation. Yay!
Yay!
All right.
Oh, so cute.
Oh, those came out really good.
Oh, cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
I even got my signature here.
Oh, I didn't do that.
It's gonna be crazy. I'm sure.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, yours is actually super cute.
This is perfect.
This is not the.
This is absolutely
This is not the.
That's exactly what I did.
No, you didn't.
What did I make?
He made a lot of like different otter.
Definitely not terrible. It was definitely that.
Where's his real one?
That is the
Ronald?
real one. Ronald, don't do it.
Oh, no.
Ronald. We just know, you know. Now open it.
Oh my God!
See, that's what I remember.
Oh, his nose came off. Oh, he's hideous. My son. I love both of my sons equally. Stop.
What is this?
That's his nose.
What happened to it? No, you can't have it back.
Give me back my nose. It was too good for this world.
Thank you for showing us how to do this. This was fun. Cheers. Cheers.
Yay!
No.
Wow, that was so fun.
It was a lot of fun.
So thank you to Eve and Dove for showing us around, and no thanks to you. Come on.
This is my perfect son, my only son. I love him so much.
It's a courier.
I know, it's a courier. You've been saying it for 2 weeks. I get it. Oh, that was fun, though.
Where's your real one, seriously?
This is my real one.
Not your
my
real
only son, the only one I love. You know what's really bad for the self-confidence? Being in a room with 3 beautiful women laughing at you for 5 minutes. Can we talk about how
Call us beautiful. That's so nice.
Shut up, Casey.
And there it is. Okay. Where is your real piece? Seriously.
This is my real piece, Casey, and it's beautiful. On sale right now, $299. Check it out.
Back to you.
Yeah, it's I have a version up here which I feel like is probably a little bit more representative. There's something hanging on by a piece of.
This is a family show, Paul.
Put him back in the box.
That's true. Yeah, no, sorry. It's well done, Slacks. It's great. Ish. Guys, please,
I expected
please,
worse.
I don't want to break it, but the top doesn't really. I'm. Please play. Enjoy.
Dude, it's not that bad. I actually expected worse. I don't know what he did over here, though. This part looks like it's probably not that
that's
tough.
a bit weird. Yeah, that one's a bit weird. It's hard though. That looks quite tough.
Theirs actually looked super good. Like,
The
theirs
other
were
ones,
ne-
I
theirs were
actually was
excellent.
like, wow, can we get copies of these? They'd be amazing. Yeah, that I don't know, dude. I don't know what that bit is.
It's like completely
I don't know.
broken.
He tried to. Apparently, that's a techies.
It looked like Mr. Midas inside of a cup, right? I thought he was trying to do his Midas guy.
I mean,
there.
it looks like something else, but.
Family show.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I see these
I
two
think we
cups.
get rid of this.
But I see the two
I think we should. I think we should probably put it back in the box.
Okay.
Give it. We
Let's
should
save
probably.
everybody here.
Yeah. Let's be careful with it
All right.
because it's fragile and obviously a lot of time and effort and hard work went into this and we'll just put that down there somewhere. Go. Down there. It's fine now.
Whoa.
Honestly.
Whoa.
No, that was fine. It was fine.
It was already broken.
I think it fixed it.
It probably did.
Yeah.
It's improved it. Game 3, gents. Love a bit of Game 3 action. And between these two teams. Now, it's a best of one, Brian. We talk about pressure all the time and TI pressure and lower bracket pressure. If you want to add a little bit more, make it a best of one.
Yeah. I think a newbie had the right approach last game where they said, let's just pick our heroes.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's not the perfect game for it. We're comfortable. Let's just do our thing. We saw last TI, I think the last game, OG just picked our 5 favorite heroes. And I think when a best of one, I like that approach a lot because you don't want to go out saying, maybe I could have played this hero better. Maybe I could have been more comfortable in this game. And these two teams, out of all the teams here, I think are 2 of the most, I don't want to say limited, but they have their select hero pool that they're very good at, and they kind of don't want to deviate too much,
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, Infamous played the least amount of heroes in the group stage, 34 different heroes during the group stage. Compare that to someone like Chaos, who played 57, by the way. Slightly out there, but it's a big gap between the first and the last in terms of heroes. Some might say that that's because they're sticking to what they know. Some might say that's because they figured out the meta. Some might say it's because they've got a limited hero pool. Where do you stand on that?
I think it's when you've played it, if you played a TI, you don't want to ever go out on a hero that you're not super comfortable on, right? Like I've seen some of the situations in some TIs where it's like they pick someone like a hero 3 times in a best of 3 and they lose that, and that's the end of their run. You never want that to happen. So putting your players on comfort heroes is always going to be a better play, especially if you're into this elimination.
Yeah, it's funny, Owen, isn't it? Because we see this a lot at TI, where a team is struggling a little bit, and then they get dumped into the lower bracket, and they're still struggling a little bit, and then they just kind of, it's almost like the pressure disappears. They kind of go, look, guys, do you know what? Let's just play what we love playing.
No,
Let's just relax. And that can be a turning point in the whole tournament for a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we sort of heard from the players on Newbie in the interview earlier that they didn't necessarily feel the pressure, but they certainly understood and respected how awesome it is to play under such a massive brand like Newbie. And they said themselves, it makes them play a little bit better. That's excellent. That's exactly what you want to hear from the players that you've just picked up as an organization, that your big name that you're giving to them it's sort of giving them that fuel, giving them that fire. And we really saw it in that last game. You are CCNC, top of their game in terms of core performances. The OD Omni, this combo that we've seen over the ages of sort of Dota 2 drafts, just showing us how efficient they can be with it as ever. And I just really enjoyed last game watching a bit of the old MSS Wind Ranger. He's made a good case for why that hero needs the Arcana.
I like your train of thought.
You know what I mean? He showed it off. We've seen it from Crit the other day. This hero in that role, he was styling on them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some good performances. Brian, they're going to need big performances again in Game 3. Can't slack off now.
I just want to see comfort from Infamous mainly on the result of, I think Hector is unrecognizable when he's not playing FaZe Midas. And if they have late game, I think they'll get the performance they need to take this.
All right, teams are re-entering the Mercedes-Benz Arena here in Shanghai. If you're just joining us, welcome to the International 2019. The lower bracket is sorting the men for the boys. And we're going to find out over the next hour or so, maybe, which one of these two teams is guaranteeing themselves a top 8 finish. Remember, the South Americans from Peru, Infamous, have already set a new record for South American performance at the International by reaching the top 12. Can they go one more magical spot better? We're going to find out very shortly, of course, as the two teams get themselves settled. We'll look forward to the draft, of course, head towards our draft panel very shortly as well. We talked about pressure for Newbie, talked about how they're going to have to bounce back and what have you. Infamous, on the other hand, do you still feel like they're in that zone of, we've already done better than everyone thought we would, and we've got lots of money, and we've done really well, and it doesn't really, there's no pressure on them in a way, is there?
No, I mean, they still want to prove a lot. They still want to keep going. Like, we even saw their interviews with Schofield and stuff. He's just like, wait, there's pro players? I don't even know who the names of these guys are. I don't care. I'm just here to play some Dota. Like, we're just here to crush it. And I think that they're not satisfied still. Sure, they're gonna, if they lose the game, they're gonna be like, we did pretty good. But these guys want it. They really, really do. And I'm gonna go back to what Brian was saying. And I think coming into this one, talk about specific heroes and stuff, I really think that they should look to address the late game, right? You said this team, they should really pick, maybe like avoid something just to go for that super late game, just to have that insurance policy. And I think when you're in these type of situations, when you could just get knocked out right now, you have one more game, you have to draft for the late game.
But isn't that their theme, though, gents? Isn't that, they want to run at you, they want to be aggressive, they want to win in 25 minutes. That's their thing, isn't
I think so, and I think you, as newbie, you do have to be aware of them trying to go for that 25-minute play. Hector, I'm checking his profile, his most played hero, it is the Huskar. So you've always got to be prepared when your back's against this wall, one game away from coming out.
Not the Huskar in a best of one.
Sure, obviously it's not the Huskar of yesteryear, where it used to just be sort of this, their 5th pick Huskar, we lost.
Yeah.
But you still got to be wary for it in the right sort of scenarios. And this sort of pace of play that Infamous are pretty renowned for, it could still come out.
All right, so maybe some surprises, Brian. If we see surprises on the other side from Newbie, where would it come from?
I honestly don't think Newbie brings
They're not
any
like
surprises.
That, are they? Not really.
I was like thinking in my head, come up with any hero that those guys kind of niche picks.
Kind of go like me,
no, they don't play.
It's probably MSS.
I've seen a CCNC Brood.
I'd love to see a CCNC Meepo. That would be
a CCNC Meepo in the last best of one that they might play the TI. That would be amazing.
I love it.
I think the biggest variety one is probably MSS, right? You can see that's the one. It's like the Wind Ranger just got popped out. We could see, we have it on the main stage, but the support Invoker, right? Those are definitely potentials that they could, but besides the rest of them, I don't think the other ones are going to deviate at all. Like Snaking's going to play his Comfort hero, CCNC's going to play Comfort, Yawar as well. Same thing with Pi.
Yeah.
MSS the one.
Brian, you've played in these teams and talked about strategy before matches and what have you. What do you think they're talking about right now for this one? Not just draft, but in terms of how they go into the game.
I think that they want to focus on the mid game. We talked about how Infamous wants the late game, but I think a lot of how they get to the late game is really important for the core of winning this game. I think that the fact that Hector had to participate in fights way early on than he wanted to is a big deal for Newbie, and they're going to just try to force the tempo with the way they play and forcing 5-man engagements that Infamous can't really help but take. They have to fight you.
Right. Do you think that's the influence of Owie from game one? Because they didn't do that in game one, did they? Kind of just.
I think they adjusted very quickly.
Yeah.
It felt like they couldn't force the issue, even though they had the Leshrac, like a hero that wants to push the tempo, push buildings, take objectives. And suddenly in that second game, they didn't really have tower takers, but they had brawlers, low cooldown, fight us all day.
Definitely. We hear the crowd. Who are they yelling for? Are they still yelling for Hector? I know I heard a couple of Hectors, but there's someone is really loud.
It was very, very loud from above us. I don't quite know where, but it's absolutely packed in here, and everyone's very much looking forward to game number 3.
Newbie versus Infamous. Game 3.
Those magical words, game 3, the decider, one game for these two teams. Someone's being sent home, someone's going to advance in the top 8. It's do or die now. And I gotta say, this draft, this is where it all begins. This is where the story of this elimination match starts.
This is when things are getting shaky. Whether we go for this one pick could decide all. Whether you want to go for a comfort pick or you want to try to counter what they have. We've seen some of these interviews that some of the teams prefer not to counter pick too much. You just go with what feels the best for your team, what you practice, instead of putting yourself in a bad position, especially in this elimination. We're going to call it a best of 1.
Well, we call it a best of 1, it is one game, but all those past games will still definitely be fresh in their mind as far as some of the picks and heroes that affected them. Magnus being one of those ones that Infamous used so effectively, and Infamous immediate response already from game 2, they're banning out the Omni Knight.
Yeah, that's usually when a team's saying like that was the real problem. Not your OD, not your Lifestealer, it was the Omni Knight that enabled all of these. And I semi-agree because, like I said before the draft, I think that Snake King is sort of the linchpin for this team. Him having a good game, being able to enable his other teammates, I think is huge for Newbie.
Well, we'll see what other deviations might come out. Newbie are adamant they want to keep banning this Whisper Enchantress. That's been his most effective hero as far as Infamous are concerned, so no surprises there.
Are they just going to ET open up? I mean, they did it 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Win-loss.
It reveals so little when you just first pick this ET. Like, you can go so many different directions. It gives you team fight. It gives you strong lanes.
And the reason why they banned out Omni Knight was because there were 2 saves. You have OD and you have Omni Knight, and they itemized so aggressively. On Newbie side, you had this fast blink hex OD, which got him a lot of the kills on the side lanes. And Lifestealer also went for a basher. He has a free BKB built in, and they could play aggressive. No need for early BKBs or anything because you have these 2 saves, and they open up with the Tide Hunter. I would love to see any kind of counter to a Tide Hunter. So we've seen this multiple times throughout this TI so far, where teams can fight around a big Ravage. Like, you don't have enough to burst him down because of the Kraken. You can't lock him with the... That's why I want to see some kind of Enigma, Faceless Void, maybe even a Doom, or if you want to have a good laner against him, get something like a Slark.
We'll see if Infamous have a response to this. They probably weren't expecting a first pick overall Tide Hunter based on, you know, the way Newbie have drafted the last couple of games, so. We'll see.
Oh, so that's one way.
Okay.
It's a slower hero though. That's the only downside, is like he's a little bit slow. The problem with the hero is like he's really good against like certain heroes, but at the same time like you're very ulti reliant. Your laning phase is like it's okay, but really the reason why you pick this hero is because you think that the ult will counter other heroes. Like you're trying to prevent some from being picked. I'm still surprised that neither side has decided to take the SD, considering how popular it was yesterday. And I do think it's like one of the best anti-carry cores.
Yeah, but having SD and AA for Infamous, you have 2 supports who don't have enough lockdown. You don't have the control.
I'm down with like not taking SDH. I just mean SD in general. So Infamous is going to grab the Wraith King, which you talked about. I really like that point you said, like, what hero are you going to go out on? You're not going to regret, I feel like going out on this Wraith King of Hector's.
Yeah. Look at Hector dancing.
He's about to style on these kids.
Ooh, boy. And this also, now the AA pick makes a bit more sense because this is one of the best laning supports to pair with Wraith King and lane.
I would not be surprised if they just go straight for OD, because I believe it's not going to survive the second banning stage.
Would mean you're most likely picking up 2 cores in the first stage and revealing a lot as far as your draft's concerned, but you maybe don't care if you're revealing a lot if you're really content with the heroes you've got and the way they match up against your opponent. 8 wins, 3 losses on the Wraith King, only behind the Lifestealer as far as success at this tournament goes. Instead,
All right,
though...
that's a different approach. They're going to go for mana burn, probably position 4. Invoker deck can still swap things around, but the position 4 Invoker right now seems like the best role for him.
And this was one of the kind of out there picks that Fog mentioned that Newbie brings to the table.
I really like this Invoker pick because I think that what you really need against both these heroes is like the ability to hard reset fights, and Tornado is one of the best ways to do so. Plus, I think it just outpaces the AA. You have a hero that can just like get in your face, pressure you. When you have an AA, what you want your team to do is like be able to initiate slowly, and for you to be able to just like load up the cannon, snipe, take your time, take the shot. But Invoker 4 especially doesn't really allow you to do that.
Is there any concern, so that if it does go late, like Invoker, yeah, you can burn Wraith King's mana pool until he gets level 20. He gets the Reincarnation, doesn't have a mana cost talent, and it's all of a sudden, this Invoker pick doesn't really counter the Wraith King at that point as well.
No, but it's still a good of a pick, especially if he has a good laning stage. You get the turn, you can get a solo pickup on this AA who has no escape mechanism whatsoever, and the hero scales. It basically becomes your 4th core as well.
Okay. Well, we'll see Lina and Tiny band out as we go into the next stage. We already, I mean, a lot of team fight. Tide, Invoker, that's definitely not an area they're lacking. And they still have their mid and carry, so their draft very open right now, it feels like. Whereas, you know, Infamous, a lot of directions they can go, but it's Infamous. You're expecting 4 Protect 1.
I could also see them take the Nyx here. Actually, I don't think it's bad for the break mechanic against the Tidehunter, so that he doesn't get the Kraken, and it's not bad against the Invoker either. Anytime he casts a spell, you can Carapace it.
Yeah, and we've seen Nyx as one of his most played. Tiny, another hero he's really good on. Something Schofield's played that other teams haven't is also the Tusk. His Tusk has been pretty damn good.
Yeah, they also picked it for Whisper twice in the group stage.
No one wanted to be brooded in a final game of TI, so...
Even though they have a decent hero against Broodmother with the Tidehunter, he can be the one standing in that lane, even though Broodmother will still find a farm on the map. What Infamous can do with these 2 heroes, just pick a 3rd one, and it's an extremely strong tri-lane, but then you need to have a good hero in 1 versus 1 matchup, because Tidehunter really loves getting those 1 versus 1, especially against the melee heroes, and I mean, he just shines with getting the levels early on.
And that's something which Infamous may want to shut down. Like, they're a team that likes to run these more roaming 4 positions or tri-lane type setups. Whisper often gets just, you know, put on his own to fend for himself.
It's taking a while for this pick. I think for 4 positions, I still feel like since the Tiny banned out too, I think the Nyx still has value.
It's the right fit when you've got the AA, who is this kind of passive 5 position, it feels like. They get Leshrac for now. I don't think we expect that to be a 4 position, though.
It looks like a core Lesh.
They've played it off lane a lot for Whisper.
So they need to pair it up. If it's an off lane, pair it up with another low cooldown stun, something reliable.
And Nyx Slash, there we go. That's the lane we've seen a lot of. But yeah, like heroes like the Sankings also sometimes partnered with a Leshrac, although maybe not so much as 4. You guys like the Leshrac? How do you feel like it matches up against what Newbie have picked so far?
It's a flex pick, so it kind of fill basically 3 roles right now, so they're not revealing anything.
As for Newbie, they've got some flex picks of their own with the Invoker, but they're going to pick ET for now. Typically played in that 5 position role.
It's going to be so hard to play around the Newbie when they are the ones being initiated on, at least from Infamous side of you. Because you have Tidehunter's Ravage, you have Tornado, EMP, and the Elder Titan with probably 2 of the best counter-initiating spells in the game.
It feels like, yeah, Newbie's going teamfight and more teamfight. Infamous is just saying, well, we're not even going to try and match your teamfight. We're going to play our style of Dota. You know, we're going to look to get Hector so farmed to the point where we don't care about these teamfight spells. Go for your BKB timing specifically. That's where all of a sudden, Newbie, you jump them with BKBs, they don't have a good response. Oh, Earth Spirit, Schofield, going to be playing one of the more aggressive and active 4 positions.
That's a lot of team fight on the side of, actually both sides have just a ton of team fight. Like the 5v5 potential of this game is going to be sick. Like if I'm Trent and Lyrical, I'm pretty hyped about this game just because I feel like they're just going to fight nonstop. There'll be a time period where both sides just have to engage.
Why do you think they picked the Airspeed over something like the Nyx Assassin we were talking about?
I actually think the Nyx is still good, because it's good against the ET, the Tidehunter, and the Invoker, but I think part of what it is they want an easier way to gank from mid, and for him to be able to rotate and secure both lanes. Whereas I feel like Nyx is good in that regard, but like he's not going to have that dream game like he did in game 1, I feel. Like, Earthspirit's a little bit more reliable in that case.
Looking to win multiple lanes using that roaming Earthspirit, and we'll see how Newbie address this. There's often certain mid heroes that you want to maybe play that have those escape mechanisms when you're up against an Earthspirit.
Yeah, Queen of Pain comes to my mind, something that has this, as you mentioned, escape mechanism when Earth Spirit rolls in. They're gonna go with that. It's just a comfort pick for Newbie.
Yeah, and it's also pretty good when you look when you talk about Earthspirit having a like magic immunity going into that fight. Left strike AA, a lot of magic damage with the rage. It's going to be very useful.
I think it's good against 3 of the heroes on the side of Infamous. It's not a terrible core matchup for you either. Like I think it's quite good against the AA, the Left Strike, and the Earthspirit. He doesn't really care what they put out. My favorite part about Lifestealer games is when you can pick a core that has his own built-in BKB, and he's not hampered by his pace in the game.
And we saw in the game number 2 the itemization from him, getting that armlet as the first item after Midas, and then transitioning into Radiant, so he can still take a fight with his team before 15-minute mark.
All right, well, we'll be heading into those final picks, and likely both teams looking for a mid laner here. We have not seen much, if any, mid invoker from Newbie. It's almost always been that forward position for MSS, so it is going to be Newbie having to pick their mid first, pick it a little bit blindly, and they're going to be a bit worried about what kind of counter picks can come out, which does make this final pick a bit more difficult.
Newbie needs a playmaking hero, something that can go in, make stuff happen, otherwise they will be the one just counter-reacting to what Infamous is doing. I mean, their lineup is really great with the counter initiation.
Are there any cheese picks Infamous can bust out with that 10th pick? I mean, Husker was mentioned. It was also banned out 10th last game. Is anything along those lines possible?
I feel like Husker pairs it a lot better when you have some sort of save for him. I kind of think that they want one more core that can teamfight or another core that can scale. I'd even be okay with some hero like TA for Chris Luck.
They have no ways of breaking refraction so far, so it looks like a good TA, and they have the last pick.
It also doesn't feel like they have good lockdown for something like a Storm or an Ember Spirit. They don't have that real instant stun factor.
Yeah, I'd be super down for like a Storm game on the side of Infamous. But we'll see. As they ban out the OD on the side of Newbie, I would like one of those like scaling mid cores though. Storm, TA. I'd be alright with either of them. Depends on what Newbie picked for. Yep. And you're about to see, and then you can just counterpick the pure lane and just take one of those depending on who lanes better on what.
Kunkka, that's where the OD ban makes a lot more sense. It's one of the counters to the Kunkka mid, so CCNC. The Kunkka, what's the Infamous response? They did have Monkey King in game 1. That's one of those melee heroes that can feast upon a Kunkka in a 1v1. Any other options that stand out as far as hero matchups that you really want to play here?
Oh, they're going to take Slark. So, by the way, they've done this Slark mid like 4 times. They even did it against Brood mid once.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, he got destroyed, but they ended up winning the game, so it's fine.
I love the Slark pickup. I mentioned it after I saw the Tidehunter, and you're playing against, what, 2 melee cores. I think it's going to be a really good Slark game to start with.
They had a whole minute of reserve time to think about their pick, and they did not hesitate at all. They were very confident in it, so Infamous seemed to be feeling pretty good about their draft well.
Yeah, I think they should. I feel like it's pretty well layered, and something that they really missed. What the panel mentioned was Newbie needs, or Infamous needs the ability to be the better late game team. I think that's where they're most comfortable, where they can take advantage of those things. So I think, I don't know if they had the better draft, but it's more a draft that fits their playstyle.
Yeah, as Lacoste, as for Newbie, they've got this big, crazy team fight going on. Does that feel like their comfort zone as far as being an elimination game? Do you feel like they're going to be happy with their picks?
Well, I think they drafted a good draft for themselves, but they don't have much counters for Slark. EMP will be needed to place on Slark. He can't play without the mana.
Okay, well, we're going to hold our thoughts for a few seconds. We're not quite ready to hop ourselves into the game. what key players do you think need to really have a stand-up performance? And we always talk about Hector with Infamous. Is it him? Actually, before that, no, we're going to head over to Aoi. He's on the stage with Casey. Let's hear some final thoughts.
All right, Aoi, last time we chatted with you, you felt pretty confident in your ability to just stay true to your game. How are you feeling after that draft, and what do you think worked so well for you in game 2?
I mean, honestly, whenever we watch these games, we never feel like our drafts are like what we want from these drafts are just solid drafts that we feel we can play our own game in, and it's not like we just want to do well in lanes and then be able to like control whatever we want and fight them. And I think this draft like does pretty well at that. It's like sort of similar to game 2 in that sense, so we feel pretty good with it.
Aoi, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you so much, Casey. And yes, we are here in the final game. One of these two teams, Trent, is going to be going home, and I don't know who it's going to be. It's been crazy so far. Game number 1, stomp. Game number 2, stomp. What's going to happen game number 3?
Well, I like what I always said, right? We want to play our own game. We just want things to give us tools early game, mid game, late game, because things get messy. It is elimination time here at TI, and the best way for it to happen is in the game 3 of the lower bracket. Both of these teams, they've shown they can take on the other. They've got that one win, but it's all about the second one to send them home.
And this is where it all comes down to this, the pressure feeling on it for both teams. Newbie, many of these players used to it definitely, and Infamous maybe under no pressure at all. It depends on how you feel at this point, as they were already the underdogs coming into this tournament, but have proved to be a force to be reckoned with. And a Schofield Urspirit. I feel like I've seen him play this hero so many times in the day, but the Chris Luck Slark is also going to be a very interesting matchup to watch early on here.
Yeah, something that's been rising in a bit of popularity here throughout the group stage. I guess we got a couple of those, right, with a support invoker too, having a go just before the tournament started in a lot of these high-ranked pubs. But gonna have to keep our eyes on that mid lane to see just what this Slayer can get out of it, and how much pressure can he put on the map out of that lane. Is he gonna be able to help set all of that space for Hector on his Wraith King? They got Infamous. If you're going out, you're doing it on the Wraith King, and if you want to stay in, you don't want to have that regret maybe of just be like, yeah, but what if we had to pick the Wraith King, guys, right?
It's true. Yeah, it's so often one of those things that matters, is we have the losers traded off there early on in the mid lane. We did see briefly also the Leshrac able to get the splitter into denial of that bounty rune. So it's just a trade-off there of 2 for 1, looked like. And as we head down towards the bottom lane, we're running into a tri-lane situation, this time with the support invoker. So if you're just tuning in right now, this has started to become a bit more of a trend. Trent, do you want to talk a little bit about what MSS is going to do today on this little scary kid?
Sure, man. Support invoker. It's pretty cool. It's Quas Wex style, so you don't get a lot of those high damage spells, but it's a lot of control. You got yourself some mana burn. And the most common build is you start out with the Bassi, which is going to purchase that right now. Give yourself some extra damage. I don't think Whisper's dead quite yet. Yeah, he's got time. He's fine. So then after that, you break down into the Medallion, the Solar Crest, as well as the Urn. It's a lovely build. It's just tons of team fight, and it essentially forces all your opponents to buy BKBs in the core roll.
Highlight die. The body blocks came in for a second, actually from Yuar, and that's going to spell the end of the aggression, at least for now, as both teams get very low in that bottom lane. So yeah, the support invoker, very annoying to play against when you get the cold snap points up, and as you can see already, MSS going to try and get a little bit of a side pull work in there, able to pull the cold free play off, and we'll see if Infamous are going to be able to come and contest as they are simultaneously doing their pull into the small camp.
It's a really interesting build too, because it has different peaks as well. Like even early on, it's very annoying to play against, and then you get the level 10 talent for the Ghost Walks, you're scouting everywhere, and then the 15 talent when you have a 5-second cooldown on cold snap, which is just ridiculous. Completely unplayable without a BKB in a lot of team fights. Now, mind you, they do have the Slark, right, for having that Dispel. I'm sure partly why they went for the hero. They'll take that off, but there's a stun. Potential first blood here.
Down bottom, highlight die, trying to trade hit. Schofield very low, and it goes down. Yuar drawing first blood, and Kai will eventually fall as Whisper not quite able to hit the splitter there the second time around for Yuar.
Hey, you will take that, though, if your newbie gets the first blood. And a good start here for Yuar. Gonna send out a clarity to Pile Dying, so they can bring that down to me. Thank you very much. Handy supports Dying to play Courier for their core players.
You can see mid lane so far. This Slark having a very nice time of it. 17-7 versus 8-1 on the Kunkka. And Chris Luck really not. Oh god, he's gotta be careful though. Yeah. And CCNC, he's trading hits, Fairy Fire, still trying to live through this one. Pounce away, my God, Chris Luck, you're crazy.
Yeah, he's just doing the math here. He's like, all right, I'm fine.
Breaks the south, CC&C, okay. That works as well. I'm not sure what's happening in this mid lane, but Chris Luck does not have the regen that he needs. Does have a salve on the courier, but it's still not back at the base yet. He has to go pick it up from the fountain.
Yeah, so CC&C is going to get a little bit of control on the wave here to try and catch back up with the CS, perhaps even bully Chris Luck on the tower, but no, he's a bit too busy at the moment. Looks like I'll get a little bit of free space there.
You can see the Earth Spirit sort of bouncing back and forth between.
They both have vision of that bottom area, so CC&C well aware where Schofield is, and likewise rotations will be scouted as well for our Slark.
Slark will come back in the lane with full HP afterwards. Still seeing one of the problems that Slark can run into against Lakunka is, even though you can't use the tiebreaker for denies, very solid for harassment purposes.
But if you miss that torrent that CC&C threw out and get pounced, he was probably dead.
True enough.
You know, it's the stats stack up pretty quick for the Slark, giving himself lots of armor to trade hits with the Kunka. I think Whisper's just doing fantastic down here, though. Going even versus the Lifestealer and the Elder Titan lane. I wasn't sure exactly how difficult it would be for him. Obviously, he saved up for the boost relatively early on to give himself some survivability, but the fact that Schofield's taking all these rotations hasn't hurt him in the lane at all.
Schofield dropping a rock just onto the head of Highlight Die as they continue to trade hits. And Infamous are just crazy. He's got this haste rune, so he knows he doesn't have to worry, and he's going to head back anyways for the bounty runes, it looks like.
Yeah, and he backs nice and early, too, so that he doesn't end up just getting torrented near the end of that haste rune and wind up dying. So
is he going to go for their bounty rune? Feels like that might be the play that he makes. You are, in the meantime, keep controlling it.
In the mid lane, Chris Luck getting real low here.
Dude, this guy is so crazy. Fairy Fire, another round of it.
Oh, I think
Pulls
he
it
got
back in, and CC&C with the outplay, and that's the tip.
Proud of his mid laner there. The boys growing up here, getting kills in the mid lane on the main stage. And yeah, he has been playing very dangerous in that Slark. Almost felt like that was destined to happen at some point here.
I mean, that's the flavor, though, right? Like, that's what they add in. That's what you love to see from time to time, because when it works, it's beautiful. Well, fair enough. But when it works, it's beautiful, and you demoralize the opponent. I feel like that's part of the strat in a way, is you are going to get rolled on down their bottom. And 1,000 gold lead for Newbie, but still very early goings.
Oh, up top, the mana burn on the Hector there, too, so hard for them to really continue that harass onto Snake King. And 6-minute rune gonna be coming up here very soon. Die looking to secure bot. It'll be an invis, so I mean, not the best for an ET, not the worst though. And so pass straight by Schofield. Just gonna make sure he doesn't tag him up there.
The call is we're gonna go on to Whisper now and see if we can find him out. Split Earth down, and Whisper going to back away. Obviously do have an idea is up top. It looks like there could be a go as they made the full rotation. Snaking trying to scoot down here and find Hector, able to get his free fire blast off first, which means there is no follow-up.
That hurts.
With the torrent.
A mid-rotation and not securing the kill. Down bottom though, Schofield, they also can't get him. Salt miss on Whisper, and I think he's dancing away too. There's no open wounds left for UR.
Just super maneuverable. High movement speed, combo together with runaway spells, make it work. And Chris Luck, let them know about it.
Oh, that mid lane's so empty. He's just wondering where CC&C is. You know, does he have the same torrents that Chris Luck does from the mid lane? We'll see. CC&C, look, see, piece of cake. He's got this too, he says.
Yeah, able to get the stack off there. And you are now taking a bit of a beating. The roll come in. They get the rage off though, because that was a little bit of vision off to the side. You are realizing that Schofield is in the area, and Whisper going to be able to get some extra damage there off on a Highlight Die before they back to the hard camp to farm it up as well. So, back towards mid, Chris Luck, Dark Pact, sidesteps the Torrent. And how would you rate this Slark mid so far? He's got 15 denies. Seems like he's having an okay time.
Yeah, he gets to the point where he just bullies the Conker back, right? Where he takes enough stacks and he says, okay, I can't contest you anymore. But without a rotation, he's not going to have the damage to bring down Chris Luck unless he's quite low, especially once he gets past level 6, right? That's the big tipping point for this lane, and that's why suddenly it feels like CC&C's barely playing, and he just maybe shoves up the wave a little bit and then goes back to trying to find rotations. So find Schofield and Whisper, probably like almost baiting here.
back the other direction. They do have the X. Whisper already broken. Schofield trying to control CCNC, who is in trouble. He does finally get that rum buff off onto him, which is going to keep him that much more survivable. Schofield still thinking about chasing, but they've already killed off Die. And now Chris Luck moving into position. Newbie in trouble as their mid laner is going to get pounced on. They find the catch for the kill. And no other answers. Man, Infamous, they're just rolling through this one. Yawar almost goes down as well. But MSS in the area to save his buddy.
Yeah, almost forced the tornado. Force of the tornado. The TP came down just to try and save CCNC first. And now Chris Luck just continuing his presence in the Radiant territory, and that's keeping them off the lanes, right? I mean, Whisper's down bottom, farming freely. Now Yawar's going to have to TP there. Schofield keeping the jungle occupied too. They don't have any real way of just gaining net worth and trying to pull themselves back into this game from Newbie through these stacks, which we've seen before, right, with these Tidehunters.
Well, and speaking of net worth, you can see the top 3 cores all held right now by Infamous. As Whisper is going to get pummeled by Yawar a little bit. The stomp comes through and lands. Yawar trying to go for the body blocks, but the torrent follow-up is going to be there, and Schofield not able to save his carry. In fact, he's going to get brought down to boot. Yeah. So CNC finds another kill. In the meantime, Chris Luck does kill off the support poker.
That was with the ghost walk too. Looks like he had just gotten off, I guess, as I don't see any detection there from Chris Luck. Oh, there's Sentry on the high ground. Aha, I see it now.
He got it.
Blocking off that camp to stop the constant stacking from the Kunkka. So now I thought about stacks in the bottom lanes is occupied by Schofield. They do have a lot up here actually near Snake King, right? It's got that camp, another camp, got the Ancients too, so the whole Radiant Triangle looking quite stocked.
Chris Luck going to get the pounce away, just barely. Doesn't have the mana left over for Shadow Dance. And he has slept. They got eyes on him. Now in some trouble. Chris Luck able to walk away for the moment. The tornado is going to be there. Does he get the Dark Pact off? He still doesn't have mana. A huge problem for Luck. He decides, I'm just going to turn and fight. Start to build up those Essence Shift stacks. Doesn't have any other help in the area. And Pylai died. They get the Shadow Dance. He managed to get his mana back. Still healing up through this. Chris Luck turns, finds the kill on Pylai die before he dies.
All right, the 4-on-1, fair enough. But top lane, they're going to Ravage Whisper here and give Yawar plenty of time to make this rotation. They don't want to trade one back this time on Snake King, so it will still be a 2-for-1 and favor Newbie here. Plus, they are at the gold disadvantage, which helps some of those bounties a little bit.
Absolutely. The thing that I will say about that, I was 4 heroes rotating for the kill on the Chris Luck, and still Hector not really being that impeded in terms of his farm.
Have we seen this before?
I think that we have.
This is a replay of the group stages and, you know, about an hour and a half ago?
It will say that Hector does feel a little bit further behind in farm than he was in the previous games.
When you're 600 ahead of the next highest hero, I go, I don't know about Hector this game. He's looking a little lax.
It's true, though.
I mean, what's he even doing?
He's had ridiculously good performances. And this one's still quite a solid one. Chris Luck.
Pylai die. This was not the area for him.
Yeah, he just had earlier
today.
Pylai die has died here more than a few times. Man, this Slark build.
He's gonna open a cemetery here. Yeah, just very aggressive, right? Has the raindrop for the extra mana regen. Help himself out as he's roaming across the map. And that's survivability. Now CCNC gets a freebie here on the Stinger.
They're rotating in though afterwards, and he does have the AA blast onto him. Chris Luck looking for the follow-up with Schofield in tow. They have the magnetized onto him, controlled, and CCNC looking like he is going to die as well as they get the pounce. Leash follow-up, the reapplication of the magnetize, as it looks like they are maybe going to be able to go for more. Schofield still keeping eyes on MSS, throws out another remnant, gets the catch there on the Snaking. Schofield making it happen, and Chris Luck just keeps the ball rolling. One by one, Infamous. Man, they're doing it.
Extremely mobile and aggressive heroes, the Slark and the Earth Spirit. When you pair them up together like this, absolutely ridiculous. Stealing 72 Agi. Look at that. He's in for 185 right now.
And this is, again, just Trump's
get out of here.
And he picks up a few more on his way out as well.
Remember that game in the group stages for Sumail? I think he was like 10-0-1 or something on Kunkka, something like absolutely ridiculous. And it still felt like it was kind of like this even game for EG. Like they had worked so hard out of that mid lane to try and keep this game going in their favor. And I feel like that's kind of what CCNC has to do this game.
Right.
He's dropped a couple deaths now. He really needs that big pop off. He's trying to go for that halberd. And in terms of friends to rotate around with, it's not necessarily that great. Like MSS is sort of cued more towards big team fights, right? Rather than these little small skirmishes on the Invoker.
And Chris Luck again, snaking, seeing if they want to chase him down. They do have the Torrent follow-up. Ice Blast to land, though, afterwards. And now maybe the turnaround comes as they deal up Schofield in the area. The Ravage lands. A nice combination, but it's not enough to bring down Chris Luck. He's stuck for the moment, tries to run away. Barely going to be able to walk out. No! They find that kill. And now Whisper in very deep. And one by one, Infamous are going in. They don't quite have enough damage, though, as Newbie's still being brought down so low, but not enough for the kill. Whisper will fall, but Newbie lives.
God, the spread of the damage there. You combine the HP of Snaking and Pilot Eye, they're not even 100 HP. They're way back there. They're still going. Stinger down.
And they're still living as well. Oh, the Magnetize, though, this might be the big game changer. All of that damage over time. It's a triple kill for UR, but a double for Schofield.
I think he went down first, though, right? He did get MSS first, so Schofield will grab himself a little bit of XP there on the Earth Spirit. You really do want every little bit that you can get. And 629.
It goes into, say again, the power of that Coco's Rum, just bringing everybody super low, but damage mitigation.
And a very good job spreading that damage as well there from Newbie. But this comes with the high risk play that they're going for. The super mobility, the Earth Spirit, and the Slark. They're forcing these fights in usually very dangerous spots, but obviously they're playing quite fantastically. Chris Luck knows he's under vision there with the help of his ultimate, so he just kind of walks at the Kunkka and runs away. But one missed Dark Pack like that can just cause you so much trouble in the Slark.
Incredibly difficult to fight into, and this is that hero that just wants to keep rolling through the engagements. And now Stinger having level 7 with his ultimate being thrown around a couple of times, it feels like they can just start a fight anywhere on the map and everybody gets there. Whereas Newbie, they need all 5 together to make that engagement happen, and this again buys space for that Wraith King to keep his farm going.
Yeah, and looking at MSS, we talked a lot about this build that just was like the core one, right? The urn and the medallion for these invokers is, oh, that tornado!
Split Earth comes
Still dies, though. I mean, it looks cool. Got a mid-roll.
Look out, Chris Luck's back again. The fight's going on the other side as they did get the boat dropped onto the Ancient Apparition, but he's living, and well, they jump back in Chris Luck. This guy just wants to battle. And we got fish in the water.
Schofield's coming with the Magnetize, too.
Be careful.
Ravage in 20. Time is ticking for Infamous right now.
They do have the silence if they wanted to land it out there, but the slowdown coming from Pilot Eye. Whisper moving into position. They have the cold feet applied, and Chris Luck able to take him down, but he did get the Earth Splitter off first. And now Schofield still chasing. They get the Ice Blast onto CCNC Tornado. Lifts up onto Chris Luck. In for the follow-up. Can't quite catch there onto CCNC Ravage to get the turnaround, and they do manage to catch the Slark. Whisper down low, gets kicked. Oh! Schofield! He did it to him! He blessed him, and he got his buddy out of trouble. Chris Luck, though, is he going to be so lucky? CCNC going to throw out that boat. They do have the... Oh, Shadow Dance still living through it. Chris Luck trying to run away. Do they have any extra control? He gets the pounce off at the angle. Oh, please, Infamous. That's
and
pretty.
Look at that regen right now. Hiding in the tree line there, back up to Max, and easily able to go back, and it wasn't for that shrine there too. And whew, Infamous are playing so deep on that Radiant territory, and there's a 0-0 Wraith King in the jungle.
He's doing everything he wants.
195 last hits, he's got his Midas, he's got his Radiance, and he's working on a bit more there. They are playing this entire game at 4v5 and looking fantastic. 99%!
Oh, Hector. Oh,
6
Hector.
seconds wasted. So that's the best I've seen.
Oh, man. You talk about efficiency on this guy, and it doesn't get better than that. And it's not just the Midas, it's everything.
It does.
Shut up, Frank. Get the hell out of
All
here.
right, just wait. Watch the statement. Come on now. I'm always looking for improvement. One must strive for perfection.
That's fair enough. All right, 17 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead right now for Infamous. And again, it's just all of these movements that they can make, running into the jungle, creating chaos. And Newbie, in a way, it feels like they're not really able to get out of this mentality where they feel like they have to come and fight because otherwise they're going to lose heroes one by one.
Yeah, and look how bold they just feel from Infamous because of this Slark, right? That's another amazing thing about this hero is just the vision control that you get thanks to his ultimate. And it allows you to play in these very deep areas. Like, you know, 17 minutes into a game, you don't tend to get to like play all 5 heroes like this, but they just know they're safe from initiation because of his ultimate.
Well, and one of the hallmarks of teams that win is controlled aggression. Infamous here The temptation is obviously just to go balls to the wall and try and run at him. There is still the chance for a turnaround. You look at the newbie lineup. They've got Invoker, Ravage coming out from the Tide, all the Kunkka spells and the Elder Titan. This is that moment where if you go too far forward, you could potentially get punished.
Yeah, they still need a little bit of help though, right? You are trying to get towards that Radiance, and the Lifestealer, when you go this build, previously we saw him finish the Midas, the Armlet, and then he get the Radiance after. This way, going for that Radiance just means you have this giant period where you don't really help your team all that much.
I mean, again, you talked about it earlier. Right now, Yawar is 5-0-5. He's been involved in kills. He's been running around making things happen. Wraith King 0-0-0, and he's 3,000 gold ahead of him. He just farms. This guy's a monster.
We figured it out. It only took us like 7 days of watching him play. Arcane Rune on Slark, not gonna grab this guy. Hector, Skeletons up top. Chris Luck, aggroing that mid-tower. Look at Hector.
He's just running in. He doesn't have that much mana afterwards, but he's not looking afraid, and he just wants to beat down MSS. Does need to be a little bit wary. Has enough for his ultimate. Still, he's brought down super low. Hector trying to back away the Echo Stone. He gets the kill. He bleeds. Hector goes down, and he didn't have his ulti available because of the mana drain, and now the kick away. Whisper still living through it. Infamous realized we need to get out.
That timing was terrible. He just threw out the stun, and just perfection there from Paladin. It's like, oh, the stop. I got him, guys. He's dead. So yeah, all that EMP adding up there, I thought for sure he was going to be fine, but not able to get the reincarnation there means that they at least have thoughts of backing.
Whisper now going to be the next one that's targeted here.
Good
they
silence.
decide to go. Good play there.
Yeah, stops the combo from CCNC, and they're even going to smoke for the additional move speed to try and get themselves out of here. That's mostly Stinger trying to live, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Not want to get caught out. Do not feed away kills one by one. And Newbie, signs of life here for themselves as they get that Radiance completed. And are going to be able to pick up 2 bounty runes as well. And now find Schofield. He will have that silence again available.
1,580 HP as well.
Just throwing out the Magnetize. Okay. Are they chasing for more? Whisper is super low and in trouble as they catch him. And the Lesh is going to go down. So Infamous losing hero after hero these past couple minutes.
Pop down there, very nice. Things still looking very good for Infamous though, right? I mean, 5K lead, Hector's terrifying. He's got that blade mail. He still wants to force another fight, and Chris Luck, probably the BKB is that big thing that they're waiting for.
Seems like it. Obviously, Wraith King, once he gets that level 20 talent, does make a huge difference, having the no reincarnation mana cost. But at least for now, there are still ways for Newbie to deal with them.
Man, they're considering double Halberd here. I like it. One on Yawar as well as the one onto the CCNC here. So, I mean, they understand where all the damage is coming from the Slark as well as that Wraith King. Of course, the Radiant's frustrating, but you can negate a lot of that AoE because of the run buff, as you pointed out. So just stop them from attacking us. Sounds good.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that Slark cannot take off of him.
Yep.
And in the meantime, 21 minutes in, 5,000 gold lead. Newbie trying to play for the later stages. Again, oh, Chris Luck, Fusel Blade, but no chance for a follow there.
Yeah, just there's 5 sentries on Stinger, but he's a bit too far back. MSS even currently under a sentry, actually, but they have some lingering vision in all that area. They've been controlling inside of Infamous. And some beautiful wards too, right? Like this one in between the tier 3 and the tier 2 in the mid lane. Same thing in the top lane, also between the tier 3 and the tier 2. Trying to spot exactly where they're rotating out of the base from Newbie, and that helps you pick these good team fights for yourself.
Oh, caught. Chris Luck going to be able to back off. The Dark Pack keeping him survivable, and Chris Luck keeps on spamming it out. All the chat wheels you love to see. Illusion. And now you are. Where does he go next after this? However, I mean, he's got the AC queued up next. Are you feeling like he's in this game? He hasn't really been able to make that many plays, mainly just following up with what the rest of his team is doing.
I guess the question is, like, what is his role in the team fights, right?
Yeah.
Trying to add on some burst damage, I would think with the infest would be great to try and bring down the Slark. If they manage to get some sort of a stun, that's the big question to me is how are you going to find that currently if you're playing for the side of Newbie. How do you kill this Slark? Like, when he goes in too deep and the fight gets really messy under a tower and stuff, they've been able to get him, but I feel like these fights that if they're initiating it on the side of Infamous, Chris Luck probably has a very good chance. And then the BKB is out. I have big concerns for trying to kill this Slark.
Might have got a glimpse there of
This is
the
pretty
ghost
good.
walk.
Yeah, I like this.
It's dangerous, and Infamous, not sure if they saw the debuff applied to them, but now with the Radiance hitting there onto those creeps, will pop out of the Invoker.
Yeah, the tower being hit in the top lane by the creeps, probably something that's tipping them off on the side of Infamous, and maybe back on out of there.
And it feels like right now, Infamous, they're just going to wait for that level 20 likely of Hector.
Hey, look, where's Hector going, guys? Oh, he's TP in a farm.
He's TP in a farm.
No, you guys don't want these camps? No, it's fine, I got him.
This guy knows what's up. In the meantime, they're also stacking up other camps on the other side of the map. Hector getting very close to that level 20, which completely changes the way he can play in this game. They have the BKB already there for the Slark.
I swear, I just saw him skeleton, and now, again, it's just, every time it's back, he's got the max charges, right? Like, he's farming so fast at this point. Those other skeletons are still going.
Now, Chris Luck, a little bit of a bother, but he has the BKB, and that's going to make it absolutely fine. The leash is out now. The boat going to not connect because of the BKB. Now Schofield still chasing. They're all grouped together from Newbie. What else can they find? Hector walks forward, wants to get the stun onto one, and for a staff, keeping Schofield from getting stomped there. Yawar, is he going to be able to get out of this one at a time? The splitter timing right after the Rage War. Yawar's down.
Oh, they got him
off to the side. They're keeping him controlled. Chris Luck will fall, but Hector is here, and he's just going for it as they find CCNC. The splitter lands after the Yules. They find themselves another pickoff. Infamous take 3.
Yeah, Snake King and Pilot died. They're hitting those big ultis that they need with the Ravage and the Earth Splitter, but they're still only able to take down that Slark. A big kill nonetheless. I mean, that was his first BKB. But Infamous still taking charge in these engagements here, and so much XP across the board for them now. 5,600 from that fight.
Very well played indeed.
Look at this nice balance on the Wraith King from Hector. 50% physical, 50% magical. Snake King does have the pipe to try and help with that now.
And now an 8,000 gold lead. Infamous on the verge of moving on and being continuing to be the furthest placing South American team at the International. Stinger is going to get caught here, though, it looks like, with the Ice Wall follow-up. The force staff coming from Schofield, and he's fine and dandy. They back out.
Does not feel like the kills are even.
No.
Oh, we get ourselves a replay here, too. Schofield so close to going down and living on the absolute edge there, but taking down Yawar. He still had the Infest, couldn't quite get it off, probably because he had the Ice Blast, of course. Didn't have any sort of a moment for it to get the final kills there, and just the run down after from Team Infamous is Chris Luck, you know, taking his time in the grave to ensure the tips get out there.
Ooh! You can see they're feeling it right now, knowing they're on the verge of moving on. Unless Newbie can do something about it. It feels like it has to be around these big team fights from Newbie. Draining the mana, causing chaos, but BKB is such a good answer to this lineup. You can see the disparity, more than double the amount of bounty runes taken by Infamous in this game. They're about 2,600 gold to the benefit. Oh, Chris Luck DD, this is scary time.
Yeah, they've been waiting for this roast for quite a while here. Didn't necessarily have the best items for it, but a DD will help. Fortunately, they are respecting the side of Newbie and their team fight, right? Just 20 seconds away from the Ravage. The Earth Splitter is already back and available, so they know it has to be kind of this perfect moment. They needed good scouting here, and what was the Newbie plan? Still waiting on 15 for MSS and his talents. Looks like they won't even have to approach the pit. They'll still leave it here, as the Spirit will confirm their suspicions that Infamous has left. Meanwhile, some confused skeletons will hang out with Roche.
So a little bit of, again, reset. Where did we get to this point? And it feels like it's, again, been those 4 heroes from Infamous making space for the Wraith King to farm up. Hector is now online with level 21, has the talent, and he's just walking. He literally does not care. He's going to farm their Ancients in front of him and dare Newbie to come and fight. Stun already out. They have the sleep. Slowdown coming, the Boulder Smash. Hector popping the Blade Mail. Still thinking about chasing. This is now all of the run buff onto all of Newbie, but they've committed everything to kill off this Wraith King one time. Can they get him a second time? Chase forward. Chris Luck with the BKB, wanting to find himself a target. Hector also pops the BKB. They've gone in really deep. Snake King does have Ravage. If they're able to wait this one out, have Infamous gone a bit too far, or are they going to turn now? The run buff is going to wear out, but Snake King with the Ravage The buyback is there as well. Another kick from Schofield, trying to keep Hector alive as he turns, throws another stun. They don't have another ulti this time, but the walkway is coming as Chris Luck finds space and time for his team. He will give his life for his carry as Hector and Schofield escape.
Man, this guy has just been dark packing everything in these big fights. So Infamous, they take a victory in that one, forcing it to the buybacks overall. I guess, obviously, Newbie, they have sent them back, but the Slark perhaps force the buyback if they can potentially peek into the Roche pit, but I don't even know if they can do that from the side of Newbie. That fight looked so good for them, too, like the way they were drawing them all back in there. It looks like Infamous are still going to be the ones gaining on that gold, thanks to the fact that Hector lives.
Hector lives. I can't say anything more about it than that, but Newbie, now with Chris Luck dead for another 30 seconds, feeling confident to try and pressure this mid-tier 1 tower. The silence does come out and Hector shows up. They find the Ice Blast afterwards, Forceap trying to escape, but now you are trying to TP out. That means the rest of his team is potentially going to be caught out here. Hector chasing, they find Snaking, get the kill, 70 seconds, no buyback. And the question is, do they run to Roche right now?
One would think so. With the dieback confirmed now, he did pop the Skellies down the mid lane. Oh, actually, no, those are the old Skellies. Sorry. These things just keep on coming back. So Hector heads to the pit. He'll be very disappointed because, look, did you see that? His Midas was ready. He's like, oh, yeah,
oh, wait.
Almost went back.
They don't have the Lesh here, and they're going to lose the AA. Infamous, they're still thinking about fighting this one. They don't have Earth Spirit or Lesh for this fight as of yet, but they still want to go in and take Roche if possible. Buyback is there for the Ancient Apparition. Oh,
30-minute bounties.
DD spawns right outside the pit.
Well, I mean, they probably have it anyway, to be fair. As that's not a courier, it is a forward spirit heading in there. I would get confused by that.
Stomp comes out, able to dodge away, just putting Roche to bed. To take him down afterwards. They're trying to slow down this push, if at all possible. They do have Ravage if they can hold it out long enough. Still 10 seconds until that Tidehunter is back up. But they're throwing out the tornadoes.
I think you gotta try steal. I don't think you can fight this.
Dispel the DD. They still are moving in. 2 seconds until the Ravage is back and online. Hector, they're throwing everything that they possibly can, trying to keep it down, but there's gonna be the Aegis picked up, and a little bit too late. Snaking not able to get there.
Yeah, can't quite find even the Rose kill, I think is pretty much what they were angling for at that point. I think going into that battle was not gonna end well for Newbie, and they knew it.
11,000 net worth lead. CCNC just trying to hold these lanes back, slow down whatever push they possibly can. It feels like they need more time.
Yeah, lanes are definitely the name of the game right now for a Newbie. They just have to try and stop the ball from approaching their towers, and Schofield bringing Snaking far out. Let's be forced back here by MSS. I believe the only one on the team with the Force Staff. Indeed, very useful this game versus the Slark, versus the combos of the Earth Spirit, even just the Wraith King, the follow-up from the AA. They could use a couple, but Paladin far too poor for another item on this ET this game, really hurting them out of the support roles.
And you compare just the relative value that you're getting out of these other heroes. Whisper, well, he doubles back, pops the BKB and deciding to run away. In the meantime, though, look at Hector. He's inside the base, pops the BKB, turns on the Snaking. He can't afford to die. And now Hector in very deep. Yawar is going to try and chase the Ice Blast. It comes in, it hits him. Oh, they took him down, no buyback. 50 seconds with no time. And Infamous ready to walk in at this point. They didn't dodge away from the Ice Blast that came through. Disarmed, Wraith King. He's going to be okay for the moment as the sleep comes through. Tornado lift up. He is coming back in a second.
Oh man, AA buffs coming through with the Tracer. Being gone, getting those kills in the fountain used to be pretty damn difficult. But Stinger puts a big one into Newbie.
Still 25 seconds until Wraith King, his ultimate's going to be back up again. So it looks like with that Infamous not wanting to go for the all-in play at this point, probably the right decision. It'd be tough to take the tower without committing fully to the fight.
Yeah, the high ground is there, right? And they are going to respect that. Even though the Kunkka is a little bit behind here in terms of net worth. I mean, it just looks that way, I guess, relative to Hector. He's still pretty close to his opponent mid laner. You have to look out for the boat, the cleave, the ET, the invoker. And then, of course, the end-all, be-all, the Ravage.
And it does feel like that's really been one of the difference makers, is you compare the farm that Snaking's been able to get in this game. And it just hasn't really stacked up to what the Lesh is doing damage-wise. And that's always going to be the case with the Lesh rack, but not able to capitalize on the control that Snake King's offering to the team with his Ravage.
Man, it feels like Yawar needs to get absolutely massive when they have a chance in this game. And he's trying MSS as well. He's finally back towards that Solar Crest now too to try and give a little bit more assistance over to Yawar in these team fights. And Hector continues to walk.
And he's going to walk. He's going to pop the Blade Mail. They have the boat afterwards. Rum buff going to be applied to everybody. Hector will go down one time, but can you kill him again? Whisper hits the splitter. Nice play as they get the Force Staff away, but he's X'd and the BKB popped. Hector's out.
BKB down, Reincarnation down. Feels like a moment you'd like to get some aggression in from Newbie, but Hector takes the time to just BKB TV back to the neutrals.
He's ready to go. I mean, I will say that it's maybe a little bit concerning, the inability of Infamous to close out this game right here, considering 15k net worth.
Right, with the Aegis too, right?
Yeah, or at the very least get a tier 3 tower. Oh, the juke away. Schofield runs into everybody. See you later, guys. Schofield manages to get away.
No, there's no way.
He's rolling out. MSS wants the kill, but in the meantime, Chris Luck trying to play interference.
He really is.
Dude, they're doing it. And now the rundown. Schofield looking like he is in a little bit of trouble. Disarmed. Chris Luck trying to run. They don't hit the Sunstrike. Schofield, he gets away again. What's that TV show, I Shouldn't Be Alive? That's Schofield right now.
All right, well, consider that smoke dismantled, and at least one attempt there from Newbie to punish the aggression of Infamous will go unsuccessful here. 35-minute bounty runes popped up. They will at least get 2 of them. Chris Luck.
Dude, every time we look at this guy, he's just punching somebody. He will back out now. And Infamous definitely setting the tempo of this game. We saw with that smoke up, Newbie trying to catch them off guard and see if they can regain some agency in this one. But it is still 4 heroes that run around, make things happen, and now Hector again picks up another item, the Silver Edge this time.
Yeah, and I like the Shiva's guard too from Whisper, because if they're going to try and play these side lanes from the side of Newbie, that vision is super helpful for going for these gank plays, as well as just going up high ground, trying to spot out something like Kylie die, get that last bit of vision.
Oh, they spotted him briefly. The night vision, Snake King, he revealed himself, and Chris Luck, the Aegis just now expires. He's got to run, he's got to hide. Snake King chasing, looking for the follow-up. The disarm is there, and well, he's going to get the Dark Pack off as well as the BKB. They're in trouble as they're taking down that tier 3 tower, but Chris Luck running away, gets the pounce out, Shadow Dance, and away again. They can't keep doing it to them, and look at your base. Tier 3 towers down, the barracks are starting to fall, Hector is here. And on the other side, they're still keeping control. Up north, they're keeping his eyes on him, and Chris Luck playing with the other heroes. As they've got the Ice Blast follow through onto Snake King. Newbie are being pulled left, right, and center. They finally force out the BKB TP from CCNC, which means he isn't going to have it afterwards. Yawar jumps inside. They do have Hector controlled. It was a good and fast play to get Yawar back, but Hector will have his ultimate available. Snake King walking forward, looking for the Ravage. Doesn't quite get it, though, as they manage to get the X back pull onto Whisper, trying to kill off this pesky Letrak, but he will not go down idly either, as Hector gets the Shadow Blade walk away, and Whisper, he's just dancing on him as he tries to escape. Sunstrike coming through, still not enough for the kill. He's literally just walking away. They have the Ravage available for Sticky. He doesn't want to pop it. They give him the tip. Oh, have mercy. Please, no. Another distance from Sticky control. They have the Ravage. Gonna finally throw it out now. He just runs away. They have lost Chris Luck, and with that, Infamous will retreat.
Oh, Whisper, get on your horse and ride. They have just pulled Newbie apart. They've torn their base asunder, and I don't think Newbie know what just happened.
Literally styled on.
Why go high ground if you can just make them leave their base and chase you endlessly through the tree lines?
20,000 net worth lead after that, and in all of the chaos that Infamous has flourished in, they managed to take down 2 sets of racks. And Newbie, as you said, now left struggling to figure out what to do. That was all as the Aegis was expiring. Got that without the Aegis.
Infamous, the late game, right? It's been discussed, this idea of just like, that's where they've been shining. Not something you tended to say about some of the smaller regions before, right? Always peaked on aggression. Like Hector, I mean, they're still showing that, but they've got the big macro strategy to go with it now.
And they do kill Hector, but the Wraith Fire Blasts are going to fly out, and Hector going to try and BKB and walk away afterwards. Yawar, they feel like they need to get something here desperately. Force Staff away again in the Split Earth to stop the chase. It does have that feeling like for Newbie, it's all slipping away, even denying the Tier 1 tower in the face of Yawar. Maybe some solace in a Hex being picked up from CCNC as they need more ways to control in this fight. But Chris Luck looking for the opening. They find MSS going to jump onto him at the start. Snaking, trying to find a good angle of initiation to Ravage at, but they're not hitting onto anybody. Meanwhile, MSS turned upon by Hector. They've got him controlled. Chris Luck, they tear him apart, and now the rest of them running into the side. They apply the Ice Blast as well. Yawar turned upon, trying to run, trying to TP away, but the bash goes through. They find their man. Infamous running forward for more as Yawar just trying to get away from everybody else, but there's no buyback on Snaking. They find another bash. They took down the Invoker, and they are looking to take the rest of this base.
Now that is teamwork. Coming through, you got Glimmer Caves, saving himself with the Force Staffs too, just everyone saving each other, looking after the others back in these fights. It's so hard for Newbie to catch them already. They're such slippery heroes before you add in the fact of just like, your friends are there. They have so much trust in each other, and how many times have we brought that up at this tournament?
And 3 get slept, but the one that didn't gets the Force Staff save onto Schofield. Chris Luck walking forward the leash. They have the halberd, but they don't have the damage, and now they have the control as another Ice Blast goes through. You can hear South America chanting in the background as Infamous are looking to take a top 8 spot. GG call. The first time for South America to have a team in the top 8.
You can see the love, though. I mean, these guys know each other, even in the chat right after. It's like, congratulations, of course. Much respect to their opponents as Newbie will be sent home. The adopted sons of China coming in, getting some help with the boot camp here. Still overperforming past some of the expectations people had for them. We're talking about overperforming. Infamous, they are here to prove everyone wrong. They're here to represent their region and say we are worth it. There's a reason why we're coming to the minors, to the majors, and now to TI. They're coming for you.
They're coming for you indeed. You can see the respect there as well. Obviously, it hurts to go out at any point in time in this tournament for Newbie, but it is a gargantuan achievement for this team, for this region. It is always sad to see people have to walk away, and Newbie looks incredibly solid throughout this tournament. It is Infamous that are going to be moving on.
They're so fun to watch.
They are.
I mean, can we just say, like, the way their play style, I know maybe it looks a little bit like monotone sort of deal, seems like the same thing a lot of the time, but Whisper to me just played out of his mind in these games today.
Top 8, how far can they go? Infamous, move on.
Already the most successful South American team at the International. They just became even more successful. Congratulations to Infamous for a top 8 guaranteed finish here at TI9. And congrats to Peru, to Bolivia, and to the South American scene. It's a real coming of age for that scene, gents.
Massive.
You've played with these guys. You know how much they've sweated for this, and they've wanted opportunities in the past. They've wanted these qualifiers, and then they finally get their own region. It's been building for them, isn't it?
Yeah, one big thing I do want to give credit to them, like massive credit, because I think a lot of the players, people look at South America, you look at Peru, and they've always been overshadowed. Elite Wolves, everyone always talks about Smash, the guys that got banned, of course, for the stuff that happened, whatever. But now, look at this. They finally have taken over, and they are showing it to be just amazing. They're top 8. They just took out Newbie. And they did it in such a style.
Yeah, I'm going to get more from all of you in just a minute, but I'm hearing that Casey is currently on standby. I'm waiting with Chris Luck, who I'm sure is absolutely thrilled.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, we have Chris Luck, and Bruno's going to help us with the translation. Congratulations. I can't tell you how much everybody has enjoyed watching your run here at TI. How does it feel for you right now?
Felicitaciones. No te puedo explicar cuánto que estamos disfrutando todo tu camino aquí en TI. ¿Qué se siente en este momento?
Se siente un placer estar acá y enfrentarse a todos los jugadores y poder dar lo mejor de nosotros, ¿no? Que hemos venido acá para ser lo mejor en esto del Dota.
It's a pleasure to come here, get to play against all these teams, and be able to, show up here and try to be one of the best in all of Dota.
One of the storylines has been that you've already passed the point of doing the best that any South American team has done at TI. Now you're guaranteed top 8. Are you allowing that to sink in, or are you just able to focus on playing your Dota?
Una cosa que ha sucedido en este torneo, que es la primera vez que un equipo sudamericano llega a los mejores 8. ¿Y qué se siente? ¿Te sentís que estás en top 8? ¿Se siente distinto o es lo mismo?
Bueno, nuestra mentalidad es como cualquiera, ¿no? Poder ganar un torneo grande y dar lo mejor. Yo siempre he querido ser uno de los o estar en uno de los equipos que hagan historia en el Perú, como poder llegar a un lugar donde nadie lo ha hecho antes, y creo que me siento satisfecho, un poco, pero me siento satisfecho.
The mentality of the team and every one of the players is they want to be one of the best and they want to make history for Peru. Like for them to be one of the Peruvian players that are here for the first time, it's really exciting, and they're kind of satisfied with the results so far, but they want to go for more.
Más o menos. We saw Hector play Wraith King twice in game 1 and again in game 3. We talked to Newbie's coach, Aoi, and he said he didn't feel that was the reason they weren't performing very well on their team, but I would argue that it seems to work really well for you. How excited is Hector when he gets to play Wraith King, and how much did that contribute to your success, do you think?
Héctor jugó Wraith King en el primer y el tercer partido. Durante el segundo partido hubo una entrevista con Aoi, el coach de Newbie, y ellos dijeron que no pensaban que Wraith King era algo particularmente difícil de combatir. Sin embargo, en los dos partidos Héctor ha sido una figura clave en el equipo. ¿Qué se siente jugar con Héctor cuando a él le toca jugar Wraith King?
En sí, puede jugar todos los seres de la misma manera. Creo que es la confianza que tenemos del uno al otro. Todos nos tenemos mucha confianza y sabemos que uno puede dar lo mejor de sí. Claro que a veces cometemos errores por la falta de experiencia, creo que no tenemos, a diferencia de otros equipos, y se siente bien.
It feels good. So he thinks that he can play any of the heroes. The most important thing about this is just the trust that they have in one another. While one of their deficits is that they might not have the experience that some of the other teams that are here have, they make up for it just, having fun.
Chris Luck, muchas gracias. Felicidades. Hasta luego. Thank you so much. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Casey, along with one of the best cameos we get here at TI. Bruno, of course, doing the translations as well. Congrats to Chris Luck and Agenza. Owen, South American Dota.
I mean, absolutely. This is why, that you give all these opportunities to SA. It may take some time to build up, but you know that they're going to get to the top. And the whole region, it's one of the craziest. Yeah. The fans, they absolutely adore the game. They absolutely adore the players. Even through the tough times, some of these players, Whisper, Stinger, Skullfield, they've been around for a long time. They've been in a lot of different iterations, different teams. The fans have stuck with them, and it's finally paying off. You give the region this time, this space to grow, they'll show up. And they absolutely are here.
It also continues, Brian, the rivalry down there as well, because we've got the Brazilians, there's a couple of Argentinian players that are at the top end of the scale. We've got the Peruvians, got a Bolivian here for the first time ever. So it's really starting to come together.
I'm just glad that a team that's coming out of SA is all SA players. I think that's been a big part.
Yes.
The region's almost been invaded because people have viewed it as
no more Kyle in South America.
Exactly. Yeah,
Kyle.
He wasn't even close to qualifying. Nobody even remembers that. But yeah, it's just nice it's like pride and it's respect, I think, is what this is earning for the entire region.
Well, with every positive story, of course, there is a negative side to it. And unfortunately, it does mean that we lose yet another team. Rich is with Newbie.
Yeah, I think one thing when you look at the entire year that these guys played through a lot of very tough schedules when you get to groups early on, and that's going to be the same story here with TI. How does that tough beginning to the tournament, even with you guys doing well, affect you when you get to the main event?
I mean, personally, it affected me a lot, I think. I took it more as a sprint than a marathon, I guess, like that stupid analogy. And yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling at this point. Like, I'm just feeling tired.
Having to go so hard early on kind of drained you. Like, how are you feeling about your performance overall? I mean, you had to overcome so much to even get to the main event.
I mean, I'm really proud of the team and like how we played. Like, we had 3 mega creep games that we came back from, and that was really because we weren't playing very well at that point. But like, we really wanted it, so we got it. But after that, I mean, I can only talk for myself, but I'm really disappointed in like everything I did, basically.
I mean, with that disappointment, though, like you did accomplish so much to even be here, and I know everybody watching definitely sees that. Is there anything that you want to say to any of the fans who are watching right now?
Thank you. Thank you for supporting us, the Dota scene, Team Newbie. And thank you to Team Newbie too, like for picking us up when we were left without a sponsor. That was, it turned out pretty good. And I'm sorry we couldn't do better. I really thought we would do better than this, but you know, I tried.
And you did a damn good job. You really did. We're going to throw it back to the desk. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rich. Yeah, always difficult to talk to people and players in particular. This tournament means so much to them. And they put so much effort in all year round as well, gents. You know, it's not people tuning in now for the first time. If they tune in once a year, they might think it's a once-a-year tournament. What are you talking about? There's plenty more opportunity. But this is what matters to these players. They start literally next week. They'll start thinking about next year.
Yeah, that was.
It's kind of hard.
Tough. Yeah, that one was
tough.
hard.
It's tough.
That was hard.
Brian, let's go back to some more positive things because I know that you want to break down. Well, I mean, you could probably break down like 20 minutes worth of clips from Infamous, but a key part of what made them so great in that series.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that their goal is to create space for Hector in the mid game. And here, the first two clips we're going to see are some 6 saves and barely surviving. It's all inches and seconds in the mid game here. And you're going to see him kick Whisper over the cliff to save him and then roll out. This is all a 4v5 engagement. And you're going to see Chris Luck. This is seconds later, the same exact fight. Looks like he's almost certainly dead. And he's going to take the one direction that he can barely escape from. And meanwhile, as all this is going on, as we pull up the next clip, we're going to see Hector farming some neutrals and TPing to farm some more.
This looks suspiciously like Black.
Yeah. And that's just what they're all about. They know their job is to create space for him. And they're doing it so well. Yeah. And this is the fight later on in the game where Hector has 1 second left on his cooldown of his ultimate, and it barely comes off cooldown. And you're going to see one more save ends up happening right after this clip. And these deaths are what these saves, prevention of deaths, is what makes the difference in their ability to just take over the game. Their net worth lead always goes from like 20 minutes to 30 minutes. It always you just see the graph just shooting up.
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Just how well they played in those. Like you said, there's little minuscule moments of saves.
I want to relate a little bit because there's a reminiscent moment where I'm seeing Chris Luck diving into, there's tier 2s up, there's even tier 1s alive, and he's right outside their base, kind of like scaring people. I saw Thompson doing a lot of that stuff last year. Even this year, we've been seeing him diving. Chris Luck is showing some immense amount of confidence, and he's putting the pressure on. He's literally just running at them and forcing so much reaction. It's top notch.
Let's get some quick final thoughts on the series as a whole, Owen.
Well, Wraith King is obviously going to be the hero of topic when it comes to the conversations between teams and coaches who are going to have to play against Infamous down the line. Will they sort of take the road that Aui did and try and see if they could tackle the rest of Infamous, leave the Wraith King in, or will they play the safe move and take it out? I think they might have to. We saw in that game, you leave it in, you feel that you can sort of deal with the rest of the team. It's not going to be the case. Whatever happens, if Wraith King's the hero, the Infamous the rest of the 4 of them are creating the space for, Hector's just going to do so much more with that space when he has Wraith King than any other carry. He's just going to get so much out of it, and you're not going to be able to deal with him as the late game comes in.
Brian?
I just think they look flashy. I love watching them. You said it looked like OG. That's the first thing I think of. They're just having fun. You know, they're spray painting the ground just like OG, and it just looks like confidence, and it's crazy to see. They're all non-experienced players, and I just love it.
All right, thanks very much, gents. That is it from this particular panel. It's it from me for the day. You'll be in the good hands of Rich when we come back for the next series. But first of all, let's catch up with some old boys and find out where they are now.
主要感觉是大家都从那种感觉，就从年轻人变成就是成年人了嘛，对吧？大家本来一开始都是比较青涩的少年，现在一个个全部都结婚了，是吧？
就感觉时间变得过得好快，全是老逼啊！关于对 OB 这个家庭的意义，我觉得大家就像一家人一样，好吧？
其实说白了就是朋友在一起聚在一起玩，很开心的那种。
就是我们是从最不职业的时候一路走过来，然后大家感情都会比较深嘛，就不像现在。
我们那个局以后变成了我们那个时候了吗？
我们也是心中放不下这个游戏，也是想继续打 Dota 的。最早呢，是因为我们电子竞技这个游戏，Dota 这个游戏打职业，它的 寿命是有限的。我说我们组成一个队伍一起解说搭档怎么样？他们说好，我们就进行了。然后接下来之后，我就会说我们就变成了 OP 战队，到后面再人员扩张就扩到现在是10个人，每天也各有各的欢乐，各有各的项目，对不对？但是也是在围绕着 Dota 这个游戏在转的。
我觉得其他的都不重要，大家只要能开心、能生活，这样就够了。
然后因为打职业嘛，每个人都想赢，所以你想赢的情况下，你往往想赢，你肯定会有争吵的。但是现在以这个娱乐为主，以这个开心为主，
就是现在来 OB 这边人轻松了，而自己不用去打，但是压力会少很多。但是同样的心情还是会比较激动的，就是在看着他们打。
然后我们等于说4个寝室10个人，对不对？就像大学宿舍一样，但是我们就是那种大4的学生，没什么课了。
他看我们的同时，他也找到了这个感觉，所以我们 OB 就是什么？因为我们 OB 就像以前那种一群人啊，10个人啊，5个人啊，网吧里开黑啊，相互嘲讽啊那种，就氛围特别好。
蓝猫消耗，火猫死了，拉一个拍球。
就会经常龙声，一到晚就会问老毕你怎么还没起床？今天又划水又不直播是什么的，就是叫你一起就嘴巴上这么说，其实就想叫你一起玩游戏嘛，就是。
就 OB 是一个大家庭嘛，然后如果是每个人有困难啊，都会互相帮助啊，
有种家的感觉嘛。
没有坚持，可能就现在就没有我们了。
这么多年为了直播或者说为了 Dota 这些付出都值得了，因为有这么多人欣赏我们这个 OB 嘛。
真的也是比较感谢外界的粉丝们对我们的一些一直以来的支持和评价，这样的话我们才能越走越远。
然后今年的话，肯定是在上海这边，就是感觉终于可以去 TI 了，
终于不用熬夜了。
今年应该可以
中国的花火声肯定是更大的，我觉得。
吹啦！
我们还想我们俩游进去，好吧？问题不大，好吧？有一个名额，我们 OB 战队要了。
考虑一下，
万一拿到冠军，
要求很高，
先定
要求很高，我先。
没想到跨世人。
G-A-A-A-A-A-A-A, also pronounced as Ga. We have already a new record set here at this TI. And the question is, when we start to look at this next series, are we still going to keep that potential for another new record? Are we going to have a 2-time champ? That's something that we instantly need to be talking about when we're talking about Secret versus Mineski, Kyle.
Yeah, definitely. This is probably the team with the highest expectations coming into the tournament, probably the favorite to win and be the first repeat, and they're in the lower bracket. And I gotta say, they looked a little shaky yesterday, and I can't imagine that they feel any better today.
I think they feel better today because they're not going up against EG, a team that's often had their number. You know, Secret for the whole year has been very consistent. You look at their losses, the turns where they're not winning, they're losing to VP, they're losing to Liquid, they're losing to LGD. The only time they haven't won to one of the best elite teams was back in October when they lost a series to Na'Vi at Maincast. Na'Vi's not a bad team by any means, but Secret consistently beats all the teams they should. And Mineski falls into that category.
And now we need to actually start talking about why we're actually going to take a look at the teams before they take the stage. Let's take a peek at the rosters. Mineski going to be taking the stage. When you look at their season, at times you could say it was a little bit rocky, but they can definitely make up for it here. It's not going to be an easy matchup. They need to take down the powerhouse lineup of Secret. But hey, a rocky season doesn't mean anything if you get that powerful finish. You can wash it all away and actually manage to move forward here in this elimination series. I mean, how good would that feel after having the Rocky series as well? But now we need to look at their competition in Secret.
the stage right now. We have Team Secret. They had already a tough road in this competition. In a lower bracket matchup, they had to go against, or in that upper bracket matchup, they had to go against some very tough competition. Now, into the lower side of the bracket, facing elimination much earlier than we would have expected. It is going to be Secret taking the stage. Puppy going to be leading this team out onto the stage and also going to be that strong leader in the game. What do you think they're going to be able to do in this series, Lacoste?
Team Secret definitely better team overall throughout the season. They showed better performance, but once you come to TI, it does not matter. Mineski, I think they're the second best performing team of the underdogs. Infamous, definitely the first one, and Mineski, they were just one win away from the upper bracket.
This to me is reminiscent of the TI7 EG run, which ended with a 2-0 in the lower bracket when they lost to Team Empire. You've got one squad, underdog, limited expectations. Like, I hung out with Boogie and Potato for like the first couple days of the group stage. They were memeing about, you know, hey, we just don't want to be last, you know? As long as we can play at the main event, we're fine. So they're coming in, they're just going to play some Dotas and have a good time. Secret, they're the ones actually feeling the pressure. They're supposed to win, right?
It's so funny when you actually look at how everything does start shaping up with this TI in particular. I feel like this matchup is such a microcosm for the overall story. You have so many of the underdog teams going into teams that have the potential to be two-time champs, which has never been done before in history. And that's really the story of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Secret have a long way to go finding themselves in the lower bracket for Puppy to be a repeat champion, but it is a possibility. And for me, Secret, as much as the talk around them is often they underperform at TI, they're not VP. They're not a team that completely crumbles and has this internal instability and chaos and teammates who, you know, maybe aren't getting along too well. Secret team is just so much better right now.
Yeah, and you remember they were the one team, like the lower bracket, that could take a game off of Liquid. They were the last Western team outside of Liquid in that TI7 tournament, and you can argue that they didn't have nearly the same amount of talent. This is a squad that expects to win. And what the cool thing about this specific series is these are like sister teams. Secret threw a party yesterday to launch a new beer that they just created, and Kenshi and Oren and a bunch of the Mineski staff were there. You know, it's they train together, they're scrim partners. Like, this is a very comfortable matchup, which to me just leads me to favor Mineski even more because
of the beer.
What? No.
It sounds like. I mean, if he's saying Mineski's favorite to win this series, then yeah, I think it's the beer, Lacoste.
Look, Kyle, how was that party?
Were you at the party? Yeah.
I made an appearance. You know, I had to see. It's secret. It's quite good.
Doing research.
Yeah,
for research purposes only.
Raging Potato, his secret ingredient. Every night he's got to have a Long Island iced tea, and that's like what gives him that comfort. He definitely had one yesterday, so he's going to be in a good headspace. This man right here, Ninja Boogie,
I've never heard good headspace and Long Island iced tea in the same sentence, but Kyle always bringing first to the panel, but it is true, right? I think one of the first things, because we actually talked about this on our ride over, and you were kind of talking about the fact that there is a relationship between these two teams, and you kind of did use that term, they're sister teams in a way. I want to go back, though, to the idea of comfort, because we saw them. I know you can't base everything off of looks, been told that quite a few times, but when we look at these guys inside of the booth right now, when we're looking at Secret, I mean, we saw Puppy, the first thing he's doing is laughing when he's sitting down here. It doesn't seem like they're feeling any of that pressure, especially when Kyle just said he favors Mineski in this
Puppy
series.
he does not care. I mean, he's been to a lot of the tournaments, pretty much every single major throughout the season, and one thing I love about Puppy is that he says it's my way or the highway. Yeah. It's how it is, actually. When you hear them talking to some of his teammates, and this is the thing that I like about him, but it can also be a double-edged sword because they can be the victims of their draft as well. Because he's so stubborn, he's going to pick a lot of the same stuff, even if it's not working. I'm the guy who's going to make it work.
Yeah, I remember there's a story about we had a talent sitting on a scrim that 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And there was a point during the draft, like Midwin was memeing around, and Puppy was just like, shh, talk, I'm thinking. Everyone's quiet. He's into the draft. Like, this is very much his team, his baby. And I agree, if both teams play their highest level of Dota, Secret would take it, but it's TI. This is not the same. And I gotta think, like, Secret, with their confidence at Epicenter, they finished last. This is not the same team necessarily.
There are a lot of truths in what you're saying right now, but the wide truth is the fact that this isn't just a regular tournament. Like, this is TI. That's a big true W there. But I do want to kind of continue talking about Puppy and the leadership style, because when you talk about all the different leadership styles, right, I think the most important thing, which they definitely do have, you bring up the potential weaknesses to any leadership style. There's going to be weaknesses. But if you have a squad that rallies completely behind that, that is the leadership style, and everybody is going to be able to either contribute in the way they need to contribute, or on the opposite end, follow when they need to follow. I feel like that's a really big plus.
Yeah, and Dota is so unlike any other professional sport or even esport, where you're often building a team around a star player, that superstar. You know, you're LeBron James. Dota, you build around the star captains. They're not the star player in games, but it's such a strategic team game that it's the Puppies, the Kuros, the Zhao Wei's, these captains who are the guys you build a team around.
ROTK's nickname is Iron Fist. Zhao Wei is the director. You know what PPD's reputation is. We've got to know Kuro through the interviews. Like, the best teams often have a leader that is in charge, and that there's a lot of good, there's a lot of bad. It's definitely a tough job. It's much easier to sit in this chair, let me tell you.
If we need a nickname for Puppy, what would it be, Kyle?
Top Dog, obviously.
Top Dog. Makes a lot of sense.
Kyle had been thinking about that one. He was
It's off the cuff, baby. Come on. I'm working with you all week. It starts to rub off a little.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm going to take that as a compliment due to my incredibly strict leadership style. I do want to kind of continue to talk though about Secret, because we talk about the fact that yes, they're going to be comfortable here, but it's not like Puppy hasn't had his own dark period, right? Like, there was that dark era. For anybody who hasn't necessarily been following as long, God's really, what has his journey been in professional Dota and TIs in particular?
I mean, TI, the results just haven't been there. They started, TI 5. Secret came in as the heavy favorites. They were the team everyone looked at. That was when Ortiz was on the squad, as well as S4. That was the team that was meant to win it all. They won every tournament leading up. They fell short. And for Secret, the expectations have always been high, and they just haven't quite fulfilled it at TI.
Yeah, and now on the side of Mineski, when we talk about that potential underdog performance, what would we need to see from them to be able to take down Secret?
Well, they definitely could pull off something cheesy against Team Secret, but Team Secret is the team that will punish small mistakes. They're going to transition that into objectives, and
we're going to need to see if they're going to be able to do that. Who's going to take this elimination series? It's getting started right now.
Team Secret versus Mineski. Game 1.
Team Secret, the DPC points champion and multiple-time major winners, came into this tournament on a roll, whirling off 10 straight wins in their first 10 matches, only 7 wins in 10 matches since. They find themselves up against the last hope of the SEA region in Mineski here in a lower bracket elimination match. I'm joined by Gunnar and Fabi here going into this series. Fabi, I want to cut to you quickly here before the game. You played with this Mineski team in majors this season. They're a good presence in the SEA, but they come in as underdogs in the series. What do you think they need to do in this draft to have a chance against Secret?
I think they just have to play like how they played in the group stage. Their quality of Dota was pretty solid throughout the whole group stage. Whenever they have like their comfort heroes, they look like they know what they're doing. They look like they're playing top tier Dota. So I assume like that's what they need to do. So I was kind of listening to the panel, and they kindly briefly touched about Puppy's stubbornness. And I was wondering if Puppy was going to be so stubborn that they're going to open Race King, because last series we saw Infamous another underdog team, a similar position where Mineski is in right now. They won Game 1 and Game 3 with Wraith King, and Mineski, they picked Wraith King over their last 3 games. And they also beat Mineski. They also beat Secret and in their group stage with Wraith King. So kind of curious if Puppy is stubborn enough.
And Gunnar, as we move into the first picks here in the draft, I wanted to briefly touch base with you. Mid1 is a player that Secret has counted on all season long to create so much space. He's won so many disadvantageous lane matchups. He has struggled in this tournament, and he finds himself up against Moon, one of the best technical mid laners right now. How do you get somebody like that going in a draft?
A lot of times, mids, when you're laning, it's kind of a confidence thing. So if you are winning a lot of lanes, you're going to win more lanes in the coming games if you feel good about yourself. A lot of players have been getting a lot better the laning stage. They've been practicing 1v1s a lot more than in the past couple months than they have, a long time. People are buying more region in the lanes. These bracers, these wraith bands, people are kind of mixing up the builds. There's, Shadow Fiend's going bracer as their like first or second item. These mids are going like a lot more aggressive on each other. So I think the quality of the laning stage has gotten like so high that it's hard for these, this Sumail in 2015 to just kind of rock a tournament and never lose a lane.
So we do have first phase picks coming out. Mineski take the Mirana away from Secret. That has been a YapzOr staple, but as you see, Raging Potato 3-0 on that hero at TI. Secret counter with the YapzOr Rubik. Since he joined the Secret roster, YapzOr has 45 LAN wins as Rubik. That's 10 ahead of any other player hero combination. And of course, we expect to see the Zai Tidehunter. More or less what you guys expected from this first phase so far?
Yeah, the Tidehunter's been kind of a staple opening of the tournament. Usually it's Elder Titan Tidehunter, but it was banned by Secret, so they can't do it. It's usually a strong lane in most matchups. If you really need to, you can cut with Anchor Smash. He didn't really get hurt by the double Stout Shield nerf because he has a built-in double Stout Shield. So it kind of goes back to like a Centaur, right? It's kind of like the older Centaur. It gives you some team fight. Your stun is unreliable in a sense because it's a 150-second cooldown. So you don't get to blink just like Centaur Stomping Hero or Axe Claw Hero. But in the team fights and holding high ground and being kind of the frontliner, he's one of the top picks.
So this Rubik Tidehunter is cool also because it kind of blocks Mineski's favorite picks, which are Enigma, Wraith King, and Beastmaster. Tide is obviously good against Beastmaster and Wraith King, but Mineski picked it anyways. Tide can like just almost one-shot the Wraith King babies. And Rubik is pretty good against Enigma. It's pretty hard to play Enigma against the threat of them stealing the Black Hole. So yeah, I think the Secret came to this draft thinking about those favorite picks from Mineski.
We did see the hero matchup last game, the Wraith King Tidehunter. It was okay in the lane. If the Wraith King would ever skeleton while he was in the lane, the Tidehunter would just kill them in 5 seconds. One Anchor Smash, they die, respawn, Anchor Smash is off cooldown, kills it again. But Hector just kind of walked to the jungle and used his skeletons there. And Tidehunter's not going to walk all the way into jungle for 20 seconds, waste another 10 seconds killing the skeletons, and walk back and waste a minute of his time just to slow down, the Wraith King's farm. So at the same time, it kind of deals with the skeletons, but the Wraith King can just jungle.
Now, Nico Baby, one of the new additions to the Mineski roster here coming into TI. Febby, you had a story from earlier on in the season. Mineski spent most of the season with Ajit, but Nico Baby has been on their radar all along.
Oh yeah, back when I was in the team, like we were kind of thinking about Nico Baby because he looked pretty solid on the teams that we faced against. So I think he was on CG, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, he looked pretty solid. So we're thinking about picking him up or like other players. And yeah.
One of the nice things about him as a player on this team is that he is versatile, going from like a position 1 hard carry to like a position 1.5, like this Juggernaut type of hero. He used to play Juggernaut a lot in the qualifiers, and it would try to give the spotlight to Moon. But usually when he sees heroes like Wraith King, and he plays Anti-Mage a decent amount as well, he tries to put the spotlight on himself, and I think the team plays around it really well.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see the second phase bans coming out here, the Ancient Apparition taken out by Secret. Still, I believe Alchemist is still on the board as a possible pick for them. And the Tinker ban, what?
That's a Moon special.
Okay,
he picked it
all
on,
right.
I know Febby was praising his Tinker, and I believe he quoted Moon in the group stage. Moon said, "I'm the best Tinker," I believe. Right, Febby?
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm surprised Mineski didn't ban Alchemist.
Yeah, this is a really scary Alchemist already for Team Secret if they pick it on 4. The AA is banned, and it's against the Wraith King.
Yeah, occasionally I think the second phase bans kind of are a huge tell about the picks, and I think that AA ban is definitely in that category.
A lot of teams don't use their second phase bans to move on to the second phase. Yep. They use their second phase bans on the 10th pick, the Wraith King. But Wraith King doesn't really need counters. Like, Naga is the biggest one. The Brood, I think, is more for the game, as a kind of scary hero.
And the Visage pick here, this looks like it might be a core position Visage. I mean, obviously, we haven't seen a mid-Rubik in a very long time, but this was a mid-1 special back when this hero, we saw this hero a lot in the mid lane, but we have seen it almost never in the last couple of patches.
Right now, Team Secret wants to deathboard Mineski really hard because Mineski's heroes, they're pretty slow. They have like, I don't want to say no deep push, but it's pretty hard to defend when Team Secret's heroes are all grouped up. Arrow is not gonna do anything. Wraith King's just gonna wanna farm. You know, Witch Doctor, he's just a Witch Doctor. Right now, Mineski needs some deep push fast.
We also talked about how if Secret is going to give it this Wraith King, how they're going to play around it, around this Midas Radiance timing. Before this Midas Radiance timing, Wraith King's going to hit jungle, and he's going to TP to Tri-Camp, and he's going to hit Tri-Camp, he's going to walk to his other jungle, and then he's going to farm that. And if the other team is taking all of your outer tower, you start to lose your jungles. You start to have to push out lanes and expose yourself, and if you don't have this Radiance, you push out lanes really slow as the hero.
Yeah, this Wraith King hero, it's like a baby Alchemist. Its farming speed is crazy due to its babies, and like, sure, like the other teams can pick counters to one-shot the babies, but they are not gonna have any interaction because only Wraith King's just gonna farm the jungle, right? So.
Yeah. Wraith King,
but the downside is like it's very slow. So I think Team Secret is abusing that by picking Visage, and they're gonna wanna up the tempo.
Now, the Omni Knight coming out from Mineski obviously does very, very well potentially against that core Visage. If you're worried about the physical damage output coming from the birds, the other nice thing is you have really powerful stuns on the first 3 picks in the draft. So having an offlaner that's light on disable not going to hurt you in this one.
The really nice thing about Omni this game is he has a built-in skill good against Visage birds, and then his common item builds are Solar Crest and Crimson Guard. So he has like already, without even having to think about your build, you're gonna counter the Visage.
Yeah, they needed a Crimson Guard, natural Crimson Guard getter, because Crimson Guard is that good against Visage, and Omni Knight is that hero. Right now, Mineski needs some melee frontline fighters, brawlers for Moon. I can think of Tiny, Ember, those kind of heroes that can fight with Mineski's heroes.
This looks like a really nice Ember game for Mineski. He's gonna have the Heavenly Grace from the Omni Knight. He can go in. The stuns are a little limited on Secret. They have a root from the CM, which is much stronger against Ember now, but Rubik's stun is kind of, you know, low duration, and then the Ravage is an ultimate, and you're not just going to want to be worried about an ultimate every fight.
I wonder if Team Secret is going to pick Tor, because Tor looked really great against Wraith King when Liquid played it.
Sniper, that's one of the better heroes against Visage.
Yeah.
His range is so far in the Shrapnel, it kind of burns down on the Visage's passive. His birds get a little squishier, and the birds can't get onto you. You just Shrapnel in front of your base if they go high ground, and he's one of the better physical damage base defenders in the game. His attack range is so far, he can sit there. If they ever try to commit on the Sniper, the Omni Knight would just brace him, and then the fight would be really hard for Secret to take on the base.
Absolutely. Do you think Mineski possibly looked to punish the Visage in lane with Moon's pick here?
They could, but at the same time, it could be a dual or tri-lane in the safe lane. And Secret does run Nisha in the mid sometimes.
That's true.
With his like Morphling, and I believe even
Medusa.
Medusa, I think he also arc board in mid.
Absolutely.
So yeah, they both of them. I believe he actually played mid before Secret on one of the teams he was on.
And look at the sniper band coming out from Secret. Yeah.
I think that was a bait. Like Mineski's probably going to pick Ember, and then Secret's going to pick something like a Nisha Morphling, like Connor mentioned.
Mineski take away the Alchemist.
Oh,
and that is the first Alchemist game for Mineski in the last 2 patches.
With Wraith King too. I think like these two heroes kind of collide together.
I think one of the Wraith King or the Alchemist is not going to go the Radiance, obviously.
Sure.
I think the Alchemist, if they put it mid in a favorable matchup, he can go this Medallion Armlet Blink build. And he kind of plays a lot faster pace with the stun. He'll get 2 points in spray, you know, 2 points in your Grievel's Greed for the early lane and some jungling. But once you get this max stun, you get a short cooldown at level 10. You can run around, set up stuns for the arrow and the Mirana.
But don't you think about, like, a Secret just switching up Visage in the safe lane like a Monkey King against the Alch mid? I mean, mid one is 18-1 in his last 19 games as Monkey King.
I think this is a very good Monkey King game. It's really good against Wraith King. If you ever kill him once before you ult, you drop the ring around the Wraith King and he's instantly dead the second time he's alive. Only scary one is the Guardian Angel from the Omni Knight. It kind of counters your ult in a way.
You still like Ember, you were saying, Fabian?
Yeah, I think Ember or Kunkka looks pretty good for Secret too.
Okay, both of those certainly in the hero pool of Secret.
Yeah, because I think like Team Secret's draft, they can't go late game. I think they have to try to end it early mid, like get a really huge advantage going.
What about a Timber Saw?
Oh, the mid one Meepo, they're pulling it out.
Yeah, so I was telling you about if they were saving strats or not, because the last few games, mid one just played those like normal mid heroes. You know, they weren't as
unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, we have a Meepo in the hands of mid one. He looked good in his debut on this hero, but this is the TI main stage. And to give you the last word on the draft, here is promo code BSJ.
I think the best way to deal with Alchemist is to invade his jungle. And what better hero to do it than a hero that can farm while also invading his jungle at the same time. This is a high-paced lineup from Secret. They have no real scaling damage, though, and they have so many beefy cores on the side of Mineski. I fear that if the game goes past maybe the second Aegis, 35 minutes into the game, Secret's going to struggle to kill any of the heroes on Mineski. But if they can shut down all the farm of the Alchemist, it'll also bleed into the rest of the lineup, and they can just take map control and accrue a massive net worth lead and be able to end the game off that. So let's just find out. There's only one way to know. Take it away.
That's right, there is only one way to know, and that is in the game. Everybody has predictions about this matchup, and most of them are siding with Secret. It is, just no other way to put it, a David versus Goliath matchup. This is Team Secret, the top DPC points, the best team coming into this international, who faltered against Evil Geniuses, but are they going to lose to Mineski as well? Have they lost all momentum, Blitz?
They have not, because the team they lost to, EG, is absolutely surging, and there were very many moments in that game that Secret could have won. But who knows? This is a TI.
Yeah.
You genuinely don't know. Maybe Secret is similar to VP, where their trajectory, unfortunately, is just to like make it to the top 12, and there's like.
It might be. We'll have to see as Mineski, they certainly have, well, I'm sure they was feeling good about things with the last pick, Alchemist, but that Meepo has got to be a cause for concern.
What's really funny is, like, most times in this tournament, you have not been able to last pick Alchemist. Like,
Yeah.
This is not a 22 pick that you normally see, and it's just funny to see, like, we've trump carded you, and Secret was like, no.
Do you think Mineski was sitting there going like, is this real? Is this a trap?
You know what it's like? It's like, it's too good to be true.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
looking around and they're saying like, that's free money? You want us to move on in the tournament?
It's like the stage gonna explode or something if we pick up this Alchemist? Like, what's happening here?
No,
This has
they
got to be a
could've
booby trap.
And they, you know, they're fine. They're happy about it.
All
Oh,
right.
this is good.
So the mid one, Meepo. And we're going to see Secret immediately smoke up and trying to get advantageous laning set up. What are our lanes that we want to see from Secret? What are they looking for here?
I think they probably want to... Okay, it looks like Secret anyways is going to, for the time being, aggro for the Tidehunter. I could very well see Zai just go for the Gush level 1, just so that they can set up the first blood. What they're trying to do here, Cap, is secure bounty runes, but KP is going to get real suspicious once he realizes that nobody's in this top lane. And this should alert Mineski, don't battle over this bottom rune.
Yeah.
This is death right here for you guys.
That's why Raging Potato puts himself a little bit farther away from the boundary rune, tries to scout out, and they see Zai running forward, just trying to establish that dominance. He's going to go for the Gush level 1, as you said. Yabzor is going to be nailed by the arrow. Nico Baby doesn't feel good about this fight, though. He's going to stun up Puppy instead, and Ninja Boogie. Mineski chose to take this fight, and they will choose to watch Ninja Boogie die. Fade away first blood to Yabzor.
Didn't I just say, don't take this fight? You're not going to win this fight.
And look at Raging Potato. He's trying really hard to get the bounty rune, but he gets confident. Telekinesis now body blocked as well. He went for the level 1 arrow. That's 2.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not in the game, but at the same time, I feel like once KP scouted at that top area, I feel like that should have been like a clear cut. Okay, we're out of this. There's no longer a fight that's happening here.
Odd situation, but Mineski, I guess, feeling pressured because they have an Alchemist to get that extra bounty rune. The weird part was they were guaranteed 2 at top. KP got both of those. They do swap the lanes up. He's going to be laned against Nisha, trying to give Nico Baby a more favorable setup.
You have to be careful in those like trialing situations. I mean, Tide Gush level 1 is actually such a sick spell. 110 damage, 4 armor reduction when nobody has armor at that point. This is something that the Chinese do a lot too. You know, when they go for the dual aggro offlanes with Tidehunter, they used to do it a lot when Monkey King was a thing, if you recall.
Yeah.
They would bring like +2 heroes, you just get Gush level 1. Monkey King thinks he can just trade hits with you, and it's a free kill.
Yeah, so many Monkey Kings back then fell into the trap of thinking their Jingu allowed them to be able to fight anybody, but so much minus armor allows you to be able to win a lot of these man fights. Raging Potato just trying to find what farm he can off of the jungle, but is sharing that experience with Yabzor currently, who's just chasing him around the map with his boots first.
And mid matchup, it looks like things are going just fine for the Alchemist, which is anticipated. The weird thing about both these heroes is they play in a very similar way. Like, they both want to just hit jungle creeps. They don't really care too much about how the laning phase goes. They'll recover in other parts of the game, which is why laning phase-wise, it's not really worth watching either of these heroes. It's much more, I think much more of this game will be determined by how the side lanes go.
Yeah.
Like, particularly this bottom lane.
And we see this Meepo last pick. We think of it as a counter, but not because of the laning phase, right? But because of the way BSJ stated it, that you're going to be able to both farm and invade the jungle against this Alchemist with Meepo.
Yeah, and it's one of those heroes that threatens all the lanes at once, which is so important. It has the ability to punish him in team fights at all times, despite what Alchemist gets. The upside for Alch, though, is his item build is going to be very good against the Meepo, as we see this mini fight going on. Raging Potato still has the arrow and the leap. That's why YapzOr being a little bit more careful. Isn't level 2 himself yet. And Raging Potato trying to line up the arrow right now, and YapzOr gonna dodge it.
Telekinesis, toss back Raging Potato, and he will be fine. It's gonna be all of his leap charges gone. It does leave our Tide versus Omni Knight in a 1v1, which I'm thinking Omni Knight should eventually win that because of the Purification nuke, but we'll have to keep our eye on it. The one that's probably going to be battling a lot is that top lane with the Wraith King and Witch Doctor, but trying to manage into a Visage.
Visage tri-lanes are always just really, really strong.
Yeah.
You never feel bad about playing a Visage tri-lane. This is a hero that we haven't really seen often, and it's really interesting because you don't normally see Nisha play these types of heroes. When Secret has had success at this tournament, it's been when he plays more of a hard carry. That's why I feel like mid one's also been struggling, just because they've been putting him in a little bit more of a sacrificial role as of late. This time around, I feel like this is a good confidence booster game for him. You saw at the end of the EG series last night where they rubbed his head. They were trying to tell him, like, probably like, shake it off. You're still a superstar. This is one of those nice statement games.
Do you think that this is why Secret pulled out the pocket strat in a way, right? Is just to be able to get that fast win against Mineski, build up some confidence, which has seemed to be quite the theme here at the International. Everybody's been talking about how important it is to be able to have confidence, not be having nerves when it comes to playing on the main stage. And a young player like Nisha certainly could suffer from it.
Yeah, I feel like Nisha has actually done quite admirably here. As top lane,
Arrow's going to be able to follow that up, and Nisha is in big time trouble. No levels to the Gravekeeper's Cloak, which means no armor with which to work on. Ninja Boogie's going to be chased away by the two supports of Secret, but the damage is already done. First kill, rather, for Mineski.
This is going to give them a slightly early gold lead. Of course, things are a little bit offset considering there is a Meepo and an Alch in the game. That's why I don't know if like the gold lead is deceptive.
Yeah, maybe they're both kind of the same in that way. Puppy's going to be found out just a little bit off base, but Eagle Baby is going to be threatened here. And if they trade out carry for support, it's well worth it for Secret. They need a few more shots, and there it goes. Nisha, with the double rounds of Soul Assumption, is able to get the kill, blowing every bit of his mana. But as he said, does manage to get the core for support trade off. Now mid one's going to rotate over with one of his Meepos securing the bounty runes. That is, I guess, something we didn't actually talk about. The movement around the map from a Meepo and being able to pressure the side lanes also leads into better bounty control, which is crucial against an Alchemist. Secret do pick up 3-1.
Bottom lane just feels like we're going to get a trade of farm. It's always awkward when two heroes are pretty evenly matched, but that might change right now with Zai. Going to get gone on here. Ninja Boogie is here with the Maledict too, one of the best ways to deal with the Tidehunter.
Quickly cancels his TP in favor of an anchor smash, seeing Ninja Boogie, but there's just no hope, no escape for Zai.
That's actually going to hurt him quite a bit. The fact that he had to use his TP too.
Yeah, he's going to have to do that walk of shame back to the lane. And where is he going to go? Because now it seems like Mineski had the level 6 on Omni Knight. He's got those high levels of purification. They feel comfortable with him laning against the Visage, especially with this kind of level advantage.
Yeah, please keep in mind too that Visage is not one of those ultra late game threats. Like, this is definitely a hero that is meant to end the game and meant to end it at a reasonable time.
Yeah.
So this puts Secret in sort of a weird timing window, which you don't really expect from them.
The 2 levels of Heavenly Grace, it's certainly a value game for it. Whether it's the Grave Chill that's going to be coming out or slowing down or taking away some of the slows or stuns coming out from the Crystal Maiden. So KP should have a relatively free lane here, but he always has to be careful of that Meepo rotation. Mid one is well placed right now in the jungle to do just that. Nico Baby closing in on level 6. They're going to try and pressure Zai right now, but from a bit of a distance, just poking at him with the Maledict, nothing major. While top lane, they're going to go on KP. But again, both offlaners seem to be indestructible right now.
Yeah, let me say, whenever Omni has a good start, it's so hard to kill him in the laning phase. All this guy really needs is levels. He's got high base HP, good armor.
Yeah.
It's not just the fact that you have to get rid of his base HP pool. You have to assume that he's going to get at least one purification off. So, and his Heavenly Grace, it actually makes his effective HP closer to like 1600, 1700 HP. And that's not even including Magic Stick, which is such a value item on him because it just continues to bump up your effective health.
Ninja Boogie, you can see, trying to keep some vision around that mid lane. They're going to try and actually go for mid one right now, but without Unstable Concoction, they don't really have a great way to control up mid one. He does drop really low with the Maledict, and that last TP actually does it. He could not TP back to the base fast enough.
Cap, that was 3 levels of Maledict.
That is a really high level, but understandable against like somebody like a Tidehunter. These tanky heroes.
I'm very surprised, though, that he's level 5 already. I think that's the bigger surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, that Ninja Boogie, the 5-position Witch Doctor, is already having this much impact. He has already been involved in 4 kills. All 4 of his team kills, in fact.
It's funny that that slip up from mid one, he very clearly thought he was going to be okay. Otherwise, he just would have TP'd right away.
Yeah, I think he realized it a second too late. Because you don't expect a level 5 Witch Doctor 5-position at 7 minutes. That's not really something that happens very often. So I think mid one was just caught out of surprise.
Oh, they're trying to force out the lead from Raging Potato, and that's where Zai is going to be able to clean up nice and fast. What a cute play. Baits him into leaping down on the cliff. A gush and an anchor smash rapidly finishes him off, even though he had leap charges. The play just came too fast. Telekinesis toss back, a gush being used, but Moon does have Chemical Rage. Secret instantly know that's no longer a target they can threaten.
My favorite part about Secret, by the way, is Zai just walks by mid, anchor smashes, so that Yapzor can get the last hit.
The blurry line between 3 and 4 position. Mid one definitely in trouble here. The Maledict is going to take out this Nimbo. He's going to try and teep away, but he's gone. There's way too much damage. He buys a raindrop just to try and survive, but it's still not enough.
That was so much damage that they pumped out onto him.
Yeah.
It was like 800 instantly, and Ninja Boogie, he's really putting on a show right now. Level 7, putting up deep wards for his team. And he's doing all the right things right now. He's putting pressure on the map. He's the one rotating to get kills.
And Ninja Boogie has been integral to Mineski's success. Has played a leadership role, a loud voice in the booth, and guiding Mineski.
And this has opened up so much space for Moon. If you look at his Radiance timing, we always talk about what's a good timing. Anything below 12 minutes is usually ideal.
His side is dead here. The Maledict is going to do so much damage. He picks up the phase boots on his way through the side shop, and the Maledict does finish him off, but Ninja Boogie spots him, and Great Fire Blast from Nico Baby will get that kill. KP trying to pick up the bounty rune, and he does. Very important here. And now he's actually going to try and kill Puppey. Look at this with the Heavenly Grace. Okay, that's now gone, so that slow's going to last a while. He does have stick charges. Another round of Heavenly Grace and Purification coming up in 1 second. He's going to finish out Puppey, and will he make it away too? He doesn't quite have the mana for a TP out with the birds chasing him as well. It's going to be different, but with a Soul Ring and all this regen, they just can't chase this Omni Knight down. Oh, net after net, but Raging Potato not held long enough. You leap away.
You called it David versus Goliath, but Mineski do not look out of place whatsoever right now on this main stage. They're bringing the fight to Team Secret. I feel like Ninja Boogie is outplaying them. This guy is very farm for support at this point. He doesn't even need the tome.
Yep.
Like normally you have some level 4 Witch Doctor that didn't have the best laning phase. He has a point of heal. He's trying to buff up his safe laner. None of that has happened in this game.
It's just all offense, 3-0-4.
And you saw at top the issue with going on a farmed Omni Knight.
Yeah.
You're just not going to do it. The amount of HP that this guy has,
they just don't have like the greatest burst either.
No, this is a sick Omni game. If you look at Secret's lineup, what you really need to deal with an Omni is burst. You need the ability to get in and just blow him up.
Look at this. Raging Potato is sitting on the high ground just perfectly. They do manage to get a scan on him, so they're going to run around. But Mineski simultaneously got a scan on the Secret. Now, Nico Baby's going to be spotted here. He does have stick charges. That'll be enough for the reincarnation, so he should be fine. If anything, he's going to turn around and refire blast with the arrow landing onto Puppey as well. A smoke leading to a death for Team Secret. It seems the paralyzing cast still not enough. One more shot for the Marana. Is it going to do it? But Death Ward very rapidly changing targets there from Ninja Boogie. Smart play by him. He's going to die to mid one for sure. And that's going to be dominating streak. That is actually quite concerning, giving that to mid one. All that gold and experience. Look at Nisha, though, being bullied by KP. Just doesn't slow down. Pops a Heavenly Grace on himself. That's 4 levels. That's going to last a long time. Has a ton of regen to it.
Look at him just run. One.
Do they need the rotation? Is anybody going to help them out? They're going to bring more heroes to the Tika. They're going to blow the Ravage. They have Puppey TVing in as well. They use everything they have to bring down the TI finalists in KP.
But during this time, Moon has just been farming away, and that gank was really expensive. If you notice, they dropped 1 ward and 2 sentries. All of it is gone. That was 300 gold that they laid out. Their Observer ward instantly got dewarded. That was not the typical 1-for-1 trade, and that's why the gold lead didn't change whatsoever.
8-6. 4,000 net worth lead for the Alchemist lineup. But how deceptive that is with Amiibo, we're also yet to see this Alchemist make its first move, but it's happening now with that smoke up, heading into the enemy jungle. Puppey is there. The captain trying to function as a smoke breaker right now, as actually going for wards.
Going around.
They know where he is. They know where Puppey is. They don't care about Puppey. They want to be able to get a kill on mid one Meepo. They found him. Thanks to that deep ward they had, they're going to be able to get the paralyzing cast from the Magic and the arrow to be able to finish him off. Now Ninja Boogie tossed into the Alchemist with the freezing field as well, but Ninja Boogie's pretty tanky, but here comes up first to be able to lock him down. The Stolen Death Ward is able to finish off at least one of these supports for Moon's quite tanky, especially with KP behind him. Secret can no longer fight, and if anything, maybe with Nico Baby, they can pressure that tier 1 mid tower.
And that's such a smooth move. They know that they can't split up the jungle that much, so they're waiting for the Meepo to come. They're being patient. They let the Crystal Maiden walk by them, and more importantly, they also saw the ward get placed down.
Yeah.
That is, again, an ideal situation for Mineski. They see the ward get placed down, they get the Meepo. All it really cost them is the 5-position Witch Doctor, who has been so valued at his position. Just the pure amount of damage that he's putting out so far.
Yeah. Whether it's the warding game or it's the rotations, Mineski seems to be one move ahead of Team Secret.
Yeah, Secret need to wake up right now.
Yeah.
This is... I think a lot of people, myself included, and you, thought this was going to be a relatively free matchup for Team Secret, and it is not looking like that at all.
And Ninja Boogie, he goes for that suicidal play to catch the ward that they spotted out earlier, but does die in the process.
This should alert, and it does in fact alert Secret to the fact that they have the ward, obviously off of the gank. But the bigger thing is they need to protect this mid-tower cap.
Yeah, they're doing a good job with KP, just like, because he's so strong, he can plant himself in the mid lane and just chip away at that tower every once in a while, get a hit or two in. The main force of Mineski's at top lane, where they're going to take that safe lane tower, trying to mirror Secret right now, who are doing the same at bottom. And this is definitely concerning, because mid one Meepo still needs some time to come online, and this is going to maybe run into a window where the Alchemist gets his Radiance +1 item and starts dominating.
Yeah, maybe not, as Zai's coming in. Moon doesn't quite have the ultimate yet. They are going to open up on him.
They do have the Marauder nearby, but with no typical range, no regen for Moon, he's just going to get popped.
Very nice
Secret, shutting down the Alchemist. They needed something like that.
Yeah, I really like that play by them. They rotated multiple cores. They saw the Alc TP and they knew it was going to be worth it. They want to continue to play in that bottom area anyways. That's why they cleared out the vision. But Mineski still comfortably ahead, 5K. Of course, it is an Alchemist game, but conversely, you have a Meepo on your team.
Yep.
This hero should also be artificially ahead, but they've done such a good job of controlling mid one.
Mineski also have another crazy farmer, Wraith King, who's been one of the heroes of the tournament for sure, just because, unlike Alchemist, he hasn't actually been banned as often, especially not in the first 3.
Yeah, he's got his own flash farm mechanic.
Yep.
With the Skeleton Brothers.
With the boys.
The boys come out.
The Vlad's complete for Zai. Doesn't have Ravage, but feels he's tanky enough that he could sit and challenge KP's Omni Knight in the mid lane, making sure he doesn't get any more damage on that mid tower. As you said, they need to protect that. Look at that win probability, heavily favoring Mineski right now. And a smooth 72% now. Moon's going to show up with the Heavenly Grace helping him out. That's added damage as well, where he can swing onto the tower, or in this case, swing on his eye. Kraken Shell quickly cleanses off that stun, and he's going to be able to walk away to safety here with no Ravage. Team Secret, they may have fainted like they wanted to be able to fight, but they're going to back up, knowing that Mineski is much stronger than them and will lose that mid tower. There goes that map control. Now Puppy's going to be found as well. Off the Moonlight Shadow into the Rayfire Blast. Unstable Concoction as well available. They just burst down the captain of Team Secret and manage to get the control of the birds in time. Nico, baby, he's going in deep here, and Secret think this is a little bit too deep. They're going to try and turn things around, but they do have the Omni Knight to be able to help out this Wraith King, give him a few heals, give him the Heavenly Grace, and bam, there goes Midwatch, just like that. Nisha's going to be surrounded by so many Secret heroes as well. They're diving into tier 3s. They don't care who Secret is. They don't care they're top of the DPC system. They're going to dive these tier 3s and punish Secret for trying to dare to fight Mineski and their alchemists.
I'm so surprised that Secret decided to go for the fight. They don't have vision around that area. They just get assaulted. Once they lose Puppy, it's a 4-on-5, and even though you are by your tier 2 tower, Mineski have such good heroes at diving. The Omni Knight allows them to reset. The Wraith King ulti allows them to play aggressively, and no hero can challenge the Alk at this point in the game.
Look at that. Moon handing out some serious damage. Just the length of that fight, whether through the acid sprays, the unstable concoction, or even the radiance, really proving that this Meepo cannot, it's not online. It's not ready to fight Mineski.
Yeah. If you're Team Secret, we're always going to give you the benefit of the doubt. They always have this aura that they can turn games around. We saw it in the game against Alliance where they came back from Mega Creeps, but they need to start waking up right now, Cap.
Get that alarm bell going. They do have an arrow slides right past Fall of Secret. They're going to try and take this mid tower with the birds, with mid one joining them as well. The Crimson Guard as well as the glyph being used here. But the rotations are just not there for Mineski. They are conceding this tower. Raging Potato once again trying to go for it tonight, but just half a beat too late.
Yeah, they know this time around the fight comes with the Ravage. They don't have the Wraith King ulti or the Omni Knight ult. That's a good move by them to reset things. And for Secret, I really like this move. Ooh. They know that they have the cooldown advantage. Yeah. And they're taking advantage of that. They need to make plays like this to try to get themselves back into this game. This is where it starts.
But Mineski, they may choose to take the fight even if they don't have the cooldowns. They're going to show up now. They do have the arrow, unstable concoction, ready to go. They're trying to focus down KP, but there goes that Ravage controlling him up. KP almost set gets on the purification. That last nuke from the Visage wasn't good enough for Rubik Man to steal purification, but doesn't save anyone in time. The freezing field is out. They're trying to finish off Puppy. Nico Baby will actually die 5 seconds away from the reincarnation, but it's still Moon with the BKB, with the Radiance, with the buybacks coming out from Secret. He's a little bit timid at going into the high ground. He's going to try and chase down Zai, maybe finish off Puppy. The unstable concoction, though. The Radiance hits him. The Radiance burns down Puppy, yes, but now with a stun on himself, never mind. KP is here. They have that Heavenly Grace, and it does so much for this Alchemist. KP, though, doesn't protect himself so well. Now he's just going to dive in each to the Moonlight Shadow, almost saving him, but still in vision. And just the high ground hits as well from Secret will finish him off with buybacks. Now Secret should be able to secure Roshan and maybe get the kill on Raging Potato as well as he tried to run through vision. Laid out by Secret in the river. Finally, Secret gets themselves the W that they desperately needed to get some control of this losing game.
Yeah, they committed 3 buybacks for that. They're not going home without that Roshan. Bounty Runes at bottom Zai. The stolen Moonlight Shadow allows him to just get in, get out. Grab it for free. Ninja Boogie gonna battle Zai over this rune. And mid one pressuring top lane. He does have this Aegis, and they need to do a lot with it. This is where you get as much map control as you possibly can. Because the next fight in, you won't be so lucky. Mineski will have all those key ultimates up. And I think in a pure 5-on-5 fight, you're not winning.
Yeah, we're going to see this again. Look at that. KP
they ignored
barely
for way
able
too
to walk away. Just a huge freezing field that does manage to finish off Nico Baby. Look at him. He was just 5 seconds away from the reincarnation. That had to hurt. Because if he actually has a second life, they chase down Puppy, they chase down Zai, and maybe they're the ones who control the Roshan pit instead.
I actually think Moon got a little bit too ahead of himself. Part of it is you see a CM at like 100 HP and you're just like, whatever.
You could say Nico Baby so close. And yet, Secret had now been able to knock down that net worth advantage that was once sitting at about 10K down to around 7.
Yeah, this is always the scariest part about playing against Secret because you know that at any time they can make these kind of comebacks because And they were, for the large part of the season, they were the best team in the world.
And they've got one of those great comeback mechanisms, one of those great high ground defenders too, in Zai's Tidehunter with the Ravage. They're currently smoked up, looking for a play right now, while Ravage is just about to come off cooldown. They're gonna go for Nisha here in the bottom lane, but this is where the rotation's gonna come from Secret, but they may not be here in time, as Nisha is just gonna get beaten to a pulp. They're gonna try and deal with his familiars as well, but that's where Secret shows up. They're gonna be able to catch the backline first. Rage of Potato falls down, up in. Three-man Ravage with the Nisha burnt down, dropping onto three of them with the ensnares as well. Here comes the Eagle, the unstable concoction goes out, they just finish off Minaski. They thought they had the free kill. Moon's gonna come back in though. Another round on the table. Concoction does manage to nail the Meepo. Can he focus it down in time? Mid one. Needs to be able to get this Meepo out of here. He's trying to chase away from Moon. Mong spots him, does manage to get the unstable Concoction, and no, he doesn't finish off finally. He turns back around, takes away that Aegis, but at what cost? Minaski have now just himself. He does have managed to get off the unstable Concoction for a moment. Yamster's gonna burn out, but not before he gets out the Rainfire Blast to make sure that the Alchemist dies.
Five-man team wipe and the buyback from Ninja Boogie. That'll be 6. Secret, they needed to do a lot with this Aegis, and they are recovering in this game. They're going to grab this tier 2 tower at the top. Top lane is going to get pushed out. They're going to get more and more out of the map. And Mineski, they played such a clean game up until this point, going in 1 by 1, trying to take that fight. Not even by their shrine.
Yep.
They walk onto the low ground where they don't have vision. It just feels like they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves.
And his Secret's credit, that was a well-laid trap, right? The power of Nisha's hero is not necessarily in his hero, but in his familiars, and him being able to be the bait for them. He's awfully tanky, and even if they finish him off, there's still the familiars to help them win the fight. That kind of secret maneuver is why they're so respected, why they are a team to be feared, even at a net worth advantage. Minaski now only holding a 2,000 net worth advantage.
Oh, that feels so bad considering they're up by nearly 12K at one point.
Yeah.
You cannot afford to make mistakes like that against a team of this caliber. You will get punished.
Let's talk about the late game right now, because is there the pressure for Minaski to play that flawless game and end it against Team Secret? It's weird, right? Because we've got, on one side, we've got a Visage, not going to scale great. On the other side, Tidehunter, Meepo, Yapzor, Rubik.
I sort of feel like Mineski will win this late game just because Meepo can never get BKB.
Yeah.
There will be a sheer amount of stuns for him that I think it's hard for him to come back through. Plus, Wraith King BKB is going to be so strong.
Let's not forget all the Aghanim Scepter he can hand down. There's some sick Aghanim Scepters in this game.
Yeah, all 4 of them are great to give out to his team.
Yeah. They're going to be able to get the force down telekinesis onto Rage of Potato, who just wanted to be able to grab the Haste Rune and get away. But the fast moves from Secret punishes him. And now
this has
Secret
been such a value Aegis. Losing it in that fight, whatever, they got so much map control. They continue to get map control. They're starting to make plays around the map. Don't poke the bear cap.
So in turn, it's Secret. They need to be the ones to show that they can play flawless. They won't fall into the same trap that Minaski did. They do have the pressure on them to take objectives. They're going to be able to take that tier 2 mid. And looks like heading up to top as well, where one of mid-one's Meepos is already pushing that in. Minaski respond, playing the other side of the map. Not wanting to challenge Secret for team fights right now. But need to find space. Open territory for their Alchemist and Wraith King to farm.
And it's Secret that continue to play really aggressively. They're going to take this tier 2 tower up the top for free. Looks like Mineski want to go for a trade and take the bottom one, but I think Secret defend this tower. It's way too healthy for them not to. Moon's going to get lifted to start.
Yapzor knows that he has the lead to be able to get away if Mineski tries to catch him, and instead it's going to be Moon who's caught with a chemical rage down. He's going to turn and fight. Mid one needs to be careful with his Meepos though. Is he going to be able to get one of them out? He's stunned up the unstable concoction. Good ethereal play, but now tries to jump away from their 2 and he does. Now the cast, it bounces back once again and again and again and again. He dies, and Tidehunter is going to fall inside of that. Puppy tries in vain just to get out a good freezing field to bring down these heroes, but Minaski, they're too damn strong. They've already brought down the cores, and they know the supports are food, and so are the objectives.
And they're right in front of the base with the creep wave. Tide's gonna buy back. They don't have the buyback on the Meepo. That's even more important. And this Alchemist with AC is gonna take your base so quickly.
With no Ravage, with no Meepo, how can Secret possibly stop this push? Zai tries to slow it down with an anchor smash, hoping that he's going to lure Mineski into diving the base. Mineski, maybe going to play a bit scared? No, Nico baby, he wants to be able to find a kill. Bring arrow blast into the air, doesn't land. Had to throw it around the birds there, and as a result, just a slight sidestep, was able to get out of the trajectory of that arrow, but Mineski going to be up one lane of barracks here, 35 seconds. They're probably realizing, hey, Mid-1 cannot have buyback, otherwise he would have blown it already. Let's keep it going. The Solar Crest trying to slow him down alongside the anchor smash. The physical damage definitely being hampered here. Uh-oh, Wraith King. He's going to lose his reincarnation for free. Not sure if it matters, though. As Mineski,
they should back out.
They're going to back up. You say it, and they do it.
No Chemical Rage, no Wraith King ultimate. You still had 15 seconds, but I don't think it's worth it at that point. Yeah. You can still get shrines, you can still reset. Learn from Navi's mistake.
Yeah.
Do not overstay your welcome.
Yes. Mineski were gifted a comeback opportunity.
Don't make the same exact mistake.
Don't go for the throne. Just secure one lane of barracks. Get maybe another objective, take shrines out, but control the map from there. And I feel like that's what a lot of the meta has been about this year, has been breaking the enemy. So at some point, you're stronger than them, and they know it, and they're just trying to control the map as best as possible. And for a lineup that has an Alchemist and a Wraith King with Midas, they're going to benefit from that control.
Slowly extend your lead. Mineski, this fifth pick Alk, Secret thought they had the answer. With this Meepo, they looked excited, but Mid-1.
Are they going to make this mistake, though, that they leave the Alchemist alone a bit too long? The Moonlight Shadow goes out. Do they know? Do they know? He's going to pop the BKB and Chemical Rage, and Secret's on. Oh, shit, we got to get out of here. Zai, he's going to be slowed down by the unstable concoction. Pop for a moment. Defensive force staff's going to be able to get away. Look at Nisha defending himself against that Moonlight Shadow, but he's going to be Yule Scepter at the same time. It looks like Nisha's probably going to fall, but Moon, if they trade this out, it's going to be well worth it for Secret. He's going to be able to get off another round of unstable concoction. Do they have any more disables? There's the ref to be able to finish off the Alchemist. And now, Mineski have stumbled into a fight that maybe they can't win, but they feel confident about. They're going to go for the watermelon first. Rage and Potato controlled up immediately. Yule Scepter forced down under the high ground. Zai's going to be able to get away. Yaptor to get under the heel. He managed to get protecting Secret. They're going to be able to get more force stabs out, but they need that one Meeple to be able to get away. That's why the Familiars drop, trying to get him out, but he doesn't make it. The proof is not in time. Secret fall, losing their Meeple to activate their shrine, but on full retreat now, as they know Mineski, they're going to be able to clean up whatever they can get their hands on. That's going to be the captain of Secret. Puppy will fall. Zai shows up, trying to slow him down. A force staff to help him get away, and a TP out. Spawns him. Great fire blast. That'll catch him. Even as the arrow slows down the damage, Puppy can do little with this kind of respite. Nico baby not going to lose his reincarnation either.
And they know that the Meepo doesn't have buyback. They just saw him buy the Hex. He can't possibly have the gold for it, and this could just be Mega Creeps right now.
This could be Megas. Mineski, they see their opportunity. They say, you last pick Meepo us. It doesn't matter. We've got an Alchemist. We've got Moon on our side. Arrow comes out with perfectly behind with the telekinesis. They're going to be able to bring down their reincarnation. The first life gone of the Wraith King, but Moon beating up the tier 3, finishing off the Familiars as well. Secret just trying to slow him down, but Moon, he only has one thing on his mind. That's objective. But with 12 seconds left for the Meepo, Mineski are going to play it safe and disciplined once again.
And they're going to reset themselves off of the shrine, get control of this area. They still have to be careful because Moon did use his buyback there. That leaves Secret some opening. Meepo does take the base very fast, but Mid-1 has just not had a good game. 7-7-7. You're the last pick.
I heard some of the other analysts talk about this. They say Mid-1's had a quiet tournament. Would you agree with that?
I think in the group stage he was fantastic, but on the main stage so far, it's not the Mid-1 that we've seen throughout the year. They need him to play like the superstar he is, but
Team Secret smoking up.
They gave him the perfect situation. They gave him the last pick. This was the hero that he wanted, the last overall pick. They're going to walk into the high ground here. They've got to be careful. They've got the high ground advantage.
They're going to be able to jump on a gap, so almost immediately, but Force Staff immediately comes out. They're going to be able to cut him with the frostbite, but the Meepo, he's in trouble with the unstable concoction. They're going to be able to bring down Mid-1, and look at him go! He is tearing through Secret. They are falling apart now. The rat is used defensively, but it won't matter. He falls. 90 seconds for him, 60 seconds for the core, and now Nisha's going to die as well. He does manage to finish out the Wraith King's first life, but he's got another. Guess who's back? Nico baby helps Moon get the triple kill, and there's only the buyback out from the Visage.
And this game might just be done. 50 seconds with the Meepo, even if you use buyback at this point, they've lost so much. They're pushing in all the lanes right now, and the team fights, they just get harder and harder with this Meepo.
Yeah.
At this point in the game, you're supposed to be so many different items ahead of everybody. You're pressuring all 3 lanes at once. No one connects to the map. But this hero, the biggest weakness of it, you can't get BKB.
Yeah.
All of these stuns add up.
This is crazy. The utmost respect for them because they did blow the buyback on Moon. They want to make sure they get Roshan first. So they're still going to be able to assault the base while Zai is dead. They know he doesn't have buyback, but they're not trying to rush things too much. They're going to pick up the Aegis and Cheese, get that second line for the out, and then try and go for the Mega.
This feels like a veteran team.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of teams are just trying to rush things, but the best mark of a team that's getting better throughout the tournament is learning from other people's mistakes. Na'Vi rushed that game, subsequently, they're out of the tournament. Just because you're ahead of Secret, they made that move at bottom. I think that kind of shook them and said, we're not out of the woods yet. We haven't won this game. You can't act like it either, so they make the smart play, the safe play, they reset themselves, they go for the Roshan, and now you take the Rats with so many lives up.
There is just 12 seconds. Nico Baby's going to try to strangle the Tidehunter, still dead, but no arrow follow-up. Good 4 stats from Secret, but still, Mineski, how do you stop this Juggernaut? How do you stop this Alchemist? Moon and Nico Baby beating down the top lane of Barracks. Mid lane is completely exposed as well.
You've got to take 7 lives. Moon's got an Aegis, Nico Baby has his own built-in one.
You've got the cheese, you've got everything that Omni-Knight provides you with Guardian's Angel and the Purifications. I mean, this Heavenly Graced Alchemist, don't forget, it gives you 28 bonus strength. That's just damage that he's going to throw into these buildings. And there we go.
Look at him just
so impressed. Focusing on the melee barracks, the rest of Secret looking for anybody to be able to go to. But Moon takes that opportunity to turn and finish off Nisha. Instant buyback. Puppy in trouble. The Maledict's going to take him out. Ice goes off. Defensive force out. Moon going back in with a BKB, trying to get this Meepo. Unstable concoction, locking them all down. Focusing the one with Soul Arrow. Force staff does manage to get him out. He's actually going to live through this. Nico Baby, he's controlled them as well. Mid-1. He survives through it all. Mineski, they die. And they don't have buyback on the Alchemist. They have buyback on everybody else.
This is your only moment, I feel like, for Secret. There's no buyback on the Alchemist. Is 100 seconds enough time to do it? They make the miracle hold, but it costs them all of their racks. Meepo, probably one of the best heroes to do it just because he can deal with the other lanes simultaneously. He's got lifesteal, and I think Secret are well aware of their position. They're up as 5. There's no out buyback. They've got a window of 80 seconds. Once you take down this tier 3 tower, you have to go for the throne. You are not trying to trade racks here.
This has been the International with the most comebacks.
The buyback from Nico Baby. An opportunity has been opened up for Secret. They don't have Ravage, but all it takes is one fight.
The tier 3, Secret.
And there's no flip either.
Move to the tier 4s, holding on to the buybacks. They're going to try and make sure the Rage of Potato as well. KP can still buy back. Nico Baby, he's going to make his jump forward. He does have those extra lives, but he's probably going to need it for the Omni-Knight. He dies so fast. And sure enough, KP buys back with just 5 seconds left in the clock. Can he get there in time? Can he actually save Nico Baby? He's going to pop his BKB. Rage of Potato going forward. Instantly gets controlled up, but does have the Eagle Scepter another leap away. They're trying to finish him off. Heals coming out. KP can't provide enough. Go the Ethereal Blade. Finish him off. Now, they've got another buyback. Secret doing this. Tier 4 is actually going to fall.
Yeah.
They do have the Maledict with the Dazzle coming out from them. They might be able to chop down these buildings faster. They're trying to go for it. They jump in. The last ditch effort to be able to finish off Meepo, but he's finished off He's dead. The Alchemist is dead. The throne is done. Boogie can't stop it. Secret win. Secret do it. They make the comeback.
Mineski end the game up 12-0 goal.
Unbelievable, Team Secret. This is why they were projected to be the winners of the International. This is why they were first in DPC. You cannot count this team out.
If you can't win in that position, what is it going to take? And the crowd is so appreciative of that. I mean, that came down to the absolute wire. You saw KP panic at the last second. He had like 10 seconds left on his buyback, and he thinks to himself, I gotta go in. Nico Baby's gone in.
Yeah.
Nico Baby was trying to create space. He had the ultimate. He held it for as long as he possibly could. He's like, should I go in? He realizes, oh, Yabzor has a Deso. They're just gonna go for it.
Just so many little things that happened in that, and hopefully we're going to get a breakdown of each and every instance that both Mineski and Secret did to be able to make that such an epic game off to the panel.
Yeah, we're gonna try. That was some pretty crazy stuff that just went down there. I mean, before we even break down how it happened, we definitely will do that. Do not worry. I just want to ask, how much has this changed the entire series? Is this enough to potentially break Mineski?
Very much so. It's like a confidence booster that you're close and competitive and maybe could have won, but holy crap, you just Mega Creeps come back. How many have we seen this TI?
This is 6, I think.
And it was so close. The game was... Creeps are in their base, and I think they needed to be more careful about the timing. Even if they had Aegis and Cheese, they still didn't have a buyback on Alchemist. They should have waited another minute at least.
You know, you bring up the Alchemist, the first thing that I think of is Meepo. It was the Meepo actually the thing that was able to make the comeback possible.
Yeah, in a way, you love, like, Meepo is the counter to Alchemist, but it didn't look like it was going to be effective for effectively the entire game. Like, here I am prepped to tell you why Secret lost, and they somehow pull out this miraculous victory. Like,
yeah, peek
it's
behind
unbelievable.
the veil for a second. Kyle had a beautiful segment set up where he's going to talk about how, you know, Meepo, you would think it would be the counter, and this is why they lost. So what ended up actually playing out?
You make the first, really the cardinal mistake of Dota, which is when you have this one hero your entire draft is built around, and he doesn't have buyback. It does not matter how far ahead you are when you're playing against one of these heroes that is a base breaker. Like, Meepo will straight up just kill your throne. That's exactly what happened. It doesn't matter what Megas are.
Yeah. Any other hero without buyback, it could be the Wraith King, your carry. They would be able to defend. Alchemist was the guy that had to stay alive, could not afford to die.
Yeah, with the Cleave, with the Radiance, the Acid Spray, it would be more than enough to take him down. And the Desert Rubik purchase at the end to have more damage on the buildings, it was on point.
Less about even, I don't want to talk about like Mineski breaking. This is so huge for Team Secret. This is one of those wins that mid one was off in the start of this game, was not an ideal Meepo performance. But you pull out a win like this, it just brings you together as a team. You start to believe in yourselves again. And if there's anything OG has taught us, it's belief that's most important if you're going to win a tournament of this caliber.
I think just about everybody here is surprised to see how this game finally does end up shaping up. But there are a few players that have achieved this goal. Just a select few that have been able to be at every single TI. Let's get a little bit of insight as to how they've been able to do it.
And then there were 2. They're the only 2 people here who have been to every single TI.
I mean, I think it's really cool that it's us too.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a big thing to us. There's no way it's not.
What do you remember about your first TI? Because both of your experiences couldn't be more different. You came in and lost all of the games.
Yeah, it was great.
You came in and won all of the games.
I just scrambled a team, and Dota 2 came out, and some of my teammates thought it's not a serious thing.
For us, it was just like a test. If we're actually the best team, we should be able to win this.
And when did you first meet? Do you remember?
We met first in 2008. Yeah, we played together the LAN tournament DreamHack.
And then I'm like the tallest man he's ever met or something, but he already knew that because I was in pictures.
It was like rocking like a good hairstyle.
You had long hair?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna look that up.
You were 16, I was 18.
16, yeah.
Oh my God.
Usually people with that hair say Led Zeppelin or something like that, you know? What? What's wrong with it?
No, nothing's wrong with it. I think it's
Jaw-dropping.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, look at that scarf. What a terrible decision.
But yeah, to answer your question, that's when we first met. And we played, and we were like, hey, like, we like each other, the way we play, or we're smart about the game. Let's make a team together, and that's it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So there was a mutual respect kind of right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. By TI3, you're both on Navi. What was it like to actually be there playing a TI on the same team?
I came with no expectations, personally, and we just did very well. I mean, we were so close to win.
Alliance were quite a dominant team, and their meta was like invincible during that time. There was no beating it. You would just have to copy it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They were the best. I mean, what Alliance did is, till today, it has an effect of how Dota changed. They just broke the game apart and reinvented the game in a lot of ways.
What made you decide to leave Navi together and form Secret?
You know, okay, we got like second place at TI3. We almost won it, but it wasn't a happy moment for us during the grand finals. There was a lot of conversation between players and stuff, and it was not nice.
Poppy and I are just extremely ambitious, I would say. And we feel like it's not being followed up by our teammates, we'll go forward. We're going to keep going forward in this game. And just came to that point.
So what do you think happened in TI5? You were heavily favored when you came in. I think you finished 7th. Didn't do so great. And then you decided not to play on the same team anymore.
I think there's a Dota part and the human part. I think Dota-wise, we were not prepared to win.
Team had weak chemistry, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
We were actually all the best players, I would say, individually.
Yeah. It was just a raw skill team.
Especially in that team where we all knew that we were all really good. Criticizing is a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
You're always bottling in, kind of like, all right, I can't say that or something. You just keep bottling until it explodes, and it did. Good for us.
I mean, good experience, made us stronger.
Made us stronger.
And I mean, this is the thing we're giving to our new teammates. This is why Poppy Canley, like, one of the best teams in the world.
Right.
He's teaching them like how to deal with problems and all the things we failed in TI5, maybe even TI4 or whatever. We learned, and we're good at conveying this message.
So were you guys always friends, or did that kind of start a little bit of strife between you guys, or did you leave on good terms?
Not good terms, I would say.
No.
I'm sure that was my toughest time of all in like my career. To look back, we needed to part ways.
Yeah, I think we're both happy where we're at nowadays.
Yeah.
And we already talked a lot about our problems, whatever. It's just like, I don't know, like it's life. It's we spend so much time together in this game. This game is intense, a very intense game. Emotions go very high. It's not just friendship, it's friendship and business.
How did you become friends again?
After time.
Are we friends?
We just go to yeah. Cut the camera. Take that out.
Happy to be here.
Me too.
And it's cool that we're doing this.
Yeah, it is really cool.
They talk about the raw skill that they were able to have on a team, but how do you refine that? And ultimately, we see them in two very different places. And the question when we look up on the main stage right now is going to be on Puppy. He's one of those players that we look at to not only be somebody who's made it to every TI, but to actually do something that has not been possible yet. Is he going to be able to have 2 championships? Is he going to be able to win 2 TIs?
We'll see. I want to see the real Team Secret play first, because that game, I know they won, but that was a miracle. That was one of those games that it's unexplainable. It's the one mistake. Like I said it already, but the one hero that can't die without buyback dies without buyback. Like, I've lived it, and it's crushing.
It's also one of those ideas, too, where, yes, we know that they are the team that is of a caliber where if there is an opening, they're going to be able to execute on it, right? But they need to be able to consistently create those openings if they want to not only make it through this eliminations series, but make it all the way back to the good graces of the grand final. And I do want to talk just a little bit more about some of the things you saw in the draft, because I heard you two really going at it before we got on the panel, talking about all these different things that happened in the draft. For anybody who didn't get to hear the conversation, like me and Lacoste, what were the main things that jumped off the page to you?
Well, Alchemist had a really good early game. He was uncontested, 0 deaths. You do not want to be in that kind of position where he just goes that way, and they had a lot of sustain with Witch Doctor heal. Witch Doctor was extremely good pick in that scenario, because he's good against the Visage Burns, he's good against the Meepo, Maledict, against the Tidehunter in the laning stage. It was a beautiful pick, but in the end, it really didn't work out for them. It's not about the draft here, it's about late game decision making.
I got it. Like, it's hard to rationalize. Like, Mineski won that game, except for the result. They don't get the W, but they won the game. It's just that it's Dota.
Which is even more soul-crushing, right?
Well, and for Secret, you can kind of see that a bit. As much as maybe it's a pick-me-up, they left that booth, and they did not have big smiles on their face. Yes. They had this look like, we got the win, but man, we're lucky to get that win. Yeah. Like, we can't do that again.
Puppy looked pissed. Like he downright looked pissed when you saw him walking off. And I did want to talk about that, but the thing is, as much as you're pissed, when you have the win in your back pocket, it's going to be a lot easier to swallow, is it not?
You know, you got to look at it from the perspective of Puppy, the perspective of a captain, all right? He knows what you want to be playing your best Dota at TI, and you know what that is. The results aren't not nearly as important as how is my team playing. And if they feel off, he won't care if they win this series, because it means that they're going to be struggling to win the next one, and winning TI could be almost insurmountable.
Understandable. And Kyle, obviously, you've been in positions that not many people watching right now, a lot of us on the desk would not be able to relate to. Some of us obviously would be able to. But the idea of actually being up on the stage, this is your first TI casting, though, right?
Yes.
But you've been to a few.
I've been to first and the second one.
First and second,
Yeah.
and yeah. So I mean, ultimately, both of you guys can kind of answer this in some way. Obviously, every player is going to be different. When we actually look at the mental games that are going on right now, because both teams are in a very different mental state, but this almost seems like a mental battle at this point. Who do you think does have the upper hand? Because Kyle's saying it seems like
this might break Mineski. But for Team Secret, they're also in a bad spot because Poppy understands that if they keep playing like this, they're not going to win this TI. Even in the series against EG, there were some shaky moments. And I'm going to say mid one, you expect this guy to perform, and he always delivers. But in that series and in this game as a Meepo, it was really, really tough for him.
And Fogged actually backstage as soon as he saw that locked in. I think you were actually sitting there with me. I'm not 100% sure, but he was like, glasses are on, Meepo's locked in. Like, this is going to be just such a crazy game.
Yeah.
They won already.
It felt like, this is mid one. He's bounced back. He's had a bad tournament. He had a bad best of 3 in the win bracket. It's like, okay, mid one showing up. Nope.
Yep.
Wasn't the case.
And we want to just, to back up and say, it's not that mid one is, we're not saying he's a garbage player. It's just that we have such high expectations. The second player all time to reach 10K MMR. You watch him stream, he'll random a hero, go Dagon first and win games. He made a Broodmother abandon playing Gyrocopter because he had perfect CS in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, the guy does things that defy logic. We expect that at TI.
Yes. Yeah, that's why you always expect him to perform at the top level. And when he's making mistakes, I see actually a lot of the teams making some small mistakes that lead to even bigger mistakes, like canceling your TP, not using your BKB.
And now we start talking about that, but the team's going to be coming out onto the stage right now. And I got to give it to Mineski. They're coming out looking relatively confident here.
And I want to shout out to my boy Ninja Boogie. This is the man that really turned Mineski around. They were not the same team when they were that superstar squad. When they had Ice, they had Jabs. This is different because of his attitude, his mentality. He's a goof. He has fun. He takes the game very seriously. They work hard, but he's an excellent person to lead your squad.
And I want to actually get to know their personalities more. Let's jump down to an interview with Casey and Mineski.
Ninja Boogie.
Hello.
Nico, baby.
Hello.
It's great to have you here.
It's good to be here. Good to be here, first time.
This is your first TI interview?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, this is my first WoW tournament.
Yeah, he's never played a major or minor. He kind of skipped that whole process.
Just skip the whole part, just TI.
That's right. You just joined in June, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so how did you come to join the team?
Mm,
Actually not sure.
I have
like,
to ask him.
His name just popped up in one of the lists of players that we could kind of get in. Yeah. And I was like, oh, okay, we needed an aggressive player, and he looks very aggressive. So we kind of...
Just the looks.
Just the looks,
the looks.
not the play.
Yeah.
No.
No, but yeah, he came in and we qualified.
So when you first come in, how did you get comfortable playing with these guys enough to, just qualify for TI? No big deal.
Well, he's kind of contagious as a person, like in a good way.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
like a disease?
He just kind of like grew onto us.
Yeah.
And he kind of gave us like the energy and like, because he's like he's not a new player, but he kind of gave some life into the team, like much needed life.
Yeah, I feel like this is what they were lacking when I first came to Mineski.
Really?
His energy just like spread, and everyone was just happy to play again. Yeah.
And Nika, what have you been learning from your teammates?
Like a lot. Like I was doing mostly pop stuff in our games, outside the games as well. But now I'm more, I would say, what's the word? I'm not exactly sure.
Refined.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of.
I gotta support him even out of the game.
Yeah.
Isn't that usually how it works?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, there was I think it was last year at Epicenter with a cybersports interview, and you said you didn't want to put TI on a pedestal.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's just like I hear from other people, and like it's just people. Usually, it goes when you're in TI, it goes down to like the pressure and how well you treat TI. Some people treat TI too much, and I think last year OG kind of proved that. You know, it was just like step by step. They just want to have fun. It's not the tournament to win. So yeah, I kind of want to build that mindset too.
It's interesting you say that because as you were talking, I was thinking back to last year and how I think you're right. If you can play TI for what it is, which is the best way to play the best Dota, and look at it that way first instead of if we don't prove ourselves here, it's all over. You know.
Because like a lot of people, it's life-changing money, obviously, if you win. But you shouldn't be thinking about the money. That distracts you from. Like, I think just OG just proved it. You know, like it was just all about fun, doing it together, and
friendship.
Yeah.
Did you watch TI last year?
Yeah, I did. I think they played phenomenal Dota, actually. At that time, I was a bit bitter, because I was not playing in any tournaments. I was just watching from home. But now, I see that they were actually one of the best teams throughout the whole TIs.
And now you get to be at TI playing against them.
I hope to get a chance to beat them. So.
One day at a time.
Yeah.
We gotta survive the groups.
With your experience, do you believe that group stage is a good opportunity to create momentum to continue into the main event, or do you treat them as two separate entities?
I think it's different this time around because there's a lot less tournaments this year, right? So going into to TI, you don't really know what to expect from the teams because it's been 2 months or since the last major, something like that. So a lot of teams can be developing new strategies. So you don't really want to show everything, but you want to be able to make it out. And you want to try to make it to the winner bracket. So obviously it's good getting momentum in the group stage, but you don't want to go all out. You want to keep something back, just
hide a little something.
Save strats for TI.
Thank you guys. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job with your first TI interview.
Yeah.
Ish. Yeah.
I hope it's not going to be the last one.
It's still young.
We hear once again about the idea of refining talent. It's a battle of refined talent going up against a team that's done it before. Let's take a look at who's going to be able to take this series.
Team Secret versus Mineski. Game 2.
After one of the most thrilling comebacks in TI history, Mineski find themselves down to one final life. It is win or go home for the last remaining SEA team in the field against one of the tournament favorites in Team Secret. Once again, I'm here besides Febby and Gunnar. Febby, really quickly as we go into the first phase of this draft, how do you think this Mineski group of guys is going to respond to that ridiculous game 1?
They're obviously going to be kind of crushed. It's their BO3. They could have had a game 1 lead against Team Secret out of all teams. So I think the most important thing to do right now for them is to just reset their emotions, treat these games as 2 BO1s. Don't pretend that last game didn't exist because like Kyle said, that was a 1 game. It's just that one slight mistake that was pretty crucial.
Absolutely. I mean, Gunnar, as we see the first phase picks coming out here, very different from the last draft. Mineski opting for the Enchantress, the most banned hero here in the tournament, alongside the Alchemist. Tiny, obviously a flex pick. What do you like? What do you see in this first phase?
Well, one of the big things about drafting in best of 3s that people don't touch on a lot is the emotions behind the drafting. When you lose a game like that, some teams are going to lose confidence in their picks, and then the way they played and the way they got drafted, they're like, oh, maybe we should have banned the Alch. Maybe we should have, for a secret, maybe we should have banned the Alch, but maybe they won't because they beat it. On Mineski, maybe they're like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have picked the Alch. We should have picked Hero and let Nico play this more hard carry role in Moon. And you kind of get into your head in this draft. So I think the scariest thing for Menesky right now is for them to get into their own heads. I think this is their game and their series to lose based on the way that we saw them play in the first game. I think Secret is in a similar position from the other side. They should still be worried about their draft and change it up a little so that they can get something that they'll actually confidently win the game.
Let's talk a little bit about this first pick, Ogre Magi from Secret. This is one of the hottest heroes in the tournament. Early on in the group phase, we've gone a little bit away from it as the tail end of the group phase and the main event here has come upon us. It's either a 3 or a 5 position. How do you see it in this draft?
It's an open pick. I know Puppy has played it like his whole career. He's played it back when it was exclusively a 5. Zai, you know, at the same time, he plays 5 heroes as 3 before anyone else did. You know, he played Lion offlane before. I'm sure he can play this Ogre. I think they're going to kind of keep it as this open hero and see what happens.
That's true, but I think because of this Rubik pick, it's most likely going to be a 5. Because if it's a 3 Ogre and 4 Rubik, those two, like, you want at least one team fight out of those two. And if you have no team fight, if it's a 3 and a 4 together.
Yeah, one of the big questions on the side Secret as we go into phase 2, that Enchantress. She has been banned first phase in over 2/3 of the games here at TI. She is so difficult to address in lane. How do you think Secret deal with that early game threat of that Ench dual lane?
A lot of teams will run a tri-lane. They could do this Ogre Rubik tri-lane with maybe a Jug or a Lifestealer. These, you know, the old counters used to be like Ursa, what he did. But you pick this kind of carry that you can kill at level 1, level 2. Even at level 3, he's not that tanky. Some people even skip Untouchable for Enchant at the first level or 2 if they want a good creep in the lane. So I think they should try to focus on that and shutting this Enchantress' game down. But the fun thing about Secret's ban is they've already banned the Alchemist and the Raid King. So last series we talked about Menesky really likes the Raid King. They picked it a lot. I believe that was their first loss recently on the hero. So now they're going to be a little more out of their comfort. They're not going to have either of those heroes. So I think it's going to be a little more on Menesky to try to pull something out that they're kind of confident on.
Menesky's Naga ban was smart in my opinion because Alchemist Raid King is gone, so Naga is a really good hero this game, and it's pretty good against Naga Enchantress because Naga just cuts the creeps against the Enchantress, and those two would have no interactions.
The side of Menesky, the tiny pick, I know Moon really likes this hero.
Oh yes.
So I think right now I'm going to kind of assume this is more of a Moon hero than as a 4. He's really confident on the hero. He plays the early game really well. It helps him with his lane. Like his laning's so good that when you're this hero that gets free 20 damage on every other hero, you're going to have some crazy lanes that are one-sided.
Absolutely. Yeah, the stats agree with you there. It is Moon's most played hero over the last 2 patches. Raging Potato over that same time span only has 2 games on the Tiny. So we are a little bit biased toward the core Tiny going into the second phase of the draft here.
I mean, I can tell you that too, because I have them saved. I have Nana saved, Moon saved as Tiny. In my friend list. That's how much he plays Tiny. And KP, I have him on Enigma, because those two love Tiny and Enigma.
Both Primordials and Underlords, and we will see that they ban the Morphling, another one.
Spawn
that
those Eidolons.
Might lean towards maybe wanting a Lifestealer from the side of Menesky. They could try to take the Lifestealer so that Team Secret can't pick it against them. Morphling's one of the classic heroes, but they're going to go back, stick with their gun, the Witch Doctor. Kind of carried them through the early game, in the first game.
It just ruined Nico.
Yeah, Ninja Boogie had an absurd performance on that hero. It's one of his best heroes too, and I don't know, he carried them so hard early game.
Yeah, he made a lot of rotations. He ran to a safe lane, you know, killed the Tidehunter with Maledict. He went to the mid, he killed mid, he went top, he killed top, he TP bot. He probably played like the most active 5, you know, in the early game. Like
he is a very aggressive player. Yeah. He knows like where to be to find those kills.
Now, Team Secret looking like Ogre will be in that 5 position, but this is only the second Magnus pick for Secret in the last 2 patches, and it was Yapsor that played it in their only previous game, so still a little bit open here.
Could be a Zai Magnus or then, right?
Yeah, I think it should be a Zai Magnus.
Could very well be a Zai Magnus.
Or it can even be a mid-one Magnus. It's very less likely, but yeah.
They used to be ran about a year ago, I think, back when
I do wonder,
they changed strength.
Are we looking at it now? Are we looking at a Jug pick even with the Void?
Yeah, Jug's decent. If you get the spin off, his backs are going to deal a little less damage. It's fairly good against Tiny Enchantress.
Yeah, it negates like the Witch Doctor and Tiny's damage by a lot too.
Yeah, I asked that largely because earlier in the tournament we saw a number of teams go to Jug as that laning core. You talked about this earlier, Gunnar, against the Enchantress.
I could also see Life there, kind of. It does the same role, and I think the hero right now is a little stronger. What it provides, I think it scales fairly well, but it makes a little less use of the Empower, I think, than the Jug. The Jug is going to farm a lot faster. In the
Nisha special?
PA, a Nisha special, and one of the other, we were going to talk about the Ember as being the other sort of mag combo, but PA right up there with Jug and Ember.
Yeah, Nisha is crazy on that hero. Every time I watch him play that hero, he's like 20-0. He doesn't even die once. He just throws a dagger. The other 5 is dead. This Witch Doctor, he's gonna get one shot at some point this game.
Yeah, usually like we don't see PA a lot because he's online very late with his battle free into Desolator into BKB route, but now he can skip the battle free, so he's online that much earlier.
And Nisha 10-1 in his last 11 professional games on the Phantom Assassin. 8 kills, less than 2 deaths, 8 assists per match. One of his comfort zone heroes. Are you worried though, does this PA have to worry about playing around the chrono as the game goes on?
Not really. Once you get later in the game, if he even gets an Ags at some point, you can sit permanent blur, sit in the back line. You have a lot of these frontliners, like this Ogre is gonna walk in for you even as a 5. This Magnus can even get like a 1-2 man RP. You kind of burst that hero and then you try to get out. I think they have some play potential, especially with this hero. They could pick maybe a save for the mid lane.
This PA looks pretty good, like for the lane too, because against Enchantress, PA over lane will just like aim to get the CS. Enchantress doesn't have that much high DPS, and over has a high DPS too, combined with PA's dagger, so we can get a lot of CS. And also, I want to point out that Minisky's damage in the chrono is the impetus from Enchantress, but it's gonna miss a lot against the PA.
Yep. Right, so both teams probably looking for a ranged core as their last pick in the draft here. Mineski needing to be able to pump damage into that Chronosphere. Secret needing both a ranged core and possibly a save. Might be looking at an OD. Sniper still on the board as we go into this last phase.
Be maybe a little scared of a Mineski Tinker.
Okay, the
it doesn't
Moon
get
Tinker,
banned
we
here.
talked about that, banned in the previous draft.
That's a very good point. They can take Tinker.
I think
Tinker is
Secret
pretty good.
might want to either ban it or pick a hero that really counters it. But like we said, Moon is really confident on the hero. He's played it a lot.
DP's a very good ban too.
Yeah.
Another like classic combo with the Void. You can use the Siphon. As
Silence. Your spirits are still going to run around.
Storm.
So there's their pre-counter to Tinker, I think.
Yep.
He has really good jump. He can catch this Void, follow him. The only issue is they do have this like hard disable, and whenever there's a super hard disable against Storm, the Storm's gonna feel a little sad about his game. But at the same time, he doesn't have to carry this game. He's a PA with a Magnus. They're his carry. He is a 2. He can go in, maybe kill support, kill the off lane, die, and he's gonna feel confident that Nisha's gonna carry him.
Absolutely, and that's really goes nicely with what Team Secret has asked Mid One to do all season. That's when they've looked at their best in terms of play style. Mineski looks like they've already decided on their 5th pick. They're going to huddle up here before they complete the draft. Man, oh man, this is going to be tough as the game goes on, right? Because you got 2 cores in the PA and the Storm. Very difficult to catch both in the Chrono. Moon Lina is going to be the last pick for Mineski. Quick final thoughts, Febby.
It might be a potato Lina, I think.
You think so?
Yeah, it might be a potato Lina.
And Moon Tiny?
Yeah, Moon Tiny.
Okay.
If they put the Lina mid, it's a really, really hard Storm matchup. I've seen that matchup snowball really, really far out of control. The Lina can kill him once, maybe even twice if the Storm tries to go up. But in the mid game, it's a Storm favorite matchup. The Lina is squishy the whole game. He wants to go more like the more normal build we see is like this Yule's Aether Lens build. He doesn't really get health. People will go the damage talent, so it's a little scary for both sides of the matchup.
All right, as we get into this do or die elimination game for Mineski, here is Casey with Coach Mushi.
Mushi, I want to ask you before we get into this draft, was the Meepo pick by Secret a surprise to your team?
It's not really by surprise, but because we understand Secret, we know that they want to drag the game, and we are confident that in our draft as well. Yeah, so let's see who play better.
I saw you huddling up with your guys right before you came out here. Can you share a little bit of what your final words were to them before you left the pod?
In Chinese thing, we have something like very funny, like important thing we need to say 3 times, right? So I just asked them, like, can we do it? Let's just repeat for 3 times. And they all answer me like very confident and very calm. Yeah, I believe my boy can do it.
Liu, Liu, Liu.
Liu, Liu, Liu.
Thank you, Mushi. Appreciate it. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Ninja Boogie, you heard him say in his interview, we have to survive the group stage first. And survive they did. Then they survived through the best of ones. Now, can they survive Team Secret? Blitz, that had to be a heartbreaking game. Being able to get the Megas, but not actually finish up the game. How are they going to be able to come back in this second game, man?
I don't know, because I thought they would be more mentally broken, but you actually saw that they looked perfectly fine. They were smiling in the booth. You saw Ninja Boogie look confident. I think what you take away from that that game is we were leading for 95% of that game. We can compete with Secret. They're not unbeatable. And I feel like that's why Secret also exited the booth, not looking too happy with themselves.
It's like the way that AUI was talking about newbies, right? Pseudo wins and pseudo losses. That was a pseudo win. Maybe you didn't actually get the real W, but conceptually you had that game won.
Yes.
So
that's a pseudo win for
treat it as a pseudo win. Now you just need to take 2 more actual wins against Team Secret.
Yeah, and for Secret, they really need mid-1 to come alive.
Yes.
Like, I have been waiting for this guy. We were waiting for both him and Miracle to have these like game-changing performances, and Miracle delivered yesterday. Now we need mid-1 too if you're a Secret fan.
And it's a tough game for mid-1 to be able to deliver, right? A Storm Spirit. I heard the draft panel talk about there was already one hard to stable, but then the Lina gets picked up. That's just a bad lane for you, right?
Yes, it is one of the rougher lanes that Storm plays against because every time you go for the range creep, she's going to get a free hit on you. It's really easy to set up stuns. Your hero is effectively a melee range hero because of the way that Static Remnant works. You have to get so close to be able to use it.
Trying to go for the bounty rune control. Puppy being the tankier one.
The important part, though, is he doesn't have to have that good of a game.
Yes.
Because he has a PA mag.
They talked about that extensively. They're saying, look, he is a 2 position. Even if he has a bad landing phase, even if he gets caught in some chronospheres, it doesn't matter. He's buying space for his PA mag. But like you've always told me, like in this matchup, Storm Spirit versus Faceless Void, Storm's actually he's a good hero versus Void, right?
He's okay because he outpaces you.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot better because of the Bloodstone, when it used to respawn you instantly, so you trade off the cooldown for your health or for your death.
Yeah.
But nowadays it's a little bit harder, and you see right there, Moon mid lane. Whenever mid-1 stands near the range creep, he's gonna get nuked. He just has to accept that.
And he's going to have to sit next to melee creeps in order to get that remnant. Moon's just going to take the opportunity to get shot after shot on him. We saw some of our side lanes here is going to be the Magnus sitting out bottom lane trying to get farmed against Nico Baby's Faceless Void. He's going to be paired up with Yapsor, so watch for any telekinesis skewer plays against Ninja Boogie that could lead to an early death. At the top lane, we do have Raging Potatoes supporting KP's Enchantress versus Nisha and Puppy with the aforementioned Phantom Assassin. Enchantress has been like a very dangerous hero this tournament. A little bit surprised that they gave that one away to Mineski.
I think after their series versus EG, maybe they rated a little bit less.
Okay.
Secret did end up losing that game where they had it themselves. And they actually lost to it too, but maybe they just don't think they understand the core concept of the hero enough. Sometimes it's one of those things where it might be a good hero, but your team just doesn't play around it well.
Yeah. And they certainly have a really good matchup against it. Nice toss into the tower, of course. An Ogre with 8 armor and he's 760 health is certainly not going to mind a few shots from the tower.
And he's got a stout shield.
Yeah.
This is one tanky boy.
I believe it's thick, is what the kids say nowadays. 2 minutes in, no first blood just yet. The PA is really good versus the Enchantress, right? Oh, mid-1 taking a lot of damage here. Moon pushing him back, but he just had the courier deliver some regen for him, so healing cell.
This matchup gets so rough at level 2, once you have that first level of the Fury Soul.
And that's a little extra damage, basically, by being able to cancel some of that healing south. Moon trying to push the pace.
And the thing for Lina is, the Storm can never pressure.
Another toss back, this one. This time around, they have a bunch of magic damage thanks to the fact they've got a Satyr ready to go, but they're not actually going to try and chase down the Ogre. Instead, they're going to keep the pressure on Anisha. Raging Potato makes sure that Puppy can't get back. Whoa. Close call, bottom lane side with the Maledict on him. Will survive 60 HP. He has plenty of regen to work with.
And mid-1 almost got solo killed right there. Got down to 22 HP. The last hit was flying in. He fairy fires. But
this time he brings himself 2 healing salves.
And you need to in this lane. Mid1 trying to get aggressive right now. If he was just a little bit further in, pop the Vortex, but Moon now has his bottle.
There it is. Telekinesis, skewer back, but not actually into the tower range. Paralyzed cast. Does a good amount of damage. Ninja Boogie gets pulled back in, though, and might be still chased down as they have the boots advantage inside. Does manage to pick up the first blood. The bash from Nico, baby. Just happens a little too late.
And he's got to be really careful about his positioning in bottom lane. Ninja Boogie, of course, had such a good performance on that Witch Doctor last game. Just couldn't really close it out.
So it's a good start for Secret, being able to keep him down. But it is going to be a free farm for Nico, baby. It seems not able to do too much. Puppy going to drop low here, turned around, setting up the Satyr, but he's going to be slowed down by the enchant, and they don't even need the Satyr Shockwave to finish him off.
And KP having completely free lane up at top. Raging Potato, he's got it right now. The stun flies out first, doesn't have a toss target.
Toss away, they're going to be able to get Yapzor, but he does still have that haste string. He's going to play in the river, trying to get those high ground shots against Raging Potato, positioning himself. Good LSA. Now they're going to try and challenge him. Raging Potato knows he's dead. They're just hoping to be able to get a kill on Yapzor. The last shot chases him down. Yapzor falls. The supports get traded out.
Mid1 still has to be careful. He's completely out of mana. Does pop the mango, but the Lina will always favorably trade with you. And you're seeing some pings. He wants him to TP in to refill his bottle. That's what that ping was for. Saying, come over here.
And then after that, we do have the bounty rune spawning up. But this could be one of those situations where the mid laner just camps mid, right? He already is in such an advantageous position against mid one. Maybe you don't need to help out for the side lane bounty.
And you see what Raging Potato's doing? He's keeping him away from this area so he can't get the free level 6.
Right.
And he's pushing mid1 towards this bottom triangle area, which is a lot less efficient to farm because when the creep wave pushes in like this cap, you don't automatically go back to the lane when it's safe.
Yeah, you could see mid one already, like, he just has to run back to his tower because the push happens so fast from the Lina. Top lane, Puppy, gonna be slowed down by the Avalanche. They do also have a tornado up. Toss to finish him off. 3-2 now to the favor of Mineski with a 2,000 net worth lead. Top CS of the board, all three of their cores.
And this ward has spotted mid1 going into the jungle, and that's why Raging Potato is immediately gonna try to close that gap. What they need to do is Moon needs to push in the lane, he needs to go to the left side, and they need a sandwich. That's exactly what they're doing here. Mid1. They know he's in this area. They can't allow him to get to the shrine or his level 6, but they have this angle perfectly. They spot him with the ward.
Just can't before he activates the shrine. They have a Laguna Blade, throw all your damage. That's it. Mid-one's dead. Skewer on out. Zai actually gets very low, trying to go for the power rune. That's just about to spawn to refill his bottle. Ninja Boogie knows that, though, and he's going to try and push him away. Doesn't spawn. Unlucky. Instead, it goes to top.
Let me say, I've seen that move happen to me so many times when I play Storm. That's why I knew it was going to happen. Some support places a ward in your jungle when you're 5.5, and then they make that play and you always die to it every single time.
Maledict, Zai gonna skewer him up into the high ground here. Ninja Boogie's just hoping to be able to finish him off. It's gonna be close call, but Zai does have the shrine activated. And now Ninja Boogie will slowly but surely die to Yapzor. He's even given the power to speed things up just a bit.
Yeah, no boots on the Witch Doctor. Good attempt, but nice outplay as laning phase-wise, though. Because of the top lane going so good, Mineski up by 2k early on, and this is the second time we've seen them lead the early game dance.
Yeah. Setting themselves up with just really strong lanes, and PI is usually a hero that does well in the laning phase and kind of wants that early lead because of how farm heavy she's going to be with that Empower too.
But now we do have the level 6 on the Storm.
There's going to be their first Chronosphere of the game. Nico Baby's just going to go for the straight up kill on his side. The paralyzing cast bounces back to him, and they have the bashes with the Maledict. That should be enough as he has no more regen left. Give him the walk away, and let's push down the tower. Moon makes his first rotation over just in time because they kept the Siege Wagon alive this entire time.
This is a sick rotation.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they're sandwiching Puppy up at top lane. KP is level 6.
It's a very deep dive by them. They are going to get the Fire Blast out onto the Enchantress, but so much pure damage. Doesn't matter how much armor you have, Puppy. KP will tear you apart.
I would like them to defend this bottom tower, though. If you can, as Secret, it's such a big tower to take, because it means that Nico Baby, with his next Chrono, can just rotate towards mid.
Yeah.
It opens up the game. And it's an unusual maneuver because you normally see somebody TPing to top, and they are, in fact, trying to defend this tower, but it's going to be too late. Puppy TPing in to no avail. This will waste his time a little bit longer. And now you have a situation where all three of your lanes have been pretty rough.
Yeah, whether it's like controlling up all these power runes, controlling the the jungle, getting the gank on Storm Spirit, taking down the side lane towers. Everything has gone the way of Mineski, and Secret are going to find themselves left with less and less map to be able to farm for this PA and Storm.
You know what this means now? Once you take that bottom tower, because almost nobody does it in that fashion, you're going to protect this tower till it's dead. On the side of Mineski,
yeah, your safe lane tower, you will TP and defend it.
Yeah, that's what has changed about this game, and it means that Mineski can now focus all in on trying to take this mid tower. I'd really like to see the next chrono be used to set up for a kill around that area.
Yeah. You take that mid tower away, and invading the triangle becomes a lot easier, right? That's what you've always told me. And then from there, that takes away some of the Ancients, which we saw, that gigantic stack that they had. Which is going to be cleared out some point by the PA, but just doesn't feel strong enough with only 2 levels of Empower.
Yeah, and you see KP bullying the Storm out of the lane. He's going to go for the Atos early on, and that really messes with all Storm Spirit player timing, by the way.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to go Yules on this hero. At some point, you have to get BKB, so going for Yules feels a little bit redundant. It's such an expensive item for you to grab, too. And it makes it so that you don't have to just rely on the Lina or one of your other heroes. You, as a core player, can have impact against the Storm where you normally wouldn't.
Playing a little bit of Twister.
Yeah, and look at this. They're making the rotation because they've taken all the side towers out. They can make this play, and they have the counter initiation from Nico Baby.
He's going to pop out with the 2-man avalanche. Look for the toss away. There goes Rubik. Bye-bye. Straight into all the cores of Mineski. Actually missing the LSA. They thought that was going to be a little bit shy, but they're actually going to trade out supports here as a result. The Absol gets as much damage as he can, but Raging Potato, he dies as mid one comes to clean it up, and this means the tower will be protected.
That took a little bit too long, or maybe they would have been able to make it over, but they are instead just trying to grab all 4 bounty runes. They might be successful in that. Nisha trying to make his way over. The Blink Strike does grab it.
Ooh, just in time. But KP, he wants to punish Nisha for making that play. They do with the Maledict. There goes the blur, the TP in from Yapsor onto the Shrine as well. Mineski did not even look like they were seriously considering going for that PA. Just a little bit of pressure to force rotations, and that's exactly what happened.
I think Mineski, again, they want to take this mid tower, but looks like they're content with just farming a little bit. A smoke even would be all right for them.
Yeah.
And for Secret, the game plan is then simple. Defend this mid tower, try to make it agonizing for them, allow your PA to get as much space as she can. This is still a very strong PA game. You're going to get Bloodlust plus Empower. She can carry them in this situation, but she needs to get some time bought for her. And that's why they're going to go for the smoke, try to defend this mid tower, maybe even catch out this Tiny here.
Raging Potato is going to die, but as Mineski runs down the high ground, are they going to be able to get some sort of opening here? They're going to try and go for mid one. First who actually got tossed into the air. The RP goes on the lead to make sure there's no follow-up on the mid one, with Skewer back into the tower. But Mineski, they have control of this area. They're going to be able to take down the 2 supports. Maybe Side will as slowed down by KP. A little bit more impetus shots. He actually gets a little bit more vision. One last shot is not going to be enough. The magic stick actually keeping him alive, but it means Mineski do win the fight and do take the tower.
Yeah, you saw that both teams have the same goal. Nisha, the only way that you can enable him in a game like this is to give him that triangle, and that's exactly why Ninja Boogie is doing the right thing. Ward that area, take it away from them, and just make the map smaller and smaller for Secret.
The weird part is they have this huge Ancient stack, but nobody really has the power to take it, not even Nisha yet. So even though Mineski knows about it, they can't really invade confidently and take it away.
Nisha's gonna TP out, go to the triangle. Evaded Raging Potato, and so much of this game now, it feels like it's on him.
5,000 net worth lead for Mineski. That's gonna build, as they do have the Hannah Midas on Nico Baby. Because at the same time, they do have the Empower on the PA. It's going to drastically speed up her time. The Haste Rune on the ground. Mid one will grab it here, but the Yule Scepter instantly. LS Stake, do they have enough damage to be able to burst him down? The ball, paralyzing pass. That'll be enough to finish on mid one, unless with the Maledict, he has to dodge every single tick, and it's just not going to happen. Doesn't have enough mana.
Even with the strength treads. And that's going to put Moon in such a good position. He's got almost 2,000 net worth, more than 2,000 net worth above this guy. Raging Potato has his Blink Dagger. They're in such a good position right now, but we saw this from the last game. You can't relax. Still feel like Nisha can do it in this game with Bloodlust and Empower. We saw it when EG played against Secret. You buff this PA up enough, she will win you the game. And she's got a nice matchup against the Void too. Void has to build the NKB.
Yeah. you have the opportunity to be able to burst down this void, so his time lock isn't as effective. All of Secret coming over. They're going to join in the task of bringing down this gigantic ancient stack, Fade bolts and such, making it a bit easier.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
And it will get them all shared experience as well.
This is a huge stack.
Yeah.
And they're pinged for it right now. They know
how long it takes. They know about Mineski.
I'm surprised that Mineski didn't try to go for this.
Yeah,
they have Chrono up too.
They know it would be a slow tank, but you know, being next to the shrine and everything, they say maybe it's just better to get more map control. They're going to take the tier 2 top lane and go and start pressuring mid as well.
Mid one does have a haste rune, but he's got to be careful. Nico Baby, they're smoked up on this high ground area. It looks like they want to take this fight into the tower push. Secret, not showing any heroes quite yet. They know they're in that triangle area. This ward is still alive. Surprised that Secret haven't found it yet. They had to have known once that bottom tower and that mid tower got taken out, the triangle was going to be the next spot to ward. But instead, they're going to find.
They know where he is. Nisha is going to be caught by the avalanche, even though he's blurred up. They're going to play to bring him down too, and he almost had the Desolator. LSA is going to be able to catch Zai, tossed up in the air to his death. That is rough. He was 400 gold away from that Desolator when he finished up the Ancient stack, and he remains at that number now.
And what sucks about this too is whenever you have the mag on your team, every second that you're dead just feels even worse and worse. Because you know the amount of potential farm that you're losing out on is so significant, and they know that Puppey is there because the ward is still there. Haven't dewarded it quite yet. This is going to be another kill for Mineski as Puppey. He's really tanky, but will eventually go down. Moon is unstoppable, and he is delivered so far in this series 6-0-3. Conversely, the other Southeast Asian superstar, 2-2-1, might get caught out here as well. Moon in the area, Raging Potato throws out the blind stun, isn't able to find a mid one, sniffs it out.
And that may be 4 bounties? No, Nico Baby, I like this. He's playing it safe. He's not getting greedy and trying to get the other one on the right-hand side. He'll just take the one that's on their side of the river. So 3 for Mineski. He almost has a Maelstrom complete. That'll be another way to help out against that blur advantage that the Phantom Assassin has.
Gunnar did talk about, by the way, that it was going to be a rough early game for the Storm Spirit anyways.
Yep.
The Lina is going to be so good against you, but as the game progresses, the Storm always has the option cap of jumping on the Lina. It's so much easier for him to gap close. This is just the awkward part of the game where he doesn't have enough HP and he doesn't quite have the items to be able to just go on her fearlessly.
Win probability. Oh, they're going to be able to jump him with Ronda Betos freshly picked up by KP and the Blink Dagger of Raging Potato, the last impetus. Brings him down as he skewers away. But a smoke up from Team Secret. They're going to move to bottom.
Nico Baby waiting for the creeps. They still have a tower in this area. They're going to drop the ward. They see him. They're going to see him farm up the neutrals too. Do they have enough burst damage to do this? He's got 21 charges.
Oh no! He grabs a creep and Nico Baby blesses the stars and jumps away.
That's a freebie.
That is a freebie indeed. Mid one will snag an arcane rune, but certainly not worth all the trouble they made to move to bottom lane.
And we were concerned about Mineski having their spirits broken.
Yeah, doesn't look like it at all. We heard that from Coach Mushi. He said they were fine, they were calm, and confident even in their battle against the #1 DPC team in the world.
Yeah, it's such a stark contrast from the interview that we saw with RZ yesterday. Where it looked like they were just like, yeah, Casey's like, it felt like you had the better job. He's like, yeah, we did. And instead, Mushi's all smiles. He's making jokes with her. He's saying our team's good. Team looks like they're fine. So far, 17 minutes in, they've got an 8K gold lead. They're not out of the woods yet. Last game, if anything, proves to them it's not over until it's over.
The crazy part is that Mineski have been getting so many kills around the map without having to use the Chronosphere. So Secret remains scared of them at all times. In fact, so scared that they lose the tier 2 mid. Nico Baby hadn't showed himself until finally he does. He sees the Storm Spirit up in the top lane. They thought that Nico Baby was behind them at mid. That's why they didn't challenge, and that's why mid one showed himself at top lane, and where he gets caught, and where Mineski see the opportunity to push to high ground.
They're going for high ground right now?
They really are.
Wow. This is early. No Rocher, anything. Zai gonna throw out the RP.
Use Nico Baby. They don't get the burst cast with the Fire Blast. He's gonna be able to time walk away while Zai sacrificed his life at a gambit to be able to bring down the carry of Mineski. A buyback, that's all Mineski wanted to be able to see. Raging Potato, he may be the sacrificial lamb, but no, Mineski will protect that little lamb. The Rocky Boy will get away. He's got a Blink Dagger up. He's fine.
And that was the buyback from Zai. This has been a rough game for Team Secret. There's just no plays for them to make. With the type of heroes that they have to continue to just buy time for Nisha. He needs a BKB before he feels comfortable engaging. Ninja Boogie grabbing the invis rune, drops a sentry. He knows where they have vision.
Dude, they were just top pushing that tower, and Ninja Boogie gets the bottom lane in time to pick up the power rune. Is it just mirrors? Mineski everywhere right now.
And they're gonna run into potential gift, but there's 4 heroes down here. That's why everybody wants to rotate in. They have a TP on their Faceless Void. They want to bring in more. But Moon, he thinks twice about it.
And they take the fight without Chronosphere. Is this Invis Rune going to be enough an advantage? He's going to bring several smokes. Going to be spotted by the Sentry. Radabatos goes out, but just on a puppy. That shouldn't really matter. KP, knowing that, retreats back behind this Tier 1 tower. You said that Mineski would fight to defend this tower, but will they win this fight? Is they're going to have to do it without a Chronosphere? Nisha almost dying already. The infinite shot, the last one, it hits all the way and it ends. It nails him, and Nisha falls. Puppy, he's going to be eliminated. The Laguna Blade comes out, toss away. Yaps are trying to hide in the trees. The telekinesis hitting Raging Potato means they can't find a 3rd kill for that. Well, mid one bides his time. I think he's looking to be able to cut some creep waves, because this is looking like desperate times for Team Secret.
And you see his net worth right now is so low. He's behind the 4th position. Tiny, Raging Potato, he's had such a good game, but it just goes to show you how far behind Team Secret is.
That is 11,000 net worth lead, about to be 12, building up, about 5,000 experience lead as well. That win probability, it's a harsh outlook. Mineski,
we saw it last
in that
game,
situation before, though.
I feel like last game was easier, though, because they had the meatball on their side. They couldn't take the base fast. This situation is a little bit different because their playmakers have been slowed down so much. At this point, it does feel like Nisha has to do so much to get this win.
And he needs that magic immunity.
It makes sense, though.
Really...
They picked around it.
Yeah.
They gave him Ogre plus Magnus. That usually means that they think that this one hero will carry them in this game. Ninja Boogie probably going to get picked off once again.
Ninja Boogie's okay with that. He's at the rest of his team.
Oh, they were trying to give him the last
worth, but poor Ninja Boogie only sitting there at 2,500.
I really thought they were trying to give Nisha last hit, and both supports went for it.
Nah, dude, they're trying to give the last hit to the real carry.
Yap Sword.
Yap God takes it again. Secret will manage to take this Tier 1 tower, but honestly, like, they kept it alive for 20 minutes. That's still a huge success for Mineski.
I will say, I think part of the reason why I think it's been such a harsh game for mid one is normally when you pick up this Storm or these like Embers for him, there's a side lane for him to rotate to.
Yeah.
But it's so hard for him to make a rotation towards a Magnus lane and conversely like a PA Ogre lane. Like they're not killing the Enchanters even with 3 heroes there. So it felt like he had no place to make, whereas Moon, you know, every time he goes to the lane, he's going to pick up a kill.
They're going to pick up another kill on a hero, but on Rocha. Give the Aegis to Nico, baby. And Mineski is ready for another high ground attempt. They immediately smoke up, too, just to see if they can get
They're
that
smoking
fast
because
initiation.
Moon TP'd at bottom. So they're trying to full Secret and saying, look, it's a 4-on-5.
Yep. Especially considering this Moon Lina has Boots of Travel and Shadow Blade, so he can move his way around the map super fast. And that's why they're going to try and catch somebody here, but it looks like it's only going to be Puppy if they can get the bash. Sadly, it's not the case for Nico, baby.
And Secret, they need to take advantage of the time that they were smoked. Nisha needs to push in this top lane. He's almost got his BKB. That's when the real game happens, Cap. If he can win a fight with BKB, it changes everything. If he can't, I don't know if he has a space to farm another item after that. This BKB is make or break right now for Team Secret.
Mid one is so scared at all times because the Shadow Blade Lina, he's never quite certain when he can pop out and farm a creep wave. So scared, in fact, that he placed that side lane of the map and hides there the entire time before eventually deciding home is where he has to be.
I will say this Lina, Gunnar is correct. She's got 1,600 HP.
Yeah.
All it takes is one good fight for mid one.
But if they don't manage to jump him, he does have a plate mail now, so it's not in danger of a crit dagger kill anyway. It's going to take some hefty commitment by the PA, but she can die before a single spell's cast for sure.
This Lina is so farm cap. She has triple the enemy mid's net worth.
And they're just playing 4-man together. They do manage to run Anisha here. Hit him with the avalanche. Rodamatos goes down. There goes the French BKB. That's going to be a fire blast, but there's the Chronosphere to be able to control him up. If he actually gets these infinite, mid one actually goes through Raging Potato to be able to finish him up. The Skewer and the RP on it too. Mid one sitting on top of him with the fire blast as well. That's going to be the Aegis coming from Nico Baby, but KP's plenty healthy, and that's why he's going to run down Puppey. Secret, it was an okay engagement for them. Got the Aegis out of the hands of Mineski, but it still cost them a hero.
Not the worst trade in the world. And that was the buyback by Raging Potato. They need all of these engagements. The top lane is getting cut. Puppey goes to the line. They're going to all in for this.
They try and burst him down, but they don't actually hit him. The avalanche covers the ground, and now Midway tops up in the air. Raging Potato made the read. The Chronosphere coming up from the outside is beautiful, but Midway going to get there in time. He runs them over. There goes Nalina before a single spell is cast, and now Nico Baby. He's trying to get the bash out. He's trying to finish up Midway. Can he do it? The bash isn't good enough. Midway triple kill. Into the train they go. They find another kill. The PA dies. Actually, Mineski aren't able to get something out of this, but KP, he could stay alive for a long time, but it's underneath the tier 3. He will fall. Ultra kill for mid one. Secret. You have to be careful against this team. Just a second of weakness, and they will pounce.
And now he's almost got his BKB. That's what we were looking for. Storm in that situation so good on Lina because you'll always get the jump on her. You can get to the back line. She's decided to go for quite the greedy builds. The plate mail, no BKB, deciding to go for the boots of travel. She's very mobile on the map, but when it comes to just those straight up pushes, it's gonna be rough. And honestly, that all starts with YapzOr stealing the Chronosphere.
Oh, absolutely.
This fight does not look like this if he doesn't have Chrono here. You see that he locks down the entire team.
He managed to get a 5-man Chrono.
Look at how good
Nico
this
Baby obviously is free to be able to walk away, but just a zip that manages to hit 3 different heroes. Uh-oh, back into the game. Mid one, he's been caught out. He used his buyback last time. Maledict, he should be good here as the bottle hits. Combination of dodging, the Maledict hits as well.
That's flashy.
Will
does it one more time just for good practice. Still a 12k gold lead, but a few more fights like that, and Secret are back into this.
But they can't afford a fight exactly like that. This time around, mid one will not have buyback, and we'll see what Mineski does with that information. Are they going to play for that aggressive win? Are they going to challenge Secret now, hope for the Chronosphere that gets them the kill on mid one and ends the game, or at least Elena Barracks, or are they going to wait for the next Roche?
I think instead of waiting for the next Roche, I think they need to wait for their BKBs.
Okay.
I think that's even more important here. Lena's about to pick up one. The Void is just the recipe away. That's what they have to reset off of. I'm Secret. You said the true carry of Secret, YapzOr. He's trying to make it happen right now, keeping them in this game. The Chrono that he hit was perfect. It made it so easy for mid one to get on top of all those heroes. The zip through did so much damage as a result. He lined it up for him, served it up, so that his mid player almost has that BKB now. And so the fights are going to get a lot easier for him.
In which case, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Mineski to find the initiation, whether it's through a simple toss-up of the air and Raging Potato, follow up LSA, or if it's going to be the Chronosphere to lock down the Storm Spirit. Is that who you focus? Is that you hold that Chronosphere for the Storm from here on out?
I feel like you have to. When Nisha pops his BKB in that situation, it's kind of nice to burn some of the timer out, but you're not killing him.
Yeah.
The blur in combination of the BKB, your bash, for people that don't know, the time lock is magic damage. So you're just not getting any value out of it.
And he's about to finish a basher on Nisha.
Yeah, he's getting really scary now. Once you get the basher with the Empower and the Bloodlust, like this PA is the strongest hero on the map. Her net worth is just boosted artificially as a result.
And it's so hard to be able to push high ground into that because there's always that fear of a dagger that gets a crit or a bash, providing the opening that Secret need. And they can just do that. They can just dagger you over and over and over again, wait for somebody to get low enough, wait for that bash, wait for that crit before they jump in.
I mean, part of the problem was, I think Nico maybe just got a little bit sloppy.
Yeah.
He just didn't think about it. He's like, oh, okay, they have Chrono. I'm still fine.
Yep.
But he does, you know, he didn't realize, I think, in time, like, oh, wait, my entire team's gonna die because of this.
Yeah.
They still have a lot of map control on the side of Mineski, and Secret aren't out of the woods yet. But this 12k gold lead doesn't look as bad as previous games did. Like the previous game was 99% over. This one is closer, in my opinion, to like a 70-30. You can still win this if you're Secret. Your jump just has to be real good.
They have BKB on both their cores. You farm up for buyback, and at this point, you might as well wait for Roshan, as the potential spawn time is just 1 minute away. And so now the question is posed. Okay, we're actually going to smoke up here. Mineski thinking that maybe they'll catch Secret off guard. In part, maybe because it is so close to the Roshan spawning. Any sort of pickoff could lead into some big wins. They know Zai is somewhere out here. He actually ran forward through the ward and immediately TP's back.
They need the MKB right now really badly. On their faces, Void, you saw when he was hitting Nisha, did nothing.
Well, that's a ways away. Nico Baby, having
way to
just
deal with
completed the Mjolnir.
None of them are even close to the MKB.
Yeah.
So yeah, Nisha's game continues to look pretty good. He's 0-3, but I mean, they're putting all their hopes on him.
Right. He may soon eclipse Nico Baby's net worth. There is still Moon seen at 16K, but as we saw from that last fight, it is very easy to take that hero out of the field without anything being done. Nisha also has to be careful of Alina hunting him down with that Shadow Blade. He's got 2,000 HP, but even just getting caught by an LSA at the start could lead to much, much worse outcomes. 21-12, 13,000 net worth lead for Mineski, 30 minutes in. As you heard Blitz say, it feels like this is more like a 70-30 game, and the win probability does agree. If anything, it's even more in the favor of Secret.
What's it say?
Yeah, look at that. 84-16 is what it was at 20 minutes when we had that big fight, the big turnaround now, 64-36.
Yeah, I'd say that's around right.
Mineski is beginning to lose some control of this game. They do have enough to be able to get all the bounty runes, though.
Oh, could you imagine if Mineski lost this game?
2 heartbreaking losses, that's... it would be a story, that's all right. Mineski, they need to be able to pull out this win. The heartbreaking losses, they got Megas against Team Secret, against the huge favorites, a blink away from Zai. Gets away from Raging Potato, just away. And now, Mineski, chasing these heroes out, are going to turn back towards Roshan. But Isha doesn't want to give them that full map control. He's going to push out mid. Can they go to Rosh?
Puppy should call his team. Let's smoke.
Yep.
This is a good fight for them. They've got a Storm Spirit. They're calling mid one over. Smoke by the Shrine.
This is going to be too late. This is going to be too late. The Roshan's going to fall so quickly. Look at this. 1,000 HP. It's going to die. And what are the Secret going to do with that information? Are they still going to go for the engagement? Are they going to think Mineski will be sloppy? In their positioning, they hold in the mid lane, waiting for someone to step out a little bit too far. Is that Raging Potato? Is he going to be the one who steps a little bit too far from his team? Sure enough, telekinesis and a quick assassination by Nisha. But Nico Baby, he's not too far away. Secret, run to the right instead of running down lane. Oh, they have the Chronosphere! It tells Minutes to catch mid one, jumps to the edge. Nico Baby pops the BKB, but the Chronosphere stolen by Yaptor. Can he turn this around? Mid one dies! Just as the Chronosphere fades away, Yaptor looking to be able to turn this, has telekinesis, toss him the air. Yule Scepter side, immediately throws out the RP, locks down Moon. Who's getting lost? They need a blow skewer. Force half away, BKB activated. Nisha having a hard time. There goes the Chronosphere, but can they do anything about it? Nisha looking to be just on the edge and a crit. Takes out Melina. He does have flyback though, and Nisha's being controlled up. Can Nico Baby actually get the bash? He managed to get the jump away as Maldic on him. Nico Baby doesn't want to overcommit, but he does have the aces with his telekinesis. He'll actually die to tier 3. Lina does not buy back. She could join her team if she wants to in this push.
I don't think Moon wants to get into a position where he buys back and they have to race again. That was the Aegis used. They've got to reset off of this. And the Yaptor, once again, with the Chrono Steal, the positioning of it was perfect.
The toss forward, the skewer back. KP, can they actually get him? They need another crit to force step away. Nico Baby looks to be able to slow down Nisha. The Rod of Atos actually gets him in PA, stuck. KP starts to get off, now the paralyzing cast. Ninja Boogie, what a swing, and Nisha being locked down. He will fall, no buyback there either.
19k gold lead, 3 heroes down. Nico Baby going for the melee racks. They're in such a good position right now. All they have to do, take the racks, reset. The Storm's about to be alive. Secret, they've got to be careful though. They've got no big spells to defend this with, no RP. And now, okay, Now they've learned, surely.
Blitz Dota, if you could go back in time and change one thing about your life, what would you do? Mineski, they're certainly contemplating that question. Is that last game and the choice around the Megas ends up losing them the game against the favorites in Team Secret. They've learned their lesson. They're going to go back in time here with this game 2, try and play it even safer than they did in game 1.
I thought that was a real question.
No, I'm not actually going to ask you that question. That's a little too deep for this broadcast.
Oh, no, I instantly have an answer.
Oh, what's that?
I'd say, yes, OD Pixel. I'd love to have
26-14, Mineski holding a gigantic lead. But there's still that window. There's still that sliver of chance. Team Secret. They're going to be caught here. Nico Baby, he knows it's somewhere around here, but he doesn't find mid one. He jumps into the shrine area. Fair enough. They'll just take the objective instead of claiming a hero.
This does
maybe not
strangely feel like deja vu.
Look at them. Look how safe they're playing. They say not even the shrine is good enough to take right now. They have a double damage on the ground.
You gotta feel for them. They look so skittish.
Look at him. He's just like, wait, I'm not gonna take this DD now. I'm gonna bottle it up. I'm gonna do every little thing that every pro player does to make sure we enable a win here.
This is adorable, because I think if last game hadn't happened,
yeah,
they would have sort of just gone for it.
Oh yeah,
like
if you're 1-0 against Team Secret, I bet Moon buys back and they push high ground together.
Try to get 2 sets or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
But instead, they are they're checking all the boxes because Team Secret is always dangerous. They're so wily.
Yeah, that's a good point. How much of this is just Team Secret? The team, the legacy.
By the way, I think the game might have been over if Nisha doesn't get the crit there, because Moon had cheats. He would have reset that fight hard.
It would have been over if Yapstor doesn't position the Chronosphere just right, that a melee hero can reach through the Chronosphere to hit the Lina.
His split second timing was phenomenal. And right now, Zai, he's got a 4-staff, he's got a Blink Dagger. He needs to hit a pretty big RP. You can't keep relying on Yapstor to steal Chrono and then hit the perfect Chrono. Yeah. Surely he's not going to do it 3 times in a row, right? I'm super down to see it, but if you're Secret, you're like, yo, a 3rd time? Yapstor, just 1 more? You think you can do that 1 more time for us?
Can Secret pull out the miracle? Can Yapstor do it? 1 more rabbit out of the hat. Number 1 and 2 isn't enough, it seems.
This was a Deso Rubik that we saw in the last game, right?
Yeah. I mean, such a clutch decision-making in that sort of high-pressure situation. Cool idea by Yapstor to be able to buy that item, help them time block, trying to get the 4-staff over the other side, but everyone from Mineski is here, and they've just been gifted a kill in Yapstor.
When he dies fast.
Yes.
And they're going to get the instant D ward. Yapstor was just trying to get out, play some aggressive vision for his team so that they could do something.
Oh, this is big. Abyssa blade now for Nisha. Now when he jumps one of those heroes, maybe the PA, maybe the Lina. Instant disable into potentially one-shotting that hero.
KP needs armor right now if he wants to survive this. He doesn't really need a BKB. He's not being focused like that, but
yeah,
some armor would help his cause greatly.
They already have the Shivas on, so maybe it's Lotus or 4 KP.
By the way, check out what mid one is going for. I think he's kind of sold out on this principle. He's like, guys, I'm not canning this game.
No.
But I can try to make this game easier for everybody. I can give you a mini RP.
Yeah. I mean, the right kind of clump up, whether it's the RP or this Aghanim Scepter from the Storm Sphere, could mean that Nisha comes in with that cleave, with that empower.
It just takes one. It really just takes one fight. If Nisha can get into three heroes, just hit into the center with that cleave, he will blow people up.
That's the mantra of Team Secret right now. It just takes one, and that's the words echoing through Mineski's head.
They know.
Doubt, causing them fear whenever they try and push for the high ground. That's why they're trying to get these next round of items.
The wild part is how tense this game is. Like, only Secret, where you can see as a caster that Mineski's up 22k, and we're still sort of holding our breaths.
I mean, no matter how many items they get, no matter how much the net worth climbs up, it almost doesn't change that win probability. It is staying deadlocked, giving Secret that like good 10% to be able to work around.
Yeah, Dota Plus at this point is saying, are you gonna do it? Will this be the one fight?
KP. It's going to be hard forward. Telekinesis. Nisha actually choosing to jump on top of the BKB. Can they blow up on the time with the Fire Blast multicast? They will. No buyback there. Oh, they got the RP! No Chronos Jr. for you, sir! Mineski! They bobble the fight, and now they're going to lose 4.
There's a gem on the ground, too. That's 4 heroes down. Nico Baby, his hands were up in the air.
He was trying to let it go, but Nisha slaps him in the face, says, no, not here, not today.
That couldn't have been more perfect because then Zai comes in with the RP.
Blitz, do you believe in that 10%?
I do. I told you, it just takes one fight.
Mineski. Oh. They're going to start losing some towers. Everything is still fine, though. Don't panic. Mineski still hold the lead. The game is still in their favor. And they can still pull out a 1-1 and push this to a game 3.
They might have to be forced into a buyback situation right now as Nisha has a DD rune. It's still really healthy on its timing.
They don't have a buybacks. They don't have it on Nico Baby. They don't have it on Raging Potatoes. So they just made it.
They're going to take Rax first
to the mid lane of Barracks.
They're actually going to take the full set first.
The double damage wears out. LSA leading the way. Just a bit of damage on Anisha, trying to force something out. He does have a BKB and Abyssal Blade ready to go, but there it goes. Melee Barracks falls.
Nope, both teams are now even. One Rax apiece.
Even.
I thought that Secret was going to take the first full set.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
Mineski, that goal lead, let's see it. Bring it up for me.
It has been plummeting downwards. 13,000 lead only for Mineski. Experience
updated yet.
Almost dead even, but look at this in top lane. Moon, he's found an opening. Gets a massive one if he can complete the kill on the mid-one. He doesn't jump away! He gets the kill, but can they force the buyback and not get caught for it? The Ghost Scepter on the outdoor into the LSAs. They got another kill. Moon, he's going to start backing away a little bit. He's a bit scared. Doesn't have his team behind him, and he knows there could be a buyback for the Storm Spirit. He does not want to let that pick be traded away. He got an advantage for his team.
That is a massive advantage too. This is going to allow them to play aggressively. Still, the gem that they lost, I think, is the even bigger draw.
See that fight again where they blew up KP and the
hands were in the air.
He tried so hard to get that chrono out, but Nisha quick with the fingers. It would have been a wipe if he'd actually gotten the range, the dagger bash onto Moon, but...
See mid-one, that sigh of relief. And if you're Mineski, especially with how the last game went, that familiar fear in the pit of your stomach has to be growing.
Yep.
It's got to be gnawing away at you at this point.
And we're getting into some crazy level 25s here. I mean, this PA is already a monster. If you get her to 25, the triple strike stifling dagger.
The thing about Secret is they've had to do everything right to get to this point, to even get to this point, to bring it back to 15K, the 2 consecutive stolen Chronospheres, then that fight where Nisha at the very last second gets the Abyssal Blade on a Nico Baby and the stuns.
Roshan's up right now. Mid-one could buy out for the Aghanim Scepter if he wants to. He'd be about 500 shy of having buyback. But it looks like Secret, they may not be able to get in the pit in time, honestly. Mineski just taken down so quickly. They're going to be able to get this back here. Raging Potato, he does have that Ghost Scepter protecting for a little bit, but honestly too much control. They trade out Raging Potato's life for an Aegis, and that's fine. 70 seconds for the timing. He comes back, but this Aegis will last the 5 minutes.
Well worth it for his death then. 13K now. They cut it by 2 despite the Roshan kill, which is pretty rare to see, but because they are ahead, that kill on the Raging Potato meant so much. And he's almost even net worth with the Storm Spirit.
Blitz, you're Mineski's coach right now. What are you telling them? How are you telling them to siege high ground? What are you looking for them to do?
I mean, first thing I'm telling them is like, why'd you guys hire me as coach? The second thing is, I'm probably telling them, you gotta calm down.
Okay.
The game is still in your favor. Yep. The same principle that applies to Secret applies to Mineski. They just need to hit a really good chrono. Yep. They catch 2 cores. The game is still very much in your favor. This is the time to calm down, breathe. Because Secret right now, they've got something scary. They've got momentum.
Oh, that Tunnel Plus. It just decided that Aegis and Cheese isn't good enough for Mineski, and that the game is dead even now.
Yeah, I think they've said, like, okay, Secret is, they just teamfight really well. Let's swing it back a little bit.
I think as the game goes on, it really favors that PA-Mac combination, and rightfully so. It's so strong. KP?
Gets away, gets wards down 2.
They should have knowledge that there is vision there. There's no other reason that the Ogre is that far in.
There's a lot of items on Nico Baby. He's got Aegis, Refresher Shard, BKB Satanic. All of these items, 3 of them being activatables, need to be used in this next fight because Secret will have the advantage of buying back when it comes to the high ground push, right? That's the super scary part, that PA and this Storm Spirit can get back into the fight super fast, and it's not simply going to be a 5 versus 5.
Yeah, the weird thing about being ahead like this is you almost feel like you have to be the team that pushes in because you want to take advantage of your network, but Secret have such a good high ground lineup. It's so scary going through a high ground where you have to fight through BKB piercing abilities. That's a principle that EG held on to at TI5, you know, pick up Universe Enigma or something like that, so that you can always deal with when a team goes high ground. Even if you're behind by like 10k, you've got a Chronosphere, an RP, something along those lines where the other team thinks twice about just blindly going high ground.
Yeah.
Because in most situations, 20k gold lead, you're just thinking to yourself, okay, let's go for it. What are we waiting for? But in this position, when Eski's thinking to themselves, it just takes one fight. We've got to be careful.
We're out of Atos on an illusion. Say, fine, we'll take that Storm Spirit illusion for ourselves. Smoke from Mineski. It's not going to result in any easy opportunity for them. Instead,
oh, this game's stressing me out for both sides.
They're going to have to do it the hard way. They just spotted Nisha. Not really, because he's blurred up, but they know that he was in that mid lane. Mood, he's trying to find his opportunity. He's found a small one in Puppy. He's going to try and execute it real fast. He does have the gem. That's why Zai's going to pop his head out inside the base. Double 4 staffs, and Puppy does get away.
Oh, that's a Laguna Blade steal by Yapsor.
No. These ultimates being stolen by Yapsor. They've already changed the fate of this game once and twice. Can he do it again with this Laguna Blade? His Nico Baby not going to live to see the light of his BKB and Satanic. Ethereal Blade up for Raging Potato. Big burst damage. He also has the toss requires no targets. That could be a way for him to get heroes out of position when it comes to the high ground push.
Maybe even a save too. You can act like a pseudo snowball.
Yeah.
In that regard, try to get your team out. Oh man.
Nico Baby is almost level 25 as well. Do you take that 25% backtrack? I mean, just imagine he backtracks a crit.
I think the bubble is too good. The super bubble is so good.
We'll have to see. This is just going to be all about feel for Nico Baby. How does he feel this game's going to go? What's going to win him the game? This is one of those games where the branches of fate just spread out. The what-if game begins. You ask yourself, Mineski, if they closed out that game 1, how would they be playing right now? Would they finished up the game already? Is the fear that they will lose this 2-0 against Secret? Causing them
hero here.
Out of position and dead.
The execute by Yapsor. Trying to get to that Aghanim Scepter, that would be huge for him.
Well, if they didn't know about the Laguna Blade steal before, they certainly do now. No buyback for KP, but everyone else in the game does have it. Secret, just to pick off on the Tiny. They know how disruptive he's been in these engagements. They feel confident to go outside their base. A little bit more free area to farm. The triple dagger is up. The Aghanim Scepter is here as well for the Storm Spirit. He's looking for Scythe next. Puppy, he's gonna play the bumbling fool who just goes into the high ground blind, but it's all on that. He knows the rest of his team behind him. He's super tanky. He's already survived through 1 round of Lina spells. He could do it again.
At this point, the farm is whatever. It really just comes down to the one team fight.
Yeah.
That's why mid one isn't trying to go back for anything like the Orchid or the Bloodstone. He's just itemizing for the late game team fight.
With the Aegis down, level 25 achieved for the Faceless Void. You're right, the AoE is too good to pass up, especially with that Refresher Shard. 2 times of the gigantic AoE Chronosphere.
And the only person that I've ever seen go for the backtrack talents is OD Pixel.
Somebody did it actually this TI.
Really?
I don't remember who. Yeah. That's why that's why the conversation was only way we would talk about it.
The plus 175 is so good.
Yeah.
It makes it so that it's so hard to whip these fights.
Yeah.
And everybody has to be careful. There are a lot of melee heroes.
Like, how do you get into these fights as a Storm Spirit, as a Mag, as a PA?
There's a Nullifier
Sphere is just
on
going to be
Nisha.
so big. Nisha's Nullifier would play a big part here with the double cheeses on KP. They actually stacked that regenerative item.
This is such a killer build. 3k HP, the Satanic gives him the status resistance. It's not going to be easy to burst down this PA. They put so much into her. They gave her the perfect situation. Mid wanted to sacrifice his own game with this item build. He's saying, I trust you, Nisha.
At the same time, if Nisha's the one that jumped on, they're going to have a Silver Edge soon for Moon. Looking to break that blur mechanic.
The biggest issue right now for Mineski is they just have not been able to start fights.
Yeah.
It's always been Secret jumping them. We've seen 3 fights in a row now where Secret finds the jump.
You know what? We don't know what's going on in the booth. Is it composure or is it fear? But if it is composure, I have to admire Mineski for just continuing. Like, they'll smoke up, they'll try to find a pickoff like this for Raging Potato, but they never go all in. They never give Secret that opportunity. They're going to go for Poppy here. Chronosphere does manage to catch the Yaptor in the back, but it doesn't catch the Chronosphere. Control up the 2. The Chronosphere, second time around, they're going to be able to catch him with the Chronosphere. Yaptor getting stopped. Oh, the little jump! It hits Zaid with the RP, and now Mid wants to fly back. Here comes the Chronosphere. The long zip in for Mid one's not here yet. Now the zip in occurs, but it's a bit too late. Nico Baby's already jumped away. He's going to be able to grab the lead, though. The second RP from Zai. Now Nisha jumps in. Wipes out Nullifier. Not going to be saved by the Gold Scepter. That's Selena dead. Buyback's already flown out from Mineski. Are they going to use it on Selena as well? They will. Cheese up for KP. He's going to eat it again. Can he survive through all this one? Nico Baby jumping in. The double pull. Immediately gets controlled up. He's going to buy back as well. Now KP. Ultra kill. Ultra kill for Nisha. Now they're going to be able to catch Raging Potato. Does have the interior blade onto himself. Ninja Boogie begins to back up. Yule Scepter. They have no buyback on KP. They're going to have no buyback on Raging Potato. Do you believe in the 10%? Are they going to be able to go down mid and force a 3 versus 5?
Unbelievable. They found the double chrono, but Yapsor steals it once again. And that was the perfect fight from Mineski. The Mjolnir actually hits Zai, so he can't RP the Void when he walks close. And if you can't do it with 2 chronos, what is it going to take at this point? Mineski, this is a heartbreaking situation for them right now.
Ninja Boogie, look at the spray on the ground. Loser, I've got you, Ninja Boogie. Zai fishes him out. That's another here without buyback. Moon, Nico Baby. They're the only ones left alive for Mineski. How are they going to hold? How are they going to repel the 5-mana Team Secret, who's now inside their base? And this time, they don't have to go for tier 3s. This time, they can go straight for the tier 4s. And this time, can Nico Baby land the Chronosphere? He's got 12 seconds left. Can he pull out the miracle? 8 seconds. 1 tier 4 dead. 2 seconds.
The dream chrono.
Another tier 4 gone. 0 seconds. Chronosphere's up and he goes for Nisha. He's going to try and take out the Venom Assassin as quick as possible. Look at the damage flowing in. The Bastards are going to be good enough. He's dead. Instant buyback though. Poppy going to be chased. Nico Baby's already blown his BKB. He's secret. They said Nisha was a flying target. We are still out. They're going to be able to lock down KP. But now short he dies. KP's up and now the Chronosphere plays against the star. He dies to the infinite. Zai. He actually managed to take it. Can he get away? He's trying to jump away from Nisha. He's trying to finish this up. Zai managed to live. They need the buyback. They need to be able to get Moon. He's going to be able to get the bash. Moon trying to drift away. Moon's still alive. But he'll have to tell. This was the Nisha, he's gone. Baby dead. Nisha, he's dead. Secret, dead with 3. Dead with 3. Yaptor.
They don't have buyback cap.
Nico Baby.
It won't be deja vu.
He can do it. They're going to be able to run down mid.
Unbelievable. They actually held.
Mineski. They're going to go down mid. And this time, Secret, they're left with Yapsor.
Can they make their own miracle hold?
They're left with Zai. How could these 2 possibly hold?
We just asked
against the course of Mineski.
Could you hold 2v5? Mineski says yes, absolutely. Backs against the wall. Their tournament life's on the line. 2v5 doesn't matter. Mineski, they bought enough time. KP comes in. Nisha went for the win.
Mineski have had the composure to run this game late game against Team Secret. They said to a man, we will take you to the late game
and we will beat you. And now that same composure lets them go for the roast shot. Aegis, Cheese, Agnes.
They're paying pressure force right now. They don't want Deja Vu cap. They want this game to be over, but first, they've got to kill these two heroes.
Into the tier 4s they go. Zai has to make the RP of his life here.
They need a whole 30 seconds for two heroes to come back.
15 seconds for mid one. One tier 4 already down. Nico Baby about to finish up. There goes the skewer. Brought in raging potato. He has the ultimate. He has the force that. He can get out of this mess. KB tries to save that.
They're just hitting the throne.
They will stop him. They're going for the throne right now.
Right now.
HP, 2 seconds. Mid one's almost up. But Nico Baby, he's trying to finish up the corner screen and let it go. And do you believe in miracles? Meneski, 1-1. They've tied up the series. They will go the distance with the #1 DPC team in the world, Team Secret.
Oh my word, I cannot believe Meneski. I thought it was going to be the same situation. That would have been the most heartbreaking way to ever lose. And the crowd, they were cheering for Secret, but right now you've got to show love. Meneski, they lost every fight but the one that mattered.
Oh, Meneski, look at the relief on their face. Oh, what a crazy game. What a crazy series. 2 different rushes to hit the throne, to end the game, to kill the Ancient. That's the name of the game, Defense of the Ancients. Game 3 is coming soon. I cannot wait for more. But first, we have to see the panel.
My goodness, I think going into that game, one of the biggest talking points that we had was, is Meneski just going to be broken? Well, I think we definitely have our answer after that one.
Holy shit.
Wow. What just happened, guys?
I thought we were going to have a replay of game number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know where you begin. Like, mid one zips into the chrono, goes down. Like, dude, I have worn heart rate monitors playing qualifiers for my house, and I hit 160 beats per minute. These dudes, like...
Yeah, it's like one of those things where us reacting to it right now, we're all going crazy. Can't even imagine what the players are going through. I actually want to take a look at Cap during that matchup.
Will's just like, dog.
Oh man, you know, I know a lot of Dota fans. There's a little saying we have in Dota, and that's "cat makes us wet," but it looks like he makes himself wet as well. And I think that this reaction is totally justified in the moment. What do we think the rest of the series is going to hold?
I think Cap should start selling his casting water for sure.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good
Write
idea.
that down.
Sell Cap's fluids.
Jesus Christ.
In the end, I think that Meneski didn't even know if they have a buybacks or not because the game was so chaotic. So they instead decided to go for Roche just to be sure.
Me and Parker are freaking out. We're like holding hands. Where's the sense of urgency? They're killing Roshan. We know that the throne is going to be exposed. There's heroes dead without buyback, and Meneski are in the pit. It doesn't hurt them, but...
And one of my favorite things about being at an event is actually watching Nahaz watch Dota. Nahaz was so angry. He looked so angry during that moment. I looked over, I actually took out my phone and recorded Alan. He was screaming at the heavens during that moment. But is that just one of those things where you want to make sure that you're crossing off your T's and you're dotting your I's?
Well, because you're not doing that. That's the thing. Like, yeah, when you're doing that, you're making sure you get the win. Well, they did almost could have lost in that game.
Yeah.
It was, whew. I mean, that's late game Dota. It's crazy. It's chaotic. We love it.
And it's also a product of this being a BO3 series, right? Because the first game, Meneski, they've gotten the bag, they've got Megas. Alchemist dies under tier 4s. You can't blame them playing a bit more conservatively in a similar situation.
Yeah.
And Kyle, I know you actually grabbed a little bit to put the microscope on this matchup and how it actually did go. I kind of want to take a deeper look at everything that did happen in that game.
Oh, the story of this series, man. Ooh, hang on one second. There we go. So I want to just break down the early game edge that Meneski picked up in this series. You can see right away, 7 minutes into the game, 3K gold lead, Witch Doctor blocks the Ancients. They're already there, but they're aware of it. That's the key. Now, Storm zips in. Look at this target. Look who they're going for. That's a tiny. He's got boots and a magic stick, 1200 HP and 12 armor. All of a sudden, yeah, sure, you're going to collect this kill, but if we glance over to the right, there's this huge team fight going down that mid one isn't a part of. 5k gold already. Now, those Ancient stacks, yeah, Maneski don't block them. They're there, but if you check it out, the map control, it is only 13 minutes into the game. You've got 3 wards placed all on the enemy side of the map. Maneski, they're spread out, collecting towers, jungle camps, gaining a gold lead. You have nearly all of Secret's heroes on this screen right now. They're taking 45 seconds almost to clear this Ancient stack, and Maneski, they're just taking map control. Yeah, there were some sick plays. You had Rubik RPs, the sick Rubik Chrono with the mid one buyback through, but Secret have to make all of these big plays because otherwise they're just going to lose the game faster. It was an uphill battle the entire time, much like in game 1.
Why do they keep getting in this position where it's an uphill battle? Because that's exactly what it is. We keep getting in both of these situations. It's somewhat like reliant on a miracle. Why do we find ourselves here?
I mean, it's TI, you're in an elimination game. There's going to be some weird stuff happening, and you're going to rely on the late game Dota. Like, no one wants to make a mistake and be punished for it, especially after the second Roche.
I also feel like Secret's maybe drafting too much for the late game, because what Maneski have done is partly why they dominate. They pick good laning heroes. They have Enchantress. They have this Lina versus Storm matchup mid. They have a Tiny. They have these heroes that can crush the lanes, and as a result, Secret playing from behind 2 games in a row.
Yeah, I feel like I heard you saying that over and over again, the idea of, did you think that Secret was going to be able to catch back up, though? Because I think you knew that they were playing for the late game, but...
This game more so than game 1, because this game, Mag PA, high ground defense is so scary. They lost that top lane of Rax. You still feel like comeback potential was there. Maneski really had to, fight hard before they could get that win. Even when they're up 15k gold lead, it still didn't feel like their lead was safe.
I think Team Secret needed Eon discs, either on Storm Spirit or on Phantom Assassin late game, just so that they can die in the Chronosphere. I mean, Satanic is nice for the HP, but status resistant, it does not work in Chrono.
And we're now on the precipice of a potential history-making moment. If Secret lose this game, it would be the first time in the history of TI, the history of all Valve major events, where the 4 upper bracket teams that get knocked down to the lower bracket would be eliminated as well in the first round of the losers. All of the underdogs that survived the BO1s would be top 8. At the richest TI, the richest tournament in history, all of the underdogs, that'd be insane.
It's crazy. Dota, there's just so much parity. It's the playing field is more even than ever. These teams can have BO1s. Yeah, maybe they're slight underdogs when you're playing up against likes of Secret, TNC, etc. I mean, maybe Liquid less so, but Dota is just in a great place right now.
That means that lower bracket teams are saving strats for TI. That's confirmed.
I think that one thing that we definitely do have to say about it as well, and this goes back to the interview that we actually had with Maneski, where they said we don't want to put TI on a pedestal. And I feel like that is such an easy thing to say. You know that you don't want to be doing that. You've seen where that gets so many different teams. I mean, look at what happened to VP, right? I mean, this is a team that obviously that's going to be a mental block that's in the back of their head. But you can also say, I want to fly. You're not going to be able to just do it. Some things are physically impossible. And when you're here on this main stage, when you know the prize pool, all of that needs to be kicking around in your head. But it seems like they almost don't have the mental blocks that a team like Secret might have here with all the history that they have with this event.
Yeah, I mean, we look at Liquid, it's sort of the same thing, right? It's a different story playing TI as the favorite. And that's also what makes what OG's doing insane, because they're just casually winning games and feels like maybe it's because no one had them coming into the tournament as the favorite, right?
That was
they were
smart
middle of the pack. They were just sandbagging it the whole year. We're not a threat, guys. Look at Secret. They're winning all these majors. They're looking dominant. People are calling every individual on the team like the best at their position in the world. At TI, everything changes. And now it's just one game. Who cares about the points? They don't win you anything.
You keep coming back to the idea of absolute insanity, and that's exactly what the crowd is as well. We are surrounded by insanity right now, and luckily, there's one man who knows insanity better than anyone else. Slacks is in the fray right now. What's going on, Slacks?
Rich, things are absolutely blowing up here. People are freaking out. That was an amazing series. Boys, you like the Dota so far? Everybody having fun? Yeah! All right, I'm in the crowd to talk to these guys. Let's not forget, somebody's going home after this series, so these teams need a little bit of encouragement. Sir, who do you hope is going to win?
Secret.
You got anything to say out there to Puppy?
Puppy, go. Be happy.
Be happy.
Yes.
Yes, be happy because you're going to win with the Star Spirit, huh?
Yes.
All right. Sir, anything to say for Mineski?
Yeah, Meniske.
Then
Go!
All right, any Mineski fans? Mineski, go!
Meniske, go!
Sir, who do you hope's going to win?
KPI. Go for KPI. Go, Maneski. Go.
Mineski! All right, boys. Are you guys ready to see the end of the series? Someone going home? Let's give them one more yell. Boys, let's go! Back to you.
Thank you so much, lads. He is the Gilbert Gottfried of Dota.
Maybe Gilbert Gottfried is just the slacks of real life.
True, it could be that as well, but we can see already just so many fans right now really just adding to the fire. I think when we first saw the teams come out, it seemed like overwhelmingly people were cheering for the boys that are playing against Mineski, and it slowly shifted. Yeah. At first it was all Secret, now it seems to be more Mineski.
Right now I think that they're cheering for good Dota overall. You've been to SEA a lot of times. I've been only once for Dota event, and I think this crowd is probably the best one I experienced for sure.
Everyone's just loving what these two teams bring to the table. KP himself, a guy who played in China for a long time, so he's got a ton of fans here, which is why you heard the Chinese fans shouting him out. And it's just great to see another 3-game series when we're here at TI.
Yeah, and I do think that is something that we have been hearing quite a lot when we're listening to the fans react. It is just the idea of good. Anytime you have one of those big team fights, everybody here screaming. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it's important we recognize, like, if you look at these teams, this is Nisha's first TI on the main stage. Mid one, he's played here before, but they've never had the results that you'd expect. Mineski, they've got their coach combo, Mushi and Kenshi. They brought Fnatic to 4th place at TI6. Ninja Boogie, one of the most calm and collected players in the game. And yeah, it's Nico Baby's first time, but you know, everyone else, the composure, it really feels like they're the team just playing better Dota right now, or at the very least more controlled.
Yeah, Nico Baby's ult is replaced extremely well, besides the part that he's not using the second ability after he places. So a lot of the times Rubik's stolen that Chronosphere.
I do want to say as well, it keeps coming back to this idea, but I do think it's so important when you just look at the big picture right now of TI9. It's this idea, are we going to have our first 2-time champ? But it's the underdogs that keep coming through. It's a lot of these people who are at TI, potentially even for their first time, that are coming out and just really able to break down these teams. And I kind of want to think about whether or not the history can almost be a negative.
Definitely. I think with Puppy and Secret, though, it's more the recent history. Because, yeah, Puppy's won a TI and he's looking for a second, but the one he won, it was TI1. That was a long time ago. And more recently with Secret, the story around his team has been the disappointments of TI and their results. So overcoming, you know, that similar mental block for VP where it's like you dominate throughout the year and TI, you just don't quite get the same results is currently what Secret's struggling with.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I feel like it's just, I keep looking at this series in particular, even with the stat that Kyle pulled up about the potential history that could be made. There's just so much parity to all of the matches that we have seen. But now the players are going to be coming out. They're going to get into their seats and we can pretty much rip all the pages out of the history books. This game is going to decide these teams' fate. Everything else, they need to wash it out of their minds and they need to focus on the task at hand. Game 3, an elimination series. Mineski or Secret, only one of them will make it to play again tomorrow up on this stage here in Shanghai to try to lift up the Aegis. We have seen just, I think, the craziest series of Dota that we've seen so far at TI, and the story really has been Secret finding themselves behind in the early game. We see an upset. Then we see Mineski able to hold strong. What is it going to look like once we actually do touch down to this draft? Is it going to be the same story? Are we going to be holding on for a miracle? I'm standing up. I'm so excited.
I don't care who wins. I want to see another Mega Creep come back. That's all I want to see. Some crazy Dota happening, chaotic, a lot of Roche fights, especially the late game with Aghanim Scepter upgrades, with Moon Shards.
Well, I mean, we've seen so many of these Mega Creep comebacks, we might need to rename them.
Oh, yeah, we're going to rename them to Omega LOL Creeps.
I like it.
They would have won. It doesn't matter how strong the creeps were. What are you?
We worked on that one for a little while. We worked on that one.
That's what you're doing backstage? Me and Gods are
10
over here
minutes of prep.
prepping. You guys are just
Yeah,
we had highlight clothes good to go.
we wrote down everything, and it all led to that joke.
This is all the preparation, all
Nailed
these
it.
pages, just for that one joke.
10 pages.
Yeah, you know, every team come to TI. Everybody who comes to TI, including the talent, you have that road, you have that preparation, and me and Lacoste have just been sending each other mega lol gifts nonstop. Kyle, what was your preparation like?
I watched the series. I mean, like, I don't know. I can't really turn my eyes away. This is why we love Dota. The reason TI is the biggest event of the year is not anything to do with the prize pool. I mean, well, it is. It's what the team, what it means to the teams, because it's about the pride. There's no excuses here. What you do at TI is what you did with your year. Yeah. All the majors, all the minors, it's just to get us here.
I think that's such an important thing to mention because, you know, I've interviewed some of the players after their loss actually came in, and, you know, you can talk to them as much as you want about how great they did throughout the year, how great even they did in groups, but once you get to this main event, nobody gives a crap.
Yeah.
All you care about is how you do at TI.
Exactly, and some players really step it up, others kind of underperform, and I think the one player I really want to highlight who's played sensationally is Moon. He's been the absolute superstar of this series so far. He's dominated mid 2 games in a row. You know, he is looking incredible.
He has favorable matchups, though, both times. And that's what I think's got to switch up for Secret here. You had 3 losing lanes in that game. You're giving this just momentum-based squad, the last team remaining from Southeast Asia, a huge lead. And then you have to play catch-up the whole game. You have these miraculous team fight wins, but you know, don't put yourself in a hole. Let mid one rock. Give them something that can body Moon, or at least give him a fair shake.
Definitely seeing some patterns with playing against Enchantress and losing lanes. But I do want to kind of look at, you guys are talking about which players you want to put your focus on. Is there a particular position right now, Lacoste, in this matchup that you say, okay, look at these 2 players, look at this head-to-head. It's going to be incredibly important to how this third game actually does shape up?
Well, definitely a mid lane. Mid one needs to step up a little bit if they want to win this series, and I think they need to draft better lanes, stronger lanes, because at one time they were, if you were paying attention like Kyle, they were taking 2 tier 1 towers at the same time.
Yeah. What do you think you can do to not completely get blown out in the laning phase, but still put this focus on that end game that it seems like they really want to do, because it's something that does seem safe when you're here? Maybe you play for the late game. Go for a strategy that doesn't have as much variance. I think that's something that God's started to allude to. So what type of heroes do you look for in the draft?
I mean, maybe it comes down to some of the pick order that you can swap up. Sometimes you'll see teams then go from having, you know, first pick to second pick, so they're going to have that last pick of the draft. As long as mid one has a favorable matchup, or at least an even matchup, and then give Niche a hard carry. Putting him in game 1 on a Visage, that's a big no-no for me. Yeah, Secret won that game. They shouldn't have.
And also, I think the 4 position. You give Yaps or Rubik twice. It's a signature hero. That's what you want him on this main stage, but the early game impact's not there. You've got Potato running around on a tiny in that second game. Like, you could see, he has boots and a stick. 12 armor, 1200 HP. You're so much more impactful, and it's allowing Mineski to always win even-numbered trades around the map. If they have 2 heroes in the lane and Secret has 2 heroes in the lane, they're going to have the edge, and it puts the impetus on Secret to make plays just to equalize things.
Yeah, I don't know what impetus means, but I will say the one thing that I do know is, Kyle, you basically said in that first game, Mineski won. They won, but they still get the L. There's one opening where all of a sudden we see Team Secret come through and grab the win. Mineski is looking hot here. Are we going to see the upset? We're about to find out as we jump into this game that will decide it all in this series.
Team Secret versus Mineski. Game 3.
The DPC champions and the last best hope of the SCA region, Team Secret and Mineski have already delivered one of the most memorable series in the history of the International, and we are moments away from the deciding game. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Our panel talked a lot about the lanes in the last part of that discussion. Do you feel like that's got to be the focal point here in this draft, especially for Secret?
Yeah, in both the games, like they said, the early game was so bad for Secret. They were down, you know, against an Alk. They get last pick Alk. They try to respond with a Meepo. The Meepo doesn't even lane that well against Alk. He has Acid Spray. In the next game, they pick Storm and they get Lina. So I think the mid is the most important matchup for this game. I think mid one needs to get this hero that he is confident on in the lane, and make sure Moon doesn't get this 10th pick, Lina that's just gonna 9-10 you, 90-10 you.
Yeah, I agree with Bunner. Like these teams, both Mineski and Sacred, their mid player is their tempo controller. We have Moon on this favorable like Lina, DP, Ember, Tiny that creates tempo. So those mid one's favorite heroes, Ember, Kunkka, Tiny, like those tempo controlling heroes. If they lose the lane, the side lanes can get a lot of pressure. Even if the side lanes win, though, it's gonna just tilt over to their favor.
Right,
Whoever, like wins the mid.
You're talking about the importance of the side lane. Koss brought up that point that we had 2 tier 1 towers taken by Mineski before the 8-minute mark, practically at the same time. That's the first time that we've seen something like that happen, I believe, in this entire tournament. And that really catapulted Mineski into the mid game here. It almost felt like Secret wasn't even going to make a game of it.
I think it was mostly because of mid. A lot of what these teams do, if you watch Secret when they were rolling a lot of tournaments, mid one would play like a Monkey King, for example. And if you watch this early game, Secret do a lot of lane swaps. Once they feel like this hero, Monkey King or whatever in this example, is really strong, they're going to rotate it to their safe lane, where there's going to be a lot of pressure from the opposing team. And Nisha will now take this mid lane, which was already won by his team, and he's going to be able to kind of sit there and farm and catch back up there. And now mid one's kind of relieving the pressure. But in the last 2 games, mid one was under pressure, his safe lane was under pressure. They had no one to rotate and alleviate that pressure as the strong hero.
I also want to note that Secret had a lot of late game heroes that game. It was uncharacteristic of them, I think. Storm, Magnus, PA, all those 3 heroes, they don't provide anything to the team when the other team pushes, So I think that's why we saw that picture of the both side lanes getting pressured at the same time.
Absolutely. Do want to give a quick shout out. It was a defeat, but Yapsor in that last game, 6-5 and 22 on that Rubik, in on all 28 Secret kills in that game. His damage was number 2 behind only that PA, and that Rubik is still on the table in the first phase here for Secret.
I can see them taking it on the 10th pick, depending on the next 2 heroes. As well, they have this Tiny, right? So this Tiny's open. So
Absolute flex pick.
they can kind of like not have to pick the feel force to pick the Rubik now. They can take it into the second phase, because the other team also doesn't want to ban a Rubik in second phase.
Absolutely.
So you're going to have a little opening in the draft.
And that's one thing that if you compare Secret's drafting from the group phase when they were winning to when they started struggling, they have been picking Yapsor as hero in the first phase almost exclusively, which is not something that they did a lot previously in the season.
I think like the first 2 games, yeah, Secret won the first game, but the quality of the game, it felt like Secret lost. So I feel like they're kind of changing things up a little, and they're not giving him the Rubik. Maybe they listened to the panel and like they felt that Tiny like on Potato like did too much. So maybe they're picking it for Yapsor.
The one nice thing I like about Team Secret's new bans are they banned the Enchantress. So I think that was one of the big issues with the second game for Mineski. They have this Enchantress, and he kind of crushes this offlane for Mineski. So now they're going to have to kind of dig into their bag, reach out another lane-winning offlaner for KP. Like we said, one of his classics is Enigma. They really like him on a position 3 Enigma. He gets to deny creep every wave, but they're going to go back to the classic.
And Wraith King is a hero that, Febby, you mentioned coming into the series that you thought was potentially a key for Mineski, but Secret are going to come back with this Omni Knight pretty good to me against this open both heroes of Mineski.
Yeah. One downside of Omni Knight is it heavily lacks lane push, which Wraith King is very good at, so Team Secret is going to have to pick a lot of lane push. Because I know Mineski Mushi, I've been playing with him for a few times, and he, as the coach of Mineski, I'm sure like he's telling his game plan is all about pushing lanes.
So one of the cool things about this Omni is some teams run it as a 5 as well. So right now, their 2 heroes are kind of flex picks. They can the Tiny can be mid, offlane or 4. Omni can be offlane or 5. But the one thing to note is that mostly when people talk about Secret and their flex picks, they're flex picks to the outside. They're not flex picks on the inside.
Yeah.
So Puppy has this plan. He says, we're picking this Omni, and this Omni's going to be our 5. And this Tiny is going to be our mid. And he has this like complete idea. And they can kind of change it. If this Tiny gets really hard countered, they'll put it as support. Same with the Omni, right? But unless the hero gets hard countered, he has a kind of set plan, and he wants to kind of move towards that plan and draft around his idea of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked so much about that as the defining characteristic of Puppy. He is the lightning rod. He is the guy that takes it all on his shoulders, and time again he's delivered, just not yet at TI.
Yeah, it seems like with an OD ban and only at their arsenals, Team Secret is going to pick something really aggressive for mid one. Something like Slark, Monkey King, those hyper-aggressive heroes that can be at your face.
Meneski banning the Broodmother and the Bat Rider. They're kind of trying to protect their safe lane and their mid with those two bans. And they pick a AA. That's a kind of classic combo with the Wraith King. People were picking it a patch ago. You can get a cold feed off and then a stun from the Wraith King. The hero's usually going to get stunned at the end. You have a lot of magic damage with your Ogre in the mid to late game, so just a nice, stable hero.
The other thing about the AA pick here is it really deters if Secret were looking at the Alchemist. That's probably a deterrent for them. And remember, the game 1 draft, Mineski did run the Wraith King in the first phase along with the 5th pick out.
Do you think it'd be too crazy that they still out?
That's what I'm saying. I think Mineski...
No,
oh, Secret. Oh, man, I don't know. That's part of the problem is that, you know, Moon... Mid One has had such a tough time in this tournament. I really worry about picking him a hero that's potentially going to be in real trouble if he gets frostbitten in these fights. But I do like the ET pickup here. It does reveal a little bit more about the roles, right? But this is a hero that, again, we mentioned this hero's record in the early game of this tournament, 17-5 in games that end at the 35-minute mark or earlier. That is Secret's sort of pressure release valve if Mineski play this early game run at Dota again.
The way I could see Secret kind of turning this draft is if they're confident with the out here, they can put it in their safe lane. They can run this ET, he'll kind of protect the Alchemist, and they do have Heavenly Grace for the AL. It's going to reduce it by 50%. Instead of, you know, being like a 12 seconds, it'll only be 6 seconds of not healing. They can kind of disengage with the GA as well. So, in the Echo Somp, so they're going to have a couple ways to kind of play the fight back. I'd be a little scared if I was Mineski of an Elk right now.
All right, we're waiting on the 4th pick here of Secret. Febby, man, how do you block it all out? Because the first 2 games of the series have been as crazy, I think, as any games that I've seen this year. You know, maybe going back quite a few. And you've got to refocus here, all 10 of these players. Oh, my Lord. That is not what I... Okay, that's throwing me for a loop. Do you like this Void pick?
It is not good against Wraith King and Rasta, but it is good with ET.
It's also not good against AA. You won't heal when you get ulted by the AA. Maybe they heard the fans. The fans really like big team fights. They like the big chronos. They now have, you know, GA to turn a fight, look cool. They have, you know, Earth Splitter. They have this cool Chronosphere. So maybe Secret's doing this for the fans. I'm a little concerned of the Void versus Wraith King matchup, though.
I think Team Secret needs more damage, and DP doesn't look too good too, because they have AA on Mineski's side, and AA is pretty good against DP.
You need something, a ranged hero 5th pick to just dump damage into that Chronosphere. You talk about the sniper still on the board. The OD they banned themselves.
They need a lot of stuff right now on Team Secret. They lack wave push too. Void only doesn't push out waves that well.
Core Invoker?
Yep. Invoker.
Yeah. It's one of his best. Yeah, there you go. It's one of his best heroes on his career.
They could still do Tiny mid. I would be really scared of their damage, though. I think they are forced to put this Tiny as a 4 now because of the Wraith King. So they need a mid 1 hero. They're going to ban as well, you know, a mid hero from Mineski. They're really scared of him from Moon getting this like last pick. So they're going to try to find a hero in the draft that fits them and only is going to have 1 hard counter that they can ban out.
One good thing that Secret have going for them is the team fight. Mineski's heroes, they're all single target, so I think Mineski will kind of want to split them and dodge them, play this like cat and mouse sort of game, and try to go late game. While Secret wants to like use their big team fights, only wants to fight early, even if there's an AA on the other side of the team.
When you look at mid 1's hero pool, the heroes that come up that aren't banned still on the board here: Ember Spirit, Templar Assassin.
I'm looking at if of either of those, it's more the Ember, I think. He's gonna have Heavenly Grace, so he's gonna be able to go down the supports and kill the supports. Save this Chrono more for the core, the Wraith King.
Just Storm again.
Yeah, they could Storm. I think it's okay with the Grace, but it's also really scary against these instant hexes that are built into your heroes. It's you're much more like confident going on it when you force the enemy to build sheeps to try to protect their cores, or build Yules to just Yules the storms and try to like have to be forced to defend themselves from the storm. When the supports have built-in ways to defend against him, this Wraith King's gonna have ults, so it's like you have to burn a lot of mana to kill him the first time. It's a little scary for them. And they're gonna ban the Elk. They're still scared of getting last picked Elks. No, I would be too.
Yeah, they're traumatized from the first game.
Coming into this fifth pick, do you feel like Secret's lanes are stronger in this game? Are we going to be able to hold up to the pressure better than we did in games 1 and 2?
I think so. The ET is one of the strongest laning supports right now. His Astral Spirit gives him armor, gives him boomstick, gives him damage.
Oh, the Yapsor Rubik once again. Sorry, buddy, go ahead.
So it's mid-tiny.
Yeah, mid-tiny.
So Mineski's going to know that. They're going to be probably going to pick more of a strength hero. Maybe some hero that's going to build like 1-2 bracers, even if they go agility or int hero. Once the main issue with Tiny as a core, that was in previous patches, was that people would build bracer and his combo wouldn't kill you anymore. And when Tiny blinks in on a core and his combo doesn't kill them, his fight feels really awkward. He's a slow hero. He's tanky, but now he's committed to 4 or 5 heroes, and they're going to be able to disengage, stun him, and keep following it up.
I'm kind of worried for Secret's lanes again because, you know, I thought the Tiny was going to be a 4, but right now their side lanes don't look so hot.
Yeah.
Especially the Void lane is going to suffer.
Death Prophet's a really nice pick versus the Tiny and the Omni and the ET. It's, whenever there's a bunch of strength heroes, DP is one of the heroes you think of like Timbersaw. The Spirit Siphon's going to do more the more HP people have. Tiny, he gets a crazy amount of HP really early in the game. He has a really high strength gain. He goes Echo Saber, you know, he might go BKB. The Spirit Siphon is going to heal up the Death Prophet, and he has the AA, so he doesn't have to be worried about getting his healing stopped. The only issue with it is that if this Death Prophet gets chronoed, he can't be bursted.
Exactly. All right. Well, we are headed to a deciding Game 3 in one of the most thrilling series of the event. But first, here's Casey with a coach interview.
Yeah, we got Sunby here. This has been a crazy, crazy series. We've enjoyed watching it. Also, the drafts have been interesting, too. From mid 1 Meepo, we have Yapsor Rubik. How much has the draft made a part in how your play has been?
I have no idea how to answer that. I really don't. I mean, draft is obviously very important. I think the first game, I'm not sure if we were so happy with the outcome of our draft. Second game, we were more happy, but we couldn't secure the game. Third game, we feel pretty confident. Hopefully we can pull through, rob a game if we can. See what happens.
What's the mood in the pod like right now?
Angry.
Really?
Oh, it's good. It's good. Angry's good. We want to win. You know, like angry, like hey, we need to take this. It's ours to take. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys, but I do want to say, Capitalists and Blitz, will you guys please stop throwing water around? Did we get you a change of shirt, Cap?
No change of shirts. It's actually just completely dried out. We'll cast in any conditions, Casey. We're like postmen in that regard. But I just want to say, Dota is such a wonderful game, and what truly makes it great is the people. It's the people in this competition, the players in the booth, the homeless man behind the wall behind me. Whatever it is, that's what makes Dota the best esports in the world. Let's get hype for Game 3 of Mineski versus Team Secret.
Oh, this is quickly becoming a classic.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't go into this series thinking it was going to be a classic.
Dude, I didn't either. I'm going to be 100% real with the audience. I thought this was going to be a stomp. I genuinely thought Mineski, I was like, all right, like, what am I going to do with all this time I have?
You barely managed to beat Na'Vi. Team Secret barely lost to EG. Transitive Property says Team Secret's going to blow you out.
Yeah, you're going to get worked. But that's what makes TI, oh, it's the best.
It's the best.
There's nothing else like it. This needs, I get 100 TIs. Just keep coming.
TIs every day.
Oh,
every day of the year.
Me and my kid are going to be watching TI one day. Oh, it's going to be wonderful.
Okay. We start off this series.
They just high-fived.
As we implied. Oh, that's cute. As we implied, we thought Secret was going to beat Mineski. And we started off that series introing saying, hey, this is a David versus Goliath matchup, and no better time for TI for you to be David and slay the giant.
Yes.
And now, after game 1 should have gone the way of Mineski, now, after they do manage to clinch game 2, is Mineski the Goliath? Is Secret the David all along?
I will say that Mineski, in this 2-game series that we've seen so far, they've been the better team for about 95% of the series.
Yes.
And the fact that it's 1-1, if you're Mineski and you end up losing this best of 3, it'll haunt you forever. This would have been one of the greatest what could have been situations. And for Secret, you'll take those wins.
Oh, yeah.
you will take that game 1 and you'll say, we got away with it, and maybe this is the wake-up call that they need, that they're not invincible, that they can't overlook anybody. Such a big game for both teams.
And that's what I love about Dota, is all the emotions that go into it. We heard Sunbeam. What do you guys, what's the mood in the booth? Everybody expected to hear, you know,
it's good.
It's solemn, we're good, we're calm, we're laughing about it. You know, we're gonna get this game 3. No, we're angry.
Yeah.
We're pissed off. We're Team Secret, goddammit, and we're supposed to be beating Mineski. And we're gonna see how that anger translates into the game, and how they're able to make their way through this laning phase as we have Moon versus Mid1 in the mid lane, Death Prophet versus Tiny. Certainly an opportunity for Mid1 to take his aggression out on the Mineski players with this kind of tempo mid.
This is where star performances are born. We can forget the other 2 games. The fans can forgive your other 2 performances if you clutch it out in this game number 3 as this Tiny. I feel like I've just, you know, I'm beating a dead horse, but at this point, Mid1, you have to show up. He got out damage dealt by a Rubik last game. Yapzor almost carried that game for his team. It doesn't matter though, you only need 1 to look good.
KP is going to be playing the Ogre. Core Ogre at top lane with Raging Potato, babysitting him on the Shadow Shaman, Nisha Faceless Void. This time, he's going to be the one trying to get all the clutch Chronospheres instead of Nico Baby. And they're running it with an Omni Knight as well, looking to short up their team fight as much as possible. That's what it really looks like to me. Mineski, meanwhile, fast-paced lineup with plenty of push power.
Yeah, and I actually really like Secret's draft. I think that they have the late game. They have really strong heroes at just running at you. I could very easily see them just take the lead and never let it go. Because I feel like when it comes to the 5-on-5 team fights, if they can get the jump on this DP, there's no real save for her.
Yeah, that is very scary. She does have great frontliners in her 2 cores of the Wraith King and the Ogre, but if Secret get around those heroes, if they get on top of Moon.
And so far in this mid lane, relatively even, but Moon has outplayed Mid1. But this could be it, Cap. I can't stress that enough. All it takes is 1 game. History only remembers the winners.
That's true. 14-6, 12-4 so far. Team Secret are walking away from the laning phase with a pretty good CS lead between 2 of their cores. The Faceless Void, though, is having a rough one. 4-1 right now, really being shut down by this aggro dual lane from Mineski.
Yeah, this is a great situation for the Ogre. You can trade easily. Secret have 2 different heroes, Cap, that are meant to just win one-on-one fights.
Yeah.
And this is not the case right now, as the Ogre can bully you out, the Shaman can go toe-to-toe with the Elder Titan. You can see that Raging Potato is actually using Puppy's creeps to farm up the neutrals.
And Puppy, he's trying to do something about it. They're going to man fight a little bit, but one last shot, Fable, can it stop the damage? It's not enough. Raging Potato gets the first blood. His life will be traded away very likely here, as he cannot run far enough.
KP thought about throwing out the Fire Blast, but doesn't think it's worth it for the mana, and he would be completely correct. The trade-off, though, is that the Omni Knight at bottom, this hero just seems to win lane after lane. It's so hard to deal with him. When you have this low damage support 5, and you have no way to immediately burst him from the get-go, I think if you can't set the line immediately, this lane just completely goes in Omni Knight's favor at some point.
It's also a lot about the Heavenly Grace Dispel, right? Like, once the enemy team has picked up their 5 position, if it has an ability that you can kind of deal with, like the Cold Feet, for example, or this Raid Fire Blast, the damage over time that happens, you're going to be able to purge most of that off, get yourself a heal, and it's like the attacks never even happened. Raging Potato, 5-minute bounty runes are about to spawn. That's why Yapzor and Puppy are both here. KP, though, pulling some of the creeps with him. He wants to challenge. Raging Potato's going to walk back with him. 2 versus 2 over the bounty runes. How's Puppy going to take this one? He's going to try and go for the stomp.
No, he's going to take way too much damage for it. No, he's actually going to go for it indeed.
Stomp misses. KP tells me this isn't there. Mid1's actually going to be able to grab the bounty rune, as he shows up with the bottle, and Zai actually manages to get the other side. So that's going to be 3 for Team Secret. Mineski were the ones who actually had the better bounty rune control the entire time last game, and I think the game prior.
and that's going to give them a little bit of a gold lead. Pretty negligible, though, at 5 minutes. And we've seen what these two teams look like. It's one of those interesting situations where you never know how somebody's going to match up. Maybe Mineski just matches up really well against Secret, and that's why we have the sort of series that we're having right now.
Zai, level 5 already. We've seen the power of this Omni Knight before, and this kind of like very aggressive lineup of Mineski, like being repelled by an Omni Knight, just being frustrated, not being able to get that kill that you started off on, that's certainly going to cause a lot of issues for Mineski.
Yeah, similar to game number 1, where Mineski, in fact, had the Omni Knight. They just weren't able to bully him out. If you can't do it from the get-go, your odds just decrease so dramatically.
But that's where that Ancient Apparition Ice Blast has to come in clutch, right?
Yeah, but you can just get pipe, I feel like, on Omni. Yeah. Isn't that what you would do as on the offlane?
Oh yeah, absolutely. In this kind of game?
Yeah, you just get pipe and all of a sudden it's the same situation because they have so much magic damage.
KP gonna be pulled back potentially into his doom here, but he's so damn tanky.
Let me tell you, yeah.
Bottom lane instead, that's maybe the offlaner that dies. This time the cold feet does actually latch.
It's so funny that you see Omni Knight die and you watch an Ogre just kind of walk it off.
Yep. The chainstones are good enough for Mineski, and with these skeletons pushing in, also just tanking up the tower shots, that's going to let the siege wagon do tons of damage.
This is the same rotation he made last game, and this is a big rotation for them.
And they're going to try and rush a defense here from Zai, but he's going to TP in. He's going to be in trouble here. Have the Grace on him is going to slow down a lot of these disables.
But they're protecting the catapult, and that's what's important. That's why mid-ones also come in for this. Last game, he didn't make this defense. This game, I think they understand how important this tower is.
The siege wagon dies, and the tier 1 tower does not fall. Moon could have used Exorcism to finish off that tower when he first showed up, but he thought the siege wagon was good enough. He thought it was free.
And that's Secret. They're a veteran team cap. They're making those adjustments. They realize Moon's play. I think he was anticipating that top push, but because so many teams are doing it, he's just sort of going for the play that Secret doesn't expect. No one's really assaulted Secret's offlane tower before like that.
Especially once you get like, Zai has a good lane, but a rotation like that shuts him down. If they caught him again that second time when he TP'd under tower.
Oh, that ruins this game, and they might even go for it here as
they try. Moon's gonna show up, hits him with the nuke. Looking to be able to slow him down with the Spirit Siphon. Zai, the Heavenly Grace protecting him a bit right now, but Nico Baby has another round of stuns coming in. The Crypt Swarm's not gonna be good enough, and they don't want to dive the tower. Mineski. This is what we're talking about in trying to go for these kills and not quite getting it, not getting the kill.
Look at this tempo.
The objective.
Look at this tempo.
Oh,
they're gonna TP top and just go for it right after. And this is how you alleviate pressure from this bottom lane for Nico Baby. If you can't do it in one lane, do it in another.
Can Zai get there in time? He's just about to get back to the base. He's gonna have a TP scroll soon. Nisha's gonna be stunned up, fire blasted. They do have the hedge. That's gonna be enough to be able to get the kill onto Nisha. And this exorcism will be used to bring down a tower.
They're outpacing them right now. Yeah. This series, they're thinking 2 steps ahead. And Secret, their focus is on that bottom lane, but suddenly there's somebody top. And you don't even really want to dive this Wraith King because you know he's got ulti, he's got stick charges. If they could take this tower and defend, this would be such a huge boon for them.
Part of the reason
was used though by the DP.
Yeah. And that's going to be an opportunity, right? Team Secret, they're not going to be as cooldown dependent early game because their mid is a Tiny, who's always going to be ready to fight.
Yeah. But they don't want to trade this cap.
They do
this
not.
tower is still healthy enough that you can bring heroes in and try to defend it, and it would extend your game so hard, but they might have no choice. This might be a little bit too late.
And that means that core rotation from KP kind of hurts them, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Now you've got 2 cores on the same side of the map.
So that's a win for Secret.
It's funny how in Dota you can have these little wins and losses without a hero kill actually happening, just purely due to things like positioning and rotations. 10-minute bounty runes are coming up though, and we're going to see who outpositions the other. We've got Ninja Boogie. He's going to join them for this fight at bottom, but if he dies right away, Mid-One knows he's here. He's trying to hide right now, but unfortunately it's going to be found. The Avalanche Toss is going to be quite enough, but the Purification will get the kill. And that means they have to give up on these 2 bounty runes, which puts pressure on Mineski to make the play top lane.
Oh, they're going to get all 4 of them, Cap.
Good stuff. Nisha, he's going to run to the other side. 4 bounties for Secret.
That's massive. Even though they're leading in kills 3-2.
Yeah, they've gotten over 1,500 extra gold off the bounties on Team Secret's side.
That's the difference itself.
Yeah.
The Ice Blast gonna come in, try to defend this mid tower. Yapzor stealing Bloodlust.
Good play. With the Siege Wagon hitting the tower, that's a few extra shots. Well, in the hard camp here, the Siege Wagon is up there. That means it's going to be a little bit delayed in its push forward. I wonder if Mineski are going to try and make a play towards that top lane, or if we're just going to see them continue to farm up. Surely a more passive game. Is that to the favor of Team Secret because they have this Void? Oh, they're actually going to go for the kill on his side. The Ice Blast is there. Nico Baby holding on to that Rate Fire Blast. Tries to get a crit, whiffs. Zai does manage to duke into the trees. They're going to spot him one more time. Now that they have the Grace on, and they do have the Cold Feet. They're going to try and chain the stuns here. The Purification going out. And, oh man, that status resistance just lets him do so much. But it looks like Nico Baby may just hit too hard. He's got a little bit of mana to be able to work with. Zai's trying to duke into the trees right now. Nico Baby gives up. Zai jukes it away and gets out by just the skin of his teeth.
And he is indeed going for the pipe. I feel like there's no better item choice for him at this point. I think what both teams have learned about it is it comes down to the team fights. A lot of the times in these matches, we just see one team rolls over another in the lane phase. But for these two teams, I mean, they know what the mid and the late game look like. Raging Potato likely to go down here. There's two cores up here. But in fact, they actually just retreat for it fully.
They don't actually have any aggressive vision on that side of the map, so maybe Secret just feeling like because they don't have vision of the tier 1 tower, the shrine, they don't know if these TP rotations are coming. We know that Mineski is actually playing a little bit more passive, maybe in part because of the hand of Midas that they have on the Wraith King, here. But the smoke up with Moon, they can play with that core. They're going to try and slow down the Yapzor over here, get him chain stunned. That's a kill. Is that a tower, though?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, mid one's here. They're going to be able to catch the Ancient Apparition and pick off like that. Could be more. Ninja Boogie dies, but the Exorcism being used.
I'd like them to drop the wards here.
They are going to drop the wards. They're going to be able to get vision of these two actually teleport in and they get chain stun. They do have the shackles. Where's the Fire Blast actually used on the Omni Knight? They just don't have Moon here to get the real damage. A 3-man silence. That's going to be a lot. With the Ray Fire Blast onto Tiny. Mid one down to half health already. The tower's taking up some damage as well, but Team Secret, they're healthy enough. They're going to go for the Chronosphere now into the Death Rob. Trying to nuke him down with it. He tossed up into the air. They're going to be able to finish off Moon. A good stun comes out from Puppey as well. They're going to focus on KP. He's dead. Ice Blast on its way. Nico Baby on his first life is about to fall, and all of Secret very healthy, certainly healthy enough to bring down Nico Baby a second time. Team Secret hold their mid tower and repel Mineski.
And they might even grab it themselves. The wards, the last of them about to fall. 4 heroes up here, Zai. You can see that he's just too strong of a force to be reckoned with at this point in the game. He allows Nisha to get in and out of those fights so cleanly. Mineski's lineup, in fact, feels a little bit greedy. AA as a support, you're so ulti reliant that you can't really quite get in there, whereas in the backline, Puppey just kept throwing out stomp after stomp. It's a different beast entirely.
Their game is certainly a lot easier in some ways, right? With this mid one Tiny making these plays. You saw the way they just, the Zai is forced to be fire blasted there. Otherwise, he would have saved Nisha.
The team fight positioning feels really rough right there for Mineski as well. It didn't really feel like they were half committing.
If Moon was able to actually follow up that Shadow Shaman play, get the silence onto the Omni Knight, then maybe KP is able to fire blast down Nisha. There's no Chronosphere, and the fight looks a lot different.
And they just have so many tanky boys on the side of Secret. They've got 4 melee strength heroes, or 3, and a Void.
They do have the rotation coming in from the Shadow Shaman, so if he comes back, but they're spotted by the illusion. Nisha does deny the mid tower.
I don't really know what their solution is right now for Zai.
Yeah.
Feels like this is going to be an uphill battle for Mineski. They just need more farm right now. And speaking of greedy, their Ogre's going to go for a Hand of Midas. Their Wraith King has a Hand of Midas. Their 2 supports are a little bit greedier. They're going to run into Zai here, who gets trapped for the time being. Phase boots his way through.
The last little bit of nukes, but it's not good enough. Zai, the Ice Blast wears off.
Yeah, he's further proving that point for me.
Yeah. I mean, he picked up the bounty rune too, by the way.
They use so much to try to grab him, but the status resistance in a game like this feels so value. And now mid one, he's got a fully completed Axe right now, Cap. He has.
We're seeing this Aghanim Scepter being picked up faster and faster for these Tinies. Can you explain some of that?
I just feel like it's a value item for Tiny. It makes you a team fight beast. It solves a lot of your issues where, you know, oftentimes Tiny, he falls off because you have to go into melee range. And if you can't burst people down immediately, you just get kited. Well, this item makes it so it's really hard to kite.
Ice Blast, just poking at him. Gets a little vision, sees what Secret's up to. They're going to stick around for this tier 2 push. If they're backing up, that means the push at top lane from Mineski should be retreated as well.
I will say in the previous 2 games, Mineski had quite a bit of a lead going into this phase of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know what the game looks like when Secret finally has a post-laning phase lead.
There's something I want to talk about, though. This Wraith King, right? Traditionally, in many patches of the past, Wraith King's considered a early to mid-game carry.
Yes.
And with the Death Prophet, we're looking at, you know, trying to push down towers by 20 minutes, go high ground by 25, 30. A lot has changed for both of these heroes, particularly the Wraith King. We've seen a lot of these Hannah Midas Radiance build. Hector, especially from Infamous, has shown that Wraith King is no slouch late king. You can really push this hero to the limits. Is this just about, what is it about? It's about the Aghanim Scepter, is it about talent changes? What is it?
I just feel like this hero is good against the other cores. You never feel bad about having him frontline for you either. A lot of times in Dota, you saw in the game that we saw that just happened, when the Void goes in and he gets bursted down, you mess up the team fight, suddenly you've lost.
Yeah.
In this position, he's so forgiving to play.
So it's about ease of execution, and at TI, there's nothing more important, right?
He's so easy to work around. He dies once, you don't even feel that bad, because it gives your team time to reposition themselves, whereas the enemy still has to clump around. The fact that the Wraith King, you've got to kill him twice.
Yeah.
It means that there's no mess-ups.
Well, there's that Aghanim Scepter from mid one, pummeling KP with trees, and now he's going to get the tier 2 bottom tower.
If you build a BKB, you always have time to get the BKB on.
Yeah, that's true. Aghanim Scepter, usually we've been seeing Echo Saber into Aghanim Scepter. Here, mid one's going to go the other way around. I also think Aghanim's is a great farming tool. It's a real low cooldown, and you can just kind of freely use it in fights.
Oh, look at this, 20 minutes
push down lanes.
18 minutes. They're just kind of going for it right now. They've dealt a good amount of damage to this tower. Mid one is, we said, give us a star-making performance, bail your team out. So far, so good. 7 out of your 8 kills.
X, Raging Potato, I think he knows he's been caught, and he's just trying to stall things as much as possible so his Serpent Wards can actually get the kill on the tower, but sadly there's a glyph. And the glyph now, especially with the multi-shot, is so good at clearing out the creeps and defending.
Yeah, now this is just going to be food instead for Secret as they clear up all but one of those, I think.
Radiance for Moon. Death Prophet's another hero that can go late game a little bit better. The new Aghanim Scepter that was introduced for the hero, that's a core item.
The scary part for Mineski is, I don't know at what point in the game they're going to win this.
Yeah. I mean, if they're not winning it already, right?
Yeah, it feels a little bit scary right now.
Ninja Boogie.
I don't know if this is like an issue of pace.
Yeah.
Because I felt like previously they had heroes that could just run at you. And Moon had some sort of hero that could just collapse on the side lanes. You could set a tempo. But in this game, it sort of feels like he has to be passive with his DP. It feels like they've gone a little bit away from the principles that led them to success in game number 1 and game number 2. And so now it becomes much more about this Wraith King. Like in the...
20-minute bounties, mid one free to push out bottom lane with his volley, take control of those. Mineski, are they going to invade, or are they going to try and get more than just this one? It seems they're willing to concede all map control.
For his hero, the only downside is that he's going to need help. If it means that he's, you know, the chrono doesn't do anything for him, he's just going to say, I'm not going to chrono you, I'm going to chrono Moon every single time.
Yeah.
And that makes Moon's game so hard to play.
Is that why he's not, like, he hasn't actually queued up the Aghanim Scepter, which everyone goes after the Eul Scepter. Does he need, like, an early Aeon disc? Yeah,
That feels so bad. Terrible. I feel like you go Axe, and then you can go the Aeon disc.
You just have to do it.
I'd sort of like, maybe even get the Shivas first. I would
Before
kind
the
of be
Aeon
okay.
disc?
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
be okay with that, but I do think you need an Aeon at some point.
Oh, he goes Blink instead.
Maybe he just wants to fight. They're going to get the Radiance timing, and maybe they just want to run it secret. That's how they want to come back into this game, rather than just pure farming.
I mean, the AoE silence can come in really clutch here against this Omni Knight, right? Because you always know the Omni Knight's going to be running forward to protect mid one, or to protect Nisha, who's been initiated on.
It's very good against the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Nisha already has a BKB. That's so scary.
Means the silence is going to be very ineffective against him.
It also means that he's always going to get Chrono off.
Yeah.
Which is pretty disastrous for Mineski.
Pretty much the only one who can stop that outcome is Raging Potato. And I just don't see him getting lasting shackles in these fights. He does have the Ether Lens, though.
He feels like he's paper.
Yeah.
And I would say that Mineski would be alright, but I think this Omni Knight, I've been saying it from the beginning of the game, it might just prove to be too much. Gonna walk up the hill, but they don't have their Death Prophet here. Secret. Riding around their shrine, they've got the numbers advantage. The pipe has been used almost immediately. And Zai, I mean, he ends any thoughts of
Look at
aggression.
him. He just doesn't care about you. Raging Potato does manage to get the Hex off. There's the Avalanche. The Ice Blast is coming in. They do manage to get the Guardian Angel. That will help protect mid one. Here comes the Absorbs, but it doesn't actually nail a whole lot. That's going to be the Ogre going down. Nico Baby still trying to focus on mid one because they have in the Grace. Mid one is actually going to be fine here. Now we have the X's them out. Yeah, does manage to force snap down to the low ground. Moon pursuing, trying to get another Spirit type, and this time on mid one. Can he actually take down this Tiny? Well, they've already lost most of their support. Chronosphere catching him just on the side. Mid one tries to get away up the tree bomb route, and now the Death Prophet's dead. Nico Baby comes back with a second life, slowed down, and this is going to be the second team fight.
Now he's here to die.
Team Secret absolutely outclassed Mineski and almost wiped them.
And Zai's still chasing. He wants the full team wipe. They're going to extend their lead 7K. The Blink Dagger, I feel like, just doesn't really do anything for you. It helps you evade some situations, but... And what they want to do is get on top, and I would agree if the Void didn't have such a fast BKB, and if you weren't playing against Heavenly Grace. You fulfill those two conditions, maybe you're alright. But as it stands, I mean, they're trying to do what they did last game, which is take these mid-game fights, push in for the towers, but you know, they don't have the firepower, they don't have the heroes.
Yeah. You see that team fight again. They thought they just had the burst damage, but a fast Guardian Angel coming out from Zai was so key. It slows down the damage that Nico Baby was putting on mid one, and then he just doesn't get enough. The Ice Blast wears out about right now.
Yeah, if mid one dies in that position, maybe the Void doesn't have enough damage, because he only has a Maelstrom.
I mean, Yapster just barely died there. He almost got the Tiny as well, but Nisha being able to get that Chronosphere, he held it for so long too. He read that the fight was going to go their way without it. He only used it once mid one really, or excuse me, Moon really committed to that fight. There's now a Mjolnir for Nisha. Mineski.
There's his damage.
Twice now they've been repelled by Team Secret. At some point in time, you're going to have to start thinking about an exit plan, a plan B. What are you going to do with this game threatening to go late?
Yeah, plus, I feel like in the previous two games, Mineski had the vision advantage every single time.
Yeah.
They de-warded so many different wards. In this game, that top ward saw them coming the entire time, so they knew to be set up for the fight. Small mistake as Secret did not end up denying that top tower, which only had 20 HP. And this is going to secure them 2 bounty runes. I mean, they haven't gotten 2 bounty runes in such a long time. Moon's going to go for the plate mail and the axe, both items that I advocated for. I wanted to see the axe first into the Shivas, but he opts to go for the plate mail.
Yeah. Just a little bit of help. I mean, it is a lot of physical damage.
Yeah, I like the casual plate mail.
Yeah, with the volley build coming out from mid-one, like, he actually has to worry about the physical damage coming from the Tiny, not from the Faceless Void. Because Void's got a very magic damage heavy build. Mjolnir and his bashes, that's most of his damage right now.
Very true, Cap.
5-14, a 7,000 net worth lead for Team Secret. We have not seen them have this kind of lead once in this series. It's only until this game 3 they get mad, and they are just not letting Mineski get any openings here.
One thing though is throughout the season when Secret has any sort of lead, they just sort of go for it. They take fights nonstop, but I think they've sort of developed like this mutual respect. Secret is saying like, Mineski, you're a good team. You can hang with us. Let's not just throw.
Yeah. The Raging Potato jumping forward. They're going to try and blow up the Absor. That is a target you can certainly burst down.
That's like
mid one. Mid one, he's hard, but Yapzor, that's easy.
And he's got a BKB mid one. I love when your cores still go BKB when you've got an Omni Knight. I feel like it's the worst thing in the world when you purely rely on your Omni to save you in those situations. It makes it so hard because then he has like 4 different heroes he has to constantly save. Every BKB that comes out makes Zai's life easier.
You're one of the biggest BKB enthusiasts that I know. You always say you have a lead, secure it with a BKB.
Yeah. What's the point of having 10k net worth if you don't have a BKB?
Yeah.
You get hexed once, your 10k net worth.
It's gone. You just die. Just like that. So how much gold is Yapzor worth? I remember saying this was a 7,000 net worth lead. Now it's only 5k.
Dude, he was worth a lot. Their A is worth 2,800, and Ninja Boogie's like most expensive item is his Quelling Blade. Life's been hard for him. That's his luxury item right now.
Raging Potato's done a good job of keeping pace with Yapzor. In fact, we're pretty much core for core until it comes to the difference between our Death Prophet and mid one's Tiny.
Yeah, mid one still unblemished, 5-0 and 6. I mean, he's no.
How do you push into that?
You don't.
Yeah.
You, if I'm straight up honest, you don't.
Mineski. It seems to be their turn to sit back. Still got it.
The crowd like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, an attack, a projectile like Death Prophet's, it's not fast. It does that little swirly animation as it makes its way to the target. AP. He's going to be slowed down. Fire Blast onto the Void, trying to slow down the damage. There goes the Heaven of the Grace. Ninja Book started dead from mid one. He managed to get the initiation onto him. At the same time, they were going on KP, so that's 2 dead already. But mid one, they're actually going to go for this one, threatening the Chronosphere. New does manage to get outside of it. Guardian Angel will protect him against this Exorcism and the lockdown on Nico Baby. They're going to try and focus on Moon while they have Nico Baby just naturally die out. The circle wards are there. The BKB, they almost finished off Moon. The volley almost does it, but Death Prophet managed to survive off the Eul Scepter, and so instead, they're going for the Wraith King, who's had half health. They're trying to play around these wards as best as possible. Blake's healing, going on the Yapzor, Spirit Siphon healing up. He managed to actually heal through all that one, but Nisha's now locked him down. A ton of damage onto Nisha, quickly stopped by Zai, who gets out the Purification. KP, who came back into this fight, may just exit it just as quickly as Silence goes out. Onto 4 from Moon. They go back into this one.
Yeah, Ice Blast.
And they finish him off. He's dead, but the follow-up there comes out from the volley to be able to finish up Nico Baby. Moon, blast down Puppy.
They want
just
the team
forward. They're going to be able to get the Omni Knight. That's going to be a wipe. This time, Secret. They challenge Mineski. They say, we think we're stronger than you. Let's put it to the test, but the buybacks, that's what makes the difference. Mineski used 3 different buybacks, but it wins them the fight, and it just might win them Roshan.
They Rosh. If they could Rosh, this would make it worth it. If they can't, then all you really did was make it so that the fight went even. And they're going to ping into Roshan. They know it's up. I mean, it's not very quick, though, without the Wraith King. And Moon doesn't have Ags.
True, but Secret's not buying back right now.
I think they also agree. They're like, we don't think you can do Roshan either.
Oh, it's going to be close. They almost have the Aghanim Scepter on Moon, too. That certainly would have helped. Solar Crest is pulling in its weight here.
Yeah, this Rosh took forever, but Puppy, does he have a TP? No, he's not going to TP.
Yeah. They're just giving it
a
up.
while, but this is a big Roshan.
Yeah.
Now the gold lead set to 4K. Moon can comfortably buy Ags without having to worry about having buyback or not.
The Axe also means the Aegis is more effective on Death Prophet than it was in the past. In the past, you weren't a good Aegis hero because you were just an Exorcism buff. That's all you were. But now Aghanim Scepter adds a lot of damage to this Death Prophet when she does have her ultimate on cooldown.
That was such a go for it maneuver, by the way.
Yeah.
If it goes poorly, Mineski lose the game right there.
Yep.
When they all bought back, and I thought it was going to go disastrously for them when they ran in 1 by 1.
Oh, yeah.
That's looking a little bit
Dude,
dicey.
Moon TPing in and getting the 4-man silence. I was like, oh, okay. That's a cool silence, but what are you going to do with it?
Runs after the Tiny, but isn't able to find anything. I think he was just trying to get him out of that area. Because mid one, of course, still has the BKB. And they still have to be cautious on the side of Mineski.
Yeah.
They used a lot of buybacks for that. In fact, they have only 1 up, and it's on Ninja Boogie, and that's because his net worth is so low that as long as the timer is enough, he'll have it. AC completed by Nisha. They immediately go for the smoke. They might run into the Wraith King here. They've got to be careful.
They're going to dodge the Wraith King. They're going to go for anybody else. If they can actually intercept Mineski here, which they go. Oh! Raging Potato blinks away. They're still going to be able to catch Ninja Boogie. Volley will be able to get it. They don't have to use the Chronosphere here. 2-man silence, but immediately that's going to be cleansed off by Zai. Jumping in the air. Yule Scepter.
They want to get out. The numbers disadvantage, I think, is a little bit too rough for them.
Yeah. I mean, without the Ancient Apparition, like, how do you deal with this Omni Knight? I just don't think you can.
Yes, and that's where you live by the 5A, you die by the 5A. He's so easy to kill, but he's so important for the rest of your team.
Ninja Boogie, he came in big time for them in game 1. With his Witch Doctor, he's going to need better positioning.
They really don't want to give up this tower.
They do not, but they just might have to here. 5 seconds up for the Ancient Apparition.
You just cannot get multiple Euro Chrono, which is easier said than done. Nisha's got the advantage in positioning, but they're going to back out.
They're actually going to go for it here. Yule Scepter catching the Omni Knight. Follow up silence, rated by Blast, and a Hex both being used. Force Staff, the Force Staff.
And the volley from the high ground. This is going to split their fight in half. Plus the ET Spirit. They wanted to threaten for that. It looked like a good timing for them. But Secret, they positioned themselves very well, and they've got a DD on their Faceless Void. This is going to force them into a fight, regardless of whether or not Moon has the Aegis.
With the double damage and the Ice Blast used. Oh, they're going to use the Yule Scepter, dispelling off that double damage. And the Ice Blast is about to come back up, but first Nisha and mid one try and find their opening, but Raging Potato again with a fast blink dagger away. Now Secret have overextended themselves. They're going to try and catch Yaps or Puppy. Manage to get a stomp, and it's mid one who's going to get caught. They do have the Ice Blast. Purification goes down. BKB and the Guardian Angel. 5-5 damage. They can't bring down mid one anymore. Puppy throws out the Earth Splitter with the Chronosphere as well. It's not going to be able to hit. Can they bring down Moon? It's going to be a close call, but he does fall. Now they're going to turn back into Nico Big. Never mind, Raging Potato's a better target, but because of the Aegis, they need to be able to get out. But he's been caught in the shackles. Raging Potato, they have Heavenly Grace. They're going to be able to save Nisha. A little bit more of the silence. No, it's good enough. The Force Staff gets away. The Force Staffs again coming clutch for Team Secret. Mid one. Inside the pit, he's ready to go back in, but he has to blink out. Raging Potato jumps forward. KP, he's going to be able to get the initiation on mid one side. He's trying to make his way to be able to bail out mid one. The Ice Blast comes in though. They bring down mid one. He's dead. They look for more. Zai and Yapstor running him down. Hex on one. Raid Fire Blast quite soon on the other. If they can actually get him, double Solar Crest as well. That means that damage from Nico Baby. He's about to bring down the Omni Knight of Zai.
He's still going for the multicast.
Stop it!
And they're right in front of the base right now. That gold lead has been completely evaporated. Mineski have in fact wrested it away from Secret. They will not roll over.
What is happening right now? Moon silence the mid one, so we can't actually get the volley off. I can't believe they're going for this tier 3 without the X's, and the buyback goes in their retreat.
And that's 2 core buybacks that you forced out. They weren't able to get any kills. This was a defensive buyback. Mineski, they're actually up 1K on Secret. The fights last so long, and it got so split. You saw Secret, they were on the low ground. It felt like they were going to be just fine. They were force-staffing each other one by one, and then they overstayed their welcome.
Yeah.
If they all just started retreating at that point, they would have been fine.
Yeah.
But what they did was they looked for the fight after.
Because of the exorcism used, they think Chronosphere on Moon, we can go ahead, burst him down. Second life, he won't have the exorcism, but Mineski still proved to be too strong. And now, the win probability is in their favor as well as the net worth.
I can't even believe this game. It feels like a departure from our previous two, but what a fun one is. I mean, it feels like these two teams just bring out the best in each other.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
willing to fight nonstop. The team fights are what determine it all. You get into these crazy 5-on-5 situations that seem to last forever.
This AC, dude, these Wraith Kings, man, once they have the Midas and Radiance, items just start flowing in everywhere. He's actually going to go for Nullifier next.
And both teams have all their ultis up. Secret, they're looking for the angle right now. Nisha been heavily graced. Just trying to set.
They want to make sure if he does get stunned, that status resistance will let him get off his BKB.
And Moon nearly has the Aeon Disc. He's sending the courier back. This would be a massive pickup for him. If they can't just burst him through the Chronosphere, you see how tanky he can potentially be. And his ability to come back into the fight after the Eul Scepter is so good.
Crystallis up, mid one, that's a lot of damage now. The Echo Saber, that provides the disable, the slowdown to keep them in the volley, but it's really the Daedalus, or in this case, the Crystallis buildup, that's going to deliver that sort of game-ending Chronosphere into volley combo.
Secret have to be so careful, Cap.
Dude,
they use the two
really
core
do.
buybacks. If either of those heroes die at this point...
Oh, look at this! A sneaky little play. Raging Potato trying to finish up that tier 3. Not good enough, though.
Very nearly does. And this Roshan fight, Cap, is going to mean everything to both sides. If Secret decide to take the fight, it'll be without the buyback on the Tiny.
They're going to go for it
or
here.
the Omni Knight, Cap. It'll be two core buybacks that they don't have.
And Team Secret, will it be hubris? Will they get caught in this mid lane? A lot of them are behind the Yapster, but not everybody. First defensive force down. You could see Mineski not going to take the bait here.
They're being patient right now. They don't want to overextend themselves.
They just picked up the Aeon Disc, but the Death Prophet just showed himself on that ward. Secret should know about that saving grace.
Yeah, that's a big item pickup for both teams. Now you can't just blindly Chrono Moon and hope for the best. You have to position it correctly. So we wait with bated breath. Roshan about to spawn, and that's going to mean a mad dash for both teams. And neither of them have buybacks, but it's limited by
They actually had a ward in place. They're going to be able to see that Blink Dagger in. Raging Potato, defensive force half away, but a volley finish them off. Raging Potato down, BKB used by mid one, and Mineski. Everybody out.
Roshan, 20 seconds until he's up. What team's gonna go for it?
A fast Roshan like this with 90 seconds for Raging a Potato.
Ice Frog just wants it. He, just 10 more years of Mineski versus Secret. What gives the most dramatic situation? It's that 20-second timer on the Roche.
And if they get it, there are going to be so many items coming in for Team Secret. Like the Lotus Orb for Zai, that's going to be crucial because the whole Blink Dagger Death Prophet play is then canceled.
And there's a Nullifier on Wraith King.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is going to be an explosive team fight.
Dude, but all of that, right? All of that can go away off of a Lotus Orb or Heavenly Grace coming out from that Omni Knight. They have to hunt Zai down. This really is a game about hunting Zai.
I will say his build, not going for Greaves, has hurt him so much because he doesn't have the ability to remove that silence easily.
Oh,
now they're going for it.
They don't care. Ice Blast in the pit. Moon showing himself in bottom lane. Dude, is Mineski actually going to fight around this?
This is going to go really quick.
Being in, can they get in there in time? Nico Bait gets vision off into his neutral. Then trying to go for Nisha. He's already popped his BKB. Chronosphere to be able to pick up the Aegis and cheese. He's got that. Now he's going to be able to jump over to the side. Trying to go for Moon as best as possible. Now time locked out.
Spider ready for the first light.
It might be the Aegis as well. Look at Midwine. He's TPing back to the shrine right now. He's trying to stay in the fight. Zai's get out of the river, but Zai's gone.
He doesn't have buyback. And Nico Baby, he's blinked forward if he can get any more. But 104 seconds now for Zai. 2 minutes on his buyback. They've got the numbers advantage.
Aegis and cheese, but for what? No Omni Knight, no Chronosphere,
and a DD rune.
Oh,
how fortuitous for Mineski.
Ice Frog intervenes once again. He said, look, I gave Nisha a double damage rune. He didn't get to use it. You're going to have the same opportunity.
And what can they do with it? They don't have the Exorcism, but they do have the Serpent Wards. They're right in front of your base Secret. You don't have Chronosphere.
Ward's out. Trying to stall right now. That's all Secret is looking to do.
They have Aegis, but it feels so useless when you don't have Chronosphere.
Yeah, what can a Void do without his ult?
And that's going to be Rax.
That is definitely going to be Rax. Can Mineski do more? Or are they going for the tier 2 mid? Yeah.
No, just calm down.
Yeah.
Gather yourself.
Are you talking to me or Mineski right now?
Both.
But I'm about
No
to lose
water.
my mind where this game.
I can't handle it.
Mineski. 2 siege wagons. A bunch of the boys. And a tier 2 falls. Let's see some shrines.
They are going to get so much gold because of that fight. Yeah. They're going to grab the shrine here. This shrine, once Roshan's out of the equation, the other shrine doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
This shrine controls the triangle. It makes it really hard for you to get outside your base and farm. And it just forces Secret to sort of hole up.
25% backtrack.
Oh!
Nisha win for it.
Oh, he's gone for it. All right. Let's do it. Let's see what it does.
What if you backtrack a crit? It's the same situation here with the Wraith King.
Maybe he just feels like the All right, you know why? I think it's because he thinks that his Chronosphere isn't very good against the Wraith King or the Death Prophet at this point.
Yeah.
I think he's made the executive decision. I can't deal with these two heroes. The better talent to dealing with these two heroes is the backtrack talent.
Yeah.
And Zai needs this Lotus Orb. He's been waiting for it for so long, but the problem is his buyback's about to come back up, but he won't have the gold for it. So he's put into this weird position where he can't teamfight without an ability to get rid of the silence, which is why I feel like he needed Greaves in this game so badly. It's, of course, in hindsight, because you want to get phase boots for the laning phase, but it feels so rough to fight without it.
I mean, is Zai going to have a buyback? I think you might buy out the Lotus Orb.
Maybe if you think you're invincible anyway. He's definitely is. He's waiting around that area for a reason.
I think that's the only way to solve some of the team fight issues. Oh, Jesus. That's a lot of gold. That's a Hannah Midas multicast, Brock.
He's got the 40 strength.
The 40 strength.
Boy's a beast.
Attacking a third hero that Chronosphere is just not going to do shit against. KP right now is walking around with 3,600 HP, 1 billion armor. I think that's what that adds up to.
I can't believe we're in this position right now. We're Secret 8K down. Cap, they were most people's favorites. Mineski, bottom 2.
Yeah.
They're about to join Infamous potentially in the top 8. Liquid Dota, where are you at? You had these two teams as your bottom 2.
And look at that.
But the team fight is all that matters. Yapsor
They're going to be more telekinesis on a KP. The first initiation, the Chivas, Chronosphere, it only catches the back line. He didn't actually lock down Moon. He will be able to finish off Raging Potato, who doesn't have half buyback. KP is almost dead, but look at that. Trapped inside the trees, the Guardian Angel barely goes offside. He's being hunted right now. The Water Splash takes him out. Nisha looking to be able to finish off KP, but he's so tanky. The Ogre's good. Mid one, pummeling them with the volley. Trying to finish off fight. Maybe as best as possible, but Moon, he's getting the access to some damage. A Faithball to be able to finish off the Ogre. He does have buyback. Mid one, he also dies as well. Moon's able to chase him down into the high ground. Nisha man fighting against an Angel Boogie. He gets 1. Can he get 2? He gets 3, but no. He's gonna die here. He does have the Aegis on his second life though. Nico Baby and KP sit on top of him. They need to be able to chase him down. They Fire Blast 1, Fire Blast 2, Ice Blast in, Force Staff. That's not gonna hit.
The tree volley over the top.
They're gonna be able to turn. They're gonna be able to fight. Can they bring down Moon? The Ice Blast stolen by Yapsor.
1 second for the blink on Nico Baby.
And he gets away. The Avalanche doesn't hit him. Now it's KP's turn.
And this was KP's buyback.
They have the silence though.
The counter
Yule Scepter being countered by the Lotus Sword. Shiva's out. 3 versus 4. Nico Baby. They're all in fire, trying to finish off the Faceless Void. But again, the force step is going to be good enough.
Who's in the middle of everything?
Nisha has a BKB though. They running out of physical damage. Nico Baby's trying to go for mid one instead. But Moon, he's being checked down. 1 second. He's dead. Faithball, he doesn't have buyback.
He doesn't have buyback. He was 1 second away from the Yules.
Nico Baby, he'll be able to at least hit Puppy, but the rest of Secret, they're not tanky enough. They can't actually go to the second life of the Wraith King.
But 1 second and Zai is about to be alive. Secret in a great position now. No buyback for 106 seconds. 74 seconds on the deck for the Ogre. They've got to make something of this. What a turnaround for them as they barely hold in that fight. If that Death Prophet gets Yules off, they're going to win that fight. And she was 1 second away from it. The target fire precision on Secret. 1K goal lead now for Mineski. Oh, my heart.
Oh, they're trying to execute the Faceless Void. They know they are at a disadvantage, but again, the Force Dash. Oh, he's coming in.
He's got the two supports.
Onto the two supports with an Ice Blast, with an Earth Splitter. 5 by Mineski. That's 4 dead. Make it 5. The reincarnation. 1 versus 5. Oh, baby, baby, Nico, baby. You got to get back to the fountain, and you've got to stall Secret, because once again, they're going for your throne. Telekinesis pull back, mid one, toss him over to Nisha. Nisha.
And he's just trying to waste time right now in Secret. And they're obliging right now. They're walking away from the tower. They don't have Glyph though. And this is going to be a hard hold. There's no buybacks. He's going to have to do this 1v5.
They did it before, 2 versus 5. 10 seconds out for KP, nullifier. On to Puppy. Looking to try and execute the captain of Team Secret, but they can't finish him off. He's still trying to go for it.
Secret's just ignoring him.
Dancing around. Nico Baby does have the reincarnation, so he's man fighting here. He even wants to die. He needs the AoE rain fire blast. That's why Secret aren't finishing him off. The Guardian Angel. Go for the throne. It's exposed. Turquoise down. Nico Baby is trying to finish up anybody he can. But Nisha swinging away.
They don't do
Throwing it back and Team Secret aside. Another comeback.
Unbelievable
victory for Team Secret.
I can't believe they pulled this one out. The fight lasted so long. Barely able to pull it out. And Secret, they went for the win when Mid-1 went for the buyback to help out the rest of his team. That could have been the decisive moment where Mineski wins. They sense blood. They all bought back to try to get that fight done. And instead, it is Secret that walk away with the victory.
What makes champions? It's the difference between good and great. Not what you do in practice, but when the lights are on, when you're in the booth, when thousands upon tens of thousands of eyes are watching you and your backs are against the wall. Team Secret, 2 times in this series, had their backs against the wall. The DPC champions. That is why they were the #1. That is why the way that they were able to come back. And that is why they will move forward against Mineski.
And all the props in the world, by the way, to Mineski. They showed us such great Dota. I mean, they made this an absolute monster of a series.
Southeast Asia has just had its heart broken. And fans around the world at this point, Mineski have made a lot of fans with this series. They are sad to see Mineski go. I am so sad to see them go. But somebody's got to be eliminated. It's a harsh, harsh competition, the international.
Whew. I'm tired after that. I'm
exhausted.
I feel so
I can't imagine how Team Secret and Mineski feel right now.
Look at Nisha.
God.
He's smiling ear to ear.
Team Secret, congratulations to them, Mineski. Oh, you gotta feel for them. You gotta feel for them. But we have more of the international coming up. Upper brackets up next. Panel. What a series.
Oh, Cap, yeah, definitely quite a series, and I think we all agree with you in quite a few ways. We're going to break it all down, talk about that game, and get ready for the next one. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Sin, Trent, and we have Dove here. I mean, where do we even start with that one? Mineski, they play so well throughout the entirety of the series. The first game, it looks like they're going to take it. The third game looks similar in some ways with the fact that for some reason Secret's able to find a crazy opening and get the win. But the big difference this time around, Sind, is the fact that it does seem like Secret does win the lanes.
Yeah, they came off to a better start this game. I don't really know how much it matters in these games to an extent, because one team wins the lanes. It's all about these mid-game and late-game team fights. The advantages that they built didn't seem to directly translate into a clear direction in the game, because there's just so many crazy 5-on-5s where it's down to who uses the Force Staff better, who has the better Lotus Orb, who's better positioned to begin with. And just a treat to watch. The teams were super evenly matched. And going forward in the tournament, the question is, was Mineski amazing today or Secret weak? And you got to think ahead for Secret, right? One of the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, that really is such a huge question, Dove. When you look at the performance here, are you saying that, yeah, because when we were actually watching this for a while, you were like, oh, Secret, it looks like they're not doing so well. And do you think that this does come down to Mineski playing out of their minds, or is it Secret falling behind?
No, I think just Secret. I mean, I don't think they're happy that the way they won this series, because you can see the eye, like Puppy and even Zai, they look very serious and they're not happy, I can tell.
It happened not only in this game, but throughout like the entirety of the series. I kept saying to some of the other people who were on the panel during the first 2 games, I was like, Puppy kind of looks pissed off right now, and he just won, especially after that first game as well.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Sunby after game 2, right? What did he say? He said they are angry. They're not in that booth. They're not all super excited. They're just mad, and that definitely translates. They were happy, sure. They popped off a little after the win, but then after that, they came out of the booth back to the serious mode. Like, let's get through this lower bracket.
Maybe a sigh of relief here, but you don't want to have a sigh of relief, right? I mean, especially when you're Secret going up against the team. It's the story of Puppy trying to go for a second TI chip under his belt compared to an underdog story.
It's also the story of Secret struggling again, and it's one of those things that can get into your head, where we talked about it with VP yesterday as well. Like, you have these teams that get to TI, they're good all season, and then they have a history of struggling sometimes during the season. And yeah, you know, it matters. It definitely matters.
And, you know, we're trying to extrapolate how they feel. We're talking about how they look when they're coming out of the stage. Luckily for us, Casey right now is going to throw us to that interview, and we'll see how they actually do feel.
Yeah, okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm with the App Store, and you walked in. I think they were talking on the panel about how must you feel, and I think you and I agreed on a word. Oof. Oof. That's all I keep saying as he's sitting here. You look exhausted. I feel exhausted from watching it. You guys, in every single game, those late game team fights were intense. How were you able to come out and win after all of that?
I have no clue, to be honest. Like, every single game was just a throne. So, like, it was always about the throne. Like, I don't even think we said the word get the barracks once.
You're kidding.
It was always just go throne.
Oh, my gosh.
So, like, it was really stressful to play. But we kept as calm as we can.
That seems to be the story of the tournament so far. Every team that is successful comes back and says, we were just able to, you know, stay focused and trust each other as a team. There are already a lot of people tweeting pictures from inside the pod where it looks like, gosh, how do I put this? Puppy and a few others looked a little intense after the draft and during the game. Your thoughts on that?
After which game?
This was the eye that Puppy gave. I think it was during game 2.
To who?
Zai and mid 1.
Game 2. Oh. Game 2. Ah.
Wait, does he have different eyes that he gives for different? Okay.
No. I don't think it was like anyone's fault. We just kind of were out strategized at the start. Then I chronoed my PA and we lost. So
sorry, bro.
If anything, I should have got the look.
I can bring Puppy in here if you want to get the look from Puppy. No, you're good.
Oh, I'll get it later.
We talked with your coach. I think it was right before this last game, and I asked what the mood was like in the pod, and he said angry.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the good type of anger.
Yeah.
It's not like I hate my teammates. No, it's just like anger as in like we want to destroy them.
Yeah.
We gotta destroy them, because it's like yesterday's loss was rough, but today it's like it's our chance to redeem ourselves and like hopefully progress further in the tournament. So we feel like we have and don't have something to prove, because it's like if we lose, we lose. But if we win,
is it really if we lose, we lose? I mean, come on.
You kind of have to like trick your mind to thinking that way.
Really?
So that you don't think of pressure.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Even though it's like we could be a favorites of this tournament, but we're actually ourselves coming into this tournament knowing we can lose to Mineski, knowing we can lose to anyone. Like, we're gonna probably, I think we're facing Infamous next, and we know we can lose against them, especially them.
Well, we look forward to seeing that game. These have all been amazing games. Thank you, Yapser, for talking to us. We really appreciate it. And we'll send it back to you. Do you want to do your... Whew.
Indeed. Yeah, I think that we definitely understand how you might be feeling after hearing that, but it's not an easy thing to go through, and you hear them saying, yes, we know that we can lose to anyone, especially when the competition is this close. We talked about the emotions on their side. We talked about Puppy maybe giving a new definition to the word puppy eyes, but we do need to see the emotions on the other side. Let's check in with Shiver and see how Mineski is feeling.
Yes, thank you, Rich. Ninja Boogie, that was a crazy series. It was exhausting to watch. Can't even imagine how it was to play. Do you first want to have some words regarding what you just went through?
It was a tough match.
I think we could have won the series, but you know we made crucial mistakes which caused us to lose. Yeah.
You said earlier that this TI felt very different from you playing last TI. Can you talk about that for a bit?
Yeah, well, we came to this TI with no expectations. We were ranked pretty low among a lot of lists. And last year, you know, we won a few minors and a major. So we went into TI expecting maybe top 4, you know, but for this TI, we're just like, let's just play our best and hope for the best.
You guys gave an enormous showing, and TI is not just, you know, the interview that we're doing right here. It's not just about the result of the tournament, but this is like the ending of a year, or in some cases an entire career. You've been playing Dota forever. It feels like almost a decade. With that in mind, can you give us some closing thoughts on your performance, on Mineski's performance, on your team? Because I know that you guys grew a lot as a squad this international.
Yeah, well, I mean, for my personal objective every year is just to keep improving, and I felt like I ended that with like at a high note. You know, a few months ago I wasn't even sure I was going to be in TI. You know, so I'm happy I'm here. We almost beat Secret, and I think the team has like we can be proud of what we achieved. You know, it sucks that we didn't win, but you know we still like silence all the haters and we proved ourselves. So.
You really, really did. I also know you guys have got a lot more fans since the start of the tournament, and I would like you to address them with some final words before we hand it back to Rich.
Thank you for all the support. Hope we didn't let you down.
Back to you, Rich.
I think that, yeah, you can definitely say that you can be proud of what happened there. It shook an entire arena. I think people here right now definitely respecting everything that Mineski did, especially in a series like that, going up against one of the favorites in the tournament. Now, we're going to start getting ready for another series. We're going to be jumping up now to that upper portion of the bracket. But before we do that, we want to take a peek at what life is like after Dota.
不开心了，不开心。给你一个糖好吗？你坐好，好吗？糖好吗？吃糖我们就坐好，好吗？
有了孩子之后，感觉成熟了很多吧。巨龙一样吧，也是心里肯定会有牵挂的。
基本上有了孩子以后都是这么一个情况，就是以前嘛就只打游戏嘛，就是自己管自己玩。但是有了孩子以后，就多了一份责任吧。就平时打游戏的时候，可能还会想到孩子之类的。
然后在工作方面的话，他们算是我的一种动力吧，会因为他们我更加努力。
就是直播的话，我们也直播挺久的，每天要直播大概8到10个小时，再分自己的平时的时间去，比如说这时候我在看电视，或者说我在休息啊，再去陪他。
我觉得现在这个社会呢，就是我儿子这一代还是蛮幸福的吧，所以我还觉得他们比我们小时候幸福多了。
哦，我觉得他太幸福了，因为就比如说我们小时候哪里有这么多玩具，哪里就是能玩游戏，像就比如说6、7岁、7、8岁的都不能去玩游戏，因为一玩游戏就被什么不务正业。我说他现在2岁就开始能玩各种游戏，想怎么样怎么样。
他长大了想玩游戏的话，如果 Dota 还在的话，我肯定会教他玩的。
我觉得他适合打2号位，因为他已经会说救救。
那我儿子叫什么呢？叫火猫吧，对，灰烬之灵。火猫，你叫火猫。
的话，我儿子名字里带一个焰，就是3个火，然后又是带一个智，那肯定是智力英雄，肯定是打中滩的，然后刚好卡尔也是3个火一个智力英雄嘛，那肯定是要成为卡尔王的男人，我儿子。
那肯定打凯瑞啊，打辅助老被喷呀。
我觉得应该是滚滚吧，因为他非常的皮，整天滚来滚去的，跳来跳去。有时候心情不好，比如说队伍输了比赛，心情不是很好，那回到家里就儿子对着你笑呀嘻笑，过来抱抱你，就感觉很温暖呀。鱼吃不了这么多，给爸爸吃一个好吗？
家庭吧，家和万事兴嘛。
对。
他是会走路的时候，会叫爸爸的时候，然后现在到能跟他沟通的时候，这个过程非常的享受吧。对，真的很开心。
自己还虽然做了爸爸吧，但是感觉自己还像个孩子一样。
我觉得尽量把孩子培养成才吧。以后他反正我应该是会看他，比如说他的爱好是什么，就是让他发展什么，尽量让他把他培养成才。
有小宝宝真的挺好玩的，还不如早点生一个。再说吧。
我想等我儿子会带小孩了再说吧。
Man, that actually is one of my favorite pieces from the entire tournament. I can't even imagine kind of what it's like to make that change. Luckily, you're a dad. Yeah. You got to know what that's like.
Yeah, no, it's weird because everything they said is just 100% true. That's exactly what it's like. Everything changes. It's very difficult to explain. Geez, they're asking those tough questions though, like what hero, what position he play. My son's named Cliff, so I think he'd be a big EG fan.
Yeah.
That would be my only guess.
Sind, what are your kids gonna play?
I don't know. You never know if you're going to have kids until you do, right? Except if you plan it, and then you hope you get kids.
Like a responsible adult.
Yeah. What are my kids going to play? I don't know. I wasn't ready for this question. Probably chess.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next series. So the next series is going to be Vici up against LGD. We're going to be bringing out the teams here in a few short seconds, and then we'll actually get to give you guys a little bit more information about all of them. And you obviously know more than a lot of us do, so we're going to be able to put them under the microscope. Get some of the nicknames out there and everything. I'm getting word, though, that we are going to be jumping down in just a few short seconds. So, guys, let's take a look at all of the lineups that are going to be playing against each other right now. Now, we talk about potential favorites for the tournament coming out right now. It's going to be Vici. Yeah, I've been waiting for a series like this. The crowd already very excited. We are going to have a matchup. When you look at this tournament, the most dominant region, hands down, that we have seen. At least one of these teams going to make it to the final day of play. And Sin, I do want to also bring up with kind of how we've seen them play so far. This is just the powerhouse region. They are fueled by the fans as well.
Absolutely, yeah. The crowd is going crazy for these two teams, and obviously we're going to have LGD coming out in a second as well.
Let's take a look at LGD. As LGD takes the stage, I'm actually just intently listening to the fans here, trying to figure out who the favorite really is. They're definitely getting loud for both of these teams. Who do you think the favorite is?
I actually don't know because LGD was playing good last year and VG won 2 majors this year, so I think they love them both, but probably a little bit more LGD.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more, and now we're going to get to actually know a little bit more about LGD. Let's see what they had to say with Casey.
那去年的 DPC 排行榜，老干爹是排在了第6。你们对于去年一整年自己的发挥和这个成绩还满意吗？
就我个人而言的话，对自己一整年的发挥都不满意吧。然后整个队伍的状态，就可能因为一些之前的影响，就肯定是整体来说都不太好嘛。
感觉每个比赛就都没有发挥好吧，打得不是很好。今年一整年都就一般吧，打的。
那其实感觉这一整年很多选手都有比较大的进步。那你们是否觉得在 TI8之后，心态上面有没有一些什么进步？
那肯定进步的呀。
这一整年其实挺难熬的，对吧？那有没有一些比较开心的瞬间？
要说的话，应该是 VG 夺冠的瞬间吧。我们是 VG 老粉，
我是 V 坤，
是 VG 夺冠，我们很开心。
替 VG 开心。虽然去年一整年都很难熬，最难熬的时候是什么时候？
就有一段时间 maybe 就逃了，然后回去结婚了，我们非常难熬。
就是在队伍人员不整齐的时候，就会觉得稍微有点难熬一点。但其实那个 Major 你们打的成绩还可以的。
是这样的，但当时就感觉还蛮有希望夺冠的。
查理斯一直在点头。你怎么看那段时间？
那最后一扩手就是我，别说了。
主动背锅是不是？那问一下，去年有哪个人的哪句话让你至今还记得？
就是开始选人了，搬完了，准备1、2手选人了，他突然问了一句 ：“FY， 这把炸不炸？”就转头站，这把炸不炸？那会儿就。
那其实老干爹虽然说拿了第6名，但是前面的5支队伍都是很强的队伍。你们是否还觉得自己依然是一支很强的队伍
？VG 最强嘛，VG 跟那个秘密独一档，我们就靠后。
我们在采访 VG 的时候，他们说跟老干爹打训练赛河道都过不去。
乱说的，我们
一看就是造谣。
就我们一过河道就被他们5个人冲出来乱杀，我们就是训练被他们打个什么10比0这种很正常。
就我们的训练就是被 LGK 操盘，就是都在他掌控下，他想让我们输就让我们输，想让我们赢就让我们赢。就我们出发前 LGK 都特意来说了一句：“你们要谢谢我抬了你们一手，准备把你们打得很惨。”
事实上就是我们根本没怎么赢过他们，
真的很恐怖。
现在看到他们，我们都在发抖。
再次来到 TI， 2个人是抱着什么样的心态过来的？
肯定是抱了一点积极一点的心态吧，就不能说想着什么复仇这种，就是你要复仇，你要向谁复仇嘛？只能向 OG 啊。但是 OG 呢，怎么说呢
？OG 当然也很强
对 ，OG 当然也很强。反正就不能抱着这种心态，肯定要抱着一点正面一点的心态，就抱着这种负面的心态打比赛不太好。
我们在来之前看过一段 FY 的采访，他说他自己的心理预期是，只要不拿第2名、第1名，其他任何几名都可以。你们怎么去看待？你的心理预期是什么？
没有什么预期吧，因为你有些队伍训练不到，然后你对那几个队伍评估也不太确定。认真来说的话，你也预期不了，但肯定就是越往上越好嘛，就排名越靠前越好，肯定是想着去往冠军那边靠嘛。
那这次 TI 在中国不同于以往，除了好好打比赛，你们有没有一定要做的事情？
没有吧，打 TI 肯定就专心一点吧。
好，那我们也希望老干爹能够打好自己的，好吗？谢谢。
谢谢。
Now, you often gas up your boys. You never want to have one of your lads going out without a full tank, right? I got Kyle sitting right over there. He's cheering me on every time I talk. Absolute dream that man is. But you've been saying that you gas up your boys. You don't usually gas up your opponents, especially at the biggest tournament of the year. And you've been saying that these two teams have just been hyping each other up nonstop and have nothing but praise for each other.
Yeah, I mean, you can see from the interview that they flattering each other. I mean, I heard an interview from Fade, and they asked him, like, who is your favorite team? Fade said, oh, I've been following LGD for 23 years. I'm 23 years old this year. And that's what Fade said.
It's one of those things where I'm kind of curious where it comes from, is the fact that they've played with each other so much in the past. Like, what is it in your mind, Sin, that's kind of causing the camaraderie between these two teams that are now facing off on the main stage?
I just think there's immense amount of respect. Like, that's the key word for me. They faced each other many times. They're probably very close practice partners, I would imagine.
Yeah.
They did talk about in the interview how they've been scrimming against each other. And when you get to a certain level on the international stage, it's honestly the same with a lot of Western teams, where you'll see when teammates or former teammates go and shake hands or after the games, sometimes there's a little hug, there's a lot of respect, a lot of history. And these teams, they've met each other so many times, they know what each other can do. And at this level of play, you're just the players can also be blown away. It's not just the fans, it's not just the viewers that can be blown away. You can be blown away by another player's excellent play, and these players on the stage have shown so much of that to each other. So.
I kind of do want to ask you, as somebody who does compete at the highest of levels, do you ever have moments like that where you really reassess and you're just playing against someone and you're like, wow, it's almost an honor to be defeated in that way?
I mean, it definitely happens. It happens, yeah, for sure. Like, you play against some players, sometimes you lose the game and you're like, okay, we just played bad. Sometimes you play against a formidable opponent, you're like, okay, they just destroyed us and we deserved it. Like, that was incredible. Standout individual performances or genius drafts, whatever it is. There are elements to every game like this. And yeah, these teams are absolutely no strangers to that. They play high in a lot of tournaments.
Now, I do want to bring up something that a lot of us may be strangers to in the NA Dota community, but in the Chinese Dota community, apparently there are a bunch of nicknames that kind of float around. Could you shed some light on what some of those nicknames are?
So there's a nickname of Ori, the mid player of VG, and we called him Chubby Boy, Little Chubby Boy. I mean, when he played really good, you call him Little Chubby God. When he played not very good, just because, I mean, the reason that he got this nickname because when he joined EG like a long time ago, and everyone gained a lot of weight except him. So teammates just call him like Chubby Boy, Little Chubby. Is that so funny?
Very good.
Yeah, no, I Little Chubby God just resonates very strongly with me.
I think that's like your Tinder account, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So, anything you want to talk about besides Little Chubby, Little Chub? Trez.
Thank you for an excellent handoff and a way to send the question.
You're talking about kids.
I mean, throughout this, oh yeah, we'll go back to that. Throughout the season, though, LGD, VG coming to this tournament, you had to wonder like who you're going to be rating higher, one over the other, right? LGD had such a good performance last year. VG, the ones who are closing out, the only team to win a minor and a major, which is of course still a testament to the strength of the region of China, right? That these guys even had to play in a minor. That's kind of ridiculous. But I don't know. I personally, I'm kind of feeling the LGD as like the group stage. That's where you got to decide, like, okay, really, who is the team that's on top here?
Exactly, and that's basically what Doug just brought up before we walked into this, when kind of trying to ask who maybe had more fans here right now and basing it off performance throughout the entirety of the year. When you actually have gotten a chance to talk to these players, do you think that they really are feeding off of the energy? Not feeding. Do you think that they're feeding off of the energy of the fans and actually playing here in Shanghai?
I think playing in Shanghai will make them feel like better.
Yeah.
Kind of like charging more energy.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things though, where that's always what you assume, right? When everybody's cheering you on nonstop, when you have those great moments. But Sind, does it ever backfire? Do you ever feel more pressure when you're playing in front of an audience that wants you to do well?
I think it's very individual.
Yeah, I would agree.
It really depends on the person. You can turn it into something positive. You can turn it into something negative. I think the advice that we've heard from different players that have gone far in the tournament or just played in big stages in general is sometimes you just try to switch it off. Like you pretend, you can pretend the crowd isn't there, or you can like pretend they're there more when things are going well for you. So like the cheers build you up instead of tearing you down when it's for the other team. And go, try to harness the energy basically in the right moments. And these players, like when they're in this booth, you're playing on this big stage, you're aware of what's going on, but you have played this game for countless 1,000 hours. And when you're in that zone, you're just focused on the game. You always look at what's the next play, what's the next move, and you try to concentrate on that.
I kind of think the motto that we've heard from a lot of the players, not necessarily in these words, but is pretty much don't put that Aegis on a pedestal. Try to get to TI, treat it like another tournament. Try to just play a game of Dota and play a good game of Dota at that. And we even heard that in the Secret interview. They were like, if we lose, we lose. And obviously that's not the mentality that anybody has at TI. I mean, you see those interviews when we're actually talking to losing teams. That is not the energy of the interview. It's pretty much the exact opposite. But if you can get in that willy-nilly YOLO mindset, you might be able to pull down a win. I mean, that's what people attribute to OG a lot of the time as to why they do so well.
How many interviews ended in, guys, just, let's play some Dota. Just go out there, just play some Dota. Oh, just cast your spells, hit your spells. Everyone's trying to boil it down to the simplest everything that they can in order to execute up there on the main stage, because that pressure, as you said, you know, individualistic, whatever, it's definitely there, and everyone's scared to make that mistake. But you got to get rid of that fear if you're going to make those absolutely ridiculous plays that we saw from OG last year when they took.
We have quite a lot of examples throughout TI's history of teams that people don't think that highly of just getting on a hot streak. CDEC was a great example at TI5. People were like, okay, who are these teams? Who are these teams? They just had a style, and they just played their style. They played fast. They went in there to do their best all the time. Didn't get too phased by their opponents. OG last year, they barely got fourth in groups. They just start rolling with it. It's when you get in that zone and in that flow, that's what you're looking for.
And we're going to have to see who is going to be in the zone. We've talked about the matchup, but it's time to get it under the way. We have two Chinese teams going head-to-head.
PSG LGD versus VT Gaming. Game 1.
We heard a lot from the video series and being able to get to know some of the players of VG Gaming as well as LGD. What better way to get them know even further as talking to their competitors, talking to Alliance and Insania and Boxy. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's been a rough tournament, but we do really appreciate you bringing your analysis to this. You're pretty high for it, right, Insania? I know you're quite close with Fade. You gonna be supporting VG Gaming here?
Yeah, of course. I've become friends with Fade over the season. He's an amazingly cool guy, and on top of that, he's a very good Dota 2 player. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see him here doing so well, and of course, I'll be cheering a little bit extra for VG in the series.
And I have to ask, like, going into this series, we know you've got some bias, but maybe Boxy, you could be a little bit more impartial here. Do you think that VG Gaming is still the top Chinese team, or has that group stage performance from LGD swayed your mind?
I think that compared to throughout the year, VG is looking a little bit shakier.
Yeah.
From like watching them in the group stage, and especially watching them play earlier. So I would say that LED right now feels to me like the stronger team, but I also think that both of these teams are like incredibly close, and we played against both of the teams a lot in scrims and in tournaments. And sometimes you just get like kind of blown away by their execution and how on point they can be.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to like how well they play more than anything. Yeah.
I think the cool thing about both these teams is that they're a little bit reckless, and when you play against them, you can feel it. You can feel it's not this like controlled style that's very slow paced, where they're just going to slowly try to take control of the game. They want to let you know that they're better than you, and they play in that kind of way. So a matchup like this, where both teams are going to play kind of the same way, I think could be very scary either way. Like, even if you might be the slightly stronger team going into the series, it doesn't really mean much.
And what are you exactly expecting out of the draft in that regard? It sounds like we want to see some aggressive heroes on both sides, and we've kind of started with that in this Leshrac first pick into Centaur Rubik.
I think both of these teams tend to pick a lot of control and stuns. They want to fight constantly. Once you lose control, they want to make sure that they can just kind of ravage over you and just keep going and going and going and never giving you any pause to sort of take it back any map control. So already right now, they pick Centaur and Rubik into Leshrac. I mean, I don't know. What do you think they're going to follow up with?
I mean, it's hard to predict heroes. Like, it depends so much on their preferences at this point. I think I didn't really expect PSG to open Centaur Rubik, but it's a very solid off lane, and it gives them a lot of control, like you said. It's a great reset tool for team fights, and if you've been watching the games now, like, the team fights is basically the most important aspect of the game right now. That's where everyone is putting all their focus.
A lot of teams have picked a lot of team fights. I think almost in every game there's like this big major team fight hero. That's like Void. I think Void is super popular now as carry. Even Secret picked Enigma, Void, and Tide in one draft, for example, which we haven't really seen at all from them previously. So.
Yeah.
Tidehunter's been one of the most popular heroes starting at the group stage. I think it was like 5th most picked, and it's going to be a Shadow Shaman for VG Gaming. But talking about all that team fight, is that part of the reason that I know Blitz told me you guys value stuns really highly?
Oh yeah.
Told me that story about Big H is literally counting the stuns. Like, is that just a general philosophy with you guys?
Oh, for sure. I think it's the more stuns you have, like, the easier the game becomes to play, right? It doesn't matter if you're playing against Sumail mid or if I'm mid, if we're both stun locked until we die. So yeah, I think it just makes Dota easier to play. Also, when you're trying to control the map and you're trying to squeeze out the resources, if you have a lot of lockdown in multiple places, it's easier to control the space, right? But if you need always these two specific heroes to be in a spot in order to block the enemy team from farming there, then you're going to have to play a lot better and make sure that you read their moves a lot more correct. And it makes the game harder to play that way.
Yeah. If basically any 2 heroes on your draft or 3 heroes can kill like anywhere, you make sure that you force the enemy team to play careful.
Yeah.
But if you have a lot of heroes that can't really touch the enemy, I would put it, makes it harder to hitting it.
So it sounds like you're talking about controlling areas, both when it comes to farm and probably bounty runes as well.
Sure, of course, all these things, yeah. Just controlling the map in general. I'm actually very interested in what Vichy has to do here. Because I feel like LGD kind of got like a very solid start to the draft with like they can pretty much do anything they want out of this. Whereas LGD, they picked the Slash Track as this kind of like flex hero, and then they immediately pick a hero that almost exclusively is played as a position 4, which means that the Lesh is now most likely going to be either mid or off lane. As I highly doubt that they play at 5. I've seen Paparazzi play it as in one position as well, so almost guaranteed a core Lush Shark after like the first 2 heroes.
Yeah, I think it's cool that LED picks Centaur Rubik, which is probably the lane they're gonna run. Rubik on the position 4 with the Centaur off lane, and then Vichy plays 2 heroes. I think they have very heavy push, and I think Centaur is one of those heroes where you kind of wanna be able to sit in a lane. You kind of wanna be able to run around and do your own thing until you get your blink or until you get your Vanguard into blink, whatever. And since Vichy has so much tower push, I think they should pretty easily be able to force LED's heroes around. I think it's going to be a lot of fighting already from these 2 heroes, like in the early game. Leshrac wants to push, Rasta wants to push, Centaur wants to be on the other side of the map, kind of not really being there defending towers. And they're going to force him to rotate, and then they're going to fight. Probably around like the safe in towers to mid towers.
How do you think that lane matches up as well? I think Rasta Lesh might be their dual safe lane against the Rubik Centaur.
I think it's pretty good for Centaur Rubik. I don't think they will lane Leshrac into Centaur. Centaur has like maybe 30 more base damage or something ridiculous like that. While Rasta is also very hard hitting. It's easy. I think it's easy for the Centaur lane to just kill the Rasta when he walks up. If he walks too far up, he's just gonna get lifted into stun, into kill.
So that's something I actually want to re-emphasize that point because I think it was so cool. So you're saying like the passive pressure that a Centaur does through winning his lane, through the return and being able to chip down these towers, the way to be able to defeat that is to actually put as much pressure into tower pushing and force him to come fight. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
I think so for sure. The hero does not wanna. He wants to do his own thing. I think he wants to take his own towers and he wants to create his own map space. But if he is forced to go to an area when he can die to the enemy heroes, like a lot of his strength of his being super beefy and like a tower hitter kind of doesn't really work out. So, and Stampede also has a very long cooldown. So if you can like take one fight where they use Stampede, then you group up and fight again. He's not really gonna be able to walk into a team fight and stun somebody. He has to have Stampede or he has to have a blink.
So maybe we're gonna continue that as Vichy Gaming look to be low cooldowns, but they are going to feel good about that Rubik Centaur.
I think you can even see it because they ban Alchemist and Medusa. It's like 2 heroes where you want to shut down very early.
Yeah.
And I think they already know that like Vichy is going to be the one pressuring them. And then if they on top of that have a Medusa or an Alch that farms super fast, while LED has to respond to all the pushes, they're going to get like very outpaced and like outfarmed. And then the 5th hero that's just farming is going to come like smack them 10 minutes later.
Yeah. It's been a pretty, like what Box is talking about is kind of how you've noticed a lot of these teams playing right now, where you have this, even if you look at the game from a series earlier today, K1 was just farming jungle with Wraith King until he's level like 20.
Yeah.
While the other 4 heroes are just running at them and putting pressure. And then even though the fights might not go great for you, you have this hero that is basically like your big investment. And once he finally decides to join the game is just free. He's playing with 2 more items than everyone else.
We're going to see the Lion for PSG LGD, good hero to try and address and burst down that Leshrac and all that damage over time.
Yeah, it also gives you answers with the roster, right? You don't want to sit there and just be shackled forever. So I like it in that aspect as well. I find it interesting that they banned both Nyx and Sven against LGD. I don't know if that's because they feel like the Slash is too squishy into it, but I feel like a hero like Pugna or something could be amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the Nyx bomb is always scary when you run like a squishy hero like Leshrac or anything like that that wants to push towers and you get like linked into a Nyx, you can't really do much about it.
That is some serious catch on LGD now, between having Centaur Stampede before, now Lion, now Kunkka as well. And Sadie, you gotta be living the dream right now. That's a ton of disables.
No, this is great. I mean, they definitely have a lot of stuns. I'm happy with that. I like it into Fatal Bonds. Like, the boat buff is pretty good at reducing the Fatal Bonds bad damage. It's something that you don't really think about when you're playing the game, but once you're boated, you don't really notice bomb damage anymore. It becomes so irrelevant. So it's a really good counter pick, and I feel like the thing is, these 2 teams must know each other so well, because a lot of the picks that they're picking aren't getting countered, I guess.
It's more like
they're just trying to build their own drafts, yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to get their playstyle to work.
Yeah.
And I think that by picking like Lion and Kunkka, at least Kunkka specifically, you have a hero that very early into the game hits level 7, he has a lot of damage, he can like run at the tower, if Leshrac is hitting a tower, he'll X him, he'll boat him, he'll like whip him, That's already like 700-800 damage just 6-7 minutes into the game. So it's a way to fight back the
So this goes
aggression.
back to like what you were talking about trying to give the Centaur his own game. You solidify a really strong early game presence like the Kunkka, and that'll hopefully free up that Centaur and not force him back.
That's interesting. I think that both Centaur and Kunkka are very good at dealing with the skeletons, so I would not expect them to have picked Wraith King. But yeah, I mean it's kind of like the same thing with Alchemist and Medusa, I suppose, that he farms very fast in the jungle. I'm not so sure.
I mean, he just seems to be a crazy hero right now. Everyone's been picking him, and it doesn't seem like people are shy about going late game with him either.
The good thing about Wraith King, though, is that he's one of the few heroes that doesn't really care about getting X-comboed here or stun-locked off the Lion and getting fingered. So I can see like how they're thinking about it, but like Boxy said, both the Kunkka Splash and the Centaur, just like nature of the hero, all of the spells are basically AoE. If you hit him, the skeletons kill themselves.
I think it's like a hard hero for LED to go on.
Yeah.
But they also have Lion, which has a very strong mana drain. So I think if Wraith King can kind of play it like Hector, like you said, farm jungle to level 20, get the mana, like remove mana cost of reincarnation, I think Witcher is in a very good spot. Like if they can manage to get there. But until then, it might be hard for him to play on the map, you know, walk into fight and stuff. His skeleton's gonna die, he's gonna get mana drain, he's gonna get stunned. He needs a lot of farm.
So do you think this Leshrac is going to be Yang's hero, or is it going to be Ori's? Like,
I think it has to be
it's
mid.
Gonna be Ori. Yeah,
Okay.
I think Ori's going to be playing the Leshrac. I just feel like it's more of their comfort. It most likely would have been Paparazzi or Ori playing it.
Yeah, I think unless they pick some like super heavy counter pick right now, like Timber or...
No, I think
like
it's
maybe
Kunkka against
Stark.
Slash mid.
No, I think so. But unless they pick like Timber or Stark mid and try to play off the lanes. But I don't really feel like Vichy or LED tends to do those types of things. That's more like an Infamous thing where they want to play off snowballing.
Right.
So...
Yeah, I mean, if Infamous was in like Vich's position right now, you could definitely expect the Slark to counter the Kunkka.
You're absolutely right. It is going to be mid Leshrac last pick of bat.
I think that actually solves quite a lot of the
stuns.
Yeah, like, I mean, you pick stuns, this hero removes stuns, and he can remove it from himself as well as someone else at the same time, so...
Yeah. He's very good against both of the supports, I think. Rubik doesn't really want to steal any of Abaddon's spells. And while
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like...
Yeah.
I don't think it's ideal, at least.
No, it's not, definitely not.
And also, I think the Lion mana drain is very good, but every time you get locked down as Abaddon, you can also instantly pop your ulti to go in and save somebody else. You can like remove your own disable to save somebody else. And they just pick TV.
Into Lash.
Alright, what are your thoughts?
I did say before this tournament started that I thought TV was the hero. We never managed to make it work for ourselves, so... and they just picked it into Leshrac and Warlock, which I think are both very, very good against them. The upheaval of just keeping it in place, and the Rock to control this BKB, so... Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think I like Vichi's draft a bit more. I think they're going to be able to play a bit faster, so... But it's going to come down a lot to the early game team fights and who wins those.
All right, gentlemen, I have to say, I've experienced a lot of revelations about drafting. Can't wait for the rest of your breakdowns, but we've got to get Purge his due before we get Vici Gaming versus LGD started.
VT Gaming gets first pick in this match, and they're going to open up with a Leshrac. What Leshrac allows you to do is cast your second skill, Diabolic Edict, and take buildings and towers. You kind of end up being this frontline guy to focus. But one of the weaknesses to Leshrac is that when chain stunned or burst damaged against, it's fairly straightforward to die if they jump on you with a heavy amount of heroes. So what VT Gaming did was they tried to pick heroes that could try to slow that down a bit, because on the other side, LGD picked up Centaur, Lion, and Rubik, who are all very good at blowing him up. So they covered that with the Warlock. They can drop the ultimate to stop the run at you during Stampede or other chain stuns. They also picked the Abaddon for the last pick. They want to remove the stuns that go in the Leshrac as he's the front of the fight. And on the other side, they also have the Wraith King. Wraith King very good at absorbing those spells and being able to run at the enemy hero. So it's going to be a super good match. VT Gaming needs to defend their Leshrac. That is the hero to watch in the fight. And we're going to send it over to the casters, OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Yes, up in the upper bracket right now, Vici Gaming versus PSG LGD. I'm OD Pixel here with Fog. We're just seeing the draw, some exciting picks, and some picks that I feel is a little bit of a risk, right? That last pick from Arme, he feels confident in the Terra play. It's something that we've seen him have a lot of success with in the past. Yeah, but they've got a lot of means to deal with it, TB, right? There's a lot of magical bursts coming out from Vici Gaming.
Just immediately, right? Insanio, the first thing he said, TB was picked, and he goes, TB, it's Lash. The first thing that he says, right? There is a lot of burst damage. That being said, though, there is protection coming from PSG LGD as well, right? They do have that Kunkka. The ROM is one thing that we'll be able to put into factor. And also, they're going to look to run around and fight as 4, right? We've seen what LGD's been able to do with that, and we've seen what happens when you have like a Tower Blade, anti-mage, something like this, these super farmers. You kind of run around as 4 and put pressure on the opposite side of the map, and the TB, it gives them tower push. I think that's the thing that PSG LGD was looking for, because they didn't really have anything besides that until that point.
No, absolutely. You look obviously over to the side of VG Gaming. They've got that ledge. They've got that Shaman. They're going to be taking towers like nobody's business. So that pace will be there from VG Gaming's lineup, which may force Arme to fight a little sooner than he may hope.
Here we are. You know, the Gear versus Centaur. Camp the mid lane. Don't let him build up those retaliate stacks. So Chalice knows this. Teams have been doing this a lot, camping that mid lane. He's going to put a Vici spray on their tower. Thank a couple hits. Give him a little bit of time down.
Yeah, playing sort of a step ahead of the game that, as you said, people have started to do in response to the old retaliate stack building.
30 seconds to go.
We'll see what sort of lanes we have come into play and see if anyone's going to get caught out around this bottom rune spot. So a lot of stuns from both sides, really. A lot of catch and lockdown.
Look at the wards coming out from PSG LGD. Really focusing on the mid lane, making sure that Somnus has a good time, making sure that he can do rune control as well versus this Leshrac and being able to walk up, being able to see that one immediately. So he wants to just prevent getting ganked pretty much, because if he's like, against Ori in a 1v1, he's going to be okay. If he gets rotated on, he can get killed, he can get set up on from Fade.
Now we see Paparazzi have a little bit of a look towards the rune spot, but knows that with Chalice on the front lines, there's so much stun that there's no point trying to walk up and grab that. Will mean that PSG LGD are able to start taking the majority of the runes, 3 for 1, as we get into the lanes. It's top lane X-Nova. The weight is going to be on him to make sure that Arme can farm safely, as the pressure will be there. Yang being joined by the Shaman on the top lane, himself and Fade, ready to make sure that Arme does have that pressure put on him on the early stages. And once those levels are there, right, the shield and the shock, there's a lot of early game nuke that this TB is going to be very vulnerable to.
Most definitely. Immediately, they're going to use that meta to try to zone at the start, try to guarantee themselves to get these last hits on the first wave. And at least the one thing that TRTB does have is high armor, right? So Fade, your right click's gonna hurt a little bit less, but we've seen what these Abaddons are able to do now with Curse of Avernus already. He gets bullied, and that's when you have meta.
Yeah, just run down and take down to half HP. And it's all about how much you can find from those first few waves with the first meta to sort of set your dominance in the lane. And VG Gaming making sure that he doesn't get that free chance to do so. Fade comes in from the side, drops down a nuke again. So much pressure, getting Arme pushed all the way back behind his tower. He's having to pop that early salve, and this first meta isn't going to get him much assault from the lane. He's only managed to touch 3 creeps, 1 last hit, 2 denied. This laning situation from Vici Gaming is perfect to slow down the TV start.
Yeah, super solid pressure lane, and they're going to keep going at it. They're just going to keep looking to put that pressure onto Ame, and they should be able to quite easily continue to do so up in that top lane. So bottom, we'll take a look at this one, how it's been going so far. Looks like it's a bit of a trade for the time being. Once you start getting those level 2s on the Rubik as well as that Centaur, you can easily try to set up for kills. Warlock, more of a, as known, very defensive kind of support, so it's more just securing Paparazzi's farm. They're pretty likely to get a kill down here on PSG LGD onto the Warlock, or maybe even onto the Wraith King if they step out of position. So we'll have to watch FY, what moves he decides to make on the map as this Rubik. And he's going to be the one to kind of set the tempo for PSG LGD at the end of the game.
Still ready as well. Fade's able to get that first stack going, in fact, for their own benefit up top, as they'll look to try and pull it in, and eventually will have the nuke damage to clear it themselves. Make sure that they can just find so much from this top lane setup. Yang, free farm at the moment on the Abaddon, 11 for 2.
Yep. I love that X-Nova went for the mana drain. You don't really need Hex up in this top lane just yet, because you're not going to really set up for kills. You're all about just trying to protect. Similar, Bion's not like a Warlock, but in this fashion you can at least try to help out a little bit more than some other heroes could. Just constantly burn down that mana. FY really just camping in the mid lane here, trying to set up for maybe a courier snipe, but
it's coming out now. So we'll see.
Look at the
see how patient he is.
250 is on the mark. Yeah. Probably going to be flying as soon as it gets.
No, you're right. FY realizes there's no point in sticking around any longer. Even if he does see it, he's not going to get it. So he backs away. The mid lane, still that slight edge for Somnus in this matchup. I guess sort of what you expect to see this right early levels for the Kunkka. I mean, even as the levels go on, right, it's this beefy strength hero, hard hitting, unlikely to be forced out of lane by Lesh alone.
Yeah, it all depends on if you get hit by too many stuns, if you have a couple denies built up on the Lesh from those stun setups. Yeah, but like you said, high amount of physical damage coming up from that Kunkka, and you're not really at risk of dying unless another rotation comes in. And Ori's not really even playing the pressure lane too much. He's actually just playing it strictly to farm not connected on a couple of those stuns on Somnus. Somnus has been saving the Tidebringer every single time to secure himself a last hit on those range creeps for himself.
Well, we got put the top lane, number 3, and Arme is going to pop that meta once again, looking to catch himself back up and get ahead of Yang, and they're closing the gap. LGD is able to secure that top lane a little bit more. Another attempt to get the stack going here around this top camp. Xnova with a bit of a setup onto Fade. They started to bring Arme across. It's a little too far for Arme to track and risk missing the creeps in lane. So it'll just be the supports fighting off one another.
He was blocking the pull, right? It looked like Xnova was trying to pull upwards, and they just needed to stop that. But now, stun off the mark here, Xnova.
They're going to try and turn him. Shackles out. It's going to give chance because Vivernes to build up. The Photic Shield keeps Fade safe. As Fade can back away, and Yang just punching into the two of them, taking their attention away from the action and the potential kill, and from the creep wave, as that's another metamorphosis that comes to an end.
Solid early game here. Solid early start for Vici, at least in the 3 lanes. But we do see, of course, that mid. Somnus really starting to take over a little bit there.
I'm going to pop to Yang. Wants to get aggressive still. Both teams really hunting for that first blood. Xnova a little too far forward. Down to Vici Gaming. That top lane, it was looking strong from the off, and it's just granted them that first blood onto Xnova. Bottom lane, see quick play and response. They'll look to bully the support. DY, he's got backup. Ori's counter, so is Paparazzi. They've got the setup stun. Paparazzi's beating into Chalice. Chalice is in trouble. F5 also gets taken down as Ori is able to chase him back over to his side of the map. They get both kills down bottom. Vici Gaming making the quick plays here as they get mobile across the map.
I mean, top lane pretty much, I think, has to kind of be abandoned in a way now from PSG LGD. They can't secure this Tower Blitz farm up there. He's going to have to resort to jungle. This dual lane is just way too strong. Abaddon, as well as that Shadow Shaman, just way too much damage. Lion and TB are just a weak dual lane, as we were mentioning before.
I think at the moment for PSG LGD, it's definitely going to be Somnus saying, hey guys, I've got it good in the mid lane. I'm getting this start, I'm getting this free farm. He's going to be the one that starts to get active and makes those plays probably when he hits the level 7. And we'll look to respond to these aggressive moves from Vici Gaming in the side lanes to make sure they have the firepower to turn them around.
I think he has to look for runes now, though. We see bottom, when the Lesh was able to get that haste rune, you know Lesh is going to go for a bottle. That's why we saw them ward earlier to set up for that. So Somnus, or at least the supports, have to ensure that they can block out those power runes from the Lesh. They won't be able to there, taking out at least a regen rune. Have to be super careful of all those rotations that can come out quickly. As the Lesh has set up in the side lanes. The Wraith King stun, as well as the Shadow Shaman, will probably be in opposing lanes for Ori to make those rotations.
Eyes on mid, PSG LGD bringing the 2 supports here to try and put the pressure on. Fade did show Ori. Now going to come back out towards the creep wave. And as you can see already, FY's left the area. This is a hard catch to get. He's going to step back over as it's Vici Gaming that begins to jump forward, looking for the Kunkka. He's tanky, but is he actually tanky enough? He's taking so much damage. The boat's not going to be in time. Xnova finally comes in with a stun, but now Vici Gaming, they've brought in more. PSG LGD have to back off, as that was a bit of a bold attempt from Somnus to step up, and as it seemed, you know, as I said, FY had already started the walk back to top lane, and Xnova wasn't quite in there quick enough to help him out.
Vici is incredibly ready for the rotations right now. You can tell they're looking at the 5-minute mark, or 5-minute catapult wave that was coming in. They made sure, like you said, they collapsed onto that mid lane. As soon as Somnus steps up, he's an easy kill for those two. The Leshrac, high amount of magical damage. If you don't get your rum off early, you will definitely get brought out by that one. Ame, though, he'll be like, okay, cool, thank you. At least alleviate some space, alleviate some pressure that's coming onto me, and I'll be able to farm a bit here. But immediately, Ame is going to step up, and Fade is already up here with Yang.
Yang's more than happy to dive now. He's hit the 6, he's got the borrowed time. They'll get straight in onto the Terrorblade. Right behind the tower he goes, Ame. Won't dive any further, they'll just opt to continue to put this pressure onto the tier 1 tower itself, and they're bringing in more. TP over from Ori, ready to join the push and make sure that Ame cannot turn back into the lane. He's already TP'd over to the shrine. He knows that it's time to hit the jungle with the Wraith Bands. This lane is well and truly over, and Vici Gaming, with this pressure, should be able to find a very early tier 1 tower.
And we're going to see them do a lot, right? That's what their draft is about. Like Insani was mentioning on the draft panel, you look, they have Edict, they have Shadow Shaman. They're going to want to just keep running at these lanes and pressuring the towers as early as possible, constrict the max versus that Terrorblade. They know that PSG LGD is going to be playing mostly 4v5 in this game. Sure, they have a Wraith King, but Wraith King can get more involved than a Terrorblade in the early stages of the game. At least you have a stun, while TB is not really going to contribute too much of anything except for like a reflection, which you don't want to be walking into do. Versus the Leshrac lineup.
It will feel a little sort of safer across the map, Arme, as well, now that Chalice has hit that 6. He will at least have that Stampede to offer any time they start to sense Vici Gaming closing in the gap. They will have to be quick, of course, still that lockdown there from both the Lesh and the Shadow Shaman that they have to be wary of. It's Fade, as you can see once again, just sat behind Paparazzi, making sure that if any aggression comes out, they'll have the backup. Yang starting to see if he can take a little bit of the jungle away from Arme. Arme coming back across and still near that shrine. Yang just have to be a little careful. But I guess every time he has the borrowed time up, he feels very confident, right? He can go over here. If there is going to be support rotations and backup coming the way of Arme, it's only going to open up the other 2 lanes for Vici Gaming to get that pressure and keep that pace up.
Yeah, they're just trying to... Vici's just mostly trying to play fast and keep the pressure up, like we were saying. Like, PSG, they want to play the farm game much more so in this one. We've even seen Somnus, like we saw Chris Luck doing actually on Infamous. He's just farming Ancients as the Kunkka right now with his Tidebringer. He stacked them up a couple times, so did his team. So he's going to be able to clear those out at an okay pace.
Yeah, aiming for the double brace Radiance this game. We've seen a few Kunkkas go for the double brace to Halberd. Is there a reason why this game sort of fits this build better?
I think, actually, I'm trying to think of a good reason for it. I mean, it's good versus the Wraith King, right? He just has the evasion. It's always going to be nice versus the Skeletons and everything, too, and it gives him a big scaling potential. I think that's what he wants, because I did see the Halberd builds. They kind of fell off, right? The Kunkka build, it was like, you know, you can understand why they went for it, but... And I do like the build overall, but I think Somnus is more of a player where he wants to be like, I'm going to scale very hard into the late stage of the game, and this is going to ensure that I'm going to farm that one.
And I guess as well, we see sort of the Halberd build in games where the Kunkka has a carry that's obviously building the Radiance, and this time that's not going to be the case. Terrorblade Radiance is not quite the meta build.
Even though you really like it.
Even though it's... Do it in your pubs, kids.
Don't do it. Mid lane. DY is already in position there if they get too over-aggressive with the Chaotic Offering ready. Pretty significant steal, actually, by FY. This gives him a pushing tool now on PSG LGD if he's able to set up and go for the other side lanes with this Diabolic Edict. Because besides that, their push was pretty limited. And we see, like we're saying, Vici, they want to keep running at these towers, bring the fight to PSG LGD, set the tempo, set the pace, allow Paparazzi to farm.
They really are. They're hitting all their goals so far, Vici Gaming. Everything going to plan. They're sort of taking off the checklist of what they hope to accomplish in this early game.
Yeah, Paparazzi, it's 11 minutes, phase minus, pretty decent timing for himself down bottom. He actually was not pressured too much by this Centaur Rubik lane, which a lot of times is able to set up for a lot of kills versus most dual lanes. But yeah, that Warlock really allows Paparazzi to get this farm. Rotations now coming in. I saw they were focusing on giving X-Nova some of that XP mid for a while. They really want to have this finger online. It's going to give them that extra burst damage to bring down the Lesh, maybe bring down the Wraith King in some of these situations. We see also the 2 points in the mana drain. So we're probably going to see mana drain be pretty relevant in this game because he's playing versus the Wraith King. So he definitely can set up for some times to maybe even bring down Paparazzi without getting his total pumped.
Mid lane Somnus. Just going to find Fade, stepping forward, sets up for sweet little kill there off the back of the creep Tidebringer hit.
That's a pretty sizable run. 500 XP.
I mean, hey, it's the first kill that LGD's found this game.
Very true.
And with that lead and the gold they're getting from the towers, those little kills, those supports, they're not, you know, they're worth a pretty penny early on.
Any type of free kill PSG LGD can get with this type of lineup, right? They want to farm. They want Terrorblade to just get the farm on. So those are great for them.
And it's only going to boost up that Radiance goal. Well, 2,400 at the moment. Somnus on his road to the Relic.
Yep. Or he's making the moves and running around the map more so. You can see he's a Last Strike. Well, Somnus is just jungling. He's just like, okay, I'm gonna play the efficiency game. I'm a Kunkka. I farm fast. And he's gonna have a very good timing on this one already. If he does not die again.
It's looking pretty quick. I mean, the chances of it dying up, I feel they're pretty low. He's not an easy kill walking around with those braces as long as he gets the boat off.
Yeah. Or if he has any backup. If he has anybody to stop the chain stun of pretty much the shackles is the biggest one that they do have on Vici. They have other stuns, but that's the big one that will be enough lockdown for him to not get the run off. So Vici, they've got Serpent Wards available again. Immediately they smoke up. They want to look to put the pressure on. In particular, also get some wards down, because right now their vision is pretty much only the one down bottom, so they don't have any information of where Ame is farming. So we see them, they're walking in, kind of scout out the jungle, put down some vision, even some sneaky one. You see the tree cut there by DY, puts it up on that high ground. So not the most expected ward.
No, it's almost as if, you know, Ame, he's ready for these sort of moves. He knows that with that tier 1 tower going down very early on, that that top area of the map, it's not very safe for the TB. He's sort of sticking to the triangle, was able to get another stack going on the Ancients.
Yeah, they circled the whole area. You just see Xnova, he just circled his entire jungle.
That area is
Don't come here. Yeah,
yeah, they've got to be careful.
Yeah, stick with Somnus. Even though Somnus is taking your Ancients right now, you can stick with him, soak that XP for a little bit, and just play on the right side of the map mostly.
Yeah, balance out the farm between the mid lane and the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So they continue to get pushed in. He's now sort of gingerly stepping over back into his jungle. Is, as you say, all going to be underneath that ward vision.
Both of them, yeah. The second ward also will be able to spot out the illusions. As Xnova, he's actually setting up with a wraparound here onto Ori, but there's backup. Yang's already prepared for this.
More of LGD moving over to this half. This is sort of the time where Ame can afford to farm up it. If he's going to go up here, he cannot do it alone. They have to bring him back up, make sure that they've got presence in the neighborhood. So even in these situations where Vici came in, they do have the vision. They're not going to be able to make any aggressive plays off the Terrorblade. He's got his friends around him.
Yeah, they're doing that's like, we used to see a lot, like the smoke rotation through your own jungle, just clear out the wards and protect yourself. They're bringing 2 sentries to try to look for these. Oh, Ame.
He needs help. It is kind of close. Is it close enough? There with the Stampede, they'll get out, and there with the turnaround. Ame pops under, Metamorphosis out as well. He wants to fight. Question is if Somnus can get a grab. It has got that maxed out X-Mark's got the cast range. Is he going to be able to get close enough? He will. Grab Yang. Yang is a bit of a tricky one. Does have borrowed time, so not really a quick and easy kill, as Yang will be able to easily walk this one off. They don't find the kill, but they are at least able to push the wave round, get some damage onto that tier 1 top. Back towards mid, Ori. Set up onto Chalice. Chalice, of course, already using that Stampede to allow the rest of the team to help out. Top. Doesn't matter. FY is in. Telekinesis. The stolen stun thrown out the way of Ori will keep Chalice safe.
Immediately, Vici, they're going to respond. They see the aggression happening top. They lose their tier 1 top tower, but they want to make their own move. But the glyph is popped, and these wards are going to get cleaned up, but they should be able to get a little bit of damage on this tower. Fade's actually just hitting Somnus with them, so not going to get too much damage on the tower here at all, actually. And Somnus will be able to clean these up. More gold. Big movements for PSG LGD there, clearing out their jungle, getting that opportunity top. If they can get any type of tower early in this game, it's very significant for them. As Radiance is pretty much done.
It's a very quick one. It's a fast timing from Somnus.
Xnova was not able to find... Okay, actually only one of the sentries on the roof. Actually, no, he's just holding on to them. So he didn't even look for the wards that were placed inside their jungle. So that tells me they don't want to be playing on that side. That was just a quick sweep through earlier to make sure and guarantee that Ame could get that farm. And then now they're going to play on the bottom side again.
So you say, do you like the
sentry ward bottom? It's just shy of catching the ward of Vici. So Vici is going to be aware of this movement down here.
That's true.
It was just right next to it. That's a very clever ward there by Vici, as we've seen a couple teams do.
Yeah, LGD unlikely to find anything big in terms of kills, but at least they can start to push onto that tier 1 tower. They've got 4 heroes down here looking.
Both of the sentries are literally right on the edge of catching that op down bottom from Vici in the lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There we go.
That one right there. Yeah, there we go. Now we see it.
Spots on point from Vici.
It's such a nice ward there. It's going to catch out all that rotation that we were saying from PSG LGD. They will lose their tower, but they know immediately, because they saw the rotation coming, they can do this up top. They can put the pressure on the tier 2 tower themselves.
And so are we liking the greed from Yang this game? He's got the Midas running.
Oh, he went for the Midas as well. Okay, cool. I think he wants to be able to scale up super hard into the late game too. They look at the PSG LGD draft and they're like, yeah, you know what? Both of us can go into the late game and probably be able to take it, either one of us, depending on how the fights go. So he wants to also be super farmed in this game too.
That is pretty crazy, right?
That is very
1k lead, sure, I guess. As you always tell me, Total Plus, it really favors taking towers. Yes, they did take a tier 2 top, but 73% probability that this match goes the way of Vici Gaming. It feels like it's hard to call, right? We are 17 minutes in. It's only 4-1. There's not that much of a net worth difference. Sure, I guess losing the tier 2 top sucks, but does it suck that much?
I wonder which hero it also really likes on the side of Vici. I know it likes Wraith King a lot. Doesn't like Abaddon. It might like Abaddon and Leshrac also a lot, so.
Maybe it just likes Midas's.
Maybe it just likes Midas's. His bottom, Paparazzi. They're trying to bring him down. He has mana. They will just use the finger to pop the ulti. But it was a level 2 ulti, so it's only that 2 minutes instead of the really long cooldown of like the 3+. Let's look at that efficiency. Very nice. 98%. Grant would be very happy. So Radiance is both about to be online, right? Paparazzi almost having his. But now he does not have Reincarnation. So we probably will see PSG LGD look to make an aggressive play here. As first, they're going to scout out for some wards. And they will find this one now.
Starting to to reclaim some of the safety of their jungle, which is of course going to be hard to do so without those two towers standing up top.
Such a quiet game though, 4-1 only.
I mean, I feel like
the lowest kill counts.
You kind of expected it coming into this match because you know that for both these teams, there's quite a lot of pressure. There's a lot of people in the stadium watching. And this series, you know, whoever wins this, they're instantly going to become the crowd favorites, right? This series, who's going to be the one that the local crowd's going to feel most confident in taking them all the way to the finals and all the way towards that Aegis? Whoever comes out on top here, that's your answer.
Yep, more than likely. As yeah, both teams not really crossing the river too much, just a little bit of fear of doing that. As Ame, he's gotten away with, I mean, he's kind of gotten away with murder in this one, right? He's 207 last hits. He has Treads, 4 Wraithbands, and his Manta, level 14. He's not really been pressured too much from Vici after this early game where they got a good amount of map control. They haven't been able to find him. That being said, though, Paparazzi, of course, is matching that farm, even ahead of that. So a very, very close one here. Golden XP pretty much 0.
Runes are up in 30 seconds. We may see a little bit of bloodshed around that.
I mean, PSG LGD, they have their Blink and they have a full Crimson Guard finished on Chalice. That could be a pretty big timing for them to go look for plays. Surprised he didn't go for the pipe first. I guess he just wanted to have his own tank ability for himself versus just the right clicks. But yeah, they're versus that Lesh, so that pipe definitely going to be really important for him to protect his allies. And of course, the BKBs, the next big timings, PSG LGD. They're able to get those online. It's going to be pretty critical for them versus Vici's draft, who they have a Lash. So once that BKB is online, Lash's damage potential just gets chunked down quite heavily.
Do we have it with just 2 for 2 was there on the bounty runes by the looks of it?
They're actually setting up here. Won't be able to find Somnus up top. Yeah, continue the farm game.
4-1, 20 minutes. Oh, bit of action down here. The snakes are out. Stampy's there for Xnova. They'll turn. And the snakes will be dropped for nothing. PSG LGD able to turn. Xnova's able to get himself that second stack on the finger buff this game. Mid lane Paparazzi also gets his reincarnate popped.
Just a quick reflection with that Radiance, even burning him down on top of just a lift and a quick stun. Vici. I feel like they want to they want to start putting a little bit more pressure on. Like we said, PSG LGD, right now this is them kind of just buying time, waiting till they get those BKBs. When they have them,
they just want to fight.
They're going to look to just fight and run at Vici afterwards. So Vici.
I mean, are they going to want to fight?
When they have BKB, I do think so.
Yeah, well, you think they should.
Versus Leshrac, I'd imagine that they would be running at them and fighting when they have the BKBs, but we'll see if that's the case. And yeah, they're very comfortable just farming. But double BKB timing is going to be very big for PSG LGD. As on the side of Vici, they don't have that big timing that can be the same. Sure, they're building the Crimson Guard as well in the advantage, but theirs isn't this big, like, they can't get their own BKBs and it's that impactful. It's going to be impactful, of course, versus the Kunkka combos as well as the Centaur, but Kunkka, hard physical damage. Same thing with Terrorblade. Vici, they don't have that same physical damage coming out on their side through those BKBs. Chalice will farm. Nice little skeletons. Get himself some gold. And yeah, quite the farm game.
All about that farm. These boys, they don't want to make mistakes. And sort of those early deaths really only being those sort of in the lanes in the first few minutes. Sure, we did see that one pick off down bottom. But most of the time since that laning phase, everyone's been keeping it safe. Nobody's messing up. Everyone's hitting their timings. And the difference between these teams is incredibly minimal. Just a 1k lead for Vici Gaming, but Vici Gaming, they do have the majority of towers taken in comparison. You look over towards LG, they've only taken 2 tier 1s. I don't quite know how he did not find him there. I mean, Xnova.
Xnova's still like, he's gone, right?
Is he gone?
He's gone, right?
He's gone. He's safe to move again. With that TP out, Vici Gaming will group up. Now look to go for that smoke. I think, as you said, they are very aware of the BKBs. They want to try and strike before them, but is that BKB done on Ame?
They're both pretty much done. Yeah. Somnus is 200 gold away from his as well.
Let's see how they can pass up. Ame, they're going to get the instant hex. Paparazzi is going to be able to get the jump forward. Can they disable them down without the chance for BKB? But the BKB's out. Ame's fine. He's ready to turn and fight. Jump forward. Challenge against the 2-man. Who's stopped the better ball? This is out the post down. Onto the 3 of them. They've taken out the Shaman. Chalice is focusing now. Do you want in the back? He's got to stop. Channeling as Paparazzi's trying for Ame. Ame will fall. They get the big kill onto the Terrorblade. Can Vici Gaming get more? Sideline wrap around from Xnova catches out Ori on his attempt to escape. Chase forward for Chalice. Chalice, he's out of spells to use. Hexed up by Fade. Paparazzi on top of him. The Aphotic Shield explodes. They find a second. Still looking for more Vici Gaming. They know that this is their time to pounce. Shackles out from Fade. Puts his hands up as well. Paparazzi's in. They're on top of Somnus. He's tanky. Have they got enough control? Hex is out into the Ray of Fire Blast. The shield's going to pop as well, bringing him over. The BKB's delivered. He's turn. Typing here. Cuts down Fade on the back lines. The drag back control, both back online. A big combo gets dropped down onto Paparazzi, but he's into the trees. Heals there from DY, and Paparazzi will be able to back off. Somnus does go for the X-Mark, but he's a little low on mana, so both teams will back off and reset. Gold, as you can see, favoring LGD in that scenario.
Yeah, Fade with a die back there. Look at the damage done though. 12,891 to 15,000. Crazy amount of damage done to the fight there. Ame got to get it separated from his team. But we saw Vici. I thought they were actually going to lose everybody there.
I thought it was going to get a lot worse for the Radiant.
Yeah, they danced really nicely around the spells of LGD. They kited around Chalice as well when he jumped in forward. And then a couple missed spells there from PSG LGD. A couple missed Tidebringers as well from Somnus, trying to line up those cleaves. They didn't want to get in too close. They didn't want to get chain stunned. But yeah, Vici, I think that they're, obviously LGD, they come out ahead of that one, but it could have been way worse, like you said, for Vici. Because that double BKB timing that did come out from LGD, and PSG LGD immediately, they're smoked up again looking for a fight, even though they don't have their meta available for about 40 seconds. The other four are ready.
I mean, they know that they're strong with those BKBs. Especially when the Golem's not ready to drop.
Yang.
They want to find something. Yang's got the borrowed time ready.
Far up though.
See the jump from Chalice, trying to look for the back line is behind Jang. Now the ult comes out from Abaddon. They start to retreat. Somnus popping the BKB to commit for this fight. Stampede used as well, allowing PSG LGD to surround themselves around the Abaddon. They'll get Yang. The rest of them already on the way out. X-Nova seeing him tries to set him off. Beautiful stun there from X-Nova from the low ground, as he'll be able to set up for a second catch. LGD continuing to just come out on top with these small little skirmishes, these little pokes. They're able to use the BKBs, chase down Vici Gaming, and it's very hard for Vici Gaming to stand their ground and turn.
Yeah, especially when Chaotic Offering isn't up. The team front for Vici is not there because of how squishy they are too, and if there's no Chaotic Offering, they have no counter initiation to kind of run away. That's why we saw PSG LGD smoke up and go for those bounty runes. Yang, he wanted to assert that dominance, but maybe just a little bit too far that time when his team is not ready to fight. And his mind is up there during his death, so.
A little efficiency down the pan for Yang.
More space for Ame. For PSG LGD to continue farming up. These timings, these double BKBs, yeah, like we said, very big problems. Vici, their next ones aren't going to be nearly as impactful. I mean, they're getting close to theirs on the lash, but like we said, they don't have the same type of method as LGD to just deal that straight physical damage to bring down a target. And Ame, he is really the strongest. He can become the strongest one in this game if he sits in the back lines.
And it's, I mean, sure, once the AC's done on Paparazzi, then at least him and Yang can start to try and right-click down the heroes, but the cause is this Centaur, this Kunkka, Terrorblade. These aren't heroes that died to a few right-clicks early on.
Pretty crazy.
They've got a lot of HP, a lot of damage resistance. Crimson Guard, of course, with Chalice is also going to cause issues for Vici Gaming to try and get damage in around BKBs. It's hard for Vici Gaming to fight, and I think they've sort of started to realize that off the back of the last two plays, and they're asking themselves, what have we got to do? Their best hope is to catch LGD out in a situation where LGD is not going to have the full squad.
They have to get a good Fatal Bonds as well, but that BKBs will always be the problem. It's actually, I was going to say, it's pretty crazy. I'm looking at items from both teams, and we have like mirrored items coming out. We have like the Crimson Guard and the Abaddon, we have the Radiance into the AC onto the Kunkka, which is also being built by Paparazzi. So they're both kind of going for like the same exact item builds on both sides on each heroes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, PSG LGD looking to fight. They're feeling a big power spike coming in after these last few moments.
In the build-up in this game, it's been quite phenomenal so far. Just only 6-7 at 28 minutes in. I mean, this has to be sort of one of the slowest build-ups in a game we've had so far this TI. Just.
Whoop, Chalice will get used up as Stampede. First, he's just going to protect himself, holding onto it as long as possible with that Crimson Guard and Pipe. And he'll be able to disengage. PSG LGD, they just have better forms of initiation as well in the fights too. Vici, they have great ways of counter initiation with that Warlock and also with the Blink Dagger of Paparazzi, but PSG LGD, they have a very comfortable hold right now. So it looks like when AC was finished, so AC Blink for Paparazzi, and they're looking like they're going to try to use this timing to get something themselves too. Constant D-wards and constant trying to control the map. Yes, they're smoked up.
Let's jump. Chalice. She's onto Paparazzi. Stun gets removed by the Aphotic Shield. Paparazzi tries to look to turn. The boat comes crashing down towards Fade. Fade's dragged back into his death. They'll now turn towards Yang. Yang still has the ult at the ready. X-Mark back without to prime time. Paparazzi's in. But the chase so comes through. Ori pops the BKB. He's trying to bring down X-Nova. Finds one. But the finger's already out there. Pop the reincarnate. DY is Golem punching away at Somnus. But Somnus and Chalice, they're so tanky. Ame as well. BKB's out. They cannot kill these cores, Vici Gaming, as they've got to try and get away. They cannot escape. As Chalice's right click brings down DY. And these fights, even though the network's even though some of the items are pretty similar, it just seems like Vici Gaming cannot come out on top. They cannot kill any of PSG LGD's cores. They just do not have the damage output to match the resistances that they built up on LGD's lineup.
It does feel like Vici, they had to play a little bit faster in that early game to shut down these BKBs. They're proving just to be so problematic every single time. BKB gets popped and they have nothing. They just have nothing to deal with those BKBs when they do come out. Sure, they have the chaotic offering, but as we've seen several times, they just turn and kill the Golem. Yeah. The Kunkka just turns, hits it a couple times. Same thing with Ame. It just dies pretty quickly.
It really does, especially when that messes up. Yeah. The Golem doesn't stand any sort of chance. All it is now is sort of a glorified setup. It's no longer that sort of damage that persists through the fight as it's taken out.
Okay, they're trying to get the Roche here, and they're doing it pretty fast. There's no meta available for Ame either.
They're heading over. Ame's going to scout it out with the illusion. He's got a full scar. He's ready to start walking to the pit. They'll throw down the Torrent combo. Can anyone get in there to go for the steal? Roshan still being focused by the Serpent Wards.
It's up, people.
It's slowing them all down. Chalice trying to step forward. He's going to have Stampede back up in a second. BKB's popped by Ori as he looks to push LGD away from the pit. Paparazzi getting brought down low. Roshan nearly touches him off. Roshan finally falls. Ready to grab it. Ori's going to be able to secure the Aegis. Can they win a fight with the Aegis, though? That's the question. They've already killed off Ori the once. Chalice on the side, locked down by the shackles. Will fall. Vici finally able to get a claw out of the lineup of LGD. They've lost the Aegis. They've lost the reincarnation. They're going to try and chase. X-Nova's there. Arme's obviously the dream catch. Get the support. Will they get Arme's into the trees? TP out. Will it be successful? Whew.
That was a scary one there for Vici. If they weren't able to get that Aegis actually picked up there. Trying to, I mean, they took advantage there, right? Their mana was down, trying to make some type of big heads-up play. Even though we don't have chaotic offering or anything like that, we have to try to make something happen, because like you said, the fights were not looking good for them. They needed to have something else extra for themselves. Got a little scary too, because FY stole Fatal Bonds there toward the end.
As we can see, I mean, it was so close to maybe going the way of LGD, that Roshan. Chalice so close to the pit. And being able to make a move, but Ori, good commitment with the BKB, forces the majority of LGD away from that pit, so they can get back in, make sure they grab it. Stuns out from Ori, I believe, onto Chalice just as the Roshan falls, so no chance for Chalice to try and go for the pickup steal. And it's a little bit of light, a little bit of a promise there from their lineup. Absolutely. Being able to kill off Chalice. They do have to expend the Aegis for it, so now there's no Aegis to really make a play around with. It does bump them up a little bit in gold advantage. 2K lead now. Dota Plus still feeling confident with the lineup of Vici Gaming, despite what really does seem to be this flaw with their sort of heroes in the head-to-head matchups down the line. As even with that Roche, even with killing off Chalice, it doesn't seem like the game's going to get any easier for Vici Gaming. If anything, it just looks like it's going to continue to get harder. Ame's just continuing to grow.
The one thing they will have in favor, though, is that these BKBs were picked up very early. So those BKBs will tick down to the 5 seconds pretty soon. It's a 6-second one already on Somnus, and I believe a 7-second one on Ame. So that's one thing they do at least have that can start to turn inside those fights if they are very heavy magic damage focused. And now an item that I think is really important is Yang having unloaded sword, because I saw in a couple of these fights, he doesn't want to shield himself all the time. He wants to be protecting people. And every time a reflection gets popped, he actually just gets silenced. His own illusion just keeps beating on him, and then he gets silenced for the majority of the fight. So having this extra tool to remove that is going to be important for him.
Trying to have a bit of a poke on Yang. see if they can bring down the watch. In fact, the wraparound down the back, they managed to get the jump onto Ori, but the turnaround comes through. Fade has the shackles onto Chalice, separated from the rest of the team. Excalibur offers up a stun, and now allow Chalice to get away with the stampede. BKB's out from Vici Gaming, but Arme sends straight to the back with the metamorphosis, takes out Fade. Buyback comes out from Fade. They want to try and turn this Vici game, but with the borrowed time already used, Yang falls. The tier 2 is taken.
The way they took the fight, they saw the Glimmer Cape come out from the Warlock. Ame just cuts into the tree lines there with the Kunkka. They kill DY. DY has to drop a defensive rock on top of himself. And then from there, PSG LGD has full control of the fight.
They've got a good amount of duration left on the Metamorphosis as well, so they can just walk up to the high ground. Yang is 200 gold short of buyback, so they cannot bring in the full team to offer this any sort of a defense.
That's a Rax.
At 34 minutes in, PSG LGD, they'll walk down the bottom lane. They'll take a very simple, clean melee Rax.
There's just, even inside the fights too, just looking, there's just so much damage mitigation coming out. You see the Bad Ensure, we were talking about how he's matching the build of Chalice, having this Crimson Guard and all that, but between Crimson Guard, Pipe, and the From, I'm seeing heroes on the side of PSG LGD just get tickled.
They just don't take any damage.
Wraith King is hitting the Centaur, and it's doing like 100 damage, maybe something like that per hit maximum. They're just really tanking up a bit too much here. Still only at 2k gold advantage. I mean, this is astonishing that they're able to keep this gold like this for Vici. I mean, the Skeletons in particular, of course, Paparazzi getting a lot of that farm, but they're keeping it very close here, even though the fights are, we're seeing them pretty dominant for PSG.
Well, that's the thing, you know, the kills are close, the gold is close. I think if anything, is at the moment, it just feels testament to the drafting of PSG LGD. Being incredibly strong here in this first game. Their lineup just seems so robust and hard for Vici Gaming to do anything about. They've got all the answers, they've got all the items.
Yeah, Ori just can't deal the ton of damage. Like, Ori can't do damage in the fights. He just runs in, he pops the stuff, but he's also at risk of dying because, like we said, such high physical damage that comes out from PSG LGD. So he's got all this armor items now too, but he's still only 1900 HP.
Off the back of these objectives, and time being given, FY's just 200 gold away from having Aghanims on Rubik, so you can expect these fights to continue very thick and fast. The amount of spells FY's going to be able to get out.
Yeah, he's got in. I mean, he's been still shielded quite a bit here. He's also taken a couple stuns from the last strike in some of the fights. Nothing like super flashy in this one so far here, but he's been just doing his job of sitting behind, getting decent spells to at least protect people.
Very sort of slow, safe performance from both teams so far, but the meticulousness that LGD's brought to this game just seems that a little bit more safe and sort of able to fall back on this lineup. Arme, Butterfly's done. Another fight won by PSG LGD could easily set up for a quick tier 2 and a tier 3 to fall. Vici Gaming, you got to wonder how the discussion's sort of going down in the booth. What is the plan? What are they building towards? What is the move that they're looking to make? Is it sort of just a hope that an overextension comes out from PSG LGD? Is it a case of waiting, trying to continue to poke these BKB charges out of them, try and get them to use Metamorphosis in a defensive position, fight when it's not up? How do you tackle this game that seemingly is close, but at the same time feels so hard for Radiant?
It's just so hard for them to get any type of like great engagement where they can actually just lock someone down and chain lock them down, because Stampede gets popped and they'll just kind of run away and disengage or get on top of the heroes that they want to. So PSG, LGD just has a much easier way of choosing the fights they want to take and how they want to take them every single time. Even though there is, of course, those counter initiations coming out, Vici still just can't take the same type of fights on their own accord. So PSG LGD just gets on top of the heroes that they want to and quickly blow them up.
Paparazzi trying to amp up that damage. Bloodthorn's what he's hoping for. Will take him a fair bit of time, Ori. Shiva's Guard Gold is nearly there, but the speed that LGD push you've got to imagine that Vici Gaming is going to be holding on to those buybacks. Smoke on smoke. Vici Gaming starting to enter LGD's jungle. LGD sort of a step ahead, as they'll be the ones to first sweep over the Radiant side. The scan will come out, won't connect onto anybody, so PSG LGD will know they're not going to find any kills. They'll start to take the shrines, continue to clean up gold off the map. Ori will be spotted in the river.
They got the high ground here.
They do. This is a bit of an awkward fight for Vici Gaming, despite it being on their half of the map, but they try and look for it. keeping themselves away for now. Ori just trying to shove out the middle lane. But that top wave has pushed round, and Vici Gaming look to lose this top tier 2 tower. The pushing speed is there. There's no reason for LGD to stop. He's hit 25 on Kunkka. He's got the tide bringer.
Oh, God.
He's ready to smash through these creep waves, smash through these buildings, as it's another tower down. Vici Gaming unable to get stuck in at all.
And see FY, he's even restolen the shield as well, so Fatal Bonds comes out, he just shields it off his teammates, and he's just gonna keep able to do that every single time they do try to throw out any type of lockdowns or stunts onto them. So immediately they force rotations back, and they're just gonna back up. They're happy with that, as they forced.
So if they scout out, Roche has just respawned. Could very much be the ticket that allows PSG LGD to potentially even just close this game down.
Yeah, they've got a gem, so they're clearing out that vision around outside the pit. They've got high ground vision to keep tags of when Vici does come outside. And Ame already starts to walk toward them. They see DY trying to D-ward. They don't want him to.
That's the one threat that they want to get out of the fight. Make sure there's no bonds, make sure there's no golem. There'll be a buyback coming up from DY immediately as the fight will continue. Yang is the focus for now, starting to stand himself in between himself and Ori, making sure Ori can get out the ward to drop, and Xnova's able to force himself out as the Serpent wards will pretty much do nothing at all. Xnova able to turn with the stun on a Paparazzi. BKB now popped Ori and Fade, making a move straight towards the squishier kills. They'll get Xnova. He also having buyback ready, turns straight back towards the fight. They'll get towards FY. They've killed the 2 support. Now can they get the cause? Ame, BKB's pop, Metamorphosis is out. This is where the difficulty gets stepped up for Vici Gaming. Can they deal with this Terrorblade? Glimmer buys DY some sort of safety. Yang turning towards them, looking to push them back. The Fatal Bond still upon the 4 of them. Torrent onto the 2. PSG LGD starting to back up. This would be a huge kill if Vici Gaming can find it. The stone control, it's there. The shackles, they've found him. They'll take Ame down. Vici Gaming finding the big bounty.
An instant buyback though from Ame. He wants to keep bringing the fight to them. Even FY bought back and Xnova to try to join over there. How many buybacks total was this? Like 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 total buybacks coming out in this game. As Vici, they punch back on top of their shrine there, and like Roche is available.
It is.
Paparazzi.
Is anyone going to die back? That's the question. This could be a turning point in the game. Ame has to be careful.
There's no meta for 68 seconds. BKBs are at the ready.
You've got to push for this Vici Gaming. You know that this game is a rough one. It's a tough one. You've got to take anything that gets given to you. They have this timing. They're looking for Roche. PSG will be sure to try and contest it. They'll step in. Stuns out onto Chalice. They're surrounded. BKB popped by Paparazzi. He locks down. The boat's over. The Chalice has the Kunkka's rather with the snapping pop. He looks to try and chase down Ori. Ori's going to be the focus of Glimmer for DY. Keeps Ori safe. They turn. Stuns out. Chalice is getting control. And there's no enough on it. Shield by him sometimes, but it's not enough. Chalice force buyback comes out. Saved him his head by both Ori and Yang. As the 2 cores will fall on Vici Gaming. Paparazzi as well. Dies to once. Ame's on top of them. Paparazzi gets the blink out off the back of 3 incarnate. The Sentry Ward and Ward in the vision to take out DY. They turn back in. Chalice in with a who's top. Torrent got where they've got about Paparazzi. Dead without buyback available. Xnova's got the lockdown on the side to finish off Fade as well. As Vici Gaming, they took their chances. They tried for the Roshan, but they now will start to fall like flies as there's no buyback for Yang, no buyback for Paparazzi. PSG LGD know it's time to move straight towards the base, and GG, it's called. This one's over.
That was some team fights coming out from LGD, just knowing how powerful they are and how they want to take the fight every single time. This Centaur seems so crucial to me. I know Samdish had this amazing game on the Kunkka, just getting these constant cleaves. His damage is going to be probably through the roof on the Kunkka, but just being able to pick and choose the battles every single time.
I mean, absolutely.
They always found the right targets that they wanted to go for in the fights. DY was struggling so hard to find positioning.
This is sort of the terrifying PSG LGD that you expect to see here in the upper bracket. No messing around, no mistakes to be made, no overextensions. Knowing the exact limits of their heroes, their draft, and playing in a way that it just seemed unbreakable. It was from what, like the 15-minute mark onwards, we were asking ourselves, how do Vici Gaming even stand a chance?
Yeah. The BKBs, the timings that came out, it did feel like Vici, I wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, get more done during that laning phase, get more towers down, so they could have a bigger advantage going into this mid game. But PSG LGD, they got those BKBs, they took excellent fights, they used their buybacks really well, and they did not allow Vici to actually get that big advantage that they probably wanted to have in this game with this Lashrak, with the Shadow Shaman push lineup.
A solid performance all round from PSG LGD as they look very clean-cut coming into this series, taking game 1 against Vici Gaming. And so going to have to be some serious changes in the drafting, I feel, if Vici is able to stand the chance of taking a game off the big boys of China. PSG LGD taking the lead in this series.
LGD really did look fantastic there, and to break it all down, we got Sin, we got Trent, and we have Dendi. So we got to take a pretty big look at everything that went on here. Vici being one of the very dominant teams this year, Sin, what happened that allowed LGD to get so far ahead?
Well, it took a while, first of all, and I think yes, Vici has been one of the greatest teams of the year, but they also, toward the later stages of this tournament, and even in the group stage to an extent, have looked weaker, in my opinion, than LGD overall. So I was a bit surprised with how close this game was for so long. But Vici Gaming, I think their lineup was a little bit inferior in the playstyle that the game ended up playing. If you remember, the Dota Plus was favoring Radiant by like 3-1. Yeah. It had really high tempo that it could perform. Wraith King, Shadow Shaman, Leshrac, they want to push towers and take control of the map, but LGD managed to slow them down. They got BKBs, and then it became a game of can't die versus can't die, but we can die for a bit longer than you. Cannot die for a bit longer. Cannot die for a bit longer.
Killing it.
English.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I think I understand. Dendi, when you look at these two teams, though, what do you think? Do you think that LGD overall is the stronger team?
I don't know. For me, those two teams, actually teams who can take the royal thing. They can win this tournament. And looking at those two teams, it was like, I don't know, looking in a book of Dota, you know, it's so polished, it's so beautiful Dota to watch. And both of them played brilliantly, but yeah, it was getting harder and harder for Vici to break through LGD after the game got a little bit delayed. Like Cinder mentioned, BKB was actually a big problem for Vici.
Yeah, the book of Dota, I like that. Yeah, the honey badgers and the bears, Dendi, you're all about the nice way of explaining it to everyone. And it's very nice having you on the panel. Actually, I heard Rich was so excited to have you on the panel because he already told the story about the first time he actually he met you. Because he was so excited that he ruined one of his favorite pairs of pants, I believe.
Thank you, guys.
While you're here, actually, if you don't mind. Thank you.
That's our host.
Thank you very much. Yep. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
You
know what else is awesome?
Me, Rich, or Trent?
No, Send low. You know what else is awesome, though? What we are seeing in the Dota right now from these guys, and I do want to kind of, you hear polish. Polish is kind of going to be the term that's going on when we talk about why these teams look so good. What is it, though, that you want to see change on the side of Vici if they're going to be able to take this next game of the series?
Well, for me, maybe it's, I don't know, when I think Terrorblade, I think Ame. When I think Ame, I think Terrorblade, but he's not a hero that you see all too often. Maybe it's something that, like, Vici have to still respect that, even if he's not going to be the most popular hero at the moment right now, because LGD have just always been extremely good at playing around both that hero as well as that style of gameplay there from Ame, just like the super hard carry stuff. So I like the idea that they had, where they tried this faster push. It comes down to execution and, well, as you put it, polish.
I do kind of want to ask Dendi right now, while we do have him on the panel, though, overall, when we start to look at the meta that's somewhat forming here at TI. I know it's one of the most popular questions that we do get quite frequently here when we're checking Twitter and everything on the panel. What's your idea of what the meta actually looks like here at TI?
It's hard to say. I still see that every team plays differently, and we see Vici and LGD here, and they have their own playstyle of Dota. Very stable, very balanced drafts. They do very slow games. We're not rushing anywhere. We're farming up their items. We're doing their stuff. Or we see OG, who is going like crazy and diving everything. We're going into your fountain,